In the era of natural disasters in his previous life, Fang Ye was deceived, resulting in the tragic death of his wife and daughter amidst a swarm of insects. After years of enduring and biding his time, he finally eliminated the mastermind behind it all. Now, reborn 7 days prior to the onset of the calamities, he finds himself at the moment when his wife has just given birth to their daughter. In the disaster-ridden world, remnants of luxury vehicles and discarded opulence are scattered about, yet people will fight viciously over a mere bag of biscuits. Amidst the black rain, sandstorms, blizzards, acid rain, hail, insect swarms, and monstrous creatures that plague the land, Fang Ye is determined to provide for his wife and daughter with the abundant resources from the meteorite, ensuring they want for nothing and live in comfort. Chapter 1. There is still time. The sky over City A is shrouded in a gray haze, with fine rain pattering against the window, forming a dense veil of droplets. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the rain is tinged with gray specks, though in the bustling city, no one has the time to observe such minute details. Inside the obstetrics and gynecology department of the city hospital, the air is filled with the joy of newborns' cries, invigorating the entire hospital with a surge of life. A woman, having just given birth, bears a delicate face now pallid from blood loss, her eyelashes casting a shadow on her eyelids, evoking a sense of profound vulnerability. Her right hand, displaying prominent veins, is affixed with a needle for a pain relief pump, and even in sleep, her brow is furrowed in discomfort. Suddenly, the man lying beside her jolts awake, instinctively rising in a defensive posture, akin to a beast whose territory has been encroached upon. Fang Ye, initially observing his surroundings with a cold gaze, is struck by the sight of his wife lying on the bed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Awakened by her husband's actions, and Xiang gazes at him, concern etched on her face as she asks, What's wrong?" Fang Ye's heart races, his gaze greedily sweeping over his wife's features and then landing on the newborn daughter in the stroller, his heart melting into a pool of warmth. His wife and daughter are alive and well. The meticulous habits and calm demeanor he developed during the disaster era prompt him to reach into his pocket for his phone, confirming that it is now June 12, 2042 June 12. According to his memories from a past life, in just 7 days, the first wave of black rain will descend, bringing with it insect eggs that will hatch rapidly, overwhelming a city within a mere month. There is still time. There is still time. Fang Ye rises and approaches the window, peering through the glass at the gray specks in the rain. Yes, this gray rain marks the beginning of the disaster era. He glances at Xiang, who looks at him with confusion, his heart brimming with unspoken words. The woman he yearns for day and night is right before him, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, the couple struggled to survive amidst the disasters, until a fateful encounter with a meteorite brought them ruin, returning home after a long day's work in a shanty town. He found his frail wife tending to their daughter, while mending his clothes. After giving birth, Xiang faced the wrath of nature's calamities: black rain, fierce winds, blizzards, acid rain, scorching heat, insect swarms, and the emergence of grotesque monsters, leaving humanity with little hope. She, while bearing illness, carried their child and joined the migration, her body ultimately worn down by the hardships. Their nearly 6-month-old daughter, malnourished, was pitifully small in Xiang's embrace. Each time Fang Ye witnessed this, his heart ached with unbearable pain. He understood that the meteorite he had found was extraordinary, yet even the most remarkable object could not compare to the hunger endured by his wife and daughter. In his current situation, possessing the meteorite was akin to holding a brick of gold, but just as he contemplated trading it for supplies at the base, his wife and daughter vanished. He could never forget the sight of that man tossing his young daughter into the swarm, nor the image of his wife, desperately shielding him from bullets, nearly riddled with holes. In that moment, the pain of a bullet grazing his left arm faded, replaced by the haunting memory of her blood-soaked lips parting, urging him, "Run, run." He leaped into the water, cradling his bloodied wife, waiting quietly for the creatures lurking beneath to tear him apart. His wife and daughter perished before his eyes, extinguishing all light from his world. Death became a release. He longed for death, yet fate had other plans. Those creatures and mutated monsters seemed to sense their presence, keeping their distance, as if a clear boundary had been drawn. Miraculously, he escaped, bringing his wife's lifeless body to shore. With hands bloodied from digging a grave, the best he could offer her was a peaceful resting place. Alongside her, he buried their daughter's sole toy, a hair tie adorned with a small beard. He kissed his wife's lips one last time, whispering, "Xiang, Xiang, take care of our daughter. Once I have avenged you, I will come for you both." After the loss of his wife and daughter, he became unyielding, embracing life with a fearless spirit. He understood that the man behind the clown mask held a high status, so he climbed relentlessly, discarding morality, humanity, and dignity. He had once been a pawn to others, but could now kill his former master without a flicker of hesitation, reaching a core inaccessible to those at the bottom. Everything he did was for the sake of vengeance. The deaths of his beloved taught him a harsh lesson. One must become strong to safeguard what they cherish. The masked man might kill him once for the meteorite, or even twice, but this time he was prepared. Unlike the first encounter where he was utterly at the masked man's mercy, the struggles of these past years had sharpened his cunning beyond the masked man's own. He successfully dragged the masked man down with him, perishing together. The dagger plunged into the masked man's throat, causing him to stagger back, his eyes wide in shock. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath, and as he tore off his mask, revealing a once genteel face now smeared with blood, he attempted to stanch the flow with trembling hands. But it was futile. Blood continued to spurt forth unabated. In his final moments, Fang Ye witnessed the masked man's life force dwindling rapidly before he collapsed. The man who had slain his wife and daughter finally paid the price in blood. Fang Ye turned his gaze skyward, still shrouded in gray. After entering the disaster era, even sunlight had become a luxury. The wound inflicted by the masked man's dagger pulsed with his breath, blood flowing in rhythm. He thought he saw his wife, cradling their daughter, coming to greet him. Is this how it ends? A sudden voice interrupted the serene vision. His eyelids grew heavy, obscuring the man's appearance, leaving only his words audible. Fang Ye sensed the man picking up the meteorite beside him, his voice tinged with madness. It's mine now, it's mine. Then, in astonishment, the man's tone shifted. How could this happen? How could this happen? The last image Fang Ye could perceive was deep blue powder swirling in the air. Rushing towards him, a powerful force surged into his body, causing his physical form to feel as if it might burst from the intensity. Under this overwhelming strength, he lost consciousness in an instant. When he awoke again, it was 10 years prior, in an era of civilization, where his wife, and Xiang, had just given birth to a lovely and healthy daughter. Chapter 2. Selling Houses for Money. Everything is truly splendid. Anxiang cast another glance at her peculiar husband. What has transpired? Why does he now appear as if he has transformed into a different person while standing by the window? Fang Ye took several deep breaths, calming the tumultuous emotions that simmered within him before striding into Anxiang's room. He gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead, a gesture he had envisioned countless times in his memories yet found so elusive to realize. Now, this warmth was at his fingertips. However, he could not indulge too greedily. For the natural disaster looming before him afforded him little time. Only 7 days remained to construct a secure fortress for his wife and daughter. The fall of City A was merely 3 months away, and it would be then that the authorities would organize an evacuation team. But before that, survival must take precedence. Humanity would face various adversities and malice in a world ravaged by natural calamities. Particularly, the scarcity of resources would reach such dire straits that, a year hence, even a mere bag of biscuits would provoke murderous intent. Outside, the rain continued to pour, and the true deluge, the black rain, would commence in 7 days. Though the era of calamity seemed a distant memory to him, the sight of his wife and daughter brought back vivid recollections of their desperate struggle for survival. No matter what, he vowed not to allow his beloved wife and daughter to endure the same suffering and tribulations they had faced in his past life. He must act swiftly. The more he contemplated this, the more fervent his blood felt, prompting him to push open the door to the hospital's bathing room. He stood by the sink, dousing his face with water, gazing into the mirror at the visage of a man 10 years younger. Handsome yet imbued with the weariness of his past life, he slowly smiled. He had returned. Once he had steadied his emotions, Fang Ye strode purposefully out of the room to the nurse's station to handle his wife's discharge paperwork. This was merely the second day post-Anxiang's cesarean section, and the hospital was understandably reluctant to permit her release. Nevertheless, Fang Ye signed a series of waiver forms and, by noon, had hired a particularly skilled caregiver from the maternity ward at a handsome sum of 500 a day to accompany them home. Anxiang reclined in the spacious SUV that Fang Ye had borrowed, utterly bewildered by his actions, yet observing the taut line of his jaw, she refrained from questioning him. Trusting her husband, she knew he was not one to act without reason. Something significant must have occurred. The vehicle soon entered their residential complex, an aging community where each household boasted a private garage. Fang Ye resided on the 4th floor, and with Anxiang having just undergone surgery, her wrist still tethered to a pain pump, even the slightest movement sent waves of agony through her. Carrying or supporting her would only exacerbate her wounds, so Fang Ye could only temporarily settle her in the garage. While the space was modest, with some squeezing, Anxiang, the caregiver, and the baby could manage to fit. These arrangements were merely provisional. Aside from ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter, he had a multitude of tasks ahead. He hurriedly ascended to the 4th floor and retrieved the property deed and 2 bank cards from a hidden compartment in their home, his and Anxiang's salary cards. One contained a substantial deposit of 1,300,000 from his commissions as a project manager, while the other held Anxiang's savings of 60,000, set aside from household expenses. They were both well aware of where their cards were kept, even sharing identical passwords, completely defenseless against one another. With the impending disaster drawing near and the world on the brink of collapse, what difference did it make that City A was once a first-tier city? It could not alter the fate of being submerged in black waters. His objective was clear: to sell this property and convert it into liquid assets for resource acquisition before the apocalypse struck. As he prepared to leave, he entrusted the house keys to the caregiver, instructing her to retrieve anything she might require from the home. The caregiver, a tidy and efficient woman in her 40s, was perplexed by the man's frantic behavior, insisting on bringing his wife and daughter back to the garage. Yet she simply acknowledged that it was her job to assist as long as the payment was forthcoming. Approaching Anxiang, he knelt beside her, stroking her smooth hair, and reassured her, "Do not fear, I will take care of everything." Anxiang had countless questions swirling in her mind, yet given Fang Ye's hurried demeanor, she recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. She merely nodded in understanding. Nestled beside her was their daughter, a tiny bundle yet to blossom. Fang Ye hesitated to kiss her hands or face, instead burying his nose in the baby's swaddling, inhaling the delightful scent of milk that filled his heart with profound contentment. His first destination was the real estate agency. He needed to liquidate his property for sufficient funds. The aging community where he resided was purchased with the hard-earned money he had saved since his teenage years, coinciding with the city's redevelopment plans. Surrounding their old residential complex were newly constructed supermarkets, hospitals, and markets, along with key middle and high schools radiating outward from their neighborhood. Recent news of impending relocation had left many eyeing the properties within this complex with greed, eagerly monitoring the agency for any signs of residents willing to sell. The neighboring agency had not anticipated that a client like Fang Ye would truly materialize. Without preamble, he stated, "I urgently need cash, 2,200,000. Whoever can pay in full, I will facilitate the transfer immediately." The agency owner's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir, you cannot be serious. The market value of this property is over 4 million, and being an end unit, it boasts abundant natural light and ventilation. There are plenty of buyers buying for it. You need not worry about selling." Indeed, had time been on his side, he would have preferred to sell the property gradually. Yet, reborn, he found his window of opportunity alarmingly brief. Merely 7 days remained, and countless tasks lay ahead. If he did not sever ties with clarity and decisiveness, how much time and energy would be squandered? 2,200,000. Whoever can pay in full, I will transfer the deed immediately. Fang Ye persisted with unwavering resolve. Seeing his determination, the agency owner's mind raced. If he listed the property and sold it properly, 4,600,000 would be easily attainable. If he purchased it now and resold it, even after taxes, he could effortlessly pocket a couple of 100,000. Such a windfall felt like finding money on the street. The commission he would earn from facilitating the transaction paled in comparison to this potential profit. Without hesitation, the agency owner agreed to buy the property. He swiftly made several calls to secure the funds, and within half an hour, he brought Fang Ye to the bank for the transfer. Once the payment was received, they proceeded to the real estate bureau to finalize the deed transfer. The transaction was remarkably swift. Within less than 30 minutes, the transfer was completed. Exiting the real estate bureau, the agency owner held the property deed, while Fang Ye's bank account swelled by 2,200,000. Coupled with his previous project's commission, he now had over 3,500,000 in his account. Although this sum would rapidly devalue in the coming 7 days, within this time frame, it retained its full efficacy. Chapter 3. Meteorite Space. If there exists a place with the most diverse, abundant, and affordable supplies, it would undoubtedly be the wholesale market. The vibrant wholesale market in City A was perpetually bustling, frequented by both traders and casual visitors alike. Fang Ye parked his vehicle and, as he was about to step out, a sudden rush of warmth coursed through his head. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned a vast, empty warehouse, but the vision dissipated almost as quickly as it had come. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he finally regained his composure, sitting in the car until he was certain the sensation would not return before he ventured into the market. What was that? Why had he seen a warehouse? He had never heard of mirages appearing in one's mind. Unable to unravel the mystery, he set it aside and hastened into the wholesale market, where a dazzling array of shops and goods awaited him. The throng of people bustling about was a sight only familiar from the era of civilization. A decade after the calamity, the population had dwindled drastically, birth rates plummeted, and technology had experienced a catastrophic decline, causing human society to regress by decades. He entered a rice shop, the air infused with the fragrant aroma of rice. Though he was not hungry, his mind incessantly urged him to eat. In the aftermath of the natural disaster, rice, once sold for 2 or 3 yuan per pound, had transformed into a luxury item. For those residing in the lower strata of society, not only was food scarce, but the mere opportunity to behold it was a rare occurrence. Even his daily sustenance consisted of coarse bran and rough flour buns, yet many envied even this meager fare. The vast majority of people were left to endure a cycle of feasting and famine, as the cost of resource scarcity rendered labor exceedingly cheap. The considerable exertion they expended yielded merely 2 coarse buns for their sustenance. The base he inhabited was relatively fortunate. In other bases, there were harrowing tales of individuals who succumbed to abdominal bloating after consuming guanine soil, leading to their tragic demise. It seemed as though the calamity had come to obliterate humanity's greedy exploitation of the earth, with even the toxic insects that emerged with each rainfall failing to convert into sustenance. Those who foolishly consumed dried insect powder found themselves afflicted with itching, pain, and fever, rendering their existence a torment worse than death itself. Young boss, young boss? The shopkeeper, upon noticing the man lost in thought, called out to him. Fang Ye snapped back to reality and smiled at the proprietor, inquiring, "How much do you sell your rice for?" "We have a wide variety of rice here, including DV rice, SD rice, Wuchang rice, and tea country fragrant rice, all available at different prices. I'm curious, which type are you interested in purchasing?" Fang Ye recalled a particular brand of SD rice that his wife often bought at the supermarket, one they both cherished. "I'll take the SD rice," he replied. The shopkeeper grinned. This variety is highly sought after. It usually sells for over 5 yuan per pound at the supermarket, and our wholesale price is no less than 3 yuan 70 per pound. However, since we seem to get along well, why don't you tell me how much you want to buy? Larger quantities will yield a discount. Fang Ye declared, "I'll take as much as you have." The shopkeeper's gaze turned peculiar as he responded, "Young boss, I run a legitimate business here, not a plaything for your amusement. Do you have any idea how many tons of rice I have in my warehouse?" "How many tons?" Fang Ye inquired. "Setting aside what has already been reserved, there are still 500,000 tons remaining. If you can consume that much in one go, I can offer you a price of 2 yuan 90 per pound. How does that sound?" Fang Ye discreetly surveyed the rice shop, which not only stocked various brands of rice, but also rice cakes, rice candy, and other rice-based products. "Do you offer delivery?" "Certainly. You're a major client. Any complimentary items? What do you desire as a gift?" "I think these rice-based snacks would be splendid. How about you throw in 100 pounds of those?" "Deal." The shopkeeper was taken aback by Fang Ye's grand purchasing spree, eager to establish a positive rapport. He extended a cigarette to Fang Ye, saying, "Brother, may I ask where you hail from?" "Nothing remarkable, just the chief procurement officer of a state-owned enterprise," Fang Ye boasted, closing his eyes as he spun his tale. The shopkeeper, skeptical of his youthful appearance, nevertheless warmed to him, recognizing that prompt payments were often made by those with affluent backing. He quickly began addressing Fang Ye as brother, but Fang Ye had no time for pleasantries, promptly settling half the payment and agreeing to pay the remainder upon delivery of the goods the following day. Transporting 50 tons of rice was a considerable undertaking. Despite being in the same city, it would necessitate several large trucks making multiple trips. When the shopkeeper glanced at the address Fang Ye provided, his brow furrowed in concern. "Brother, isn't this an abandoned building?" Guanglan Huading is a notorious unfinished villa complex in City A, located on the outskirts near Shaoang Mountain. Surrounded by lush vegetation, a natural oxygen var. Initially, it had received much hype before the developer's financial collapse left it in ruins. The shopkeeper realized he had overstepped his bounds. "Are you certain you want it delivered there?" "Indeed," Fang Ye affirmed. "I also wish to wholesale some daily necessities. So we shall meet again tomorrow." The shopkeeper nodded. And it wasn't until Fang Ye departed that he felt a sense of reality wash over him as he glanced at the substantial sum of money that had just been deposited into his account. When it came to wholesale other items, Fang Ye was less extravagant than with the rice. He understood that these daily necessities could be traded for ample food in the future. He purchased several boxes of shampoo, body wash, soap, laundry detergent, and even skin cream for Anxiang. He also bought a generous supply of grains, oils, and flour. Had he not feared the villa would lack sufficient space, he would have ensured at least 100 tons of rice and flour were prepared. He cleared 3 wholesale stores of salt and sugar, amassing a total of 19 tons. And with a stockpile of various seasonings, he ascended to the status of today's darling of the wholesale market. Upon arriving at a shop specializing in vacuum-sealed products, the proprietress nearly laughed herself into wrinkles at his expression. Fang Ye did not disappoint her, promptly emptying her warehouse of ham sausages, bread, compressed biscuits, fruit cans, and meat cans. After paying a deposit, he intended to rush to the next clothing wholesale market, yet the bizarre images began to resurface in his mind. He let out a sharp breath and squatted onto a stool in the shop, prompting the proprietress to hurry over with a bottle of water. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Fang Ye shook his head. "It's nothing, I'm just feeling dizzy. I need a moment alone." The scenes were clearer than when he had first disembarked from the vehicle. He envisioned the warehouse distinctly, 6 neatly arranged shelves glistening with a metallic sheen, all situated within a softly illuminated blue-hued space. "What is this place?" he pondered. Could it be a high-tech product? An extraterrestrial civilization? A wondrous dimension? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, suddenly reminding him of the blue powder that had surged into his body just before his demise in his previous life. Was it from that meteorite? He had acquired that meteorite by chance as well, during a task at a collapsed granary. The mission had been disastrous. Of the 20-odd individuals involved, he alone had managed to escape. The granary was infested with toxic insects, and the pincers of colossal centipedes could easily tear through protective gear, burrowing within to feast upon human flesh. He had narrowly survived, making a desperate bid into the granary's depths, where he discovered a stone emitting a faint blue glow amidst a throng of insects, which recoiled in its presence, creating a vacuum around it. Without hesitation, he had leaped forward and grasped the blue stone. Just before succumbing to the centipede's venom, he had glimpsed the meteorite still radiating its gentle blue light in his grasp. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself still within the granary, but all the toxic insects had vanished, and the information regarding the granary had been erroneous. The food supplies had been entirely devoured by those pests. That meteorite had since remained by his side. Now, gazing at the space that had opened in his mind, his heart raced wildly. So, the various factions had been probing for the meteorite's existence because they were aware of its extraordinary powers? Yet with only 6 rows of shelves, it seemed rather inadequate. Even if it were a spatial realm, it felt far too constricted to accommodate all the resources he wished to carry. He chose to set aside his thoughts. Now was not the time for such considerations. He still had to gather supplies and secure a truck before the impending relocation in 3 months. City A would be submerged in chaos for an entire year due to the black water, so he needed to ensure he had all necessary provisions for this initial move. The remainder would be concealed within the villa, to be retrieved upon his return for the subsequent journey. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiang. Xiang? And Xiang's voice trembled with anxiety and trepidation. You sold the house." Understanding dawned upon Fang Ye. It must be the real estate agent come to collect the property. He instructed Xiang to hand the phone to the agent. "Brother," the agent cleared his throat. "We've already transferred the property. Cash on delivery, no questions asked." The agent, suspecting that the husband intended to abscond after selling the house, was alarmed upon discovering the postpartum woman residing in the underground garage. He learned that she was the owner of the house Fang Ye had purchased, which only heightened his concern. What if things went as he feared? He was a businessman, yet looking at the vulnerable mother and child, he found it hard to evict them. "Brother, could you grant us another week to gather our belongings? My wife has just given birth and is unable to move. She will be living in our garage for the next few days while I find a rental. Please, in a week, we promise to vacate," Fang Ye explained. The agent, reassured by Fang Ye's promise, nodded in agreement. After all, he had profited handsomely from the low-priced purchase of Fang Ye's house, so he could afford this small concession. Once the agent departed, and Xiang pressed the phone against her lips, her frustration boiling over. "Fang Ye, you come back. I have questions for you." Fang Ye rubbed his nose, aware that Xiang was upset. Her temperament was generally amiable. During their 2 years of marriage, they had maintained a close relationship without ever quarreling. "All right, I'll be back immediately," he replied gently over the phone. As he exited the wholesale market, he filled his car with supplies, determined not to let it return empty. Upon returning to the hospital, he returned the SUV to Lin Tao, a gastroenterologist at City A Hospital and a cousin of one of his employees. Thanks to Lin Tao's assistance, Xiang was able to secure a private room in the hospital. After transferring the supplies from the SUV to his Volkswagen, it was packed to the brim. In the end, a bag of rice and 2 bottles of oil simply wouldn't fit. So he decided to place them in Lin Tao's vehicle as a gesture of gratitude. After returning Lin Tao's car, he drove his Volkswagen out of the hospital garage. While waiting to pay for parking, he caught a glimpse of the bustling hospital through his rearview mirror. With the impending drop in temperatures, the hospital would soon be overcrowded, and chaos could erupt over scarce bed space. He would not allow Xiang and their daughter to endure such perilous conditions. His phone rang again. Xiang? It was a nurse holding Xiang's phone. "Mr. Fang, could you please bring back some iodine cotton? The hospital's supply seems misplaced, and I can't find it." "Of course, I'll bring it," Fang Ye responded. He parked his car by the roadside near Yingxiang City and walked into a nearby pharmacy, where promotional posters for various medications covered the windows. As he entered, a salesperson immediately approached him. "What can I help you with today? Do you have paper and a pen?" he inquired. The salesperson, taken aback, wondered why someone buying medicine would need stationery. "I'll write down the medications I need. Just sell me as much as you can," he clarified. The salesperson's eyes lit up. This was a significant order. She quickly fetched paper and a pen for him. Fang Ye had long memorized the medications essential for disaster relief, as each was a costly commodity. He began with common pediatric medications, specifying brands for the vitamins A and D3 that children regularly required. For adults, he noted thermometers, potassium permanganate, iodine, antibiotics, alcohol, cold medicine, fever reducers, skin treatments, hemostatic agents, gauze, bandages, and tweezers. Each time he mentioned an item, the salesperson's excitement grew. She began envisioning her commission for the month based on this substantial order. As 2 salespeople prepared the medications, Fang Ye's vehicle became completely packed, leaving no room for even a drop of water. The salesperson arranged for a delivery truck to transport the supplies. "Do you have protective suits?" Fang Ye inquired again. "We have 2 types, regular full-body medical suits and lightweight, acid and alkali-resistant biohazard suits. The former is less expensive. We can provide 15 if you want that. The latter is pricier, starting at 31 suits," the salesperson explained. Recognizing that Fang Ye was serious about purchasing, Fang Ye did not disappoint her. "I'll take both kinds. Do you have sufficient stock?" The salesperson felt a mix of joy and concern, delighted to have such a valuable customer, but worried about their limited inventory. Common medications had been stocked heavily due to high demand, yet protective suits were seldom required, leading to insufficient supply. They had 2 boxes of medical suits and 5 boxes of biohazard suits that had been sitting in the warehouse for a year, previously considered space-consuming but now desperately needed. "Mr. Fang, how about you pay a deposit, and we'll place an order with the manufacturer? It should arrive by tomorrow, faster than online." This prompted Fang Ye to realize that he could indeed shop online. With thousands of pharmacies in City A, the logistics of visiting each one would be cumbersome. Online purchases would not only be limitless, but also discreet. He had been constrained by a 7-day timeline in his mindset, yet in reality, online orders could arrive the very next day, or at the latest, by the 3rd day. As long as he continued to place orders for necessary items, he would surely acquire them within a week, allowing him time to seek additional unique supplies. Fang Ye led the way in his car, with the pharmacy's delivery truck following closely behind. Upon arriving at the neighborhood, he compensated the driver to assist in moving the medications into what would soon no longer be his home. The commotion was minimal, and Fang Ye noticed that the lights in the garage remained on, though the door was closed and no one emerged. He returned to his house, closing the door behind him. The day's labors left him somewhat fatigued, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed an exhilarating anticipation. He closed his eyes and recalled the dimly lit warehouse, which then materialized before him like a projection. Rows of metallic shelves continued to shimmer with blue light, and the bottle of water he had carelessly placed on a shelf remained undisturbed. If it could be placed there, could it not also be retrieved? He reached out with his hand, and as his thoughts directed his actions, he felt his own hand in reality grasp an object. It was that very bottle of mineral water. As if a hidden treasure had been unlocked, his heart raced intensely. And after a prolonged moment of calm, he finally directed his gaze towards the heap of medications stacked in the living room. He carefully unwrapped the packaging and placed his hand upon the neatly arranged pharmaceuticals. With a mere thought, his hand functioned like a scanning device from a cerulean realm, seamlessly transferring the items into the ethereal space. Each attempt to deposit and withdraw items yielded the same result, revealing to him that he possessed an extraordinary treasure. Although the storage capacity was limited, having such a space became his ultimate safeguard. He meticulously organized the medicines within the confines of this realm, and then began to tidy up the home, packing away the seasonal garments, winter wear, shoes, and bedding for the two of them. Placing everything onto the shelves of the cerulean space, even the pots and pans were not overlooked. Do not underestimate these items. During the cataclysmic era, he had endured the hardships of eating with his hands. To his astonishment, when the last shelf was filled to capacity, the cerulean space seemed to undergo an upgrade, revealing an area and shelving identical to the current configuration. Fang Ye pondered, thus, this cerulean space was not fixed in size but self-updated and expanded according to necessity? If that were the case, then the rice, flour, and daily necessities scheduled for delivery to the Guanlan villa tomorrow could all be stored within this space. In his past life, Fang Ye had been perplexed as to why someone would relentlessly pursue the seemingly ordinary stone in his possession, even going so far as to harm those around him and lay elaborate traps to seize it. Now, he finally understood the meaning of bearing the burden of possessing a treasure. The garage door was knocked upon, and the caregiver opened it. Fang Ye politely addressed her, "Auntie, I will take care of Xiang and the baby tonight. You should go upstairs and rest well. Are you sure you can manage?" the caregiver asked, her professional ethics shining through, primarily concerned about not disappointing Fang Ye with the generous salary he provided. In the hospital, her daily wage as a caregiver was merely 200 yuan, contingent upon being requested by the families of patients. Now, receiving 500 yuan a day from Fang Ye, she diligently carried out her tasks, fearful of making any mistakes. "Rest assured," Fang Ye replied confidently. The caregiver glanced at Xiang, who nodded gently and smiled tenderly, saying, "Auntie, it's all right, my husband is here. You can go upstairs and get some rest." Only then did the caregiver leave with peace of mind. Standing in the garage, Fang Ye felt somewhat uncomfortable due to its low height, but for him, it was inconsequential. He had endured far worse environments. His daughter lay on the bed, her cherubic face flushed and sweetly serene, while Xiang, clad in loose sleepwear, rested beside her, her expression radiating the tenderness of a new mother. Fang Ye gazed at his wife with astonishment, and Xiang shot him a knowing glance. "What are you staring at?" Fang Ye rubbed his nose. "I thought you would be angry when I returned." Xiang nodded. "I was indeed quite upset, waiting for you to explain yourself. But my anger has since subsided. You are my husband, and now we have our baby. I trust that you will consider us in every decision you make. Since you have acted this way, there must be compelling reasons behind it." A wave of warmth filled Fang Ye's chest, akin to being enveloped in a fluffy cloud of cotton candy. The joy of reuniting with his wife and daughter far surpassed the thrill of discovering the cerulean space. For Fang Ye, the cerulean space could be relinquished, but his wife and daughter were his most vulnerable points. Anyone who dared to touch them would face dire consequences. To see them again was a culmination of countless sleepless nights he had endured in his past life, where he had suffered heartbreak in the cold nights, longing for this moment. "Ah, Ye? Honey? Please don't cry." Xiang, witnessing her steadfast husband's eyes suddenly glistening with tears, felt a wave of helplessness. Reflecting on whether she had been too harsh, Fang Ye stepped closer, taking her hand in his warm grasp. Xiang, I truly have reasons that compel me to act, but I cannot explain them to you right now. Will you trust me this time? I swear that everything I am doing is to ensure the well-being of you and our daughter. In 7 days, you will understand. Please believe me." Chapter 6. Gathering Supplies, Part 3. And Xiang met Fang Ye's pleading gaze and ultimately refrained from further questioning, softly nodding in agreement. Their baby, having had her fill, peacefully slumbered on the bed without fuss, mirroring the obedient demeanor of their frail daughter from a past life. This was indeed his daughter. Fang Ye felt he could never gaze upon her enough. Even under the dim light of the basement, his wife appeared stunningly beautiful. He held her tightly in his embrace, vowing never to repeat the mistakes of the past in this lifetime. The tranquility of the moment was interrupted by the vibration of his phone, startling their daughter awake, her tiny mouth opening in preparation to cry. And Xiang quickly cradled her, soothing her softly. Fang Ye glanced at the caller ID. It was Monkey. The two brothers had not seen each other in ages. In his past life, they had been separated by fate. Thanks to Monkey's loyalty, he had been able to establish himself in the base, a feat made possible by Monkey's unwavering support. Especially when he had found Monkey lying in a pool of blood in the snowy wilderness, barely clinging to life, his typically carefree face marred by blood. My life may seem successful, but in truth, it is a failure. Having a family is equivalent to having none. The women I have been with cared only for my wealth. This world holds no ties for me. If I die, so be it. If I can lend you a hand, it is not in vain for our brotherhood. Since you do not love me, why did you bring me back? Fang Ye sighed, contemplating lighting a cigarette, but remembering his wife and daughter, he refrained. Like him, Monkey had lived in an orphanage until he was 13, when his family reclaimed him, leading him to believe he would enjoy a life filled with care and affection. Instead, he became a peripheral figure in that family. Monkey. Ye, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't even inform me when your wife gave birth. I will certainly notify you for the full month celebration. Do you need to wait until then for our relationship to be acknowledged? I've even prepared a longevity lock for my little nephew. It's a girl. Haha, girls are wonderful. I like them too. I'll buy a pair of little bracelets for my niece later. Fang Ye inhaled deeply. Monkey, where are you? Is it convenient to meet? Monkey sensed the seriousness in Fang Ye's tone and hesitated. What is going on? I'm currently in City C, and the earliest flight won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. Then let us meet tomorrow afternoon. All right. After hanging up, Fang Ye took a deep breath and returned to the garage, shedding his outerwear before securing Xiang in his arms. And Xiang believed he had encountered some trouble and waited for him to speak. To inquire now would only be adding salt to his wounds, so she gently patted his sturdy back in silent comfort. Fang Ye was awakened in the middle of the night by his daughter's soft whimpers. And Xiang was already nursing the baby, moving delicately to avoid waking her. After feeding their daughter and tucking her in, she slipped back into bed and fell asleep. Fang Ye waited until her breathing became steady and deep before opening his eyes, carefully extracting his arm from beneath her head. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, setting it to silent mode before opening a shopping app. Protective gear was a necessity. The impending acid rain could severely harm the skin. Vitamins were also indispensable, with the rampant black rain and acid rain, coupled with the scarcity of arable land due to various poisonous insects, agricultural output would dwindle. Aside from canned fruits, the only means of supplementing vitamins would be through vitamin tablets and effervescent vitamin powders. Compressed biscuits and similar foodstuffs, purchase. Various medications, procure. Canned fruits, acquire. Insecticides, obtain. Lighters, buy. Winter clothing, secure. Fruit trees, seedlings, and a myriad of vegetable seeds, procure. Within a mere day of emerging from the wholesale market and an evening of relentless shopping, he had depleted nearly 160,000 of his original 330,000 in savings. Indeed, money is hard to earn, yet it is astonishingly swift to spend. However, the supplies he now possesses are precisely what is most essential in this era of calamity, particularly the medications which, whether in the black market or in designated safe zones, are sold individually, an outrageous reality. In the civilized era, medications that cost mere tens of dollars per bottle in pharmacies are now disassembled and sold as single units in the time of disaster, no matter how exorbitant the price. They remain in high demand, irreplaceable by any monetary means, as the entire nation's paper currency has been rendered obsolete, reverting society to a barter economy. The screen of successful transactions flickered continuously, and his account balance dwindled steadily. The tension that had gripped him since his rebirth began to ease, albeit slightly, as he prepared his supplies. The existence of this spatial anomaly provided him with the greatest assurance that he could ensure a good life for his wife and daughter amidst the calamity. Yet this secret was destined to remain known only to him. Did he not trust in Xiang? Undoubtedly, he did. Did he not trust Jiang Bing? Naturally, he did. Why remain silent? Sometimes, a secret ceases to be one once it is known by anyone other than oneself. Moreover, far too many lives were lost in his previous life due to that meteorite. In this life, he resolved to keep the secret of the meteorite space buried within his heart. After another slumber, the caregiver had already knocked on the garage door. Fang Ye got out of bed and opened the door to find the caregiver holding a plastic bag containing steamed buns. Mr. Fang, I noticed there were no ingredients in the house, so I went to the breakfast shop this morning and bought some buns and soy milk. Fang Ye smacked his forehead, having forgotten this detail, and took out his phone to transfer 1,000 yuan to the caregiver. Auntie, this is for groceries. Please let me know when it runs out. I've been quite busy lately and have overlooked some matters. I appreciate your understanding regarding my wife. The caregiver smiled, assuring him that it was no trouble at all, and promised to ensure that his wife and daughter would be healthy and well-fed once her confinement ended. Fang Ye returned her smile. All right. I'll give you a bonus when the time comes. The caregiver was pleasantly surprised by this prospect. Wonderful, wonderful. Today, Fang Ye's target was clear, the monkey. He had gathered all the conventional supplies he could manage. Now it was time for the monkey to play its part. They had arranged to meet at noon, as he needed to visit a maternity store in the morning to stock up on formula and diapers for his daughter. He drove directly to the maternity shop located in the Golden Globe Plaza, coincidentally meeting the monkey on the 4th floor for their meal. He was particularly cautious about his daughter's food. Having done extensive research the previous night, he chose a formula with a low allergy rate suitable for newborns. Upon arriving at the maternity store, he immediately requested that brand along with its corresponding diapers. Due to the large quantity, the store offered him the maximum discount, and he stocked up from stage 1 to stage 3, 5 boxes each of stages 1 and 2, and 10 boxes of stage 3, ensuring he had enough formula for his daughter from birth to 2 years old. Chapter 7. Gathering supplies for nutritional supplements and small noodles for the baby were either purchased or received as gifts, ultimately costing 200,000 to prepare everything for his daughter. In the era of calamity, when resources became scarce, the highest demand was for food, followed closely by medications, and thirdly, tobacco, which became essential for facilitating various tasks. Just one pack could secure a relatively easy job in the base. Such items that could easily be bought in the civilized era became non-renewable resources in the disaster era, with prices soaring. He visited a tobacco shop and stocked up on a considerable amount of cigarettes and alcohol, watching his account balance plummet rapidly, yet oddly, his mood steadied. Thus, the morning flew by in a flurry of purchases, and as noon approached, Fang Ye headed to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet the monkey. After ordering his meal, he settled into a window-side seat, awaiting his friend. It had been nearly a month since they had seen each other, though in this space, it had been 2 years. The monkey was busy, engaged in a somewhat shady industry that made money easily, however. It was Fang Ye who had initially led him down that path. Since meeting in Xiang and contemplating a future with family, he had decisively exited that life. Money could always be earned, but he could not allow in Xiang, who had risked everything to be with him, to live in constant anxiety. The monkey, however, had remained in that line of work and had accumulated quite a fortune over the years, living comfortably. This was evident as he approached, dressed in loose, trendy clothing that complemented his tall stature and striking looks, undoubtedly attracting the attention of many women. His footwear, a limited edition collaborative model, was worth no less than 10,000. Upon spotting Fang Ye, the monkey's face lit up, and he waved from a distance. Ah Ye. Fang Ye reciprocated the gesture. Monkey. The monkey earned his nickname from his childhood days in the orphanage, where he was the fastest climber, but he had grown into a tall and handsome man, rivaling Fang Ye in appearance, and he possessed a lovely name, Jiang Bing. You could have at least let me know about your niece's birth. I found out through social media, he exclaimed, settling down and immediately voicing his grievance. The mention of social media momentarily bewildered Fang Ye, as those who had transitioned from the disaster era felt somewhat out of touch with the electronic products of the civilized era. Since waking up the previous day, he had been tirelessly preparing supplies, leaving no time to update his social media. The monkey must have learned of the news from in Xiang's posts. As they spoke, the monkey pulled out a small gift box from his pocket and handed it to Fang Ye. Upon opening it, Fang Ye discovered a weighty little gold lock and 2 gold bracelets. You really shouldn't have gone to such expense. We're brothers who share the same pants. Your daughter is my daughter too. The monkey waved dismissively. I've already ordered a gold necklace for her, which should arrive in about a week. Fang Ye was momentarily speechless. Another week? That necklace would inevitably be unattainable. What have you been so busy with these past 2 years? Fang Ye inquired, recalling their last meeting at his wedding with Xiang. The monkey shrugged. Oh, the usual. You've made quite a bit of money. It's time to consider stepping back. Earn a little for retirement, Fang Ye advised. I'm currently in a situation where I can feed my family with my earnings. Who knows? Maybe some girl will take a fancy to me. Haven't you saved anything over these 2 years? Fang Ye pressed. How could I? All my earnings go back home. The monkey chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fang Ye understood the circumstances well. Unlike him, the monkey harbored unrealistic fantasies of familial warmth, while Fang Ye had long relinquished those unattainable desires for kinship. In his life, family was once absent, but it would be present in the future. Did he not already have it? And Xiang and their daughter were his family, his greatest strength, and his most vulnerable weakness. Fang Ye had sought out the monkey for a serious matter. Monkey, I need you to procure some items. The monkey nodded. This is no trivial matter. What do you desire? Fang Ye contemplated for a moment before replying. A Browning M1911, a nail gun, a triangular military dagger, and a military sword. Procure as many of these as possible. Additionally, I require a few engineering shovels. The monkey's previously nonchalant demeanor immediately shifted to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Ye. What do you need these items for? Do not forget that you have retired from such affairs. If anyone dares to offend you, I shall handle the dirty work. Do not sully your hands. Anxiang and your niece need you. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye realized the monkey had misconstrued his intentions, yet how could he clarify? Should he reveal that a cataclysmic era would commence in 6 days, and that he needed to gather essential supplies by any means? He looked at the monkey and asked, Will you believe what I say? The monkey nodded, of course. Then I tell you that in 6 days, the world will come to an end. Do you believe me? Fang Ye's tone was grave and earnest. For a fleeting moment, the monkey was swayed by Fang Ye's fervor, but recalling the absurdity of what Fang Ye had just uttered, he burst into laughter. Brother, disaster films these days hardly draw a crowd, and you want to bring me this tale? Enough, I cannot accept that reasoning. Fang Ye's gaze remained fixed on the monkey, unwavering, until the monkey's laughter began to dwindle. He understood that Yi was not one to jest. Yet the words that had just escaped his lips were so fantastical that he almost felt compelled to check if Yi had a fever for uttering such nonsense. Fang Ye closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and then opened them with a smile. What a pity that I could not deceive you. My plan is to take Anxiang and the child on a road trip once she has completed her confinement. The purpose of requesting these items is to bolster our courage and ensure our safety. If you have the means, it would be ideal to secure an RV for me. Money is no object, but it must be safe. The monkey chuckled, his eyes glinting. I truly thought you were in trouble. Very well, consider it done. Time was of the essence. He needed to gather these items within 5 days. Fang Ye was well aware of the monkey's tendencies. If he were to commit a crime, the monkey would undoubtedly be the one to assist with the cover-up. No need for 5 days. I can have everything ready for you in 3. This was the monkey's confidence as a trader. After lunch, Fang Ye climbed into the monkey's flamboyant supercar, observing the green submariner on the monkey's wrist, reflecting on how the monkey had thrived over the past 2 years. The monkey, noticing Fang Ye's gaze fixated on his watch, promptly removed it from his wrist and tossed it to him. If you want it, take it. What can't we share as brothers? This was merely collateral from a supplier. Fang Ye accepted it without hesitation, slipping it onto his wrist. Aren't you worried about being swindled? The monkey snorted derisively, his expression fierce. If he dares to play tricks on me, I have my ways of dealing with it. Realizing he was in the presence of Fang Ye, his menacing demeanor softened. Yi, where are you headed? Fang Ye pondered for a moment before replying. Wanson Generator Factory. The monkey, curious, inquired, What do you need that for? Better safe than sorry, Fang Ye replied. The monkey shook his head, convinced that his brother had truly lost his mind. Yi, after all these years, how could you not know me? Monkey, I know what I'm doing. Upon arriving at the Wanson Generator Factory, Fang Ye approached the sales manager under the pretense of conducting an inspection. The manager immediately noted the submariner on Fang Ye's wrist, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Anyone who could afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands must have some significance. He eagerly introduced various generator models. Ultimately, without hesitation, Fang Ye purchased 3 solar generators and 2 diesel generators, swiftly depleting over 1 million, leaving his account with a mere 80,000. Money truly does not last. Fang Ye lamented inwardly. He regretted accepting the monkey's offer for a ride, as he now had to take a taxi back to retrieve his car. Upon checking the fuel gauge, he realized it was nearly empty and promptly drove to a gas station to refuel. Watching the numbers on the pump fluctuate, he almost forgot to gather fuel. He filled several large containers with gasoline and diesel, significantly reducing his remaining balance. He also arranged for the fuel to be delivered to the Guanlin villa, spending another 100,000 on boxes of candles, alcohol, charcoal, lighters, and matches. After completing these tasks, he sat in the driver's seat to rest, his mind racing to consider if he had overlooked anything. Just then, his phone rang. "Mr. Fang? This is Chen's rice shop. The rice, flour, and seasonings you ordered have been delivered to Guanlin community. Are you available to receive them?" "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Fang Ye stepped on the gas, the engine roaring as he sped toward Guanlin community. Guanlin community was an overgrown, dilapidated villa complex, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere due to its location by the mountains and water, compounded by recent rains. The cracked walls of the abandoned villas bore deep water stains, rendering the area exceedingly grim. The primary reason for the community's demise as an unfinished project was its development over a mass grave, a fact that as city residents found deeply unsettling. No matter how much the developers promoted the area, the properties remained unsellable, leading to a withdrawal of investment that severed the developers' financial lifeline, leaving the project abandoned. Yet Fang Ye understood that soon, this once despised, decrepit community would become bustling with life, filled with familiar voices echoing curses. What he needed to do now was reach the highest and most spacious villa in Guanlin community. He knew that in the later stages, the floodwaters would inundate the lower-lying villas, while the main evacuation route would follow a different highway. Upon arriving at the Guanlin villa complex, he noticed several deep blue trucks laden with goods parked outside. Fang Ye approached, distributing cigarettes to the dozen or so delivery drivers. "Gentlemen, I would appreciate your help unloading the cargo today. Keep the cigarettes. We can settle the payment later." The drivers, delighted by Fang Ye's generosity, placed the cigarettes in their driver's seats and replied, "Boss Fang, with your generosity, we can't be stingy. Which villa should we deliver these to?" Given that the villas were all abandoned for at least 8 or 9 years, even standing there during the day felt chilling. Fang Ye pointed to the villa closest to the mountain's peak. "That one at the top, please. You can count on us, boss." The drivers climbed back into their trucks and drove toward the designated villa. Once there, a group of 18 individuals, including Fang Ye, unloaded the rice, oil, flour, seasonings, and various daily necessities purchased at the wholesale market into the villa's grand hall. Throughout this process, Fang Ye's phone incessantly rang with notifications of deliveries, including a call from a mother and baby store confirming their arrival. Fang Ye instructed the driver to bring the items up and paid for the delivery into the villa's living room. Typically, no one would store such an abundance of supplies in an abandoned villa complex, yet Fang Ye did just that. When questioned about his actions, he cheerfully deflected, merely stating that a friend would come to pick up the supplies the following day and that the items were simply procured at his friend's request. From dawn until deep into the night, he tirelessly ensured that everything was securely placed within the villa. After waiting for a dozen drivers to leave with their money, Fang Ye cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he was sure that no one was watching, he meticulously stored the items into his spatial realm. The area of the azure space expanded by several blocks, accommodating all the gathered goods. The more resources he amassed within this space, the more tranquil his heart became. After lingering for a while, he finally drove home. By the time he arrived at his community, it was already past 1 in the morning, and the lights in the garage had been extinguished. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take the stairs to the 4th floor. He reclined on the sofa, quietly reflecting for a long time before closing his eyes and entering the azure space. He opened a bottle of mineral water and, upon reopening his eyes, the water was already in his hand. He took a sip, finding it indistinguishable from what he usually drank habitually. As he intended to store the bottle back in the space, he accidentally spilled some on the ground. Suddenly, rows of enormous containers emerged before the azure wall, with metallic faucets gleaming in blue light. Could this be a water tank? An audacious hypothesis formed in Fang Ye's mind. This space might automatically recognize the objects within it and provide suitable storage solutions. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how Just a moment after spilling water, a colossal water tank had appeared. Water, yes, water. Fang Ye realized that, despite accumulating so many resources, his supply of water was woefully inadequate. Chapter 9. Gathering Supplies 6. His space contained only a few dozen packs of mineral water, remnants from previous purchases. Although water resources in this disaster-stricken era had not completely run dry, the perilous journey to fetch water was fraught with danger, infested with venomous insects and snakes. Regardless of how many times he braved the treacherous pipelines, they would inevitably be devoured by serrated worms. The convenience of running water, once taken for granted in civilized times, had become a mere jest in the wake of calamity. The presence of such a vast water tank in his space was indeed a stroke of fortune. Its immense size rendered Fang Ye unable to estimate its capacity. He utilized every bucket and basin in his home to collect water, and after filling them, he would enter the space and pour the water into the tank's inlet. This process became tedious, and as he observed the pipes, a bold idea struck him. What if he connected one faucet in reality to the tank's inlet? It sounded fanciful, yet astonishingly, it proved feasible in practice. The water pipes he had bought previously, now gathering dust in the storage room, were finally put to use. He connected 3 faucets from the bathroom, the sink, the mop basin, and the shower to a single outlet, grasping all 3 before entering the space and inserting them into the tank's inlet. That night, he had no time for anything else. He became the conduit for the water source, sleeping against the wall in the bathroom while the water flowed all night. When he awoke the next morning, he found that the bottom layer of the colossal tank held only a thin layer of water. Fang Ye couldn't help but wonder just how vast this tank truly was. With that thought in mind, he temporarily shut off the faucet, planning to purchase additional pipes to connect the water supply from the kitchen and the washing machine on the balcony. As he opened the door, he coincidentally encountered the caregiver, who was carrying groceries upstairs. Noticing Fang Ye, she greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Fang, you're home?" Fang Ye nodded with a smile. "Yes. I've been incredibly busy these past few days. Has my wife woken up?" The caregiver nodded eagerly. "Yes, she has. She has been mentioning you since yesterday. After giving birth, it's not just about the physical recovery. We must also care for their emotional well-being. Postpartum depression is increasingly common, so we must not be negligent." "All right, I understand, Auntie. I will be attentive," Fang Ye assured her before heading down to the small garage. The weather was growing increasingly warm. The garage, being on the first floor rather than semi-basement, was not too hot nor too cold, just bearable for the season. In a couple of days, temperatures would soar to around 41 or 42 degrees Celsius, truly capable of overwhelming anyone. The sudden rise in temperature had already led to several heat-related fatalities. Soon, he would take his wife and daughter to the villa area. The villas were nestled on a hillside, and the one he selected was closest to the summit, surrounded by trees, a natural oxygen bar. In the face of the sweltering heat, the villa community was the ideal refuge, especially with impending water and power cuts. The urban dwellers, accustomed to convenience, would have no choice but to seek alternatives. And Xiang had woken up, having just fed the baby. Upon seeing her husband enter, her cheeks flushed slightly. Even though they were a married couple who had shared a bed countless times, being exposed before him still made her feel bashful like a maiden. "You've been so busy lately, I feel like I hardly see you," and Xiang playfully complained as she adjusted her attire. Fang Ye gently cradled the child in his arms, and his usually stern demeanor softened into a genuine smile. "Sweetheart, I am your father. I will protect you well and ensure you become a little princess." And Xiang chuckled, teasingly scolding him. "Look at you being all pretentious. Our daughter doesn't even have a name yet." Fang Ye replied, "Of course she does. We'll name her Hui, Fang Ye Hui." The infant had transformed remarkably from a frail newborn to a chubby little one, captivating Fang Ye's heart, his gaze unwavering from his daughter. The name Fang Ye Hui had been chosen in a past life, during a time of desperate escape from calamity, reminiscing and longing to return to the civilized world, free from the monstrous disasters of the present age. "Hui?" And Xiang looked at him curiously. If she were unaware that Fang Ye's first love was herself, they might have quarreled over the name. It certainly held deeper significance, yet she wondered what had prompted him to choose it. With his other arm wrapped around Xiang, Fang Ye expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my love, for giving birth to our daughter and for creating a home for me." He had never imagined this day would come after emerging from the orphanage, having a wife, a daughter, and a family. Even after enduring the cruel trials of the disaster-ridden era, Returning now still felt surreal, as if he could not find his footing. And Xiang patted his back in comfort, but could not suppress her curiosity. What have you been up to lately? You always seem hurried, as if a storm is brewing. Is there something you can't share with me? Even if I can't help, I want to hinder you. Keeping everything bottled up only leaves me feeling anxious. Fang Ye fell silent for a moment, placing Hui gently on the bed. He looked at Xiang earnestly and said, Xiang, you know what I used to do, right? And Xiang nodded. Fang Ye had never kept secrets from her regarding his previous endeavors in the gray market, and she immediately grew anxious. You aren't getting involved in that again, are you? Fang Ye shook his head with a smile. How could I? I severed ties with my past to provide you with a stable life. Now that we have Hui, I am even less likely to take risks. His words provided Xiang with great reassurance, allowing her to calm down and listen to his explanation. In my previous profession, I encountered a multitude of individuals, ranging from the commonplace to the extraordinary. Among them was an astronomer who disclosed a rather unsettling prediction that the Earth, burdened beyond its limits, would soon embark on a series of purging actions, leading to a succession of torrential rains, blizzards, and dust storms. The current tranquility, he warned, is merely the calm before the impending storm. If feasible, it would be prudent to stockpile ample supplies in anticipation of the forthcoming calamities. The city of A is destined for abandonment. Its low-lying plains are ill-equipped to manage excessive rainfall, which would overwhelm the drainage systems long before the rain subsides. Yet, he could not discern any location that might remain unscathed amidst such global catastrophes. Thus, the most sagacious approach would be to prepare resources to withstand whatever may come. Chapter 10. The water tank filling the space. Upon hearing this, Xiang found it utterly bewildering. Who could possibly believe that the world was on the brink of apocalypse during such serene times? She cast a perplexed glance at Fang Ye, usually so astute. How could he so easily be swayed by such tales? Fang Ye, discerning her thoughts, replied, I was initially skeptical. But he sold his 2 properties in a city at half price to acquire supplies, which compelled me to believe. What could he gain by deceiving me, a mere acquaintance? Previously, he sought foreign equipment without a channel, and I facilitated its acquisition for him. He has no reason to mislead me on this matter. For now, we have agreed to seek refuge in the Guanlon Villa, and we will reconsider relocation once the situation clarifies. And Xiang felt somewhat disoriented, particularly regarding the Guanlon Villa. She vaguely recalled hearing about it, yet could not place where. Guanlon Villa? Fang Ye reminded her, have you forgotten? It's that infamous abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Realization dawned on her, and incredulity washed over her as she gazed at Fang Ye. Have you all deliberated to this extent? You previously mentioned that I would understand your intentions within a week. Is it true that the torrential rains, blizzards, and dust storms the scientists spoke of are imminent within this very week? The details grew increasingly unsettling with each contemplation. Fang Ye, his expression grave, nodded and leaned closer to whisper, in 2 days, I will dismiss the maid and relocate you to the villa. If nothing transpires, all is well. I can certainly regain the value of the sold properties. However, should calamity strike, having you, our daughter, and sufficient supplies would provide us with an extra layer of security. And Xiang's complexion paled as she absorbed Fang Ye's words, despite the sun shining brightly outside. Her back was slick with cold sweat. Rest assured, I will protect you and our daughter, Fang Ye vowed, clasping her hand. As she prepared to leave, and Xiang's eyes still shimmered with unease, Ye, please take care. Fang Ye chuckled, albeit resigned. Silly Xiang, I'm merely gathering supplies. There's no need for such fear. Perhaps nothing will happen at all. This reassurance felt fleeting. Despite Fang Ye's awareness of the unfolding events, the thought of revisiting his former struggles was tormenting. Yet, with her and their daughter in his life, he found solace. He drove to a vehicle rental company, promptly paying the deposit for a small truck, and proceeded to collect his belongings from a courier service. The assortment of food, medicine, and various necessities he had ordered online filled the truck to capacity, attracting attention from onlookers at the delivery point. After maneuvering the vehicle to a blind spot, he entered the cargo area, transferring the supplies into the hidden space. Thus, the resource gathering reached a temporary conclusion. He then visited a hardware store to purchase several meters of hose, planning to continue filling the water tank upon his return home. Passing through a farmer's market, he procured a significant quantity of poultry and fish. He had previously attempted to see if live chickens and ducks could enter the azure space, but regrettably, only he could traverse that threshold. Consequently, Fang Ye found a restaurant and entrusted the chefs with his bounty of meats, not only having them prepared but also ordering an extensive array of dishes for the evening, covering the entire restaurant's expenses. He requested the prepared meals be packed in takeout boxes and loaded them into his truck. After settling the bill, he drove away. Upon returning to the community, he stored the food in the hidden space, appreciating the benefit of its consistent time, regardless of how long the food remained inside. It emerged as fresh as the moment it was placed within. No wonder protagonists in novels are so enamored with such spatial constructs. They're indeed essential for both home and travel. Connecting the hose to the faucet, he commenced another prolonged wait. At 3 a.m, Fang Ye awoke from a nightmare, glancing at the water tank's level, which had barely risen. It was as if the tank, with a capacity of 100 milliliters, could barely register the few milliliters he had managed to pour in. At this rate, he pondered, when would it ever fill? Even with several faucets, the tank would not be full within the next few days. This was untenable. Frustrated, Fang Ye shut off the faucet and grabbed his car keys, stepping outside once more. He drove to the nearest Yen Mountain Reservoir, a vast expanse of natural beauty, frequented by a city's residents on weekends. Fang Ye intended to directly channel water into the tank using himself as the medium. At 3:30 a.m, with only the sounds of cicadas and frogs accompanying him, he found a set of steps, stripped down to his underwear, and waded into the water. Taking a deep breath, he submerged and entered the space, opening all the water inlets of the tank. His head broke the surface for air, and the water around him swirled violently, being rapidly siphoned into the tank. This method proved far more efficient, as the water level visibly surged until dawn, when the tank was finally filled. Once dressed again, Fang Ye approached the shore. Astonished to find the waterline had receded significantly, creating a noticeable vacuum zone between him and the shore. He could only marvel at the sheer capacity of the tank. After donning his clothes, he returned to his vehicle, parking it in a bustling area where he caught a brief nap. Upon waking, he drove to a store specializing in doors and windows. The Guanlan Villa, an unfinished structure, lacked any glass or frames, yet these elements were crucial. With the impending storms would come trillions of insect eggs, which would hatch given moisture, infiltrating every corner of a home, even creeping onto beds and into clothing. A constant source of annoyance and danger. Thus, proper installation of doors and windows was imperative. He would not allow his wife and daughter to endure such suffering again. After negotiations with the store owner, who initially perceived this as a lucrative opportunity, he discovered that the man was rather miserly. Having purchased a villa worth tens of millions, he insisted on opting for the cheapest door and window options available. The owner's frustration was palpable, choosing the most inexpensive option. It will still cost you 50,000 for your square footage. Fang Ye pondered momentarily, what if I require a larger installation? The owner of the window and door shop cast a dubious glance in his direction. How many sets are you looking to install? Could it be that this fellow is a hidden tycoon? After assessing the balance in his account against the costs of the villa area, Fang Ye deliberated. Let us go with 6 sets. His funds were dwindling, but with resources now more accessible, he was willing to assist others when he had the means, especially considering the chaos of the insect tide that nearly drove people to the brink of madness in his previous life. Having doors and windows for protection would make a considerable difference. 5 sets of windows and doors might seem insignificant against the vast population of City A. Yet if access were limited to children, pregnant women, and new mothers like Ah Xiang, it would significantly enhance the survival rate of the children. In an era plagued by natural disasters, allowing a child to mature into adulthood was a formidable challenge. His capabilities were limited, yet he aspired to preserve the flicker of civilization for humanity. Spending 300,000 to secure a safe dwelling was, at the very least, a worthwhile investment. When Fang Ye specified the location for the villa installations, the shop owner assumed he was merely disrupting his business, who would frivolously spend money on such an area. However, Fang Ye's demeanor was earnest as he immediately transferred half of the deposit to the shop owner. I understand that there is no electricity or water supply there, so I want to haggle over the price. Consider the remainder as compensation for the use of your generator. Despite the unusual request, the shop owner accepted the payment and assured Fang Ye that the installations would be completed within 3 days. After returning home, Fang Ye contemplated for a lengthy period before finally settling in front of his computer. He meticulously typed out an article concerning the theory of natural disasters, publishing it under his account on major short video platforms and relevant websites, which boasted high traffic. Almost immediately after posting, comments began to pour in. It's 2042. Surely no one still believes in such nonsense. One commenter scoffed. This is just a rehashed narrative. Remember the 2012 doomsday predictions? Some fools sold all their assets to live lavishly. I wonder how they're faring now in 2042. Life is hard enough as it is. I'd rather believe there's a possibility than dismiss it outright. I'm stocking up on supplies anyway. Having extra at home never hurts. Bet you next month a disaster-themed novel will hit the bestseller list. But what he said sounds so genuine. Regardless of whether others believe it, I do. And I'm heading out to gather supplies. If it turns out to be true, I wish the original poster a long life of peace. If not, I'll still consume what I buy, no loss there. The comments were a cacophony of opinions. One cannot awaken someone feigning sleep, but rousing those truly asleep brings solace. After 3 consecutive days of relentless activity, Fang Ye was utterly exhausted. On the 4th day, he finally enjoyed a restful sleep until the afternoon when his aunt arrived with groceries to prepare a meal. Having received a generous payment from Fang Ye, she decided to cook for him as well. Grateful for a brief respite, Fang Ye transported the meal to the garage, using a few small stools to create a makeshift table. As he devoured the fragrant, filling dishes with gusto, he savored the simple yet delicious food. A luxury for a man who had endured the trials of a disaster-ridden era. Had his stomach permitted, he would have relished another bowl. As his aunt finished her meal that evening, Fang Ye settled her wages. Although the agreement was for a week of care, he was preparing to relocate with his wife and daughter, and having her around would complicate certain matters. He had already amassed most of the necessary supplies and would soon have time to care for Xiang and Hui. Beaming with joy, his aunt departed with her full wages, a 6-liter bucket of peanut oil, and a 20-kilogram bag of rice. On the 4th and 5th days, Xiang was able to rise and move about. Fang Ye supported her as they ambled at the garage entrance, careful not to venture too far as the baby slept inside. On the 6th day, the window and door shop owner called to inform him that the installations were complete. For any task that could be paid for, the completion speed invariably exceeded expectations. Fang Ye expressed his satisfaction. After placing Xiang back in bed, he drove to the Guanlan villas, where the shop owner awaited, eager for the final payment. Fang Ye meticulously inspected all 6 villas fitted with windows and doors, ensuring their airtightness before promptly settling the remaining balance. In the afternoon, he drove Xiang and their daughter to the Guanlan villa, where he had requested the shop owner install sturdy security windows and a robust metal gate to ensure the safety of his wife and child. He was always willing to invest in their protection. The villa was nearly furnished to perfection, having spent considerable time there pondering what essentials would be required for a comfortable life. Everything from beds to clothing, basic furniture, and kitchenware was arranged, including a battery-operated nightlight for Xiang's convenience during late-night feedings. In the vast, dilapidated villa complex, only the 3 of them remained as the evening breeze blew gently. Despite the tranquility, it unnerved Xiang. Fang Ye held her close, reassuring, "Do not fear. I am here." Those who had endured the calamities of the past were never afraid of supernatural forces. Rather, it was the treachery of their own kind that instilled genuine dread. As dawn broke on the 7th day, Fang Ye gazed out at the sunlight streaming into the villa. Xiang and Hui remained soundly asleep. It was the final day of civilization, and tomorrow marked the dawn of a new era of disaster. He confronted this reality with clarity. After lying in bed in silence for a considerable time, he retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. After a lengthy wait, a groggy voice answered, "Yi, so early." Fang Ye glanced at the time on his phone. "It's not too early, it's 7:30. There was a pause before the voice on the other end lamented, "I only fell asleep around 5. Where are you?" Fang Ye did not indulge in idle chatter. He needed Monkey to come over immediately. The onset of the disaster era was still manageable, but with each passing moment, the death toll would rise. And he would not gamble with the lives of his wife, daughter, and close friend. Chapter 12. Preparations. Monkey, still half asleep, replied, "At home. What's up?" Knowing Monkey's proclivities, Fang Ye suspected he had been out mischief-making the previous day. "When will the supplies I requested arrive?" Monkey rubbed his eyes. Transitioning from personal matters to business with utmost seriousness, they should arrive around 3:30 this afternoon. Fang Ye contemplated briefly. As long as it was within today's time frame, everything was manageable. He nodded, Bring the supplies over this afternoon, and you'll deliver them personally. Monkey readily agreed, sure. Early on the 7th day, the real estate agent's call came in almost by the second. Mr. Fang, the time we agreed upon has arrived. It's time for you to hand over the house. Fang Ye was currently assisting Young in a stroll at the villa entrance. Her cesarean incision had healed remarkably well. She only experienced slight discomfort while walking, and as long as she avoided vigorous actions like coughing or sneezing, she was self-sufficient. When he received the call, Fang Ye was not surprised. Without hesitation, he agreed to meet at noon to finalize the handover. Uncertain about leaving Xiang and her child behind, he decided to take them back to the community. Preparing to pack the remaining belongings in the house into the cargo truck's compartment. Upon reaching the residence, he discovered that all the posts he had published across various platforms had been deleted, an occurrence he had anticipated. Had it not been for his re-experiencing this era of catastrophe, he would never have fathomed that such a global calamity could strike with such swiftness and ferocity, toppling humanity from its apex in the biological hierarchy and casting it into a tumultuous struggle for survival. Yet, why, knowing that natural disasters would greatly disrupt societal order, did he not resort to online loans or max out credit cards? Firstly, in this global disaster, the social order of the flower country collapsed the latest. The true disintegration transpired years later amidst a dense fog, silent yet deadly. The toxins within that mist could corrode human organs upon entry, and any exposed skin would suffer severe burns. The only recourse was to remain in a sealed room, awaiting the fog's passage. Thus, prior to that, debts incurred during the civilized era, such as mortgages and loans, would largely transfer to the authorities, who would later determine the duration of service in human survival bases according to the amount borrowed. How would the authorities acquire this information? As long as someone nearby or the debtor themselves provided evidence, they could not only receive reward supplies, but also reduce their service time. Secondly, one must never underestimate the formidable operational speed of state machinery. Tracing an individual is an extraordinarily simple task. Had it not been for the prolonged duration of the catastrophe, even a 2-year respite could have allowed the flower country to recover. However, the disaster persisted far too long, extending into a decade, with extreme weather and toxic creatures preying upon humanity, transforming the blue planet into desolate wastelands. The real estate agent arrived punctually, immediately offering Fang Ye a cigarette. Brother, I don't know what urgency compels you to sell this house, but a sale is a sale. Your words suggest you wish to avoid entanglements with those who might renege. Fang Ye smiled, shaking the agent's hand. Old brother, I, Fang Ye, keep my word. A sale is a sale. I shall not linger. Here are the keys, and if your funds had not arrived so promptly, I would not have accomplished so much. The agent's expression brightened. Mutual assistance, reciprocity, haha. He grasped Fang Ye's hand firmly, his demeanor reflecting understanding. Fang Ye's smile bore traces of sincerity. As the agent prepared to leave with the keys, Fang Ye cautioned, Brother, heavy rains are expected in the coming days. If you have no pressing matters, stockpile some essential supplies to avoid inconvenience later. The agent waved dismissively, all right, while internally dismissing the notion, as the sun blazed high, offering no sign of impending rain. Observing this, Fang Ye stepped back, remaining silent. After the agent departed, Fang Ye assisted Xiang, cradling her child, into the passenger seat of the truck, carefully fastening her seatbelt before driving away. Xiang gazed at the community where they had resided for 2 years, a wave of melancholy washing over her as tears threatened to spill. She buried her face in her daughter's blanket to conceal her emotional turmoil. Fang Ye, noticing her distress, offered silent comfort by squeezing her hand, reassuring her of his protective presence. As Fang Ye drove the truck away from the bustling main road of City A, he veered onto a seldom-traveled path, unpaved and rugged, yet adequate in width, unlike the last time he had delivered to the Guanlan villa, where the developer had initially envisioned a luxurious community, ensuring the roads were grand. Now, the area lay in ruin, save for the few adventurous youths who dared to traverse its desolation. The further they ascended toward the villa, the more verdant the trees became, the branches crackling against the vehicle, causing discomfort. Wild birds flitted from the underbrush, while insects collided against the windows. Xiang, filled with trepidation, clutched her daughter tighter. As a wife, her psyche was a tumult of contradictions. Despite her husband's explanations, she remained skeptical, finding his actions absurd. He had liquidated all their possessions, converting them into supplies hidden within the villa. What if this was all a cruel jest? How would they begin anew, confined within this nearly isolated, unfinished structure? Upon reaching the villa, she silently took the child to the room to nurse. Meanwhile, Fang Ye busied himself, transporting a toolbox to the villa's plumbing, sealing all potential entry points for pests. He also intended to install electric fencing around the yard, not a fortress, but a deterrent for the unwary who might seek trouble. For such individuals were all too prevalent in this era of disaster, committing robbery, murder, and theft. The sound of another truck echoed from outside, prompting Fang Ye to peek out, spotting a monkey's head protruding from the vehicle. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Black Rain. The monkey gaped in disbelief at Fang Ye, unable to articulate a response until another steady voice beside him remarked, "Boss, we've arrived." The monkey, internally exasperated, realized they had indeed reached their destination. It suddenly dawned on him that the secluded path led to the infamous unfinished villa complex in City A. What was Fang Ye's purpose in summoning him here? Initially, he had suspected Fang Ye might be involved in something nefarious, perhaps murder or disposal of bodies, but upon arrival, he saw that Fang Ye's villa and several nearby ones had been fitted with windows, their glass glimmering in the sunlight. What was Fang Ye up to? Fang Ye opened the gate, directing them to park the truck in the villa's yard. The monkey, unable to suppress his curiosity, queried, "Fang Ye, what on earth are you doing?" Hearing the commotion, and Xiang emerged with the child, startling the monkey further. "You brought sister-in-law and your niece here? Can people even live in this place? Aren't you afraid of ghosts at such an hour?" Fang Ye ignored the monkey's exclamations and approached the truck to open the cargo doors, only to have his hand restrained by another bronzed hand. Fang Ye frowned at the serious-looking young man, who appeared mature yet was likely of similar age to Fang Ye and the monkey. Fang Ye's sharp gaze turned to the monkey. "I told you to deliver this yourself." The monkey, sensing Fang Ye's ire, quickly explained, "This is Qiu Yuan. We share a bond of life and death, you can trust him." When Fang Ye's expression remained skeptical, the monkey added, "Let me put it this way, I'd give my life for you, and he would do the same for me. He is a true brother who has saved my life countless times. Without him, I would have perished long ago." Hearing this, Fang Ye's anger diminished somewhat. The monkey then urged Qiu Yuan, "Why are you just standing there? Greet Brother Yi." Qiu Yuan's previously stern demeanor softened as he responded, "Brother Yi." Fang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Ye's demeanor was neither warm nor cold, and the monkey hurriedly said to Qiu Yuan, "Quickly open the cargo door. We are delivering goods for your brother Yi." Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Yuan swung the door open, revealing a cargo hold brimming with items. Fang Ye glanced inside and questioned the monkey, "I only asked you to procure some weapons. What on earth are all these?" The monkey approached Fang Ye and replied, "Didn't you mention wanting to go on a road trip with your sister-in-law? I thought these would come in handy for you. They are of military-grade quality, far superior to those sold in specialty stores." Qiu Yuan began to unload the items one by one from the cargo hold. Only then did Fang Ye recognize the contents. In addition to the crossbow, triangular military daggers, and combat shovels he requested, there was a complete set of military tents, windproof clothing, hiking boots, fully enclosed space suits, outdoor backpacks, and canisters of natural gas, an abundance of outdoor gear. It was undeniable that this gift truly resonated with Fang Ye, surpassing even his own expectations while preparing supplies upon returning from the era of natural disasters. "You must have spent quite a fortune on this," Fang Ye remarked, his gaze unwavering from the array of items. "But I don't have any money to give you right now. They say that brothers should be clear about finances." Yet the bond between Fang Ye and the monkey was one of life and death. The monkey had likely spent millions on those who treated him as an outsider. For a brother he truly valued, these items were trivial. You're being too polite. Since we are brothers, let us not talk about money." Fang Ye turned to him with a smile and teased, "If everyone conducted business like you, you would have gone bankrupt long ago." The monkey chuckled but remained silent. The only person from whom he could procure money was Fang Ye. His family would only spare a little when they were in good spirits, enough to elate them. Those who dared to default on debts owed to him were long gone, buried beneath the grass. "All right, the goods have been delivered. I need to leave with Qiu Yuan. There's a mountain of work waiting for us." The monkey patted Fang Ye's shoulder, preparing to bid farewell. Fang Ye swiftly grasped his hand, and Qiu Yuan's expression hardened, ready to act, but the monkey halted him with a mere glance. Ignoring their silent exchange, Fang Ye declared, "You are not allowed to leave today." "Why?" The monkey looked at him, perplexed. Sensing the tension among the three, and Xiang sighed and approached, recounting to the monkey what Fang Ye had previously explained to her. After listening, the monkey gazed at Fang Ye in silence, and after a moment, burst into laughter. It's 2042, ah Ye. Surely you don't still believe in such nonsense. What natural disasters, what hoarding? You've fallen into the trap set by those capitalists. Without people like you sheepishly spending money, where would their capital accumulation come from? Fang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he stared back at him until the monkey, feeling defeated, raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I want to leave. After the monkey and Qiu Yuan secured the cargo truck, they decided to stay. Qiu Yuan quietly asked the monkey, Brother Jiang, are we really going to indulge him in this madness? The monkey shook his head, his expression serious. I've known Ah Ye long enough to know he never engages in uncertain ventures. Since he is committed to this and is all in, something significant is bound to occur. Yet, it must be said that the monkey felt deeply touched. If what Ah Ye claimed about the impending series of natural disasters was true, then his insistence on moving to the villa was indeed for their safety. Truly, there was no other brother who would care for him in such a manner. The living room of the villa was starkly empty. There were no sofas, not even a single chair. Thus, the monkey and Qiu Yuan had no choice but to move all the goods inside, temporarily sitting on the boxes. However, Fang Ye did not allow them to idle. He provided them with tools to seal all the various pipe openings. The monkey refrained from further questioning and, along with Qiu Yuan, busily set to work. By evening, the trio was exhausted, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking and watching the silhouettes of trees and weeds in the dim light. Just that morning, the monkey had awakened in his 2-meter-wide bed. Yet now he found himself living a life of hardship in the depths of the mountains. Ah Ye has lost his mind. And I am willing to accompany him in this madness. I truly have a brother like no other. Later that night, Fang Ye used the generator to heat chicken soup noodles for Xiang, while he and the monkey, along with Qiu Yuan, opted for the simplicity of instant noodles for dinner. Fang Ye had no culinary skills. Usually, he was relegated to washing dishes and pots at home. In contrast, the monkey and Qiu Yuan were even more extravagant, either ordering takeout or dining out. People like them did not eat instant noodles. After midnight, the heavy rain began to fall. Chapter 14, Torrential Rain. As raindrops pattered against the window, and Xiang awoke with a start. In that instant, she recalled Fang Ye's words and gently nudged him. Ah Ye, it's raining. In truth, Fang Ye had awakened even earlier. How could he sleep on the first day marking the onset of the era of natural disasters? He wrapped his thin blanket more snugly around his wife and daughter, softly murmuring, go back to sleep. This was merely the beginning of the early days of the era of natural disasters, causing those who had always lived in the comfort of a greenhouse to feel highly uncomfortable, yet the survival rate remained remarkably high. This was just the beginning. The era of natural disasters had only just commenced. The rain grew heavier, the sound of it pouring against the glass intensified, and Xiang held her daughter close, contemplating why Ah Ye had installed windows in this dilapidated villa. Otherwise, tonight, without doors and windows, it would surely be flooded. The dampness of the villa enveloped her. Not particularly pleasant, but not unbearable either. She awkwardly cradled the child and dozed off once more. Fang Ye, lying beside the two, was wide awake, staring at the ceiling with bright, excited eyes until he finally dozed off again in the early hours of the morning. When he awoke again, Fang Ye felt much more alert. The outside world retained its gloomy, rainy hue, but visibility had improved significantly, though the rain continued to pour even more ferociously than the previous day. The fierce raindrops fell, resonating with the area around them. Fang Ye glanced at his watch. It was already past 7 in the morning. After dressing, he headed towards the kitchen, retrieving a portion of the chicken soup he had prepared and using the outdoor stove to boil some noodles and crack 2 eggs. This was part of Xiang's postpartum meal. Fang Ye frowned. While chicken soup noodles were delightful, eating them daily would surely lead to nausea. It seemed he needed to visit the supermarket today to stock up on some postpartum recipes, aiming to ensure his wife and daughter grew plump and healthy. The outdoor stove brought by the monkey was incredibly convenient, though it lacked fuel. Today, he intended to buy a substantial supply of it at the supermarket. Another kettle was connected to the generator, meant for providing water for Xiang and their daughter to wash up. While the chicken soup noodles simmered, He first brought water upstairs for Xiang to wash up, reminding himself that she needed to take good care of herself during her confinement and avoid any postpartum ailments. Therefore, within his capabilities during this month, aside from the physiological needs, he intended to relieve Xiang of any burdens except for their daughter. When the baby cried at night, he would carry her outside to soothe her, ensuring he didn't disturb Xiang's sleep. Was it exhausting for him? Not at all. Seeing his wife again, cradling their soft, tender daughter, made all his past struggles worthwhile. After Xiang woke up and finished feeding their daughter, she stared out at the torrential rain, lost in thought. Fang Ye opened the door, placing the basin and toothbrush in front of her. She hesitated to express her thoughts, obediently brushing her teeth and washing her face, then assisted in washing the little one's face and bottom. Little Hui comfortably nestled back into the warmth of the blankets, drifting into slumber. Fang Ye took the soapy water downstairs to discard it, then brought up a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Xiang, curious, inquired, "Didn't we have this yesterday? Where did today's chicken noodle soup come from?" Fang Ye had already prepared an explanation. "I froze several portions with ice cubes, ready to be prepared at a moment's notice. Today, I plan to visit the supermarket to purchase a cookbook to prepare postpartum meals for you." Relying solely on chicken noodle soup does not provide balanced nutrition. Xiang gazed at Fang Ye in disbelief, realizing that he was, indeed, a genuinely good man. He diligently contributed his earnings, never indulging in debauchery or misusing his position for frivolity. He maintained a punctual work schedule, reporting any business trips. In the 2 years of their marriage, Xiang had never regretted her choice. Just when she thought he would always be this way, he continued to surprise her further. However, it must be said that his culinary skills were rather lacking, producing dishes that merely hovered at the threshold of inedibility. Grateful for his good intentions, she coughed lightly and suggested, "Let's stick with chicken noodle soup when you go to the supermarket. Could you please pick up some vegetables or spinach to add to the noodles?" Fang Ye chuckled and kissed her lovely face, replying, "All right, I'll do as you say." After cleaning up the dishes and exiting the room, Xiang frowned at the relentless rain outside. Could it truly be as Fang Ye had said? Downstairs, Fang Ye was less gentle. He flung open the door, where the monkey was sleeping soundly, and as soon as Qiu Yuan noticed Fang Ye's entrance, he opened his eyes. Groggily, he called out, "Brother Ye." Fang Ye nodded, glancing at the monkey, whose disheveled appearance on the bed prompted him to say, "Get up, it's time for breakfast." The monkey, awakening from his stupor, yawned loudly and exclaimed, "When did it start raining?" Fang Ye could only shake his head in disbelief, wondering how someone with such poor alertness had survived so long. He cast a sympathetic glance at Qiu Yuan, who bore the burdens that did not belong to him just by being around the monkey. The monkey's trendy outfit from yesterday was now wrinkled. As he stumbled out of the room, he fought to keep his eyes open, having not risen this early in quite some time. "Hey, where's the toothbrush?" The monkey shouted towards the bustling figure in the kitchen. Fang Ye replied, "Check in the master bedroom." The monkey and Qiu Yuan hurried to the master bedroom, only to be nearly toppled by the clutter inside. They scrambled to stabilize the items, shouting for Fang Ye, "Hurry, what the heck have you done?" Fang Ye ambled over, rummaging through the supplies, and quickly retrieved 2 toothbrushes from a hidden stash, shutting the door swiftly behind them as they escaped the avalanche of goods. "What on earth are you hoarding in there?" the monkey complained, shaking his arms. Fang Ye handed them the toothbrushes. "What else would it be? Just supplies. The basement is packed with rice and grains." The monkey looked at Fang Ye with a complex expression. "Are you serious?" Fang Ye turned with a smile. "You'll find out soon enough. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Wash up and come for breakfast." The monkey and Qiu Yuan hastily washed up and entered the kitchen. Breakfast was, of course, instant noodles, for Fang Ye had no other culinary skills to offer. Chapter 15. Shopping with my wife. "Brother Ye, you..." the monkey began, but Fang Ye interrupted, "Believe it or not, it's better to be cautious." The monkey pondered, "I need to return home first." Fang Ye glanced at Qiu Yuan, asking, "What about him?" The monkey replied, "Qiu Yuan can stay here. He is skilled and can help if anything happens." Fang Ye nodded. Had it been just him alone, Qiu Yuan's presence wouldn't be essential. However, with only his wife and daughter in the villa, any unexpected visitors could frighten them. Having Qiu Yuan around provided some reassurance. The monkey's home was in the northern part of the city, requiring a river crossing. Fang Ye was reluctant to let him go. "Is it absolutely necessary?" The monkey affirmed, "It is." Fang Ye contemplated. I'll give you just 1 day. You must return by 4 o'clock or I'll personally come to find you. The monkey chuckled, realizing Fang Ye's concern, but Fang Ye's tone was serious. I mean it. You must be back by 4. Once you're here, you're not going anywhere. The monkey, seeing Fang Ye's earnestness, replied seriously, I promise. Fang Ye watched as the monkey drove away from the villa, leaving Qiu Yuan in the living room. While Fang Ye appeared amiable, he was quite discerning, fully aware of the distinction between allies and mere acquaintances. Qiu Yuan, having followed the monkey for a long time, held a deep respect and loyalty towards him. He had never seen the monkey treat anyone with such seriousness and respect before Fang Ye. If not for chance circumstances, the monkey would never have introduced him to Fang Ye. In truth, the monkey was aware of Fang Ye's cold demeanor. He rarely accepted anyone into his inner circle. Qiu Yuan understood that while he might seem simple-minded, he was quite perceptive. Fang Ye's apparent affability was merely a facade, concealing a nature that even his closest companions might not fully comprehend. Being able to deceive those nearest to him, Fang Ye posed a far greater threat to Qiu Yuan than the monkey did. Fang Ye ascended the stairs, intending to spend time with Xiang, only to find her dressed warmly, with little Hui snugly bundled against her chest. Fang Ye hurried over to take Hui from her, saying, a woman in confinement shouldn't lift heavy objects. Hui is now a hefty little darling, weighing at least 8 or 9 pounds. You cannot carry her. And Xiang, observing Fang Ye expertly cradling their daughter, remarked, this rain has been falling since yesterday without pause. If it continues like this, there will be flooding. I just saw the monkey drive away. We should take advantage of the car to go to the supermarket and buy some supplies. We cannot simply sit here and wait. Fang Ye reassured her, don't worry, I've stocked up on plenty of supplies these past few days, enough for us. After a moment of silence, and Xiang asked, did you buy the volcanic sausage? Fang Ye was taken aback. He indeed had not. What about hot pot base? Frozen chicken feet, duck feet, beef, lamb, and chicken wings? How about steaks, sirloin, and deboned steaks? An unending barrage of questions followed, each distinct, leaving Fang Ye no opportunity to nod in affirmation. He had thought he had prepared sufficiently, only to learn from his wife that there was still so much more to acquire. Nothing concerning his wife and daughter could be neglected. He swiftly retrieved a large umbrella from the adjacent room, fitted Xiang with sealed shoe covers to prevent water from seeping in, and guided her to the passenger seat. Fang Ye turned to Qiu Yuan, come with us. If you need anything, we can buy it together. Afterward, it wouldn't be so easy to venture down the mountain. Qiu Yuan considered and agreed, climbing into the back of the truck. The three of them drove to the largest supermarket in City A, renowned for its extensive variety. In the vehicle, and Xiang wasted no time. She promptly opened her phone's memo app, simultaneously inquiring and jotting down notes, primarily focusing on the types of supplies that Fang Ye had stockpiled. Her excursion to the supermarket was specifically aimed at identifying any gaps and ensuring that all essential daily necessities were adequately replenished. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Xiang unleashed the full potential of a devoted housewife, filling the shopping cart with an array of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soaps. In her words, soap was far more durable than body wash, and no amount of toothpaste was ever too much, as these items were indispensable for daily use. The sanitary products required during a woman's menstrual cycle filled 3 shopping carts to the brim, a true oversight on Fang Ye's part, as he had not considered items that he himself would not utilize. In the fresh produce section, lamb rolls and an assortment of frozen seafood, along with chicken feet, duck feet, and chicken wings were added to their cart without a moment's hesitation. Various fruits were weighed in considerable quantities, as well as laundry detergent for babies, children's cream, and a selection of small garments. Fang Ye even reminded her to stock up on cotton-padded clothing. On such a torrentially rainy day, the supermarket was relatively deserted, allowing them to make their extravagant purchases without interruption. Their carts, overflowing to the point where even a bottle of water could not fit, were pushed to the checkout, after which they retrieved yet another cart to continue shopping. This unusual spectacle garnered the curious glances of the supermarket staff, yet the busy couple remained oblivious to the attention. Fang Ye even procured 4 freezers to store these frozen goods. The necessity of freezers was evident, as the scorching summer heat expected in a year would likely desiccate all moisture from the ground, making the absence of electrical power during such sweltering conditions particularly unbearable. Many suffered from heat stroke without timely medical attention, resulting in tragic fatalities. When Qiao Yuan finished selecting his items and beheld the multitude of laden carts at the checkout, he widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering what on earth Fang Ye was up to. Did he truly think it was the apocalypse? After filling around 20 carts, and Xiang's shopping prowess had been thoroughly ignited, she was consumed with desire for purchase. Rice, flour, and cooking oil were deemed insufficient, so they were acquired in abundance. Seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pepper, chili powder, cumin, and hot pot base were likewise added without hesitation. Bottled water was deemed essential. Purchase. 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 At some point, the items that Xiang had been holding had mysteriously transferred to Fang Ye's hands, who, cradling their daughter, closely followed his wife, wary of losing sight of her as she darted between the aisles. Each shopping cart was filled to capacity, creating such a commotion that even the manager came over to investigate. The manager initially assumed that Fang Ye and his companions were perhaps some sort of influencers, engaging in a bizarre shopping spree and only intending to pay for one cart as a prank. However, after Fang Ye assured him multiple times that they would indeed purchase everything, the manager felt at ease. To their astonishment, the total cost for the multitude of carts amounted to nearly 70,000 yuan, completely depleting Xiang's salary card and draining over 10,000 from Fang Ye's remaining 16,000. Yet, Fang Ye felt no regret. The true heartbreak would come if, following a disaster, he found himself with money still in hand. Chapter 16. The rain continues to fall. Seeing their extravagant expenditure, the supermarket manager beamed with delight, offering them a flat-screen television and a rice cooker as gifts. Xiang, however, declined, inquiring whether the items could instead be exchanged for cash to procure grains such as rice and flour. The manager readily agreed, as it was all part of his sales performance, and he was unperturbed by what these little lambs chose to exchange. Ultimately, they secured 20 bags of 20-pound rice, filling yet another shopping cart. The manager, generous in spirit, offered to send the supermarket's delivery vehicle to assist with transporting their goods. Fang Ye declined, preferring to keep their current residence as inconspicuous as possible, and since they had driven their own vehicle, they had no need for the supermarket's assistance. Xiang, embodying the essence of a frugal homemaker, skillfully requested 2 additional bags of rice under the pretense of saving on transportation costs, feeling thoroughly satisfied as they made their way home. In stark contrast to their fervor, Qiao Yuan appeared quite normal, his shopping cart filled with shampoo, body wash, and even a couple of razors. By the time they had completed their shopping, it was already past noon. Instead of returning to the villa immediately, they parked outside a restaurant. The food prepared the previous day had been stored in Fang Ye's ethereal space. He pondered why he hadn't heated it for the monkey and Qiao Yuan. It had yet to be fried, and he certainly couldn't feed them to their fill. Today, Qiao Yuan again benefited from Xiang's generosity. Fang Ye ordered dozens of dishes from the transparent refrigerator in the restaurant's kitchen. The owner observed with a wry smile, "Brother, can you 3 really finish all this?" Although Fang Ye was paying, the owner hesitated to endorse such extravagance. Fang Ye chuckled, "No worries. Aside from the salt-free black fish soup and the braised chicken with greens, just pack the rest for me." After indulging in a hearty meal, Fang Ye and Qiao Yuan carried the packed food to the truck, both drenched like drowned rats. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The skies had grown darker, ominous clouds blanketing a city, and the rain pouring down with unabated intensity. The temperature had dropped noticeably, prompting Fang Ye to feel a chill. He filled a kettle with water from a large plastic container and boiled it, pouring it into a basin for a hasty bath before changing his clothes. He also prepared a kettle of hot water for Qiao Yuan, who gazed at the basin and the bag of body wash, fearing that the bubbles from the wash would be gone before he could even rinse off. Alas, the body wash had been a misplaced expense. As Fang Ye toweled off the droplets from his hair, Xiang returned home, shedding her clothes and diving into bed, an instinctive act that required no urging from Fang Ye. She tenderly soothed little Hui, her beautiful face radiating affection. Fang Ye found himself momentarily entranced. Ever since their return, he had awakened each night, convinced he was caught in a splendid dream, fearful that one day he would awaken to find it all gone. Xiang, noticing her husband's dazed expression, laughed, "Silly man, what are you staring at? Come here." Fang Ye obediently approached her side, whereupon Xiang pulled him close and planted a firm kiss on his lips. "Not yet, my dear. I'm still in confinement. You'll have to endure a little longer, all right?" Fang Ye's face darkened at her words, What on earth are you thinking? Do you believe me to be some sort of beast? And Xiang erupted into laughter, and Fang Ye couldn't help but join in, embracing her and burying his face in the warmth of her neck, chuckling contentedly. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes broke the serene atmosphere from the villa's yard. Fang Ye quickly sprang up and peered out the window, spotting the very vehicle that the monkey had driven off with that morning. The monkey had arrived, and glancing at his watch, Fang Ye noted that they were an hour ahead of schedule, commendable indeed. Downstairs, Qiu Yuan had already gone to the yard to assist the monkey with unloading. Seeing this, Fang Ye rolled up his sleeves and joined them. Each item from the truck was heavy, and he glanced at the monkey, who offered an awkward smile. It appeared that over the past 2 years, the monkey's business had expanded, and his audacity had grown. He was now bold enough to handle such goods. Fang Ye pursed his lips, opting not to comment, silently transporting the items to the designated room he had prepared for the monkey's supplies. The standalone villa had no shortage of rooms, with 3 floors and 2 underground levels. There were a total of 7 rooms. The 4 of them, along with their supplies, occupied only 5 of those rooms, besides 2 designated for sleeping. The other 2 spacious rooms were filled with Fang Ye's stockpiled goods, grains, cooking oil, daily necessities, purified water, medications, and protective gear of various sorts. These 2 rooms held items that Fang Ye meticulously used to maintain the facade. Placing everything into the space would leave the villa eerily empty. And if he were to manifest supplies out of thin air, it would undoubtedly expose his possession of such a miraculous artifact, an act of folly he would not entertain. After unloading the entire contents of a truck into the villa, 3 men lay in the monkey's room, panting heavily, particularly Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan, who had already moved once before. The weight of the monkey's belongings had exhausted them to the point where they could hardly muster the energy to speak. Suddenly, the monkey burst into laughter, glancing at Fang Ye and exclaiming, "I must be out of my mind to actually believe your nonsense." Fang Ye, disinterested, paid him no mind. The monkey was the type of man who feigned disdain yet acted honorably. With the time and money you have, you would be better off preparing some staple foods rather than relying on your ridiculous goods for sustenance. In times of calamity, having ample provisions was always wise. He had consumed all sorts of peculiar items, and as long as they filled his stomach and kept him alive, he could imagine them as chicken legs and wings from the civilized era while swallowing the revolting roots and insect legs. The monkey sprang up energetically. "I think that's a good idea. We'll go tomorrow." Fang Ye shook his head. "Tonight is better. With the heavy rain, the supermarket will be less crowded. And the dirt road to our villa is already soft and muddy from the downpour. I'm concerned the wheels might get stuck. It's always best to prepare swiftly, as this rain won't cease anytime soon." Qiu Yuan nodded, having noted the terrain on their return earlier. He concurred with Fang Ye's assessment. "Better sooner than later, monkey. Let's head out immediately." The monkey drove off in a flurry and returned just as hastily. Fang Ye kept himself occupied, pouring the beer he had purchased at the wholesale market into empty bottles, donning goggles and a double-layer mask. He smashed the glass bottles with a brick, simultaneously messaging the monkey to bring back 10 bags of cement and 10 bags of sand from the building materials market upon their return. The villa, being an older model, had high walls, ensuring good security, yet the barren expanse made it easy to climb. Thus, Fang Ye planned to cover the top of the walls with cement, strewn with jagged shards of glass to deter any would-be climbers. He piled the broken glass in a corner, waiting for the monkey and Qiu Yuan to return with the sand and cement. He couldn't recall when the rain first ceased, but that did not hinder his preparations. After all, cement required ample time to dry, or it would lose its efficacy. The monkey and Qiu Yuan returned around 8 in the evening, their vehicle laden with a variety of supplies, from staples to snacks. Fang Ye smiled silently, urging them to hurry and unload everything into the room. In truth, both the monkey and Qiu Yuan still harbored doubts about their earlier assertions, their actions tinged with a sense of curiosity. Except for the monkey, who felt a pressing need to protect his goods, their behavior seemed to align with their own unreasonable antics. Regardless of their belief or disbelief, Fang Ye was satisfied that they were all present. His objective had been achieved. The following day, the 4 of them drifted into slumber to the sound of rain. On the 3rd morning, the downpour finally lessened, and the sun made a long-awaited appearance, casting down a gentle sunshower. Fang Ye kept the monkey and Qiu Yuan busy, seizing the rare opportunity to mix cement and sand, applying the shards of beer bottles to the top of the walls. Subsequently, he took the monkey down the mountain, investing heavily in a generator to install an electric fence around the villa. The fervor of their preparations starkly contrasted with the tranquil life in City A, where citizens went about their daily routines, unaware that this rain was unlike the others. They believed it would soon pass. However, by evening, dark clouds obscured the sun once more, and torrential rain began anew. People soon discovered that the raindrops contained round insect eggs, prompting widespread disgust. Shopkeepers selling rain gear reaped substantial profits. On the third day of rain, Fang Ye forbade the monkey and Xiao Yuan from venturing outside, as the sky turned dark and dreary once again. He meticulously inspected the villa, sealing any potential entry points for insects. He secured the main door tightly, remaining by Xiang and Hui Hui's side. Hui Hui, still an infant, lay in bed, alternating between eating and sleeping, with Fang Ye attending to her every need. On the third day, Xiang, confined to bed, was nearly driven to madness with boredom. Yet Fang Ye remained vigilant. If a woman did not properly rest during her confinement, she could suffer from postpartum ailments. In his past life, they had never had the opportunity for her to recuperate, constantly struggling for survival with their child. This time, he was determined she would rest for a full month without lifting a finger. Finally, the citizens of City A, lacking sufficient supplies, braved the rain to shop at the supermarket. In this unusual weather, many chose to stock up on rice and flour for emergencies, particularly vacuum-sealed items like biscuits, sausages, and bread, which flew off the shelves regardless of how many times they were restocked. The frequent empty shelves caused anxiety among later customers, and the herd mentality took hold, leading them to fill their carts with any food or essential household items they could find. Such scenes were unfolding globally, and apocalyptic rhetoric began to simmer beneath the surface. As the situation escalated, even the authorities stepped in to dispel rumors, condemning price gouging and malicious competition that disrupted market conditions. They also addressed the instigators of the online panic, hoping to quell the trend. The consumer market gradually returned to normal, with previously emptied shelves restocked, providing some reassurance to the citizens. Day 7 brought heavy rain. Day 8 continued the downpour. Days 10 and 12 saw no abatement in the torrential rainfall. Flooding began in many areas of the city. By mid-morning, the water reached calf-deep, and by afternoon, it had risen to waist level. Residents on the ground floors of older buildings found their homes inundated up to their knees, prompting the power company to swiftly shut off related circuits to prevent electrocutions reminiscent of disaster movies. Authorities initiated emergency evacuations, relocating affected individuals to a sports hall situated on higher ground for temporary shelter. The relentless rain disrupted the bustling life of the city, leading schools, factories, and both state-owned and private enterprises to issue vacation orders, effectively granting paid leave until after the floodwaters receded. Trapped in the villa by the deluge, the monkey and Xiao Yuan could only pass time scrolling through their phones, their expressions growing increasingly serious, especially when they saw that the water in the city had risen to knee level. Yi, could there really be a series of natural disasters? The monkey asked hesitantly. At that moment, Fang Ye was washing the clothes of Hui Hui and Xiang, and without lifting his head, he replied, "At least one has already been confirmed." Hasn't it? The monkey fell silent, casting a complex gaze out at the rain-soaked windows, as if the water were incessantly splashing against them. "I need to go buy more supplies," he exclaimed. Fang Ye glanced outside at the villa's exterior. "No, don't go. The dirt road down the mountain is nearly submerged. Stay put here. I have prepared plenty of provisions for us to last through this period." Even if the road down the mountain was not flooded, it was already softened by the water, making it a muddy quagmire. Traversing it would be a troublesome endeavor, let alone attempting to drive through. In City A, every supermarket is bustling with people, yet the shelves are brimming with a dazzling array of goods, preventing any occurrences of panic buying. Order has been restored, and it feels as though they are merely confronting a typical downpour. However, the prices of various food items have surged, albeit remaining within a tolerable range, causing no significant distress. Some neighbors greet each other. "Not much shopping today, huh? I stocked up a lot a few days ago, but with this dreadful weather, the vegetables spoil quickly, so I ended up cooking everything, and my husband has been eating leftovers for days, complaining that I should stop hoarding vegetables." In the past, we've faced even worse rains, so what is there to fear? The news reported that our country's grain reserves can sustain the population for 3 years. "As long as I have money, I can buy food. No one in my family will go hungry. Unlike you all." I stock up a little more to take advantage of discounts, and once I prepare everything at home, I freeze it to last longer. What is the freshness left in items that have been frozen? As long as it fills the stomach, that's enough. Chapter 18, Escalation. A fortnight has passed, and the rain continues unabated. The artificial lake excavated outside the villa has overflowed. Now, the monkeys in Xiaoyuan are more concerned about people's livelihoods than ever. Especially the monkey, who, upon seeing news on his phone, exclaims, $20 for a single cabbage? Just a few days ago, they were selling for 2 yuan a pound in City A, practically going unsold. What a ridiculous price hike. Cabbage is a prized commodity, rich in moisture and vitamins, and durable for storage. During such extraordinary times, it has become the preferred vegetable for many households. The vendors, recognizing the market potential, have escalated the price of cabbage from 2 yuan per pound to 20 yuan for a single head. Citizens may grumble, yet their purchasing speed remains unhampered. It's a seller's market now. If you don't buy, someone else will, and soon enough, you'll find yourself without food. Reluctantly, one must pay for such exorbitantly priced vegetables. Fang Ye scooped a mouthful of rice, pondering that $20 for a cabbage is nothing. As time progresses, it could easily reach 200 or even 2,000, with only a few people able to procure any vegetables. He has stored a considerable amount of this type of vegetable in his ethereal space, and once a Xiang finishes her confinement, she can experiment with creating long-lasting dishes from them. The relentless rain has wreaked havoc on crop yields, leading to the closure of food processing plants around City A that have been operational for over a decade, all due to a lack of raw materials. Processing plants cannot function without food to process. The workers returned home and promptly informed their relatives to stockpile goods from the supermarket. The closure of processing plants highlights the severity of the grain situation. Although food prices have increased significantly, they are not yet as exorbitant as what Fang Ye experienced later on. However, this wave of panic has reignited a fervor for purchasing supplies. While officials scramble to offer reassurance, news of reduced crop yields worldwide floods the internet, with the water quality under the recent torrential rains becoming a hot topic of discussion. Are the black dots in the rainwater remnants of alien civilizations? Is the awakening of extraterrestrial beings about to unfold in reality? Residents strongly urge the authorities to appoint experts to test the water quality to determine its suitability for daily consumption. Some entomology enthusiasts speculate that the black dots resemble insect eggs and advise everyone to boil their water before use. Rainfall across the globe has reached alarming levels, with rising sea levels submerging dozens of islands. Previously, the monkey was calm and collected, but now he is as agitated as an ant on a hot pan, fixated on the screen showing scenes of frantic shopping, wishing he could dive in and procure truckloads of supplies. Reflecting on his previous shopping trip with Xiaoyuan, he realizes that chips, spicy strips, and alcohol cannot sustain anyone. Upon further contemplation, he discovers a more chilling thought. If this truly is the end of the world, all the money he earned would be rendered worthless. In this apocalypse, he has been of no help whatsoever. In the supermarkets of City A, supplies have been depleted due to the overwhelming purchasing frenzy of the citizens. Even sprouted potatoes, which had been on the shelves too long, could not escape being picked clean. Shampoo, body wash, tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, snacks, staple foods, and frozen goods have all been thoroughly swept away, while bottled water remains relatively abundant. After all, in such rainy weather, water is hardly a concern. Yet, due to the discovery of insect eggs, even bottled water has been sold out. By the 17th day, the floodwaters have risen to the second floor, prompting the evacuation of low-lying residents to a temporary shelter at the sports stadium. Some landlords, owning multiple properties in City A, have evicted their tenants, compensating them for breach of contract, and moved their families into those homes. There is no choice. Everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no room to manage the well-being of their tenants. After all, half a year's rent is a trivial amount for landlords. Nowadays, money is the least valuable commodity. Moreover, residing in one's own home is preferable to being crammed with countless others in an inconvenient stadium. Meanwhile, the citizens temporarily housed in the stadium have their meals provided by the authorities, steamed buns with meat and vegetables for breakfast, and a meat and vegetable dish for lunch and dinner. Yet, some still complain in groups and online about the unpalatable food, with a few even discreetly discarding it. Each time Fang Ye encounters such news, he feels a surge of anger. The food they waste now will be a coveted delicacy months later. They are oblivious to their fortune and could benefit from a mental reset courtesy of this torrential rain. On the 18th day, The world has become a stage for relentless rain, with precipitation reaching terrifying levels overnight. Fang Ye discovers a flurry of messages in the community group on his phone, revealing that a newlywed couple residing on the third floor drowned in their home last night. It turns out that the number of evacuees at the stadium has peaked, leaving others to fend for themselves temporarily until officials can relocate them from higher ground. Many, for safety's sake, have dragged their bedding to the stairwell of their respective floors, squeezing together for the night. However, the young couple, dismissing the danger, believed that the water would not rise to the third floor overnight and chose to endure the discomfort of sharing the stairwell rather than sleep in their cozy bed. Little did they know, the water rose with alarming speed and ferocity, swiftly engulfing the stairwell and leading to their tragic demise. The deluge has forced supermarkets to close their doors, as storefronts in the lower-lying areas of City A have been submerged beneath the floodwaters. It's utterly terrifying. Human capabilities are powerless against such natural disasters. In just over 2 weeks, the entire city has descended into a state of near paralysis, offering a glimpse into the potential for complete dysfunction. As the sole resident of the Guolan villa, Fang Ye, amidst the gathering of all inhabitants, emerges from the kitchen with prepared meals stored in his ethereal space. The spicy, fragrant aroma fills the hall, causing the monkey and Xiao Yuan, who have had their fill of instant noodles these past few days, to involuntarily swallow their saliva. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, the monkey and Xiao Yuan are relaxed, while Fang Ye abstains, adhering to the habit cultivated during the era of disaster, remaining vigilant at all times, lest he fall victim to the perilous times that once plagued humanity. Now he finds himself envious of the monkey and Xiao Yuan, blissfully unaware of the calamities of the disaster era, merely swept along by the waves of time, while he stands as the leading crest of that wave. Ye, where did you procure such hearty dishes? As the monkey devoured his meal, he posed a question to Fang Ye. The food had been prepared earlier at the restaurant and had remained frozen in the freezer until today, when it was merely reheated. Xiao Yuan had personally witnessed the packing, so there was no need for concealment. Chapter 19. The Flooding of Jinshan While Munching. The monkey scrolled through his phone and couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing scenes of residents hoarding supplies. Yi, why did you choose such a desolate place for the refuge? Otherwise, I could have stocked up on a massive supply myself. Fang Ye replied. The supplies are already stored in 3 full rooms. Don't be so ungrateful. You should instead think about how to acquire that RV. A city is situated at a lower elevation, and if the rain continues, it will undoubtedly be submerged. The entire population will likely be relocated under official arrangements. If we manage to get an RV, the journey will be far less arduous. The monkey chewed thoughtfully, his expression resembling that of a weathered elder. To be honest, I actually know where we can procure such a vehicle. Fang Ye's eyes lit up. Where? In the underground garage of Hongjuan Building. That place is reserved for smuggled cars, and the owner built his empire on such dealings. Over the years, Hongjuan Building has been operating at a loss. Any astute businessman would have sold it off long ago. However, the owner never intended for this building to be his main enterprise. He uses the land to continue his illegal trade. I've done business with his subordinates before and have even been to that underground garage. The luxury cars there can leave one utterly dazzled. Men are eternally youthful at heart. And when it comes to cars, both timepieces and beautiful women invariably exude an irresistible allure. Noticing the monkey's rapt expression, Fang Ye was aware that the conversation was veering off course. Are there RVs there? The monkey nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I visited just last week. They had a colossal off-road RV from D Country, the DC Desert Challenger. It's a toy for the affluent. Can you believe that such a vehicle could purchase a luxury home in a city? The wealthy truly indulge themselves. They buy such extravagant toys without a second thought. Moreover, they prefer smuggled vehicles not for their affordability, but for the speed. If sourced through official channels, it would take at least 6 months for delivery. Yet, through smuggling, it could be ready in just half a month. Indeed, wealth can render one omnipotent. Fang Ye was not surprised that the monkey could wax lyrical about RVs to such an extent. He had previously seen them online, dubbed doomsday fortresses, with interiors capable of accommodating all necessary comforts for domestic living. If they were to embark on their journey in such a vehicle, it would undoubtedly be a most comfortable experience. He could never allow Asyang and Hui Hui to hide away in a cramped private car for such an extended period, which could last nearly 3 to 4 months. Before the calamity, travel times and distances were swift. However, in the age of disaster, The streets were obstructed by various abandoned vehicles, and venomous creatures roamed freely, necessitating official intervention for their removal. Additionally, the incessant disputes over vehicle collisions only added to the chaos. Fang Ye tapped his fingers rhythmically on his knee. Is there any way to acquire it? The monkey shook his head. Bringing it over is out of the question. Even the road to the villa has nearly been submerged. If we had seedlings, we could simply plant them, but we would need to drive the vehicle ourselves. Xiao Yuan interjected. We don't know if Hongjuan building has been flooded as well. After all, the cars are stored in the underground garage. The monkey hesitated. It shouldn't be. The owner had previously considered the risk of rainwater backflow and had installed several pumps. Besides, Hongjuan building is situated at a relatively high elevation. I've been following the news these past few days, and the water hasn't yet reached that area. Even if it hasn't reached now, it will inevitably flood later. Procuring the RV is an urgent matter. Xiang and Hui cannot be left unattended. He must protect them. The aftermath of various betrayals during the disaster era has made him acutely aware that only he can ensure his wife and daughter feel entirely secure. Even a moment's separation fills him with anxiety, fearing unforeseen misfortunes. Monkey, I need that vehicle, Fang Ye declared. The monkey stared at him, suddenly losing his appetite for the fish on his chopsticks. Are you serious? Even if we manage to get it out, we can't drive it here. Fang Ye shook his head. I don't need you to drive it here. Just park it at the foot of the northern hill near the villa, hidden in the woods. If we need to evacuate, we will simply drive the RV away. Xiao Yuan regarded Fang Ye with a complex gaze. Brother Ye, are you so certain that the rain will not subside, and that we won't be able to return to the city? Fang Ye nodded earnestly. Yes. The monkey wiped his face and clapped Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. Let's go get it. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan scarfed down the remaining food, donned his raincoat, and followed the monkey as they set off. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, and their figures gradually disappeared into the downpour. Fang Ye took a deep breath, closed the door, tidied up the disarray in the living room, and carried fruit upstairs. On the second floor, and Xiang was nursing Hui, gazing forlornly at the deluge outside. The rain fell as if the heavens had been pierced, relentlessly pouring down. The formerly clear water had transformed into a murky gray, then black, enveloping the entire city in darkness. Hearing movement by the door, and Xiang turned her head and brightened upon seeing Fang Ye with a platter of fruit. At this hour, where did you find the fruit? Although Xiang was in confinement, Fang Ye had not prohibited her from using her phone, and she was well aware of the outside situation. In that moment, she felt grateful for Fang Ye's foresight. Otherwise, their family would be in the same predicament as many residents of a city, endlessly scrambling for supplies. Instead, they were enjoying fresh cherries, apples, and oranges. This year's cherries were particularly sweet, and the apples and oranges were juicy and abundant. Fully aware of the value of food in these times, and Xiang savored every bite without waste. I bought several boxes of fruit when I was stocking up, so feel free to indulge, Fang Ye said with a smile, ruffling Xiang's hair. And Xiang looked at her handsome husband, his gentle gaze warming her heart. In the midst of this chaotic weather and environment, he always paved the way for her and their child. That evening, as Xiang lay in Fang Ye's embrace, the couple perused the latest news online. The rain in a city had risen to the 4th floor, leaving only those in high-rise buildings momentarily untroubled. Residents below the 10th floor were being relocated under official organization. The excavated ponds barely reached 2 meters, while the city's rainfall had amassed to 5 or 6 meters, submerging all buildings below the 5th floor, as well as shopping malls and storefronts. People had no time to lament their loss of income before being swept into a food crisis. Various platforms were flooded with posts trading supplies, exchanging medicine, rain gear, and food in abundance. Once popular posts featuring luxury goods had been deleted, and now offers to trade luxury handbags and watches for rice garnered no attention whatsoever. Chapter 20. The thousand-legged insect in such dire times. Who would dare to recklessly exchange their dwindling food supplies for useless items? Filling their bellies was paramount. Fang Ye's owner group chat buzzed incessantly, with notifications shifting from 99 to an ellipsis of 3 dots, indicating an overwhelming number of messages. The homeowners within the group were in heated discussion. This relentless black rain shows no sign of stopping. Our food supplies have been depleted. Is there any kind-hearted neighbor who could lend a hand? Easy for you to say, who isn't short on food right now? Our building is assigned to Area A of the gym. What about you? We're in Area C. B area. The quality of our meals has deteriorated significantly. transitioning from a balanced diet of meat and vegetables to solely vegetarian options, and then to mere subsidies of a single steamed bun per meal. Now, this assistance has been entirely withdrawn, leaving us to rely on our own meager rations to collectively prepare meals. The situation is dire. While rainfall globally has wreaked havoc, our nation has fared relatively better. Some low-lying countries have been completely submerged overnight, facing the threat of extinction. Foam Chun from Building 12, Room 205. You borrowed 20 pounds of rice from my family last year. It's time to repay that debt. Everyone is struggling. Does anyone have baby formula? I can trade rice for it. Any stage will suffice. My child is nearly out of food. Is there anyone with fever medicine? Hospitals and clinics have ceased operations, and my husband is burning with fever without any care. I beg everyone, I can offer provisions in exchange. Jingjing has some fever medicine, but only 2 pills. If you want them, I'll need a pound of rice in return. At this moment, rice, flour, and oil have become exorbitantly priced. And the worst part is that they are often unavailable. Families have lost their sense of monetary value when the price of instant noodles skyrocketed to over 200 yuan. They began to barter, realizing that currency would become obsolete for an extended period. Given the intense rainfall, crops are rapidly diminishing, and as food prices soar, survival without money is feasible, but without sustenance, starvation becomes a grim reality. Exchanging a pound of rice for 2 fever pills is not unreasonable. It is merely a matter of mutual necessity. That's splendid. I'm in Area A. Where are you, and when shall we meet? I'm in Area D. Let us convene at the central viewing platform. Very well. Are medicines now being sold individually? Without food, one cannot even barter for medicine. Having a bank account filled with zeros means little when it cannot sate hunger. When will this wretched weather cease? Have you noticed the increasing number of dark specks in the rain? Yes, we must filter our water now. Experts claim they are insect eggs. Why haven't they hatched yet? It's 2042, and you still believe the experts? I suspect they are merely pretentious. If they truly are insect eggs, then the black rain is teeming with them, and the thick layer settled in the water is also filled with these. If they hatch, won't they consume us? That notion is somewhat exaggerated. Even if you doubt the experts, consider the entomologists' streams. They assert that these are the eggs of a millipede. And although it's unclear why such insects have emerged with the heavy rains, they are harmless. A bite merely causes itching and poses no mortal threat. Fang Ye and Xiang scoured the information, and the entomologists were indeed correct. These millipedes bear yellow and black rings and are exceedingly tiny, resembling diminutive centipedes. However, they have a multitude of legs densely packed along their sides, even more so than a centipede. These millipedes infiltrate every damp, shadowy corner, clustering in groups that induce nausea in those with a fear of dense formations. Previously, Fang Ye and Xiang had suffered greatly due to these pests. Adults could recognize the sensation of insects crawling over their skin, but many voiceless infants suffered immensely, awakening to find their bodies covered in these creatures, some even crawling into their mouths, ears, and noses, leading to tragic asphyxiation. Consequently, the couple took turns watching over their sleeping child, ever vigilant against the encroaching millipedes. These pests also emit a noxious gas, akin to bedbugs. Yet, paradoxically, they are the only non-toxic insects of this disaster era. Consuming them can even stave off hunger. To this day, Fang Ye can still recall the foul taste lingering in his mouth, which has somehow kept him alive. He swore never to consume such things again in his lifetime. Ye, are those round specks truly insect eggs? And Xiang asked, her face pale. She knew that insects terrified her most. This thought made him smile wryly. If anything proliferated in this disaster era, it was undoubtedly insects. Millipedes served as the appetizer, soon to be followed by black-tailed scorpions, nine-eyed venomous spiders, killer bees, and giant centipedes. Fang Ye embraced Xiang, sighing deeply. Yes, Xiang. You must endeavor to overcome your fears. The night passed uneasily for Xiang, and Fang Ye and Xiao Yuan did not return. Upon awakening the next morning, Fang Ye noticed several long insects crawling by the bedside. Long insects? They were unmistakably millipedes. Were they hatching? With this thought, he could no longer remain in bed. He quickly grabbed a piece of cardboard, brushed the insects to the ground, and crushed them. He then sternly roused Xiang, instructing her to wake the child. He overturned the sleeping area, discovering yet another 7 or 8 millipedes hidden within. Xiang gasped in fright, startling the child, who began to wail. Once she regained her composure, she soothed the baby. After Fang Ye dispatched all the millipedes, he meticulously examined the room, finding a gap in the wall blocked by a plastic storage box, allowing water to seep in, which was filled with black specks. He sealed the gap with a plastic bag, then mixed some cement to secure it tightly. Looking back, he saw Xiang seated on the bed, carefully checking the tiny clothes of their child, relieved that none had infiltrated the swaddling. Unsatisfied, she changed into a fresh set of pajamas, tossing the discarded ones to Fang Ye to incinerate. Fang Ye retrieved a box of insect repellent from storage, igniting it in Qiu Yuan and the monkey's room, as well as the room where provisions were stored, aiming to eradicate these repugnant pests. Last night, the residents of City A felt as though they had returned from the brink of death. Countless individuals awakened in the middle of the night, feeling a tingling itch on their exposed skin, faces, and arms, believing they were being bitten by mosquitoes. Yet, upon striking down, they found no mosquitoes. Only a handful of insects, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Chapter 21, The Insect Plague. Such a scene would terrify anyone. Where did all these insects come from? Last night, Fang Ye's villa was relatively fortunate, having discovered only about 20 millipedes. However, in the city center of A, whether in high-rise apartments or the gymnasium, residents were paralyzed with fear. Have you ever imagined awakening to find your body covered in creatures resembling centipedes crawling over your head and face? It was more terrifying than a horror movie. Like geckos, these insects could survive even when crushed, splitting them in two only added to the ranks of their millipede army. They could be seen crawling on bodies, boats, clothing, inside cabinets, on beds, in buckets, and basements. Every shadowy room harbored their presence, leaving people pale with fear yet compelled to eliminate them. The foul odor emitted by the millipedes was enough to induce nausea. During this period, it was not food or medicine that dominated the discussions in various homeowners groups, but rather an array of insecticides. The messages in the homeowner groups surged with fervor. Fang Ye felt helpless. He had only just caught up with all the news yesterday. Help! Does anyone have insecticide? I will trade. I can offer compressed biscuits and canned goods. I want to trade too. Does anyone have any? Please, ever since the first insect appeared in my house yesterday, my family hasn't slept a wink. The entire populace of the gymnasium has descended into madness, vehemently protesting against the authorities, demanding a replacement dwelling akin to a capsule-type residence. This semi-open stadium configuration has allowed the vile water bugs to hatch and scuttle directly towards us. How wretched are those residing near the edges of the gym. The bugs crawl from there, and just yesterday, an adult and a child succumbed to suffocation as the insects invaded their nostrils. Now, the entire gymnasium clamors for relocation. But where can we possibly go? The relentless black rain pours down incessantly. In just over 20 days, it has inundated nearly half of City A. Another 20 days, and the entirety of City A could easily be submerged. Indeed, if the whole of City A is to be flooded, where could there be a safe haven? This black rain is a global phenomenon. Now, not only is relocation unfeasible, but I also fear the rising sea levels will entirely engulf the scant land that remains. Brothers, in 10,000 years, we might revert to single-celled organisms. There's nothing to dread. How poignant it is to find solace in suffering. I have a friend who works for the authorities. Here comes the making friends out of thin air routine again. Be quiet, are you still listening? Listen. I have already stated, it is my friend, not me. My friend mentioned that the leaders of City A are currently monitoring the water levels, awaiting the moment they surpass the warning threshold before initiating a citywide evacuation. Why not evacuate now? Exactly, is it not yet past the warning threshold? How many buildings have been submerged? How many people rendered homeless? Do you think City A is the only place afflicted by this deluge? The geography of City A is low-lying. There are areas even lower that must be prioritized for evacuation. Our nation's principle is to abandon no one, to give up on no one. The longer we endure in City A, the more individuals can be relocated to safety. So when shall we be evacuated? At the very least, it will be 3 months from now. 3 months. How dreadful. To endure such torment for an additional 3 months, it is not worth living in this world. Fang Ye shook his head upon hearing this. The events unfolding were merely a replay of history. The decisions made by the authorities were not misguided. They were striving, to the best of their abilities, to safeguard every citizen. This stance is far superior to the disgraceful postures adopted by other nations following calamities, prioritizing capital over human life. If life is not worth living, where else can one go? As long as we breathe, we must contend with the heavens and our fellow man. Death is easy, living is a challenge. Fang Ye refrained from calling Monkey, fearing it would disrupt his plans, and instead sent him a message instructing that if he obtained the RV, he must ensure all pipes are securely blocked to prevent the millipedes from invading. He had no desire to find the RV infested with these creatures upon arrival. Monkey replied with an okay gesture, without clarifying whether he and Xiao Yuan had indeed secured the vehicle. On the first day of the insect plague, the authorities swiftly implemented countermeasures. Pest control agents, clad in tightly sealed biohazard suits, dispersed various insecticides throughout every corner. The composition of these insecticides remained unknown, but the areas treated were immediately littered with the corpses of the pests, which were then collected for incineration in bags brought to the open square. The gymnasium, once teeming with millipedes, finally revealed its original form, and each resident temporarily residing there received 2 or 3 bottles of the insecticide. If swarms of bugs were encountered, they merely needed to spray. Perhaps due to the residual effects of the insecticide, no millipedes invaded throughout the day, save for a few unfortunate ones that were trampled into the ground. However, come nightfall, a greater number of millipedes emerged from the water, their sheer volume rendering the residents bewildered about where to spray their insecticide. The morning's supply had been exhausted, and now it was too late to prepare more. They could only create a fire to form a vacuum zone, allowing residents to take refuge until the following day, when more insecticide could be produced for cleanup. The flames in the gymnasium blazed throughout the night, and the crowd remained awake, surrounded by the dense throng of millipedes outside the fire's perimeter. The rustling sounds sent shivers down their spines, further dispelling any remnants of sleep. Wherever the black rain fell, insects thrived, and Fang Ye's villa was no exception. The black eggs had hatched, covering the empty spaces within his villa in a thick layer of writhing creatures. The initial phase of the calamity had only begun 2 days prior, and people had yet to discover the potential utility of the millipedes as a food source. Their protein content was alarmingly low, merely sufficient for satiety, making it impossible to derive substantial nutrition. Nonetheless, in the later stages of the disaster, they might prove to be a rare food source. As the variety of calamities increased, so too did the emergence of poisonous insects, whose toxins could not be eradicated, even when dried and ground into powder, let alone utilized as a food source like the millipedes. Fang Ye pondered whether he should procure a bucket to fill with them, later to be roasted and ground into powder for future emergencies. Although he had no intention of consuming them, who knew when someone in need might cross his path? Without hesitation, he found a large iron bucket, donned 2 layers of biohazard suits, and carefully closed the door before venturing into the mass of insects with the bucket. It quickly filled to the brim with the writhing creatures. Chapter 22. The Azure Energy Bar. It was no wonder that Fang Ye's acquisition was so effortless. The sheer population of millipedes was overwhelming, saturating the courtyard and even clustering outside the tightly sealed windows. There were simply too many. Too many indeed. Wherever he looked, the presence of these insects was unmistakable. Fang Ye felt no fear. He understood that once the authorities deciphered the code for consuming these creatures, they would soon be eradicated by the citizens. The 2 buckets he possessed were filled to the brim, but igniting a fire to roast them would be overly cumbersome. Instead, he procured a sealed bag, scooped some into it with a spoon, listening to the rustling of the millipedes within as their movements made his teeth ache. Instinctively, he attempted to store the packed millipedes in his spatial realm, only to realize that living beings could not enter the space. Upon attempting to retrieve the bag, he discovered it still intact, yet the millipedes had vanished without a trace. What? Curiosity piqued, he closed his eyes and entered the azure space, searching in vain for the millipedes. Had they been obliterated by the energy of the space? When he finally looked up, he was startled to find an azure rectangular energy bar suspended in the air, an inexplicable occurrence that had not been present moments before. He speculated that the catalyst for this phenomenon was the entry of the millipedes. With this revelation, he promptly transported the entire bucket of millipedes into the spatial realm. The instant they entered, they transformed into a faint orange halo that merged into the energy bar. If not for his keen eyesight, he might have overlooked this orange glow, strikingly similar to the hue of the millipedes. The energy bar, originally a deep blue, began to illuminate with an orange circle from its base. This glow was merely a thin ring, easily overlooked compared to the azure energy bar. To the azure space, the millipedes represented a form of energy. But why did this space require such energy? The enigmatic nature of this meteorite space only deepened. Driven by curiosity, He energetically continued to transport bucket after bucket of millipedes into the azure space, watching as the orange halo grew deeper, gradually allowing the energy bar to manifest its own presence. However, the number of centipedes was indeed exceedingly scarce. Even if he managed to eliminate all the insects within his villa community, it would merely constitute a drop in the ocean concerning the entire energy bar. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the broader villa area, particularly the artificial lake outside the community, which seemed to be crawling with these creatures. He contemplated conducting another sweep of the artificial lake, but after the exhaustive effort of cleaning the entire yard, he felt utterly spent. Moreover, he could not stray too far from Asyang and Huihui. Centipedes, after all, were abundant in this region. He could take his time. Resting on a cardboard in the villa's living room, he pondered the significance of the yellow halo. What transformations might occur if the deep blue energy bar of the ethereal space were to be entirely tainted with this yellow hue? Would it signify an upgrade of the space, or perhaps its obliteration? His mind was besieged by doubts, and he remained uncertain whether the centipedes represented a boon or a bane for this realm. He then reflected that even incompatible blood would inevitably react with repulsion if forced to merge. How could a sentient entity like the ethereal space tolerate anything detrimental to its energy? Thus, it was highly probable that these centipedes had transformed into energy vital for maintaining or advancing the space. Hence, he needed to acquire more energy. Driven by an urgent desire to discover the changes that would unfold once the deep blue energy bar transitioned entirely to an orange-yellow hue. The centipedes were ubiquitous, their movements visible in every corner, and he realized that the quantity he had previously collected was negligible in comparison to what was needed. Relying solely on himself to gather them was painfully inefficient. What if he rallied everyone to assist in the hunt for centipedes? In his previous life, it was only a year later that centipedes truly graced the human dining table. This species did not grow large, yet they multiplied in staggering numbers. A year later, they could be found in both populated and desolate areas. Despite their position at the bottom of the toxic insect food chain, serving as prey for other venomous creatures, their reproductive rate remained unabated. Wherever there was water, there they thrived, with mature centipedes laying eggs in the damp, shadowy earth every minute. These eggs would hatch, and within a month, the newly emerged would become mature breeding females. While the initial capture nearly led to their extinction, subsequent official efforts and the establishment of dedicated breeding farms in various bases ensured that these insects sustained many individuals in surrounding areas. At this juncture, the citizens of City A could only view these insects with disgust, perceiving them as an insidious nuisance disrupting their lives. After finishing with the centipedes, Fang Ye was drenched in sweat, and the stench from the insects was so overwhelming it nearly made him retch. Having merely cleared 1 yard of centipedes, he felt as though he had crawled out of a cesspit. He indulged in an infrequent luxury of soaking in the bath, utilizing shower gel and soap for an extended period to rid himself of the foul odor. Once dressed and back in his room, Xiang waved him over urgently. "Ah Yi, come here quickly." Fang Ye set down the towel and approached her in a few strides. "What's the matter?" Xiang placed her phone in his hand. "You must see this." It was still the homeowners group chat, where daily updates regarding the city were shared, allowing them to receive first-hand information even in their seemingly isolated mountain villa. Rumor had it that a relocation was imminent. To which city, one might inquire. Was it not at least 3 months away? It was not a transfer to another city. The water levels in City A were rising increasingly higher, necessitating their move to higher ground. A friend of hers mentioned that it was highly likely they would be relocated to the Guanlon Villa community. Guanlon Villa community? Where is that? Is it in City A? How far is it? As a native of City A, she was astonished that she had never heard of a place called Guanlon Villa. It seemed impossible. Fang Ye could empathize with these individuals. Had it not been for the official relocation plans, he too would have been oblivious to such a place in City A. Considering the villa complex had been abandoned for a staggering 15 years, spanning his transition from youth to adulthood. This was it. The authorities were still orchestrating the relocation of citizens as they had in his past life. One reason was to respond to national policies following the extensive damages caused by torrential rains, which were countless, while material losses were one aspect. The primary concern was the urgent resettlement of residents whose lives and livelihoods had been swept away by the floods. Secondly, severely affected areas would be prioritized for relocation, with City A falling within the second batch, hence the delay. Otherwise, without official identification, they would be barred from entering other cities. Chapter 23, Guanlon Villa Community. This was also why Fang Ye had refrained from taking his wife away before the onset of the calamities. There were far too many unknowns and instabilities. The ensuing order would be chaotic, and regardless of where they went, basic necessities would be paramount. Sometimes, gathering in numbers did not guarantee safety compared to solitary endeavors. This was a lesson he had learned during the disaster era. Moreover, his understanding of City A far surpassed that of other cities. Yi and Xiang wore anxious expressions. The deepening floodwaters in City A had inundated numerous buildings, casting a shadow over her mood. The once skeptical gaze she held towards Fang Ye was now filled with unwavering trust. Were it not for Yi, perhaps her family would have been just like those in the gymnasium, unable to sleep, constantly vigilant against the foul insects. The memory of children suffocated by centipedes invading their nostrils sent chills down her spine. Little Hui Hui stirred restlessly on the bed. Fang Ye cradled her gently, soothing her until she fell back asleep, then wrapped his arm around Xiang. Do not fear, I am here. The haunting memory of Xiang's sacrifice for his sake in his previous life surged within him, igniting a tempest of emotions that turned his pupils a blood-red hue. In this life, he would permit no harm to befall his wife and child. No one would dare. Yi, if they come here. Our villa, and Xiang's heart was heavy with worry. The villa she inhabited had been fortified by Yi, with high walls and secured windows, rendering it nearly invisible from the outside, even equipped with electric fencing to deter unwelcome intruders. Yet, one critical point remained. The villa did not belong to them, in essence. It was the property of the City A authorities. It was official land, previously mortgaged by developers, which had yet to be reclaimed. Since it belonged to the authorities, the notion of their family monopolizing a villa was impossible. And Xiang was not naive. In such circumstances, her sole desire was to safeguard her family. However, the supply of resources stored in the 4 downstairs rooms would inevitably incite envy in anyone who moved in. While others might be left scraping by, their family could still afford fine rice and flour, which would breed resentment in anyone's heart. Just looking at the gymnasium revealed the reality. It was evident that every villa was crammed with as many people as possible, likely accommodating dozens of families in a single villa, and that was an understatement. I will find a way. You focus on your recovery and take care of yourself and Hui Hui. I will handle the rest, Fang Ye assured her. Yi. Trust me. After lulling his wife and daughter to sleep, Fang Ye retreated to the living room for a smoke. The rain outside continued to lash violently, accompanied by the howling winds that made the glass windows rattle ominously, a testament to the ferocity of the storm outside. At that moment, he faintly heard a knock at the door. Grabbing an umbrella, he opened the villa door, and the commotion at the yard gate grew louder. After donning waterproof, insect-repellent knee-high boots, he approached the gate with caution, asking, "Who is there?" A familiar voice called out from outside, Yi, it's me." Fang Ye promptly swung open the door, revealing the disheveled figures of the monkey and Xiao Yuan, who had ventured out for a day and a night. Both were swathed tightly in raincoats, and as they stepped inside, they swiftly closed the villa door behind them. Hurry, hurry. The outside is teeming with these horrid bugs. It's utterly revolting. Xiao Yuan and I couldn't dare to sleep a wink yesterday. The monkey exclaimed, bouncing about under the eaves of the courtyard, shaking off the myriad of centipedes that cascaded from his raincoat like raindrops. Xiao Yuan mirrored his motions, their deftness in dislodging the pests indicative of their recent experiences, and they immediately crushed the insects underfoot. Upon reaching the villa entrance, they finally shed their raincoats, shaking them vigorously until they were certain no bugs remained, folding them with a tenderness that seemed incongruous for such rugged individuals, eliciting a laugh from Fang Ye. Is it really necessary? There are several more sets of those raincoats in the storage room. The monkey shot him a disapproving glance. What do you know? You have no idea how severe the insect plague is outside. They can crawl into your ears and nostrils at night, suffocating you. Raincoats, umbrellas, and rubber boots are selling for thousands a set, and there's hardly any stock left. Xiao Yuan, unusually in agreement, nodded. Ever since this incessant black rain began, money seems to have lost its value. In the past, we would celebrate earning 10,000, but now, that's merely enough for a bag of rice, a box of compressed biscuits, or a few basic medicines or water. Prices are bound to rise further. Fang Ye offered each of them a cigarette. Have you brought the vehicle? The monkey, with a hint of pride, replied, Leave it to me. There's nothing I can't handle. It's parked where you specified. After speaking, he instinctively pulled out his phone, only to find several messages from Fang Ye. I simply had no opportunity to reply. The rain is too heavy. And the bugs too numerous. Using a phone feels like going to war. Fang Ye shook his head. No matter, did you see the news? Residents of a city are about to relocate to the Guanlan Villa. The expressions of the monkey and Xiao Yuan turned serious. Is that confirmed? Yes, be prepared. The relocation will be completed within this month at the latest. The water levels in the city are rising alarmingly, and soon even the stadium will be submerged. I've heard the authorities have summoned boats for a coordinated evacuation. Fang Ye relayed the information. The monkey took a couple of deep drags on his cigarette. Didn't they say we'd be moving to another city after some time? Other regions are suffering even more severely than we are. And the official directive is for a city to hold out for 3 months, prioritizing evacuations from the red alert zones before turning to us. With the water levels continually rising, the Guanlan Villa is the only area unaffected. Fang Ye elaborated, during the later stages of evacuation. Vehicles can be diverted via the small northern road, making it an ideal base. Xiao Yuan pondered, but the population of a city is no small number. Even if the Guanlan Villa has many unfinished buildings, it can't possibly accommodate that many people. Thus, it's essential for each villa to house 20 or 30 households. Fang Ye asserted, adding that, as time progresses, even more households would need to be crammed into each villa. Does that mean our villa might be requisitioned? The monkey quickly deduced. Fang Ye nodded in silence. As original residents of the villa, we surely shouldn't have any issues staying here. But we do possess 4 rooms plus a basement stocked with supplies. Who wouldn't covet that? Such envy could lead to bloodshed. If we allow those people to move in, we would be inviting uncontrollable dangers. That is absolutely unacceptable. The monkey's demeanor grew serious at the thought of protecting their interests. Chapter 24. The Deceitful Flower. The atmosphere turned heavy. Individual strength appeared woefully inadequate against the immense powers at play. Thus, the only course of action was to align with the authorities to devise solutions to the problems at hand. The officials, prioritizing the well-being of the citizens, had to ensure their safety above all. Once the citizens arrived, the uncontrollable factors would multiply, creating numerous complications for the authorities as well. Laws are the most fundamental constraints on human nature, and in a climate of scarcity and harsh weather, the darker aspects of human psychology would be magnified. What if he could assist the authorities in alleviating these troubles? Perhaps he was beginning to conceive a plan for safeguarding his villa. He clapped the monkey on the shoulder. Leave this matter to me. The monkey exhaled in relief and nodded. Fang Ye's assurance indicated that a significant portion of the problem might already be resolved. This was a lesson learned from years of collaboration. Whenever Fang Ye was present, no issue seemed insurmountable. Even now, removed from the industry, he instinctively sought Fang Ye's counsel whenever confronted with problems. As the water levels rose, the food crisis in a city worsened, with unscrupulous merchants hoarding goods, capitalizing on the government's preoccupation with flood control to drive prices skyward. Instant noodles skyrocketed from 90 to 300, then to 900, prices that defied imagination. The citizens seethed with anger, yet their outrage bore little fruit. If they refrained from purchasing, many others would not. And the few merchants willing to sell would see their meager supplies vanish the moment they were offered. Adults, weak from hunger, and children, wailing in distress, found themselves unprepared for this global catastrophe that shattered all semblance of readiness. Fang Ye watched the daily news with a heavy heart. The relentless cycle of natural disasters struck too swiftly. With the technological prowess of Earth failing to predict such chaotic changes, one might ponder if humanity's repeated harm to their planet had finally pushed it to its limits, compelling Earth to restart and cleanse itself of the human blight. Coarse flour. 51 pounds, limited quantity, act fast. Contact number, 153x × 3654. A text from a landline jolted Fang Ye's phone. Upon reading such an absurd message, he immediately chose to block it, incredulous that even at this existential crisis, scam calls persisted undeterred. With ordinary flour now selling for over 100 a pound. Was this message truly an act of charity? Dismissing the obviously fraudulent message, he returned to the bedroom, wherein Xiang raised her phone, looking expectantly at Fang Ye. What if we stockpile some? Fang Ye realized with astonishment that Xiang was viewing the very scam message he had just seen. Xiang. Do you have any idea how much flour is selling for now? And Xiang chuckled sheepishly. She had been privy to the current prices through the neighborhood homeowners group and was well aware of the soaring costs. She had often mused about how, with the supplies hoarded in their villa, they could easily become millionaires. They're incredibly audacious, leaving their phone number behind. Don't they fear being caught by the police after pulling such a stunt? These instigators were taking advantage of the chaos. That contact number would likely be discarded within 3 days, rendering it a ghost number. Fang Ye was well acquainted with such tactics, having previously played similar games himself. Let us buy a little, shall we? He suggested. And Xiang looked at him curiously. But isn't that flower fake? Fang Ye offered a metaphor. Curiosity is part of human nature. You only know how foul stinky tofu is after tasting it. You won't understand how fake that flower is until you see it for yourself. And Xiang nodded, picked up her phone and contacted the number. The voice on the other end boomed without a hint of fear. How many pounds do you want? After a moment's contemplation, and Xiang replied, 10 pounds, please. 10 pounds? Are you joking with me? Given the current exorbitant prices of food, do you think I have the time to make a trip for just 10 kilograms? How much do you need for me to consider selling? At least 20 kilograms. Fine. Once Xiang transferred the funds, the individual sent an address. A small community square not far from the gym, stating that the goods would be collected there the following day. Fewer people ventured out in the rain. Yet for these precious supplies, some were still willing to brave the downpour and the pests. 51 kilograms of flour, in this flood-embattled city A, was not considered exorbitant. Yet even so, many in Fang Ye's property group were cursing the unscrupulous merchants who were exploiting the situation to inflate food prices. Those malevolent sellers would cause anyone who consumed their tainted flour to suffer. Ironically, the very individuals who purchased in person contributed significantly to the thriving business of these unscrupulous merchants. The next morning, Monkey and Xiao Yuan set out to procure supplies. Having run a business for many years, Monkey had some connections to obtain resources. With food becoming increasingly precious, Fang Ye felt uneasy letting Monkey go alone. So he insisted that Xiao Yuan accompany him. Initially, Xiao Yuan was meant to stay at the villa to look after Fang Ye's family. However, for the time being, no one had cast their gaze upon the dilapidated villa complex of Guanlan, which posed no immediate threat to them. It was safer to have Xiao Yuan accompany Monkey. Furthermore, Fang Ye took the opportunity to send them to retrieve the flour from the neighboring community next to the gym. Monkey and Xiao Yuan traveled in a kayak, a vessel that Monkey had previously gifted to Fang Ye, who had not yet put it to use. The Guanlan villa, perched on a hillside, was spared from the floodwaters. Yet the farmland and streams below were inundated. Both Monkey and Xiao Yuan could swim, otherwise, Fang Ye would never have allowed them to venture out. Despite their preparations, when the day arrived, they found their provisions inadequate. That evening, Monkey and Xiao Yuan returned, exhausted and nearly spent, dragging a kayak laden with supplies. The kayak was stationed at the foot of the hill, necessitating the duo to carry the supplies back up, all while swarmed by insects. With every step, countless bugs were crushed underfoot, and the pervasive stench of the insects hung heavily in the air, making Monkey retch. The sky poured down incessantly, resembling a burst water balloon, each droplet drumming against their raincoats, while the damp surroundings threatened to drive anyone mad after nearly a month of being saturated. Fang Ye assisted the two in bringing all the supplies from the kayak back into the villa. Chapter 25. Crocodile Attacks. He had expected Monkey to bring back some food, considering his previous exploits at the supermarket where he had acquired copious amounts of beer and chips, none of which were particularly filling. However, to his surprise, Monkey returned with an assortment of firearms and ammunition. No wonder the load was so heavy. Xiao Yuan, benefiting from his exceptional physique, rested on a wooden crate in the villa after unloading, but Monkey collapsed onto a cardboard box, panting heavily from fatigue. Fang Ye recognized that this was not sustainable. They needed to train, lest they falter when faced with the various pests and monsters of the apocalypse. Would they merely be delivering themselves as fodder? These scoundrels, who called each other brothers over drinks, never spared a dime for him. Now, when it came to acquiring rice and flour, they were all hesitant to part with their goods, hoping to brush him off with mere scraps. Monkey gasped, unsure whether it was anger or exhaustion that fueled his frustration. Fang Ye opened the wooden crate, gazing at its contents with a smile. At least you managed to procure some decent items. Having something is better than nothing. Besides, these are far more useful than knives and tridents. Monkey remained unconvinced. Fang Ye added, for now, we truly lack those trifling necessities. I believe these items you've brought are worth more than mere rice and flour. The villa needs genuine protection, especially since, in the future, if citizens are forced to relocate, some might attempt to take advantage of the chaos. Monkey seemed somewhat reassured, recalling something, and opened one of the wooden boxes. Here. Ah, Yi, this is the flower you asked me to bring back. But why does it look so strange? Isn't flower supposed to be white? This looks so dark and yellow. Is it even edible? Monkey expressed his disgust at the sight. When he and Xiao Yuan had collected the flower earlier, he had detected a pungent odor amidst the chaotic crowd clamoring for supplies, but they had merely taken the goods and left. The contents of the box were packed in sealed bags, 4 bags in total, secured within 5 sealed pouches. Upon opening one bag, a cloud of powder flew up, prompting Monkey to swiftly cover his nose and mouth with a mask. What on earth is this? It reeks. Xiao Yuan glanced at the black powder within the sealed bag. This is definitely not flour. Monkey nodded vigorously, asserting if this were flour. Why does it smell and look so wrong? Those bastards told me it was whole grain flour. Fang Ye had never expected that the 51 kilograms of flour would be genuine. Rather, he sought confirmation of his suspicions. The color and the intensely foul odor unmistakably revealed that this so-called flour was nothing but powdered, dried millipede, deceitfully marketed as whole grain flour for profit. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a notification. Recently, criminals have been selling millipede powder disguised as flour, resulting in numerous citizens spending exorbitantly on it. We urge the public to remain vigilant. If you encounter such situations, please report them immediately. A public announcement from the A City Police Department. The property group Fang Ye belonged to erupted into chatter. No wonder this stuff smells so horrible. I spent 2,000 yuan on this. Those scoundrels deceived me with insect powder. What do you mean? I had already eaten half of it by the time I received the news. You're a true warrior upstairs. How could you stomach something so revolting? Do you think I want to? Every household is short on food, and borrowing is futile. The authorities have suspended food supplies. If I don't eat this insect powder, should I just starve? You won't die, but it's definitely unpalatable. Unpalatable? I would rather starve than take another bite of this. Fang Ye shook his head as he listened. Regardless of how resolute their claims were now, when food truly became scarce in the future, they would inevitably find themselves consuming this insect powder. And it would not be uncommon to see people fighting over a few morsels of insect cakes. Monkey sat on the cardboard box, smoking a cigarette, gazing at the rain-soaked window, sighing, when will this rain ever stop? Not anytime soon. Ding. Fang Ye's phone chimed again. Citizens are advised to remain indoors following reports of crocodile attacks in the Downbend district of City A, due to the heavy rainfall. The crocodile farm has been submerged, and there is a possibility that crocodiles may swim into other areas. Please exercise caution if you must go outside. Monkey stared at the message, stunned for a moment. What is this, a real-life version of Rogue Crocodile? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Glancing down the hill, the Downbend district isn't far from us, and there are many farmlands in this area. The likelihood of a crocodile reaching us is not low. We should avoid going out whenever possible. Fang Ye nodded. Indeed, there was little reason to venture outside. The flooding in the city was worsening, and while the insect eggs, fleeing crocodiles and ubiquitous millipedes posed a threat in this apocalyptic aftermath, he had no need to expose himself to danger. He calculated that in order to fill the energy bar of the ethereal azure space, the amount of centipede energy required would approach several hundred tons. To put it into perspective, if he were to rely solely on his own energy for collection, he might as well spend the rest of his life scouring for insects. Thus, gathering centipede energy by himself was an impractical endeavor. In the era of natural disasters, the most worthless commodities were once luxury items and labor. To maintain order in life, it was essential to expend their strength and energy, curbing their unrealistic aspirations. Recently, Xiang had just completed her confinement period, and the care of Hui could not rest solely on her shoulders. Why are you still keeping these bags of insect powder? Just discard them. The monkey had developed a psychological aversion to the centipedes. Fang Ye glanced at the 4 bags of insect powder he was holding and tossed 2 bags to Xiao Yuan. Here, take these. They are quite useful. Aside from being ineffective against centipedes, they work wonders in repelling flies and mosquitoes. Is that for real? The monkey questioned, watching Xiao Yuan with bated breath as he held the bags of insect powder. You'll find out once you try, Fang Ye said with a smile, heading upstairs with the insect powder. On the bed, Xiang tended to Hui, gently patting her small body while feeling drowsy herself. Fang Ye's subtle movements as he opened the door startled her awake, and she blinked at him through heavy eyelids. Fang Ye had always known Xiang to be exceptionally beautiful. During their university days, she was pursued by many suitors. He couldn't help but think that had he not coincidentally visited her school for business, their lives might never have intertwined. Now he felt immensely grateful, thankful that she had become his wife and had given birth to such a lovely daughter. The soft glow of the bedside lamp illuminated her profile, causing his throat to tighten and his heart to ache. Each day and night of his rebirth was filled with the warmth of her presence in his embrace. Chapter 26. The oil in the car. The Lin family was fortunate. The neighborhood they purchased years ago was situated on high ground in City A, so they had yet to be submerged and were spared from crowding into a gym infested with pests like others. However, their lives were not without hardship. With both a wife and children, as well as parents to care for, the needs of their 5-member household loomed large, and their food supplies were nearly depleted. Yesterday, the coarse flour his wife bought from the community was so unpalatable it made him want to vomit. He promptly discarded it into the toilet. A 50-kilogram bag of rice was nearing its end, and the family had been economizing to the point of only consuming a bowl of rice per day, resorting to porridge instead of solid meals. Even the wilted vegetables were too precious to toss. They were washed and soaked in water to rehydrate before being stir-fried, barely qualifying as a dish, which the 4 family members reluctantly shared, saving the majority for the child. Meat and protein sources had become a luxury, nearly impossible to procure without connections. Although Lin Tao was the head of the gastroenterology department at the hospital in City A, his status was rendered insignificant amidst such calamity. "Dad, I'm hungry," his 9-year-old son, in a crucial growth phase, lamented, his appetite growing due to the prolonged hardships, yearning for meat to the point of tears. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin offered their half-finished porridge to their grandson. "Here, dear, you eat first." Lin Tao frowned. "Mom and Dad, you should eat too." The elderly couple shook their heads. "The food at home is dwindling. Your mother and I have lived for over 60 years. If we perish, it matters not. But our precious grandson is only 9. We cannot let him starve." Chu Hong, with a furrowed brow, poured out the last remnants of rice from the container. It was insufficient for the family to have enough porridge for dinner. She finally understood that the descriptions of famine in novels and dramas, where one could see their reflection in a bowl of porridge, were not exaggerated. She turned to Lin Tao. "Husband, if this continues, we will all starve." Lin's father frowned. "Perhaps your mother and I should venture out to borrow some." His mother shook her head with a bitter smile. "At a time like this, everyone values their own food too much. Who has any to spare for us? Besides, given the state of things, we wouldn't be able to repay it." Lin Tao remained silent, truly at a loss. They had already consumed all the expired biscuits and bread stored in their pantry, swallowing the stale and sour remnants just to fill their stomachs. Now, they had nothing left to eat. The poor were starving while the wealthy remained affluent. Just yesterday, he had seen online that, even in such dire times, a blogger seeking attention had carelessly dumped an entire box of unbranded compressed biscuits into water. With a sense of superiority, he dismissed the value of such inexpensive food, failing to consider the gravity of the situation. The biscuits he wasted could have sustained a family for a week. Life-saving food. Despite the outcry online, it did nothing to quell the blogger's desire for fame. Following that, rice, frozen meat, fruits, and other foodstuffs were live-streamed as they were wasted, inciting outrage and prompting many to report the channel, leading to its closure for promoting poor values and behaviors. Lin Tao clenched his teeth in anger. But his heart ached most for the food that was being discarded. How many meals could have been provided for his family if only they had received it? Wasn't food the most valuable commodity now? Countless people were starving, yet some still lacked the decency to consider the plight of others, needing to experience hunger for 10 or 8 days to truly empathize. Chu Hong looked at her family, all suffering from hunger, feeling helpless. Food had become more precious than gold, and no household could afford to share what could be a lifeline. Previously, mutual assistance was possible because there was enough food to go around, but once the supplies at supermarkets and grocery stores were depleted, such generosity ceased abruptly. People began to fend for themselves, employing every means to seek out necessities. Money had lost its value, and bartering became the new mode of trade. All the homeowners were part of a large group of 500, where individuals sought out necessary supplies daily: fuel, medicine, tissues, food, connecting with others to arrange exchanges. "Have some water," Lin Tao offered. This water was the result of all the filtering techniques he could muster, boiled to ensure safety. The torrential rains had brought countless insect eggs, some of which were invisible to the naked eye, necessitating filtration through layers of mesh. Even then, some managed to slip through, rendering boiled water still potentially unsafe to consume. For example, it could lead to diarrhea. The relentless rains had submerged much of City A, merging ponds, artificial lakes, sewage, and waste into a toxic concoction teeming with bacteria. Was it safe to drink such water? Yet, could they afford not to drink? Of course not. Thirst would lead to death. The family had previously stocked up on purified water, but after nearly a month of continuous rain, they had long since run out. With no other options, they were left to filter the inundated waters of the city. Many in the group had consumed this water. Those with strong immune systems experienced no adverse effects. But those with weaker constitutions suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, trapped in their homes by floodwaters and forced to endure. Those unable to withstand the ordeal faced dehydration and death. Fortunately, such occurrences were rare, but those afflicted by vomiting and diarrhea were sufficient in number to require significant attention. Lin Tao frowned, gazing at the relentless rain outside, wondering when this tiresome downpour would finally cease. Once, he reveled in the rain. Now, however, he harbors a profound loathing for it. Gazing out the window, he observed that the rainwater had already inundated the sloping streets of the community, and it was likely that by nightfall, it would encroach upon their parking lot. Fortunately, their parking lot was situated above ground. Had it been underground, it would have been submerged by now. Speaking of cars, Lin Tao's eyes suddenly sparkled as he turned to his wife, Chu Hong. "Dear, I know where we can find food." Chu Hong, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired. "Where?" "In my car. I have rice and oil." Lin Tao nearly burst with excitement. If not for the sight of the parking lot, he might have completely forgotten about it. His cousin's superior, a man named Fang Ye, had borrowed his car and returned it with a hefty bag of 20 pounds of rice and 2 6-liter barrels of peanut oil. At the time, he had deemed it too cumbersome to haul upstairs and had left it in the trunk. Chapter 27, Robbery and Murder. The sensation was akin to a parched soul in the desert stumbling upon an oasis, a euphoric revelation. Chu Hong regarded him skeptically. "Is this true, my husband?" Lin Tao, exasperated, responded, "In times like these, would I dare deceive you?" He paced the living room, muttering, "Everyone in our community is in dire need of food. If I return with this rice and oil and someone sees me, it's one thing to borrow, but what if they become envious and harbor malicious intent?" Chu Hong perceived her husband's paranoia. "Dear, it's just some rice and oil. It's not much. Why would it incite envy?" Lin Tao retorted. "Do you not understand the principle of enmity over a mere grain of rice in these times?" Seeing the gravity of his demeanor, Chu Hong refrained from arguing and asked, "When shall we retrieve it? Our parents and child must be starving." Lin Tao glanced back at the three of them, his own stomach grumbling in agreement. What he longed for most was a steaming bowl of plain rice, even without any side dishes. He bit his lip, anxiously awaiting the night. At 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Tao and Chu Hong, clad in dark attire, stealthily descended the stairs. The surface parking lot lay to the north, necessitating a circuitous route to locate their vehicle. In the pitch darkness, they relied solely on touch to navigate, and Lin Tao nearly stumbled, narrowly escaping a fall thanks to Chu Hong's timely grip. "Slow down, dear." After some fumbling, they finally located their car. Chu Hong pressed the unlock button on the key, causing the headlights to flicker momentarily. This sound startled Lin Tao, sending a chill down his spine. "What are you doing, dear? That noise is far too conspicuous." Chu Hong, bewildered, replied, "What's so loud about it?" Isn't that how everyone unlocks their car? Lin Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. While her logic was sound, in such precarious circumstances, possessing food warranted utmost caution. When Chu Hong saw the bag of rice and the 2 barrels of oil in the trunk, she nearly squealed with delight, only to be silenced by Lin Tao's hand over her mouth. "Calm down, calm down." With wide eyes, she nodded vigorously, and he released his grip. As the couple stealthily carried the rice and oil toward home, a sudden scream pierced the quiet of the community. "Help! Help! Someone's robbing me. That's my rice. Let go! Let go!" A more fervent scream followed, abruptly silencing all other sounds. At that moment, Lin Tao and Chu Hong had yet to fully exit the parking lot. Upon hearing the commotion, they hastily took cover behind a nearby car, scarcely daring to breathe. The audacity of the assailants was alarming. They had managed to procure such an abundance of goods, frozen meat, dumplings, and even 2 pounds of rice. Yet, their ignorance would cost them dearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to take her life. She was quite attractive, albeit a bit fiery. Otherwise, they could have had their fun with her, haha. With such a bounty, they could surely enjoy a splendid meal tonight. Let us go, let us go." before anyone sees us. Let them discover us. Once the truth is out, we'll methodically eliminate them, one by one. These city dwellers, who look down on us doormen, will now find themselves at our mercy, like pigs and dogs. Ha ha ha. Let us start with the mistress on the 5th floor of Building 17. She dresses provocatively, and I'm eager to sample her charms. Coincidentally, I share that sentiment. Let us seize the opportunity together. I'm particularly fond of the allure of uniforms. Nurse Chu on the 3rd floor seems quite appealing. Xu Hong's complexion drained of color as she gripped her husband's hand tightly. Lin Tao, too, felt a cold sweat break out as he clasped her hand, hiding behind the car, scarcely daring to exhale. It was only after the assailants' voices faded into the distance that the couple cautiously peeked out from behind the vehicle. They stashed the rice and oil beneath the car and approached the spot where the woman had screamed. All that remained was a pool of blood. Her body had vanished without a trace. Xu Hong gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Lin Tao inquired, "What's wrong?" With wide, terrified eyes. She pointed toward the greenery at the roadside. "Look over there, could that be a body?" Lin Tao cautiously approached to investigate, and indeed, there lay a woman in a raincoat, her pallid face turned toward the ground, her abdomen riddled with numerous stab wounds, blood seeping from the gaping holes. Various insects crawled over the corpse, some even making their way in and out of her mouth and nostrils. How audacious. They had the audacity to murder and simply discard her body without a care, as if they were certain the police in City A would turn a blind eye to their actions. The gruesome sight would have made most ordinary individuals retch in horror. Yet both Lin Tao and Xu Hong, being medical professionals, had encountered their share of cadavers during their training and possessed a higher threshold for such sights. Although Lin Tao was a doctor and harbored no fear of corpses, the thought of those who could turn a living person into a lifeless body filled him with dread, especially as he realized that his wife's name was also on their list of targets. This was unacceptable. With this thought, he immediately reached for his phone to call the police. However, since the onset of the torrential rain, the inconveniences of daily life and escalating neighborhood conflicts had already strained the police resources in City A. The surge in violent incidents had exhausted their remaining manpower. Let us hurry and get out of here. The couple, now acutely aware of the danger, quickly retrieved the rice and oil from where they had hidden them in the parking lot. Without pausing, they returned home, greeted by the puzzled expressions of their parents and child, and hastily barricaded the door with furniture to secure their safety. Xu Hong promptly took out her phone and sent a message to their neighborhood group, warning them of the security guards' insurrection and urging everyone to remain vigilant for their safety. Almost immediately, her message was met with threats from the guards hidden among the crowd. "You filthy whore, who do you think you are to voice your opinions here? Get yourself cleaned up, we'll be having our turn with you soon." The once boisterous group chat fell eerily silent, as if its lifeblood had been severed. Coincidentally, various factions began to coalesce within the different communities. Although Fang Ye was not physically present in City A, he remained updated on the daily communications within the homeowners group. Monkey was also keeping an eye on the situation. He recognized that City A was a microcosm of the world to come, and he understood all too well why Yi had emphasized the importance of weaponry. Chapter 28. Visitors at Guanlon Villa. Coincidentally, the robbery incident in Lin Tao's community served as a dreadful prelude, as each subsequent day brought news of homicides from various neighborhoods. Homes that had been visited by thieves were left in disarray, drenched in blood, with every possession stripped bare. The gaping entrance of the units casting a silent chill over those who dared to hide within. In light of this crisis, the police force was allocated to investigate these heinous crimes, apprehending numerous gangs responsible for such intrusions and murders. Yet, some of the most vicious criminals, armed with knives, turned their aggression against law enforcement. Aware that their hands were stained with innocent blood, these felons embraced a reckless resolve, seeing capture as a death sentence, while daring to gamble that perhaps they could escape, especially as the torrential rains and pestilence ravaged the living conditions in City A, diminishing police resources. As long as they could flee to another city, a glimmer of hope for survival remained. They would do anything to evade capture, even if it meant sacrificing others, including the police. Like beasts that have tasted human flesh, how could they ever return to endure the blandness of other prey? With such easy access to sustenance, how could they possibly remain confined to their homes in hunger? They had opened Pandora's box, sowing the seeds of greed within their hearts. Within the villa, and Xiang cradled her child in the living room, soothing him as she wandered back and forth. Today marked the end of her confinement period, and she could no longer bear to remain indoors. After a month that felt akin to imprisonment, she was finally free. Time had flown, and throughout her confinement, Fang Ye had diligently catered to her needs, resulting in ample milk and a plump baby. However, the infant, at such a tender age, was primarily preoccupied with sleep. Fang Ye carefully took the child from Xiang's arms, inhaling the scent of milk that emanated from her, a gesture brimming with affection. The monkey had never before witnessed this side of Fang Ye. Absent was the cold ruthlessness he displayed towards adversaries, the merciless scorn, or the ruthless self-destructive tactics. The tenderness radiating from his gaze almost made the monkey believe he was watching a heartwarming father-daughter drama. Was this truly Fang Ye? He glanced at Xiang, pondering whether she had ever been the recipient of such loving attention. Lost in thought, he unconsciously touched his nose, wondering if a little girl possessed such an extraordinary charm. As Fang Ye cradled the delicate baby, he was reminded of the times in his past life when he returned from labor at the base to find the frail little Hui stumbling toward him, offering a cup of murky boiled water while squeaking, "Daddy, tea time. Hui, I will ensure you grow up like a princess." And Xiang, restless after her confinement, meticulously inspected the supplies in the villa's 4 rooms and the storeroom in the basement, particularly the contents of the 4 large freezers filled with lamb rolls, beef rolls, and various frozen meats and dumplings, which sparked an idea. While Fang Ye held Hui and discussed matters with the monkey and Xiao Yuan, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. And Xiang emerged wearing a gifted plastic apron, carrying 2 small pots that she placed on the gas stove. The monkey's face lit up. "Oh, it's hot pot." After days of eating instant noodles and leftover dishes with Fang Ye, it was a refreshing change of taste. Fang Ye felt speechless. The notion of leftovers was merely the monkey's preconception. The dishes prepared in restaurants and stored in the space retained their original flavors, but their insistence that food left in the refrigerator and reheated was somehow inferior was amusing. Nonetheless, after days of restaurant fare, they had indeed grown weary, opting for instant noodles instead. Fang Ye thought it was high time they acknowledged the dire food scarcity in City A rather than be so picky. As Xiang prepared to feed Hui, she opted for a mushroom broth base, allowing her to enjoy a proper meal. The cabbage and baby bok choy purchased had remained crisp and fresh, and the beef and lamb rolls, bought at the highest price in the supermarket, were infused with a milky flavor, delectable upon tasting. Complemented by the ice-cold lemonade Xiang prepared for the 3 of them, it was particularly appetizing. The monkey and Xiao Yuan devoured their portions with gusto, their appetites seemingly insatiable. Fang Ye had finished eating half an hour prior, and Xiang had long completed her meal, both watching as the duo devoured the remaining dishes on the table. After finishing the last of the lemonade, the monkey and Xiao Yuan sat up straight, satisfied and belching contentedly. What a relief. The monkey smacked his lips. If only there were some wine. Fang Ye shot him a disapproving glance. What are you thinking? In times like these, one must remain vigilant. Getting drunk could easily cost you your life. The monkey, recalling the frequent home invasion murders in City A, felt a chill of dread and forced a sheepish smile. After a quick wash, the group retired to their respective rooms. Fang Ye returned to the bedroom with Hui and Xiang, noting that the wind had ceased, yet the rain continued to pour with vigor. At this rate, it seemed likely that City A would be inundated by morning. He surmised that visitors would soon arrive. Fang Ye's intuition proved accurate. While washing up the next morning, he heard voices outside the villa. Someone actually lives here. Who is it? Don't they know this is a notorious unfinished building? Hey, did you see? They've even fortified the doors and windows of the surrounding 5 villas. Let's go take a look. As the monkey and Xiao Yuan stepped out of their rooms, they too heard the commotion, yawning and stretching before quickly sobering, their expressions shifting to one of alertness. Although Fang Ye had warned them that such a situation could arise, the suddenness of it left them unprepared. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? If no one answers, we're coming in. This is an official jurisdiction. We are not trespassing. Creak. The heavy metal door swung open, the weight of it startling the 3 patrol officers. Who on earth has the money to fortify the doors of a dilapidated villa like this? Fang Ye stood calmly within, observing them. What can I do for you? His demeanor suggested he was indeed the owner of the villa, leaving the 3 men momentarily speechless. The leader, rotund man in his mid-30s, replied, "This area is about to be requisitioned for the establishment of a base for the citizens of City A. We are here to assess the situation." "Why are you residing here? You've even fortified the doors and windows of the 5 surrounding villas?" Chapter 29. Dealing with Scoundrels. Fang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Fang Ye's composed demeanor, Feng Chun scrutinized him once more. These villas are unclaimed property. What is the purpose of your fortifications? They do not belong to you. I only require this one. The others are reserved for those in need, Fang Ye replied succinctly. Zhang Lei, the patrol officer behind Feng Chun, scoffed. What an audacious claim. You think this villa belongs to you? Fang Ye could not tolerate Zhang Lei's insolence and retorted with a cold laugh. Is it yours? Since it is not, do not bark like a bothersome dog. Zhang Lei was incensed. You. Feng Chun intervened, having spent years as a city management officer. He knew whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The man before him was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet he was aware that he had the official backing behind him. If he did not establish authority now, it would be challenging to manage others like him in the future. Furthermore, Feng Chun's shrewd eyes caught sight of the monkey and Xiao Yuan behind Fang Ye, both of whom were engaged in the mundane task of brushing their teeth. Their appearances bore no significant difference from before the downpour, a testament to the bountiful life they led amidst the torrential rains. Those who suffer from famine are easily discernible, their faces sallow and gaunt, and their eyes heavy with fatigue. The trio, including Fang Ye, exhibited none of these signs. It was evident that, even within the confines of the villa, they enjoyed a life of comfort, indicating an abundance of resources that emboldened them to remain in such an isolated haven without fear. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of greed surged within Feng Chun. He brusquely shoved Fang Ye aside and, accompanied by his two cohorts, barged in, declaring, "Step aside. I suspect you are hoarding contraband, and we are commencing a routine inspection." The stated inspection was merely a pretext. The true aim was to plunder resources. During this torrential rain, many citizens of a city were starving, while these individuals appeared well-fed and corpulent, indicative of the wealth they had amassed, which had fostered their audacious behavior. The monkey stepped forward to obstruct their advance, but Feng Chun brandished his electric baton to intimidate him, a tool they wielded to ensure compliance among those they plundered. Unsurprisingly, the monkey hesitated. A satisfied smile spread across the faces of the three, including Feng Chun. The monkey discreetly signaled to Xiao Yuan, who wasted no time in leaping forward and swiftly dispatching the trio, leaving them howling on the ground, their electric baton forgotten in the fray. You will regret this. Feng Chun spat, humiliated and fearful of the consequences, his bravado crumbling as he blustered. They were deep in the mountains. If these three were to kill them and dispose of their bodies, no one would ever discover their fate. Given the vastness of the area and the strained police resources, who would have the capacity to investigate their disappearance? Get lost, the monkey barked. With that, Feng Chun and his two men fled the courtyard in a panic. After their departure, the monkey turned to Fang Ye, saying, Yi, what do you propose? It seems imperative for the citizens of a city to relocate here. Daily updates in the group indicated a rising water level in the city. Leaving a city to find a new refuge was inevitable, and Gulan Villa would undoubtedly be requisitioned. Their objective of monopolizing a villa was glaringly obvious. Fang Ye remained composed, sitting on a cardboard box while lighting a cigarette, calmly stating, "There's no need for concern. I have a plan, and the time is not yet ripe." Xiao Yuan observed their retreating figures and remarked, "I doubt they will let this go. They are likely to seek revenge." Fang Ye took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "What I fear is not their coming, but rather their absence." That day, apart from Fang Ye, the monkey, and Xiao Yuan, none of them managed to sleep, taking turns to keep watch outside the villa, wary of Feng Chun's gang returning for retribution. However, the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Xiao Yuan and the monkey were eager to catch up on sleep. But no sooner had they settled in than a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, they were met with Fang Ye's stern countenance. "Grab your weapons and take up a vantage point for an ambush." The moment he spoke, both understood the scoundrels were coming for revenge. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan pried open a wooden crate in the room, retrieving a firearm and a magazine of bullets, before heading straight to the rooftop, with the monkey following suit. After ensuring everything was in place, Fang Ye exited, locked the villa's door, and stepped into the courtyard. Unsurprisingly, Feng Chun's rotund face awaited him, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as if to amplify his menacing demeanor. Upon seeing Fang Ye, his small eyes gleamed with hatred. Furious that the trio had humiliated him before his subordinates the previous day, he lifted his foot to kick Fang Ye aside, but with a swift sidestep, Fang Ye evaded him, causing Feng Chun to stumble forward, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his footing, he seethed. Leading his men into the villa's courtyard. There are still 2 of you left. You'd best behave, or I shall show you what it means to face ice and fire. The term ice and fire was a new tactic they had devised, typically involving submerging disobedient individuals in water until they nearly drowned, followed by a beating with electric batons. They took a perverse pride in such an ominous title. Before the deluge, they were mere thugs, but as communities scrambled for manpower, they secured their positions by hoarding resources, exploiting and extorting at every opportunity. Yet, as they entered, before they could even begin to trouble Fang Ye, Feng Chun felt the earth beneath his feet stir. A bullet striking mere centimeters from him. The noise startled him into silence. He trembled, swallowing hard. The others seeking trouble were equally taken aback, all gazing up to see 2 men on the roof, guns trained on them, exuding an unmistakable air of authority that suggested they would not hesitate to shoot any dissenters. The electric batons fell from their hands in unison. "Spare us, brothers. We merely came to lend support." Their threats were empty. They had no intention of taking lives. It was Feng Chan and Zhang Lei who had instigated this, claiming the villa was brimming with resources to be shared among those who seized it. "This has nothing to do with us. We're all just here for a profit. Who would willingly risk their lives?" They pleaded for mercy with remarkable agility. The 2 named, Feng Chan and Zhang Lei, turned pale, especially Zhang Lei, who, in sheer terror, had actually wet himself. "Please spare my life. I swear I won't do it again," he begged repeatedly. Fang Ye retrieved some plastic ties from a corner bag, tossing them in front of them. "Be sensible. Tie yourselves together. I won't tolerate any tricks." Chapter 30, Negotiation. Once the thugs had bound themselves, Qiu Yuan and the monkey descended from the villa. They seized the once belligerent Feng Chun and Zhang Lei, delivering a series of resounding slaps that left them dizzy, especially Zhang Lei, who again wet himself, whimpering in dismay. The others, witnessing this, clamored for mercy, exclaiming they would not dare oppose anymore. These thugs, who had once strutted about with arrogance, now found themselves utterly defenseless against those armed with firearms, resembling nothing more than limp shrimp. The monkey was ruthless, while Qiu Yuan had a background in special forces. He was still gentler than the monkey when it came to inflicting punishment. Even in his terror-stricken state, Zhang Lei received no mercy, enduring blows until his face swelled grotesquely, resembling a doughy bun, as if another strike would burst his skin. Upon releasing Feng Chun and Zhang Lei, they scrambled backward in fright, unable to fathom how the bullies they once were could crumble so easily under pressure, abandoning all semblance of dignity as if they had narrowly escaped death. Just then, a loud knocking resounded at the villa door, the force of it revealing the desperate cries of the thugs outside. The 3 exchanged glances, and ultimately, Qiu Yuan stepped forward to open the gate. Instantly, 6 dark barrels of shotguns were leveled at him, prompting Qiu Yuan to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Get down and cover your heads. Don't resist, or we will shoot on sight." Fang Ye and the monkey complied without hesitation, in the face of overwhelming force. Choosing to yield to preserve their lives was not a disgrace. As Fang Ye's peripheral vision caught sight of several police officers escorting a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, into the villa, he noted the man's height of about 173 meters and the weariness etched upon his astute face, an evident testament to the exhausting task of managing the resettlement and aftermath efforts in City A. Zhao Gang scrutinized the villa, which stood out prominently among the surrounding unfinished structures. Perhaps it was the electric fencing surrounding the perimeter, coupled with shards of glass deliberately strewn atop the walls, that rendered the villa largely inaccessible save for the front entrance. The courtyard was impeccably tidy, with only a few puddles harboring centipedes, a stark contrast to the widespread infestation of such pests elsewhere, making this place appear far more agreeable. Inside, the villa's windows and doors were sealed with precision, effectively keeping the insects at bay. Through the glass, he could discern the dry walls, a clear indication of commendable waterproofing. "Who is in charge here?" Zhao Gang inquired. "It's me," Monkey shouted hoarsely. Zhao Gang shot him a glance and shook his head. "You are not." His gaze then shifted to Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan, ultimately honing in on Fang Ye. "It must be you then?" Fang Ye met his gaze. "It is I." Zhao Gang observed the city management personnel whose hands and feet were bound, now released by the police. Upon sensing reinforcement, Feng Chun perked up, pointing at Monkey and Qiu Yuan. They have guns." The officers immediately directed their weapons towards them. "Drop your firearms." Monkey and Qiu Yuan complied without hesitation. You young ones certainly have some audacity. Are you unaware that our country prohibits firearms? Or do you genuinely believe that during an apocalypse, no one would intervene? Zhao Gang's tone, imbued with authority from years in high office, bore no anger yet commanded respect. Fang Ye replied in a calm demeanor, "We merely acted in self-defense. Just yesterday, these three demanded we vacate the villa and confiscated our supplies. In this current climate, seizing resources equates to cutting off one's means of survival. And as this villa is an unfinished building, we have committed no crime by residing here. By what right do they enforce such actions?" Their demeanor suggested a familiarity with oppressing ordinary citizens, having seamlessly donned the garb of national enforcement while engaging in behavior akin to that of thugs. Zhao Gang snorted dismissively. Whether or not they are thugs is not something you can arbitrarily assert. Randomly assaulting others is a crime in itself. Fang Ye pondered for a moment. "Are you the one in charge? May we discuss this?" "Discuss?" Zhao Gang examined the young man before him, somewhat admiring his boldness. "Negotiation requires leverage. What do you possess to bargain with?" Fang Ye articulated. "What about the stability of the villa district under your jurisdiction? Once all citizens have relocated there, the area will be divided into 5 sections labeled A, B, C, D, and E. In a previous life, Fang Ye's family resided in Section E, a location poorly situated near flood-prone areas, swarming with mosquitoes and centipedes. In stark contrast, the first 4 sections were akin to paradise. Each of these sections would naturally have a primary overseer, all high-ranking officials within City A tasked with coordinating governance. The foremost principle was to ensure the survival of citizens and prevent civil unrest. When human safety is threatened, chaos inevitably ensues. Though Fang Ye had never heard of Zhao Gang in his previous life, it was possible he was simply too low on the hierarchy, preoccupied with scavenging for resources to feed his family. However, Zhao Gang's presence here indicated that he would likely become one of the key figures overseeing these 5 districts. Within his jurisdiction, no one desired the emergence of unrest. Zhao Gang regarded him more closely. "Young man, choose your words wisely. Do not speak recklessly. I am not someone you can easily deceive." Fang Ye met his gaze unwaveringly. "My wife, daughter, and brothers are here. I would never jest about their safety." "And how do you intend to uphold that?" Zhao Gang probed. Fang Ye smiled slightly. "The root of unrest is twofold. Firstly, the threat to personal space. While housing issues may be resolved, what about food and water? The heavy rains have inundated much of City A, leaving countless residents starving in their homes. Secondly, losing jobs and sources of income breeds idleness, which leads to trouble. Therefore, let us engage the populace productively." Zhao Gang offered a wry smile. "Am I not aware? However, the available jobs are scarce. There simply aren't enough positions for everyone. Thus, I shall handle the remaining populace," Fang Ye asserted. "Do not make empty promises. If you cannot deliver, I will hold you accountable," Zhao Gang warned. "That will never happen," Fang Ye replied with resolute certainty. Zhao Gang scrutinized him again as Fang Ye stood unfazed. Then Zhao Gang spoke. "With give comes demand. State your requirements." Fang Ye smiled, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. "I request the right to reside in and own this villa until the relocation occurs." Zhao Gang raised an eyebrow. "You already know about the relocation 3 months from now?" Fang Ye explained. "The owners group has been discussing it. I must prepare for all contingencies." After a moment's reflection, he added, "I hope our villa will fall under your jurisdiction." Zhao Gang genuinely contemplated this matter. Since learning of the impending relocation, he had endured a week of sleepless nights. The higher-ups had made significant adjustments to address the disaster response. Once a first-tier city, City A was now largely submerged, and the incessant downpour coupled with the centipede infestation had left many public servants incapacitated with illness. The current workforce was stretched thin, with even the mayor's secretary, Zhao Gang, personally undertaking duties. In such extraordinary times, unusual measures were necessary. Given Fang Ye's proposition, he considered granting an opportunity, albeit merely for the right of residence in a villa. Surveying the 5 similarly equipped villas around him, Zhao Gang inquired, "Did you install those as well?" Fang Ye nodded. Zhao Gang, curious, asked, "That must have been done before the rains. May I ask why?" Fang Ye anticipated Zhao Gang's question regarding why he would install tempered glass doors and windows in an abandoned villa. It was akin to investing a small fortune in refurbishing a rental property, only to return it to the landlord at the end of the lease. He chuckled. "For those of us in the working class, it is nearly impossible to purchase a standalone villa in the precious real estate market of City A. Life requires us to seek ways to live as we desire. Truth be told, without this torrential rain, I might have already completed the renovations on this villa. Zhao Gang chuckled, surprised that someone would expend such effort to experience the joy of living in a villa, especially in a derelict location. The money spent on renovations could likely cover a down payment on a property in City A. Youthful exuberance indeed. Zhao Gang sighed, begrudgingly accepting Fang Ye's rationale, before asking, then why were the other 5 also fitted with doors and windows? Fang Ye found himself momentarily speechless, but Monkey interjected, it was a mutual agreement among our 6 families. 3 other friends from out of town couldn't make it due to the heavy rains, so we took it upon ourselves to install the doors and windows. The 2 on the left belong to Qiu Yuan and me. Monkey's explanation eased the pressure on Fang Ye, allowing him to finally breathe easily, providing a plausible justification for why he had renovated a dilapidated villa before the torrential downpour. The thoughts of modern youth are as diverse and peculiar as they come. With the presence of the monkey Qiu Yuan and the fictitious trio of friends, Zhao Gang's doubts were finally alleviated. Feng Chun, upon seeing Fang Ye, effortlessly convinced the visiting leader with a few words and immediately began to shout, "Leader, do not heed his nonsense. He possesses a firearm and is a dangerous individual." This remark served as a reminder for Zhao Gang. How did you acquire that firearm? After saying this, he cast a glance at the police officer accompanying him, who had confiscated the weapons from the monkey and Qiu Yuan, a Glock, no less, a fine piece. Firearms are prohibited domestically, especially for individuals. If one possesses such a weapon, it must have been smuggled in. This constitutes a crime of illegal possession of firearms. Fang Ye had yet to formulate an explanation when Zhao Gang unexpectedly tossed the firearm into Fang Ye's arms. Secretary Zhao Yu. The police captain responsible for Zhao Gang's protection instantly turned pale, his body tensing as he regarded Fang Ye, who seemed poised to act rashly, ready to eliminate him on the spot. Fang Ye was equally startled by Zhao Gang's sudden move. Zhao Gang chuckled, trust is a rare virtue, especially in these extraordinary times. As long as you do not engage in criminal activities, I shall await your redemption. He glanced at Feng Chun and his companions, stating, you 3 are dismissed. Then, addressing the police captain beside him, he instructed, Xiao Jiang, investigate whether these individuals have abused their power while enforcing the law. If found guilty, they shall be severely punished to set a precedent. The state provides you with resources on the condition that you maintain order and protect the safety of the people, not to act with impunity. As he departed, Zhao Gang added, the transfer will commence in 3 days. Do not forget our agreement. Whether you can preserve your villa will depend on your capabilities. Fang Ye replied, I will not disappoint you. Zhao Gang nodded and followed the police escorting Feng Chun and Zhang Lei away. The monkey and Qiu Yuan slumped to the ground, drenched by the rain, gasping for breath as they looked at Fang Ye. Do you have any ideas? I don't think Secretary Zhao is someone you can easily fool. Before Fang Ye could respond, and Xiang emerged, cradling a child, her lips pale. Are you all right? I didn't mean to stay inside. Fang Ye understandingly patted her hand. Xiang, I know. The safety of the child is paramount in any situation. Everything I do is for our survival. Do not worry about me. Always prioritize your safety and that of the child. In a past life, Xiang would have sacrificed herself without hesitation. What doubt could there be regarding such genuine affection? If someone were to take Xiang hostage, he would surely sacrifice his life to save her. Yet, if he were holding a child, what choice would he face? He found himself ensnared in the agony of a past life, torn between choosing his wife and child, longing for both. Thus, it was imperative to quickly establish his own team to avoid falling into a passive situation when faced with even a slight numerical advantage from the enemy. In response to the monkey's earlier remarks, he voiced his plan. Do you remember the bag of insect powder you brought back? The monkey nodded, I do. That foul-smelling powder was revolting, but after spreading it in the room, there were indeed no mosquitoes. The insect powder not only repels mosquitoes, but is also edible, albeit with an unbearable taste. Fang Ye endeavored to put it in a positive light. It was not merely unpalatable, it was nearly impossible to swallow. The distinct stench of the centipede would assault the senses the moment it entered the mouth, filling the nasal passages with its odor. Unless one were utterly famished, one would likely regurgitate it the instant it touched the tongue. However, there is always an adaptation period. In a previous life, both Fang Ye and Xiang had endured a similar experience when first consuming centipede cakes, yet starvation left them no choice but to tolerate the nauseating taste. This adaptation phase would last only 3 days. After that, they would be able to consume these cakes without a hint of discomfort. Chapter 32. Just in exchange. The monkey felt queasy at the mere thought of the insect powder, collapsing on the ground and retching without producing anything, leaving him utterly drained. Fang Ye was unfazed. He had seen many such individuals in his previous life, who ultimately endured the stench for the sake of survival. Qiao Yuan looked at Fang Ye, still struggling to connect the insect powder with their potential ownership of a villa. The supplies for citizens in City A had dwindled to critical levels. To expect them to behave in the villa district, they needed either compensated work from the authorities or a source of food. Given the overwhelming number of citizens, the official jobs would barely make a dent, leaving only the latter option, to secure a food source. This meant acquiring centipedes. The monkey immediately protested. Why would we forsake our perfectly good rice, vegetables, and meat to procure that filthy, stinky thing? Absolutely not. Qiao Yuan pondered in silence. And Xiang, tightly holding her child, urged the group, let us head home. This rain is unbearable. You all need to wash up and change before we discuss things further. After tidying up, and Xiang took the child upstairs to rest, while downstairs, Fang Ye draped a large towel around his neck, water still dripping from his hair. The only way to protect the villa is to collaborate with the authorities, addressing their most pressing needs. The monkey quietly remarked so. Do you have a plan for the exchange? 1 pound of rice for 200 pounds of centipedes. Fang Ye exhaled a puff of smoke. Qiao Yuan frowned. Isn't that too much? Will they even agree to it? The monkey shook his head. Not at all. Centipedes are abundant. On the streets, in the waterways, and in muddy swamps, they are everywhere. It's incredibly easy to catch them. Just find a bag and a shovel, and 1 scoop could yield a pound. The rice in the basement seemed plentiful, but if it came to an exchange, it would hardly last long. Fang Ye took another drag of his cigarette, sighing. If he had known the space would have such an advancement mode, he would have stockpiled rice more thoroughly. Qiao Yuan proposed another perspective. Our reserves include more than just rice. There are also insect repellents, medicines, and biohazard suits, items in high demand. If we could open exchanges for these, it would significantly alleviate our rice pressure. While the logic was sound, did they comprehend the scale of City A's population? Collecting these insects posed no technical challenge. Even children aged 8 or 9 could do it. Should they begin receiving a continuous supply of insects, they might not have enough resources to trade, leading to unrest in the base, completely contrary to their original intent. The monkey's concerns were indeed valid. Fang Ye had already formulated a strategy to counter this. A simple calculation: 1 pound of rice could be exchanged for 200 pounds of centipedes, and 100 pounds of centipedes would yield 100 pounds of insect powder. In essence, this exchange would yield a 20-fold profit. The monkey was vehemently opposed to acquiring the insects. What do we need insect powder for? To eat? Why abandon perfectly good grains and oils to consume those foul insects? After a moment, he conceded, but possessing a fortune is not without its challenges. Under the current circumstances, whoever possessed more resources held the power. Their entire villa's supplies could be described as wealth-rivaling nations, yet without armed protection, it was akin to a child clutching gold bricks in a marketplace. In such a scenario, only the authorities could provide them with protection. Thus, they would mutually assist each other, alleviating the authorities' burden while leveraging their armed forces to deter any would-be aggressors. This was precisely what Fang Ye had considered from the outset. Within the villa, there were only 5 individuals, and it was utterly fanciful to expect that their combined efforts could safeguard resources during such trying times. Although Fang Ye's most formidable asset lay within the bountiful supplies of the Yulan space, external provisions were necessary to maintain discretion. Moreover, collaboration with the authorities was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He required a substantial quantity of centipedes to facilitate the advancement of his space. Mobilizing the entire citizenry to gather resources was the most expedient approach. Why seek distant solutions when proximity offered such potential? In these challenging circumstances, without contribution, who could one expect to safeguard them? The monkey finally grasped the crux of the matter. I concur with Qiao Yuan's strategy of distributing the burden. Our stockpile is plentiful. There is no need to limit exchanges solely to rice. If you fear that a variety of resources might incite envy, that is an inevitable consequence. The moment you chose to guard the villa in this manner, you entered the public eye. Instead, let us diversify the resource offerings while closely monitoring the quantities, allowing those who wish to exchange to understand that shortages still persist. This revelation served as a reminder to Fang Ye. He was merely replicating the methods of the previous administration. It was only a matter of time before the authorities caught wind of his acquisition efforts, likely seeking to exchange minimal resources for maximum centipede powder. Although the taste of centipede powder left much to be desired, it could sufficiently satiate many, sustaining their lives. In the grand scheme of survival, flavors were trivial concerns. The previous administration had sustained a vast populace with centipede powder, marking one of the happiest periods for citizens where, despite hardship, as long as the state existed and individuals had the capacity to work, starvation was averted, significantly enhancing medical and living provisions. Though to the current populace, it may seem a time shrouded in darkness, the relentless natural disasters had claimed the lives of many leaders guiding the nation forward, resulting in a proliferation of bases, each fighting their own battles. Those residing at the base's bottom began to truly comprehend what it meant to live in mere survival. Reflecting upon this time felt akin to discovering sugar amidst shards of glass. Ah ye, the monkey called out to Fang Ye, who had been lost in thought. Fang Ye snapped back to reality. The monkey continued, Xiao Yuan and I have just discussed plans to initiate exchanges for rice, flour, isolation suits, bottled water, cold medicine, and fever reducers. The trio deliberated further, ultimately deciding that 200 pounds of centipedes would yield 1 pound of rice or flour or bottled water, while 500 pounds would procure either an isolation suit or a single dose of cold or fever medication. For now, they intended to limit exchanges to these 6 commodities, adjusting as circumstances evolved, thus providing an explanation for Secretary Zhao. As long as individuals had tasks to occupy them, they would not dwell on mischief daily. Secretary Zhao, overseeing Area A, could effectively calm the emotions of the newly relocated residents from City A. Chapter 33, The Beginning of Relocation. On the eve of the relocation, Zhao Gang had visited Fang Ye, to whom Fang Ye candidly disclosed the situation. Curiously, Zhao Gang inquired, How did you ascertain that this centipede powder is edible? Fang Ye recounted the previous incident involving the sale of subpar flour at the neighboring gym, emphasizing that while the centipede powder was somewhat unpalatable, it nonetheless served to fill stomachs and provide essential energy. Should there still be doubts, he suggested contacting the Research Institute for testing. Zhao Gang contemplated this information. Exchanging centipedes for resources was a feasible solution, serving to eliminate pests while augmenting the food supply for humanity, a net positive. The devastation wrought by relentless rain had drastically reduced crop yields. If such calamities persisted for another 2 years, the national granary would be depleted, a dire prospect indeed. The availability of centipedes with their rapid reproductive capabilities alleviated some of the survival pressures faced by humanity. That evening, Fang Ye, the monkey, and Xiao Yuan conferred late into the night before retiring upstairs. He presumed Xiang was asleep, only to find her warm body rolling into his embrace as soon as he lay down. She nestled against him, expressing her concerns. It's so contradictory. When it was just the 2 of us here, it felt so desolate. Now that many are about to relocate, I fear it will disrupt our way of life. Especially since we possess so many resources, living in such a grand villa will surely incite envy, and I worry our lives may be at risk. And Xiang was genuinely anxious, for human nature often faltered under pressure. It will be fine. All of this will be resolved, Fang Ye reassured her, kissing her forehead. And Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Her husband possessed an uncanny ability to quell her restless emotions. Yesterday, the authorities messaged everyone in this area, stating that the relocation to Guanlon Villa is happening today. I fear the rain will never cease. It's driving me mad. Guanlon Villa is a half-finished project. How can people possibly reside there? It lacks water and electricity, and it's perched on a hillside. Who knows how many centipedes are hiding there? As if there's water and electricity in the city right now. This morning, the gas was cut off. We can't even cook. At least you can still prepare meals. We're down to gnawing on dry noodles. At this rate, we'll run out of food entirely. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted any food. What was I thinking with that diet? Now look, we can't even get a proper meal. There's internal news suggesting that once we relocate to Guanlon Villa, the authorities will subsidize 10 pounds of rice per family. Just 10 pounds? Is that per household or per individual? Unclear, but friends say it's per family. A family of 3 counts as 1, and a family of 6 also counts as 1. How can that be fair? Don't listen to the nonsense from upstairs. It's based on population. Adults receive 10 pounds of rice, while children get half. Is it a monthly subsidy? Don't be naive. This is only in emergency situations. And the rice provided 1 tea lasts the month. It's meant to sustain us until the third month of relocation. What a joke. An adult consumes at least 15 pounds of rice a month. Do they expect us to starve with just 10 pounds for 3 months? I will file a complaint. Is this how the state treats its taxpayers? Right now, the entire world is besieged by such torrential rains. Other nations have outright abandoned towns, safeguarding only the wealthy capitalists. The populace is restless, especially where firearms are legally held. Who knows how many have perished in gun violence? Even amidst our struggles, our country hasn't forsaken us. Arranging a relocation route, we should not complain. The state cannot stand by and watch us perish. I've been assigned to Area A. What about you? I'm in Area C. B area. Is the Guanlon Villa complex really that vast? Do you think so? It was initially touted as the largest luxury villa community in Asia, with vast tracts of land earmarked for development, yet only half was ever built. If it's incomplete, how could it possibly accommodate us all? What are you thinking? Do you believe each family will occupy a villa? Why not? Surely at least 5 or 6 households will share one villa. 5 or 6 households, one tea suffice. It should be closer to 50. That's an exaggeration. Can it even house that many? The group buzzed with chatter, incessantly discussing the day's relocation. Fang Ye observed the commotion, pondering why Secretary Zhao had yet to arrange for their transfer. Moving from City A was no simple task. The lower areas of the gym were inundated, with water depths surpassing 80 centimeters, and in lower-lying regions, it could reach 1 to 2 meters. For those unacquainted with the art of swimming, wading through the water poses an extraordinary peril, with the constant threat of drowning looming nearby. Moreover, this endeavor proves to be a considerable waste of time, as the rain continues to fall incessantly. Experts predict that by tonight, the floodwaters will rise to the second floor of the sports stadium. At this pace, it remains uncertain how long the evacuation will take. The designated timeframe for the A zone's relocation is 3 days, and it is imperative that every individual is evacuated within this period. In response, the authorities have urgently requisitioned a variety of watercraft, including yachts, small boats, and jet skis, to expedite the evacuations and select optimal positions. Citizens, too, have employed their ingenuity, navigating the waters in a myriad of ways. The officials announced that due to the reliance on others' vessels, each passenger must pay a fare, which will be deducted from the supplies distributed upon reaching the Guanlon Villa community, thus encouraging the public to create their own means of crossing the river. Consequently, an array of makeshift flotation devices came into play: plastic bottles fashioned into swim rings, small boats crafted from bottles, wooden bathtubs, and more. Many families, seeking to conserve funds, placed their supplies and children in these tubs while they swam alongside the flotilla. The underwater area had already been cleared by official personnel, alleviating fears of sudden crocodile attacks. Should a crocodile emerge now, it would surely face dire consequences. After such a lengthy wait, the community's appetite had sharpened, and the prospect of crocodile meat would serve as a welcome feast, with one crocodile unlikely to suffice for all. The Lin family ingeniously secured their various household basins together, wrapping their remaining food and supplies in plastic bags multiple times before placing them in other containers. To economize, Lin Tao and his wife purchased boat tickets for their parents and son, while they themselves drifted towards Guanlon Villa with their provisions. The pangs of hunger were burdensome. Knowing the evacuation was imminent, the family had indulged in a hearty meal the previous day, particularly Lin Tao and his wife, who feared falling behind due to lack of strength. Chapter 34. Unyielding protests. This morning, individuals dispatched by Zhao Gang stood guard outside the villa. Fang Ye's residence was the most extravagant in the vicinity. Anyone with their wits about them would undoubtedly gravitate towards it. The exchange point would only become operational once all individuals from a zone had evacuated. And Xiang busied herself in the kitchen early in the morning, preparing breakfast for Fang Ye. She relished cooking, her culinary skills being particularly exceptional. She had transformed all the frozen meats in the freezer into semi-finished products, such as dumplings and meat patties, requiring only brief heating before consumption, a great convenience. Additionally, she had marinated a plethora of chicken and duck feet, filling the villa's surroundings with an enticing aroma that left the young guard salivating. Prior to the torrential rain, they had little appetite for such fare, but now, having subsisted solely on plain rice and flour, even the slightest whiff of enticing scents triggered an involuntary salivation. Fang Ye and a few companions heartily devoured large bowls of noodles accompanied by a small pile of chicken feet, washing it down with a glass of milk, feeling invigorated once again. And Xiang even prepared some extra portions in a glass container to offer Fang Ye. Would it be convenient for you to share with the young men outside? If not, you and the monkeys can enjoy it together. Fang Ye understood her intent, accepting the container with a smile. It's quite convenient. I'll deliver it shortly. And Xiang nodded, a hint of melancholy in her voice. We can afford to be generous this time, but once the main group arrives, we must be more cautious. Outside Fang Ye's abode stood a squad of soldiers armed with live ammunition. Whether in times of natural disaster or peace, Fang Ye held the utmost respect for the nation's military personnel, who formed the most formidable human barrier between the populace and danger. He had often contemplated that if he were to have a son, these valiant soldiers would be the true role models, rather than the glamorous stars portrayed on television. Now that he had a daughter, he intended to impart the same values. Only heroes and soldiers deserve adoration. The squad comprised 15 young soldiers, all in their 20s. Fang Ye delivered the large box of marinated chicken feet to the leader, who instinctively attempted to refuse. Fang Ye pressed it back into his hands. Secretary Zhao instructed you to obey my commands. Are you really going to defy that? The young leader, his face flushed, replied, Mr. Fang, we are here on official duty. Fang Ye chuckled. The evacuation is scheduled for 7 o'clock, and it's only past. Even the fastest boats won't arrive until around 7:40. You have 10 minutes to enjoy these chicken feet. With that, he retreated into the house. The leader hesitated, but his comrades gathered around. It smells so good, boss. Since Mr. Fang says so, let's quickly devour it. Food is precious, and wasting it is a crime. 8 o'clock struck, and the first group from a zone began to disembark at Guanlan Mountain. A zone, where Fang Ye resided, was the highest ground, ensuring safety from flooding. Discussions among citizens in the group were even more exaggerated. One villa was expected to accommodate 50 households, a staggering prospect of cramming people like ants into living quarters. Even more astonishing was Fang Ye's observation of soaring property prices in once obscure cities, with homes that had languished at 2,000 yuan per square meter now fetching 21,000 yuan, a stark reminder of the absurdity of the situation. The torrential rains were merely the first wave of calamities heralding a new era of disasters, with subsequent acid rains, mudslides, hailstorms, and blizzards to follow, ensuring that no place could remain perpetually secure. Why should they have the privilege of residing in standalone villas? And with guards stationed as well. Isn't that a form of privilege? Indeed, the outcry was palpable. Why should a select few occupy such a grand villa while dozens crowd into a single building? The distribution of resources was unjust, and protests were imminent. Among the dissenters was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, sporting a fashionable perm and vibrant red lipstick, who, despite the chaos, exuded an air of defiance. As she berated the situation, she resembled a ferocious beast, ready to pounce. The squad leader swiftly intervened. Madam, please remain calm. We are executing our duties. What duties? This is a blatant display of privilege. It's unacceptable for these 3 men and 1 woman to occupy such a large villa. Why don't you young folks endure some hardship and allow those in need to take your place? Come here, oldly, we shall reside here today. With that, the middle-aged woman attempted to barge inside, but several individuals quickly restrained her and her husband. Move along, or we shall detain you for obstructing official duties. Go ahead. Detain me. Let everyone see how you misuse your power to oppress us common folk. Don't shove me around. I have connections. If you push me too far, it will be you who faces the consequences. Fang Ye chuckled coldly. Are you certain you wish to enter? The middle-aged woman glanced at the spacious interior, with sturdy doors and windows, instantly recognizing it as a secure refuge, perfect for someone of her standing. She lifted her chin defiantly. Of course. There's no reason you should occupy this space while I cannot. Fang Ye's countenance was shrouded in coldness, instilling such fear in the woman's husband that he dared not approach further. Undaunted, the woman rushed inside, while the monkey, who had been spectating from the sidelines, brandished a wooden gun at her, declaring, trespassing into an official zone, I could very well end your life right here and now without anyone daring to utter a word. The middle-aged woman, confronted by the ominous muzzle of the wooden weapon, was instantly paralyzed with fear. She held no fear of the soldiers clad in camouflage, for she knew they would not harass the common folk. She had relied on this knowledge to exert her influence over them. Now, however, this seemingly reckless young man had his weapon pointed directly at her head, and a mere misfire could cost her life. I will leave. I will leave immediately, she stammered, retreating hastily and fleeing the scene. Fang Ye cast a glance at the onlookers outside, inquiring, "Is there anyone else who wishes to take residence here?" Chapter 35, Covetousness. Fang Ye had navigated the calamity-ridden era with remarkable prowess, ascending from a destitute commoner to a de facto king capable of puppeteering the base lord. The sharpness and venom in his gaze deterred any thoughts of insurrection. He overheard murmurs within the crowd, discontent regarding their ability to occupy such an expansive villa. Yet following the monkey's display of authority, none dared to challenge Fang Ye's dominion. Some in the crowd were capturing the scene with their phones, and Fang Ye could only scoff at their futile attempt to leverage public opinion against him. He was indifferent to reputation. His sole objective was to ensure that his wife, daughter, and brothers reaped tangible benefits. The squad leader urged the crowd to disperse, and reluctantly, they complied. However, it was not long before the adjacent villa erupted in commotion once again. The voice was particularly familiar. It belonged to the very same middle-aged woman who had just attempted to confront him. "Why am I not allowed to reside in this villa? First come, first served. I had my eye on this place from the very start." Others chimed in, "Yes, we were among the first to arrive. The officials withheld our shipping fees. How can they deny us the right to choose our accommodations? Being among the first to arrive does not grant you any preferential rights to occupy this villa. These 5 villas have been specifically designated by the authorities for individuals over 60 years of age, women, and children under 6. Do you fit that criterion? If you continue to cause trouble, I will personally ensure you are returned to City A," a stern voice interjected, belonging to a man of similar age to Zhao Gang, donned in a raincoat and spectacles. The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Fang Ye as their eyes met, to which Fang Ye returned a subtle smile. The villas were not far apart, allowing Fang Ye to hear the ongoing ruckus even from within his own residence. Upon seeing the official approach, the middle-aged woman immediately resorted to theatrics, crying and bemoaning, "Everyone is bullying this elderly woman." The onlookers could only roll their eyes. At over 40 years of age, how could she dare to label herself an elder? It seemed she had shed all semblance of dignity in her desperate bid for a villa with doors and windows. Yet, in such extraordinary times, no one was inclined to indulge her whims or to speak on her behalf. There were only 5 or 6 villas equipped with doors and windows on Guanlon Mountain. If individuals like the middle-aged woman were permitted to enter, what would become of others? They had parents, wives, and children to consider. The centipedes were increasingly rampant during their stay at the gymnasium. They had nearly succumbed to exhaustion from constant vigilance against the pests. Now, entrusting their loved ones to such conditions was an unbearable thought. "Lin Hu, see that she is sent back to City A. Deduct the fare from my supplies," Chen Qiming instructed. He understood that maintaining order in Area A would require a firm hand. Leniency was ill-suited for the current circumstances. Leader, we shall not cause any more trouble." The middle-aged woman's husband emerged from the crowd, pleading with her, "We will comply with the leader's arrangements. Wherever you say we should reside, we shall go." Though the woman was still reluctant, attempting to pull away from her husband, he shot her a fierce glare, warning, "If you want to court disaster, do not drag me into it. I refuse to return to that wretched gym in City A." Chen Qiming addressed the curious crowd. "The allocation of residences is determined uniformly by the authorities. It is not a matter of first come, first served. There will be a designated official responsible for drawing lots when everyone arrives. The area you draw will be your assigned space." Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. "You are using our tax money to conduct affairs in this manner, not to mention the villas with doors and windows. Now we must also comply with arrangements regarding where we live. What significance does purchasing a ship ticket hold?" Chen Qiming would not indulge the discontented voices hidden within the throng. "Who told you that purchasing a ticket first grants you priority? Everyone who boards the ship pays a uniform fee of 1 pound of rice. Does it appear that the officials have charged you extra because you were among the first to board? Is there any evidence of that?" No one dared respond. Chen Qiming snorted derisively, "Then cease with the trivialities, comply with the arrangements, or I will not hesitate to send you back to City A." The crowd was soon divided into 4 teams to draw lots. Fang Ye returned to his villa, where Qiu Yuan was inspecting the electrical grid, and the monkey was listlessly toying with the wooden gun on a cardboard box in the living room. Upon seeing Fang Ye enter, he eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" Fang Ye shrugged. "What else could happen? Trouble is inevitable. Where there are crowds, there are bound to be conflicts." "I meant here. We won't be assigned anyone else, right?" The monkey pressed. "Not a chance." Fang Ye replied, confident in the official's intent to create additional positions to alleviate the pressure from the crowd. He believed he could contribute to this effort, as long as he had sufficient leverage to assist the authorities in addressing the issues. It was a foregone conclusion that this villa would remain exclusively his for the time being. The relocation of individuals from Area A, which was expected to take 3 days, was completed in just 2. People arrived day and night, some even clinging to makeshift rafts they had fashioned from driftwood. Upon arrival, they discovered they would also need to draw lots for their designated areas. Some wished to protest, but those ahead had already complied, and refusing to do so would be tantamount to opposing the authorities. Groups of people began to be assigned to the 5 areas, A, B, C, D, and E, each dragging their families and belongings in that direction. The adjacent 5 villas were also being organized by the authorities for occupancy. That night, the monkey and Xiao Yuan were kept awake by the incessant cries of infants, and the following day, they approached Fang Ye with dark circles under their eyes, lamenting why other children could not be as well behaved as Rue. Fang Ye stifled a laugh. Rue was merely a month old, naturally in need of ample sleep. By the time she reached 3 or 4 months, she would likely have boundless energy and would be quite a handful. However, recalling that in his previous life, his daughter Rue had always been a well-mannered child, aware of the hardships her parents faced in providing for her. Even during illness, she would refrain from crying, instead comforting him, saying, "Daddy, don't cry, I'm not in pain." At that moment, Xiang emerged, cradling Rue, who was peacefully asleep in her arms. Seeing this, Fang Ye gently took Rue into his embrace, having perfected the art of holding a child. Her delicate face was a porcelain white, her eyes closed in serene slumber. Since discovering the presence of centipedes in the bed, he had informed Xiang that Rue required constant supervision. Thus, even if Xiang wished to take a stroll downstairs, she would carry Rue along. The few fatalities caused by the centipedes had instilled a profound sense of caution regarding Rue's safety. Chapter 36. Official Partners. Today's breakfast consisted of a serving of shredded pork noodles for each person. The broth was rich and aromatic, and the noodles were delightfully chewy. The 2, Monkey and Xiao Yuan, devoured their meals with relish, leaving not a trace behind. They put down their bowls and remarked, "Ever since sister-in-law finished her confinement, we no longer have to subsist on instant noodles and leftovers." Fang Ye shot Monkey a disapproving glance, saying, "Do not be ungrateful. During the past month, we have consumed every last morsel of the takeout from the restaurant. If Xiang is absent next time, you two will again be relegated to eating instant noodles with me." Monkey exclaimed, "Damn." Xiao Yuan observed the exchange, chuckling silently. And Xiang felt a sense of accomplishment. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure you all eat healthily and with peace of mind." Monkey grinned. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Thank you, sister-in-law." And Xiang smiled gently. "No need for thanks." She then began to clear the empty bowls from the table. But Fang Ye stopped her, saying, "Take a break. I will handle the cleanup." Monkey, adept at reading the room, swiftly gathered all the empty bowls, declaring, "Leave it to me. From now on, sister-in-law will cook, and I will wash the dishes." Fang Ye pulled Xiang to sit beside him, stating, "If you are tired, we can have instant noodles. Your well-being is of utmost importance. I can manage without you." And Xiang, wearing a faint smile, replied, "I also wish to contribute rather than merely be the woman sheltered behind you. Ever since the heavy rains, you have been the one resolving every issue regarding our sustenance and living conditions. You must be exhausted. I want to help in some way." Yet, she lamented, "I find my capabilities are rather limited." Fang Ye gently embraced her. "Silly Xiang, you are Huai's mother and my wife. Everything I do is to ensure a good life for both of you. Without you and Huai, all I do would hold no meaning. So, trust me, and refrain from overthinking, all right?" And Xiang wrapped her arms around her husband, realizing that many aspects of their lives had changed since the calamity struck. In the previous Owner-S group chat, she observed how some male owners, upon hinting at possessing resources, attracted a flurry of young and beautiful women eager to approach them. Notably, one of her former students' parents treated her as a confidant, lamenting how her husband had brought home a mistress, leaving her helpless as she watched the other woman depart with bags of rice and oil from their home. Upon arriving at Guanlan Villa, her scoundrel of a husband remarked that had he known prices would plummet, he should have endured longer. Now, he reveled in nightly festivities. The crude words Xiang had to endure were almost unspeakable. And she could not help but feel a sense of terror. What if one day Fang Ye succumbed to such temptations and transformed into a man she no longer recognized? One who disgusted her? The more she pondered, the more frantic she became, prompting her to seek closeness to Fang Ye, striving to keep pace with him and not let him slip away. Now, enveloped in his embrace, he softly reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. That as long as he was present, she and Huai only needed to focus on happiness and joy. After Monkey finished washing the dishes, he joined them. And Xiao Yuan did the same. And Xiang sensed they had matters to discuss and wished to retreat to their room with Huai first. However, Fang Ye held her back, smiling. In our home, there is nothing you need to avoid. Would you care to join us? And Xiang looked at Fang Ye, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, stirring his heart. She understood that he had sensed her unease and was making adjustments to soothe her. Nodding, she settled beside him with Huai in her arms. Monkey, observing this, put away the cigarette he had taken out. A series of knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Xiao Yuan promptly went to answer it, revealing familiar faces. Zhao Gang and Chen Qiming had arrived. Fang Ye rose to greet them, leaders. Zhao Gang laughed heartily. I work in the mayor's office, so just call me Secretary Zhao. This is Chen Qiming. Chen Qiming smiled. Just call me Director Chen. Fang Ye acknowledged them, Secretary Zhao. Director Chen, what brings you esteemed busy individuals here today? Please, make yourselves comfortable, though the conditions are modest. Zhao Gang replied with a grin, Xiaofang. Your place is hardly modest. Chen Qiming concurred. Indeed, I haven't seen a single centipede here. The place I reside has turned into a centipede nest, and I can collect dozens of pounds of them daily. Fang Ye remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, fully aware that these two would not visit without an agenda. So he awaited their purpose for coming. Noting Fang Ye's silence, Chen Qiming exchanged a glance with Zhao Gang, who nodded slightly. Chen Qiming then cleared his throat and asked Fang Ye, I heard from Secretary Zhao that you plan to collect centipedes? With the inquiry directed at him, Fang Ye had no choice but to respond, yes, I do have such intentions. Chen Qiming pressed further, when do you plan to begin? His tone bore a hint of urgency. Fang Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Qiming, aware that his superior was Zhao Gang, and surmised that this visit was indeed related to the matter at hand. Thus, he decided to give Zhao Gang the opportunity to shine in this aspect, which would also facilitate future arrangements within his purview. With this thought in mind, he looked earnestly at Zhao Gang, saying, Director Chen, I cannot make a decision on this matter. I must await Secretary Zhao's orders. Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback. Individuals like them, seasoned in the political arena, could grasp Fang Ye's implication at a glance. He immediately straightened his posture. The occupancy rate in Area A has now reached 60%. It is time to prioritize the exchange point. Fang Ye, do you have 3 days to prepare? Fang Ye nodded. 3 days will suffice. He then pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, opening it for Zhao Gang and Chen Qiming to see. Secretary Zhao, Director Chen. This is my provisional plan for this phase. I would appreciate your feedback on its feasibility. Zhao Gang took the notebook, his brows rising as he read, his expression lightening. This centipede processing factory will also create job opportunities, quite commendable. He continued, given your generosity, we in the official realm cannot be stingy. I will authorize the allocation of 10 tons of rice for you to procure centipedes, thereby stabilizing order in Area A, Fang Ye replied. The official stance is to serve the nation and its people, and in these trying times, collaboration between government and citizens is essential to weather the storm. This 10 tons of rice, aside from covering human and material resource expenditures, will yield centipede powder that belongs to the authorities. Fang Ye had no intention of exploiting the government. His current role was that of a cooperative merchant. By stepping forward to procure centipedes, the nearly 200-fold profit from the rice exchange would still revert to the official domain. Should he consume too many centipedes while upgrading his space, he could always convert them into other resources for exchange with the government. However, for the residents of Area A, 200 pounds of centipedes could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice. For those in other areas, the value they generated was what Fang Ye truly needed. His primary objective was to facilitate the advancement of his space. He was eager to discover what transformations awaited once the Azure Energy Bar reached its full capacity. Chapter 37. Local Network. Fang Ye articulated his stance, proceeding in accordance with the prior agreement made with Zhao Gang, which greatly pleased Zhao Gang. As they exited the villa, Chen Qiming expressed some concern. Secretary Zhao, if Area A takes this initiative, What will happen when others find out? Zhao Gang snorted dismissively. What did the secretary and mayor say when they departed? Regardless of the method, we must maintain control over our designated regions. If we successfully manage Area A, we ought to be grateful. Do you expect us to resolve issues across every region? Why then did the secretary and mayor appoint other regional heads? They might as well have entrusted it all to me. Chen Qiming nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhao Gang spoke as he walked. I find this young man, Fang Ye, quite commendable. Chen Qiming's lips twitched slightly as he mumbled a vague agreement. Indeed, he is rather impressive, having resolved the troubles in Area A upon his arrival. At Fang Ye's villa, and Xiang cradled a child while Monkey and Xiao Yuan busily tallied the supplies in the basement and 4 rooms, which were the primary source for acquiring the centipedes. The reason Zhao Gang had offered 10 tons of rice to support Fang Ye's procurement of centipedes was largely due to the successful verification through certain testing channels that confirmed the centipede powder was fit for human consumption. This outcome was anticipated by Fang Ye. After all, he was merely capitalizing on knowledge from his previous life, where it was the authorities who first recognized the edibility of centipedes, and now he was simply leveraging his rebirth to access this information ahead of time. Oh no! The internet is down? And Xiang, sitting on a cardboard box while scrolling through her phone, suddenly realized that no information was loading, and upon checking, she found there was not a single bar of signal. Fang Ye was not surprised, amidst such a natural disaster. It was to be expected that the personnel at the signal tower and power station would have received orders to evacuate, leaving the facilities unmaintained and non-operational. Almost as soon as Xiang finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Hello, we are the local network officials. A local network. This kind of network communication, formed within a few kilometers, would at least allow the people in the area to maintain contact. Fang Ye and Xiang, Monkey, and Xiao Yuan all joined the group for Area A on their phones. The officials explained, from now on, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask in the group or contact the group leader directly. The leader is responsible for the network in this area, including the future allocation and distribution of supplies. As the officials were about to leave, Fang Ye inquired, how are the areas delineated? Is it just within the villa area? The official chuckled, of course not. The Guolan villa community is too small to accommodate so many people from City A. Even the Guolan mountain has been divided into zones. I must go now, I still have to set up the network in Area B. Fang Ye nodded with a smile, all right. Thank you for your hard work. Once the officials departed, Fang Ye immediately instructed Monkey and Xiao Yuan to bring the RV hidden to the north. Soon, the mountains will be teeming with people. It is safest to keep the RV close at hand, especially since we have already established a connection with the authorities. Without a second thought, Monkey and Xiao Yuan donned their raincoats and set off. Approximately half an hour later, they returned, maneuvering the enormous vehicle into the courtyard. Curious onlookers quickly followed the RV. How many people can fit in such a large RV? Truly heartless to watch others starve and freeze while they rejoice. The authorities were complicit in this cruelty. Alas, what do the lives of ordinary citizens amount to? Aware of the villa owner's formidable reputation, these individuals could only vent their frustrations verbally. The surface of the RV was infested with numerous centipedes, and clad in biohazard suits topped with raincoats, Xiao Yuan and Monkey climbed atop the vehicle with brooms and makeshift mops to clean it. Especially after discovering that centipedes could now serve as food, they found a large basin below to collect them, as the price of everyday necessities had skyrocketed post-disaster, swiftly transforming the wasteful Monkey into a frugal expert. However, gazing at the basin brimming with centipedes, Monkey could not suppress his disgust. He had always harbored an aversion to such creatures. What should we do with these centipedes? Where should we put them? Fang Ye found himself momentarily perplexed. Ordinarily, he would simply discard them into space when alone, saving time and effort while aiding its evolution. But with Monkey and Xiao Yuan watching, he could hardly transform them into live insects before their eyes. Just then, the little class leader guarding the villa arrived with a key. Mr. Fang, this key was sent by Secretary Zhao for you. It opens a villa in Area A5, a mountainside property where you are to store the centipedes. It was indeed serendipitous. Fang Ye smiled as he accepted the key from the little class leader. Monkey furrowed his brow. Area A5? That's quite far, at least a 2-kilometer trek from here. This was why the Guolan Villa had once been lauded as Asia's largest villa community. The undulating Guolan Mountains provided ample space between the villas. Moreover, The Guolan villas had only been divided into two areas, A and B, with area A further segmented into 15 zones managed by designated personnel. The other areas followed suit, but from Area B onward, 70% of the land was undeveloped, necessitating the distribution of waterproof tents by the authorities. There was simply no other option, as the number of relocated individuals was overwhelming. Nearly half of City A's population found themselves here, while the other half had been moved to different mountains. Despite Guolan villas being the most suitable relocation area, the sheer population density meant that even this mountain could not accommodate everyone. With another relocation scheduled in 3 months, the plan was to temporarily concentrate people here. Qiu Yuan grasped the crux of the matter. If we are to store the centipedes, why not use our villa as a warehouse? Secretary Zhao chose a mountainside villa, indicating that we should set up a small factory to process these centipedes. Fang Ye nodded. After drying and grinding the centipedes into powder, the space required for storage would indeed be less than that for whole bags of centipedes. Monkey hesitated. So, when we collect the centipedes, do we do it at our villa or the mountainside villa? Fang Ye replied decisively, of course at our villa. With so many supplies stored there and the RV needed for the upcoming relocation in 3 months, he had no intention of moving elsewhere. The habits formed during the disaster era had instilled in him a profound distrust of others. He would not fully trust anyone but himself. Moreover, if they were to procure centipedes at the mountainside villa, Monkey and Qiu Yuan would undoubtedly assist, but the environment there could not possibly compare to their current villa. And Xiang and Hui Hui certainly should not have to endure such hardships alongside them, and he would never leave his wife and daughter alone in the villa. Chapter 38. The Incident of Conflict. One must not remain idle. Idleness invariably breeds trouble. The citizens of City A had not yet completed their relocation, yet conflicts and violent incidents erupted in several zones. At such a time, what was there left to fight over? Would it not be wiser to conserve energy and endure hunger? Of course not. Conflicts arose over territory, food, water sources, and shelter. Any issue tied to self-interest became a flashpoint for discord. Several factions had even formed in the shadows, but under the authorities' crackdown, they dared not overstep their bounds. A month of relentless rain, coupled with the omnipresent centipedes and the stench of insects in the air, had plunged people's spirits into despair, breeding irritability. Even the slightest provocation could escalate into a violent confrontation. Another contributing factor was the limited space available for movement, whether in the former gymnasium, the current villa, or the waterproof tents. Everyone felt constrained, and their emotions could hardly remain stable. Within the local network, messages began to circulate once more. Fang Ye and his companions could see these, but they no longer received updates from their previous community, as only groups formed within the local network could communicate. Area A1. Fan Jun, does anyone have rice? I can trade. I'll pay any price. Area A5, Peng Luo, buddy, everyone is short on food, not money. Area A3. Zheng Honghua, trading money for food is impossible unless you have something else. Area A1, Fan Jun, I had to leave in a hurry. I have nothing but money. Area A1, Jiangning, that's unfortunate. With nothing to trade, you might starve. In District A2, Qin Cheng remarked. The one upstairs only knows how to spew nonsense, doesn't he? Brother Fan, hasn't the government distributed rice? If you ration it, it should last at least a month. How is it that you've run out so quickly? In District A5, Fan Jun replied, enough of that. In this world, the spirit of humanity has diminished. Last night, some unscrupulous person stole all the rice from our home. Ping Luo from District A5 exclaimed, who could be so vile? Fan Jun continued, it's not just us. 3 or 4 families nearby have suffered the same fate. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. Keep a vigilant eye on your own supplies. Fang Ye observed the chat filled with curses directed at the thief, noting that the one who initially sought help was the very Fan Jun. Yet no one offered to share any rice with him. This reaction was understandable. In such dire circumstances, no family is faring well. Perhaps if he had proposed a trade of goods, someone might have been willing, but to ask for something outright? Who would be inclined to oblige? In these times, assisting someone is a matter of kindness, while withholding help is merely a matter of self-preservation. No one can fault that. It is simply unfortunate that he suffered the misfortune of theft during such tumultuous times. In his previous life, Fang Ye had experienced a similar incident. Although he was not the victim, he clutched his share of rice tightly while he slept, waking at the slightest movement, for it was the lifeblood of his family. Anyone who dared to covet his rice would have to step over his lifeless body first. It was astonishing that some still failed to grasp the significance of food. Perhaps they believed that this torrential rain would eventually pass, and once order was restored, they could buy whatever they wished with their money. Those who do not endure hardships during such disasters are destined to falter in the long run. Before the dust had settled from the first day's theft, the following day erupted with commotion once more. Ping Luo announced, "Have you heard?" Typically, when someone says that, it signifies news is about to break. After finishing breakfast, Fang Ye felt the vibration of his phone in his pocket while strolling with Hui Wei in the living room. He sat on a cardboard box and opened his phone to find a disjointed message from Peng Luo. Donghua from District A3 interjected, "Oh, I know. It's about that incident in District B where they dug up a grave." Jiang Ning from District A1 added, "Everyone is dying to know what happened." Ping Luo continued, A5 and B1 are neighboring districts, right? Initially, there were fewer people allocated to B1, leaving it quite spacious. Coincidentally, an elderly resident in A5 passed away, and the family, lacking integrity, buried him in B1. Today, those assigned to B1 spotted the small grave mound and immediately caused a ruckus. The A5 residents adamantly refused to move, insisting they could buy the land. The B1 residents were understandably displeased. If they purchased that land, where would they reside? The two sides reached an impasse and ended up brawling. Jiang Ning remarked, "Is that all? How mundane." Look, it's not just 5 districts. The entire A district is rife with brawls daily, and the authorities can hardly keep up. Ping Luo added, "Fighting is hardly a novelty. The crux of the matter is that the A5 residents have never clashed with B1, leading B1 to directly unearth the buried body. You wouldn't believe it, the corpse, buried deep, was heavily enveloped by centipedes, and when it was excavated, the stench along with the writhing centipedes caused onlookers to retch." Jiang Ning grimaced, "That's disgusting. Can they even continue living there?" Ping Luo replied, "They must endure, for the authorities designate the land, and if they refuse to occupy it, they will find no other refuge amidst the overcrowding outside." Zhang Honghua chimed in, "They deserve it. I just offered to help clean up, and they outright rejected my request for a pound of rice. Such miserly people deserve to be devoured by insects." Feng Chuanfin from District A2 countered, "Sister, that's a bit severe. A pound of rice is sufficient for an adult. If rationed, it could last 2 days. To simply demand a pound. Who could afford to hire you?" Zhang Honghua snapped back, "Do you need to meddle in my affairs?" Jiang Ning urged, "Exactly, Sister Honghua, just ignore her. Those who stand on moral high ground to point fingers are nothing but self-righteous nuisances." Feng Chuanfin retorted, "I didn't say anything wrong. If you want to help, then help, but demanding a pound of rice up front will garner no agreement. There's no need to speak to me like that. I'll keep my silence from now on." Qin Cheng from District A4 interjected, "Feng Chuanfin is not wrong. Zhang Honghua and Jiang Ning, if you continue to sow discord among neighbors, I will report you to the group leader for a warning." The group fell silent. Fang Ye observed Zhang Honghua and Jiang Ning, the instigators relishing in chaos. Zhang Honghua had the audacity to demand a pound of rice for assistance, while simultaneously disparaging others for their frugality. Why didn't she reflect on her own unseemly behavior? However, a wave of satisfaction washed over him when that very evening he witnessed Zhang Honghua, the one who had earlier scorned others, receive a thorough beating, leaving her left eye swollen like a panda and a patch of hair torn from her scalp, while her husband also suffered, knocked unconscious in their tent. Chapter 39. The Insect Hunt. This incident, upon reflection, was easily understood. Everyone had just moved to Guanlan Mountain and held no prior grievances. Yet, since Zhang Honghua's arrival, she had offended 2 families, one in District B1 and the other, Feng Chuanfin, from the same A district. Feng Chuanfin's demeanor in the group discussions revealed her as someone averse to conflict, while it was the irritable newcomers from B1 who were more likely to stir trouble. Fang Ye recognized Zhang Honghua as the brazen woman who sought to provoke him first, and it was fitting that she faced retribution. Beyond these personal vendettas, several districts reported incidents of malicious robbery, causing an already strained area to allocate a villa for detaining these troublemakers. The following night, Zhao Gang and Chen Qiming visited Fang Ye again, addressing the concerning security issues in the area. They dispatched additional personnel for Fang Ye to manage, ensuring that the exchange points could operate smoothly. Meanwhile, the A district group was also rife with unrest, as many previously reticent members were drawn into the fray. A message was sent to everyone. The authorities are recruiting temporary workers for various positions, including porters, drying workers, and baggers. You may choose suitable roles. with a monthly salary of 30 pounds of rice and a barrel of oil, selected based on merit. The news was disseminated thrice, prompting a flurry of varied responses. Lin Han from District A1 proclaimed, graduated from a 985 university, standing at 1.8 meters tall, fluent in English, French, and Japanese. Oh, esteemed officials, do I have a chance? Feng Dong from District A3 boasted, I'm a certified level 8 mechanic from Lanxiang. Jiang Chengdong from District A4 chimed in, choose me. I have 20 years of experience in logistics and was awarded best employee for a decade. Citizens were informed that, starting immediately, centipedes could be exchanged at the villa equipped with electric grids for rice, medicine, and isolation suits. The specifics were as follows. 200 pounds of centipedes could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice or flour. 500 pounds could be traded for isolation suits or fever and cold medications. Supplies were limited, and it was first come, first served. Everyone was urged to take action. This announcement was also repeated 3 times in the group, inciting complaints from the public, with many expressing disbelief that 200 pounds of insects could only yield a single pound of rice, deeming it outrageous. Some had already taken action, wrapping themselves up tightly and venturing out with any containers they could find to gather insects. The current abundance of millipedes is truly astonishing. They can be found swarming in sewage pits, particularly in areas where decaying animals are present, a veritable mass of these yellow and black-banded creatures writhing together. In the drainage channels of the villa district, beneath the damp roots of trees, and within the villa's plumbing, they are countless. With a little effort, one could easily gather not just 200 pounds, but even 700 or 800 would be a trivial task. The extent of the millipede infestation can indeed be described as a plague. The ground is thickly covered with these creatures, and wherever one's gaze can reach, their wriggling forms are visible. Unlike other districts that remain embroiled in disputes over territorial claims, the citizens of Area A have already set their minds solely on capturing these pests. Particularly, the initial group who managed to catch 200 pounds of millipedes and exchanged them for a pound of rice from Fang Ye have significantly heightened their enthusiasm, propelling them to seek more with fervor. Coincidentally, the temporary workers appointed by the authorities have commenced their duties, with drying and packaging personnel temporarily sidelined to assist in the collection of these insects. Some of these workers, having secured their positions through familial connections, initially anticipated a leisurely job within the official framework. However, upon encountering the grim task of hauling these repugnant, odorous millipedes, their faces paled, and without a word, they fled in panic. This prompted Chen Qiming, the supervising officer, to wear an expression of thunderous displeasure as he chastised his assistant. The assistant, drenched in sweat and visibly embarrassed, discreetly wiped his brow. Once Chen Qiming's fury subsided, the assistant immediately gathered the remaining temporary workers to speak with them, resulting in a mass exodus of over half the crew. Observing this, Chen Qiming's expression darkened further. The remaining workers, however, were capable and resourceful, procuring bags and ropes to contain the millipedes. Recognizing their industriousness, Fang Ye generously sponsored them with protective gear, ensuring they were shielded from direct contact with the millipedes. The workers cherished this protective attire, taking utmost care to avoid puncturing it with any sharp objects, for this suit was equivalent in value to 500 pounds of millipedes. Thanks to the collective efforts of the citizens of Area A, the once-infested district was swiftly cleared, revealing the original surface beneath. The low-lying grass along the roadsides was also scoured of numerous millipedes, and even the tall trees were shaken by groups of 2 or 3, causing the insects to cascade down, which they then diligently collected using pre-laid plastic sheeting before depositing them into containers. Previously, residents regarded these revolting millipedes as an unending nuisance. Yet now they wished for an endless supply of them. No amount of millipedes seemed sufficient for these determined individuals who worked tirelessly, leaving no breeding time for the pests. In the short span of a single day, the villa allocated to Fang Ye by the authorities became filled with millipedes on both the ground and first floors, all securely bagged. However, this led to a predicament. There was a shortage of bags. This information, unbeknownst to how it spread, reached a resourceful individual who happened to be the owner of a packaging factory. Regardless of the specifications, he possessed an abundance of plastic bags, sealable pouches, and storage boxes, all housed in his warehouse on Songlin Road in a city. Originally relocating to this area to pursue e-commerce, he found himself facing an unexpected deluge before even launching his online store. Now, with the authorities in need of his stock, He willingly offered it all to help them navigate this crisis, hoping that his two sons, who had just entered high school, might lend a hand in any capacity. Regardless of how eloquently he expressed his intentions, the underlying message was clear. He sought to place his sons in positions within the authorities where they could perform light work in exchange for supplies. The officials, however, made their stance unmistakably clear. Upon relocating, there were no idle hands within their ranks, and if his sons were capable of enduring hardship, they were welcome to join. If not, they would devise another solution for the bags. The refusal was nearly laid bare, as the authorities were not swayed by his threats. They could easily investigate him and his warehouse, making it unnecessary to yield to his intimidation at such a critical juncture. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. For his sons had yet to graduate high school, and continuing their aimless wandering was not a viable option. Sending them to a governmental position would at least provide them with a stable job. With the guidance of the packaging factory owner, that very day the authorities dispatched a boat to the warehouse on Songlin Road to retrieve plastic bags. In the evening, Monkey and Xiao Yuan meticulously counted the supplies and the kilograms of millipedes exchanged. Fang Ye reclined on a cardboard sheet in the hall, gazing at the writhing millipedes within a glass container, feeling an onset of headache. Chapter 40. The Yellow Rings. Monkey glanced at the ledger in astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens! We collected 600,000 pounds of millipedes today, 300 tons. In exchange, we received 1,500 pounds of rice, with the rest being traded for medicine. This is terrifying. At this rate, can we possibly consume this much?" Fang Ye chuckled softly. "I've mentioned that resources are limited. Once we exhaust the planned quantities, we will conclude." He then inquired about the processing plant status. Xiao Yuan replied, "I spoke with Director Chen. Work will commence tomorrow. What about the coal and other materials? We will certainly need wood and coal for drying and grinding. Director Chen assured me they will be delivered tomorrow." How fortunate it is to have such reliable support. Fang Ye felt reassured by this news. After finishing his tasks, Monkey approached Xiang, asking, "Sister-in-law, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Xiang smiled. "What would you like to eat?" Monkey rubbed his hands together. "How about some twice-cooked pork?" Xiao Yuan hesitated. "Isn't the smell of twice-cooked pork a bit overwhelming?" Xiang suddenly realized, feeling embarrassed indeed. In this place atop Guanlon Mountain, even a simple bowl of rice feels like a luxury, let alone meat. "Let us just have a little. We can close all the doors and windows tightly while cooking, and it should be fine." Not only Monkey, but even Fang Ye found himself craving Xiang's twice-cooked pork. Xiang passed the dish to Monkey, who instantly stiffened, unsure how to move. Holding the plate with utmost seriousness, he sat rigidly on the cardboard, exclaiming, Yi, she has opened her eyes. What should I do?" Fang Ye laughed. "Opening her eyes is hardly a monumental event. You must be holding her too tightly. Relax a bit." He remained seated, remotely instructing Monkey on how to cradle the child. Following his guidance, Monkey began to loosen his grip, and soon enough, he held the little girl comfortably. She even blew a bubble, seemingly a compliment to her Uncle Monkey. As Monkey and the little girl played joyfully, Fang Ye's thoughts remained fixated on the millipedes in the glass container. The deeper the situation progressed, the more challenging it became. Initially, he had intended to exchange resources for millipedes, but now that he was bound to the authorities, explaining the nearly 200,000 pounds discrepancy would be impossible. It was uncertain whether they could even procure that amount of millipedes in the next 3 months. If he were to hastily transport them all into the space for advancement, errors would undoubtedly arise. "Millipedes, oh millipedes, what am I to do with you? What is the principle behind your advancement in the space? Extracting energy from within the millipedes?" Indeed, there exists an energy bar in the ethereal blue space designated for energy storage, surrounded by the yellow energy of the millipedes he had previously brought in. If he refrained from bringing millipedes into the space and instead used his hands as a conduit to directly extract their energy, would that be feasible? His mind sparked with curiosity, and he felt compelled to experiment. He closed his eyes and entered the ethereal blue space, promptly issuing the command, "Extract energy." However, the energy bar showed no signs of change. His hopes dashed. He opened his eyes only to be met with a startling sight. There were no longer millipedes in the bottle, but rather a collection of pure black insects, their distinctive yellow rings completely absent. Fang Ye could not help but entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the yellow circular ring was the energy reserve required by the space? Perhaps the absence of the previous scene was due to the energy produced by this vial of centipedes being so minuscule negligible in comparison to the entire ethereal blue energy bar. Indeed, how many centipedes could a mere glass bottle contain? With this thought in mind, he could no longer remain seated. He seized the key to the processing facility and rushed over. Just as he exited the kitchen, and Xiang happened to emerge, inquiring, Where are you off to? Fang Ye glanced back, responding, I'm heading to the processing factory. I'll be back shortly. He jogged the nearly 2 kilometers. His endurance for long-distance running serving him well. Upon reaching the factory, he found the workers had just finished stacking all the burlap sacks filled with centipedes. They greeted him amiably. Mr. Fang. Fang Ye smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Do try to leave early today. The workers shared this sentiment. Feeling somewhat fatigued after the day's labor, yet they had successfully obtained a pound of rice. The frenzy surrounding the centipede capture had led their families to join in, with some even having encountered one another on the road, joyfully reporting their good fortune and collaborating to catch several hundred pounds, which not only secured rice, but also allowed them to procure a protective suit for their grandson, ensuring he would no longer fear centipedes crawling into his ears at night. Capturing centipedes was not a sustainable endeavor. The workers noted that the centipedes on the roads, trees, and in the ditches had all but vanished. Remarkably, within a single day, the centipedes in Area A had been nearly wiped out, yet the sweet rewards were only just beginning. He observed that many residents expressed intentions to venture out the following day to catch more. While the purpose of the authorities collecting these centipedes remained unclear, it was likely that the centipedes from Guanlon Mountain would soon be designated as a nationally protected species. With the key to the locked door, the workers felt at ease to depart. Once the villa was left with only the patrolling police outside, Fang Ye opened one of the bags of centipedes. The yellow and black-striped creatures writhed within, a sight that would repulse most, yet Fang Ye was irresistibly drawn to them. Pressing his hand against the bag, he entered the ethereal space, silently invoking, extract energy. He felt a subtle warmth emanating from his right hand, and upon opening his eyes, he witnessed yellow powder continuously flowing into his hand. Closing his eyes again, he saw the powder directly entering the space, absorbed by the ethereal blue energy bar, which had grown noticeably thicker. It truly was possible. Once the centipede's yellow ring energy had been fully absorbed, their pure black bodies continued to writhe within the bag. Fang Ye proceeded to absorb all the yellow ring energy from the centipedes stacked in the villa, satisfied to see the yellow ring energy bar in his space finally thickening. Although it still could not compare to the ethereal blue energy, he remained unconvinced that the countless centipedes scattered across the mountains and waters would not suffice for the advancement of his ethereal blue energy bar. Upon returning to the villa, he had barely knocked on the gate when he was pulled inside by the monkey stationed at the entrance. Puzzled, Fang Ye asked, "What are you up to? Acting so sneaky?" The monkey shot him a glance, and Xiang is making twice-cooked pork. If you dawdle any longer, be wary of the aroma wafting out and attracting attention. Fang Ye found some merit in his words and followed him into the villa's living room, where the monkey firmly closed the door behind them. Returning was Hui, who was being held by Qiu Yuan, a man unfamiliar with handling children, his body tense. Hui whimpered, almost on the verge of tears, clearly uncomfortable in his arms. Chapter 41. The aroma of twice-cooked pork. This delicate little girl. Fang Ye shook his head in exasperation. His eyes filled with affection as he took her back into his embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent and the comfort of his arms, the little girl ceased her whimpering and promptly fell asleep. The villa's living room was filled with the domineering aroma of Xiang's twice-cooked pork. Despite the monkey's utmost caution, the scent still managed to escape. The group chat in Area A buzzed back to life. A1 district, Lin Han, is it just my imagination? Or do I smell twice-cooked pork? A1 district, Jiang Ning, it's not an illusion, I smell it too. What kind of affluent household can still enjoy twice-cooked pork at this time? A1 district, Fan Jun, how can they be so inconsiderate? Our family has to count every grain of rice. Meanwhile, some people are feasting on meat. A5 district, Peng Luo, I've forgotten what meat even tastes like. A1 district, Jiang Ning, they were never considerate. The wealthy are inherently callous. A3 district, Zheng Honghua, I say. They should distribute some of their stored meat to everyone. Look at this time, with many of us having nothing in our bellies. Hoarding food while others are starving is simply heartless. A4 district, Qincheng, that might be asking too much. Let us not even talk about their meat. If your neighbor was on the brink of starvation, would you share your rice with them? A 3-district, donghua, of course I would. I'm not heartless. A 1-district, Jiangbing, calling you heartless is too generous. Stop making excuses for yourself. Haven't you learned from the last lesson you received? Spend some time catching centipedes, otherwise. When you find yourself starving, don't blame the authorities for their indifference. It seemed Zhang Honghua had indeed forgotten the lesson learned from earlier. Having been reprimanded by neighbors from District B for her gossip, and now she had provoked the monkey to personally confront her. Fang Ye chuckled as he patted the monkey on the shoulder. Let it go, they're just envious. We're the ones enjoying the benefits of the meat they cannot access. The monkey shrugged, that's true. As Xiong served the twice-cooked pork at the table, the beautifully marbled pork belly emanated a savory aroma, the glistening droplets of oil visible even in the dim light. With the first bite, the juices mingled with the spices burst forth in a delightful explosion of flavor, granting a sensory feast. Following that were bowls of garlic vermicelli with clams, spicy chicken feet, and tomato egg drop soup, each dish generously portioned, yet none went to waste as they filled the stomachs of the three, while Xiang merely had a bowl of rice with a few vegetables, claiming she was full. Given her current appetite, which had increased several-fold due to breastfeeding, she still paled in comparison to Fang Ye and the monkey. That night, the residents of Area A finally enjoyed their first peaceful sleep since the torrential rains. Untroubled by the fear of centipedes crawling in at night, the centipedes in Area A had been nearly eradicated. Now it was the centipedes that trembled at the sight of the residents. Many who had exchanged for medicine and protective suits were in high spirits, knowing that possessing these items would significantly increase their chances of survival in such an environment. While food remained scarce, most people could still manage to scrape by, though the concern lingered that some might prioritize exchanging for protective suits and cold medicine first. The fervent effort to eliminate centipedes in Area A was met with approval from the residents of other districts, as they benefited from the free labor clearing their territories of pests, allowing for a more restful night's sleep. The people of Area A cleverly kept quiet, focusing solely on capturing the centipedes. Now that the cleanup in Area A was complete, every conceivable hiding place for the pests had been thoroughly searched. If it weren't for the ongoing rain, one would hardly suspect any natural disaster had occurred. Yet, such secrecy could only last for a day soon. People from other districts began to unite in resisting the entry of those from Area A. Their rationale was simple: the pests belonged to their district, and if they spotted anyone from Area A intruding again, they would not hesitate to take action. Upon witnessing the reactions of individuals from other districts, one might ponder what secrets remain unknown to the inhabitants of District A. Surely, someone from District A must have leaked information, revealing that the centipedes could be exchanged for supplies. This revelation would render the centipedes invaluable across all districts. Those within District A would hardly part with their share to benefit outsiders. However, a conundrum arises: the exchange system for centipedes is exclusively operational in District A, with no such points existing in other districts. Yet, the ingenuity of individuals from other districts cannot be underestimated. They began to pass their acquired centipedes to the residents of District A, negotiating a price that allowed the latter to take a commission, thereby facilitating the exchange of supplies desired by those from other districts under the guise of District A's residents. While this arrangement is feasible, the overarching environment is prone to disruption by unscrupulous elements. For instance, some individuals from District A who exchanged centipedes would refuse to provide the goods to those from other districts, denying all responsibility. Should individuals from the other districts attempt to confront them, they would retaliate by rallying together to expel their counterparts. Some residents of District A have become even more ruthless, maintaining a facade of amicable relations while imposing exorbitant fees. An example would be the exchange point in District A, where 200 pounds of centipedes could yield a certain amount of water and flour, while 500 pounds would return medicines or protective gear, compelling those from other districts to offer double or more. Fang Ye firmly believes that the wisdom of ordinary people should never be underestimated. For instance, the residents of District A have effectively closed off avenues for profit through price disparities. Fortunately, he no longer needs to expend the 20,000 tons of centipedes. Instead, he can trade official supplies for his own advancement, reveling in the arrangement. However, while Fang Ye finds this acceptable, the inhabitants of other districts find it intolerable, questioning why they, being newcomers, must shoulder such heavy fees during exchanges. The scarcity of centipedes exacerbates their frustration. Why should 200 pounds of centipedes yield 1 pound of rice for District A, while they must provide 400 pounds for the same? Such inequity cannot stand. It is akin to treating them as mere fools for exploitation. Protests erupted at the exchange point, and on this day, normal operations ceased. The residents of District A and those from other districts engaged in a heated dispute, each unwilling to yield. "This is our exchange point in District A. It is not here to serve you," they retorted, justifying their right to profit from the price differences. "You take advantage yet feign innocence. From now on, let our brothers and sisters from District A refrain from accommodating these individuals. Have you not noticed the dwindling supplies at the exchange point?" This observation holds true. For since Fang Ye's first day of procurement, he has meticulously assessed inventory at the end of each day, documenting the remaining supplies on a blackboard displayed at the exchange point. Chapter 42. The conflict at the exchange point. In recent days, the collaboration among the 5 districts has resulted in a substantial depletion of resources at the exchange point. Are the leaders of the respective districts unaware of the exchanges involving centipedes? Certainly, they are aware. However, they are overwhelmed with responsibilities from the post-disaster recovery efforts, grateful if they can maintain order in the base without further complications. Yet, they did not anticipate that conflicts would arise more swiftly than expected. Peace lasted only a few days before chaos erupted anew. Fang Ye, as one of the heads of the exchange point, felt compelled to express his stance. He swiftly presented regulations. Residents of District A exchange supplies for 200 and 500 pounds of centipedes, while individuals from other districts must contribute an additional 100 pounds. Meaning 300 pounds of centipedes can be exchanged for 1 pound of rice here in District A. However, any concession would only embolden the other districts further. Why should the residents of District A be entitled to exchange at such rates while we are burdened with additional centipedes? They protested vehemently. Negotiations faltered. District A refused to indulge the other districts any further. The initial intent of District A's residents was to leverage the price differences for their own benefit. But the influx of individuals from the other 4 districts diluted their resources while simultaneously demanding equal standing. District A's inhabitants stood firm, and so did Fang Ye. After all, the 10 tons of rice at the exchange point were allocated by Zhao Gang and Chen Qiming. Fang Ye, lacking experience in bureaucratic intricacies, understood that flaunting another's resources was inadvisable. Since negotiation proved futile, he resolved to close the exchange point entirely, deploying armed soldiers to guard the premises. He promptly dispatched Xiao Yuan to inform Chen Qiming and Zhao Gang of the situation. At that moment, Zhao Gang had just concluded a meeting with the leaders of the other 4 districts and was about to disperse when his assistant brought him news of the unfolding events. "Well then, there's no need to adjourn the meeting. Let's continue." Zhao Gang presented the matter to the other leaders, who exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a solution. With a disdainful snort, Zhao Gang remarked, "This was initially my strategy to quell the discord in District A. Now, as you can see, we cannot idly watch as our resources are consumed while maintaining order in your districts." "Indeed, it seems the advantages are not easily gained," replied Lin Jin, the leader of District B, secretly lamenting the predicament. He had learned of the exchange point in District A just the previous night, and now it had escalated to a situation demanding their collective attention. Wang Yan, the leader of District C, observed the focus on Lin Jin and chose to sip from his water cup rather than contribute further. Zhao Gang did not overlook the reactions of the other 4 leaders and inquired, "What do you all propose?" "The exchange point houses 10 tons of rice that I allocated. To mitigate conflicts in the base, we must first create labor opportunities, providing them the means to support themselves, thus preventing idleness that leads to unrest." Leaders D and E, Zhuang Zhang and Ouyang Cheng, respectively, exchanged perplexed glances. "Secretary Zhao, the emergency rations allocated to us are already limited. If the rain continues, we won't sustain ourselves for 3 months. Under such dire circumstances, why would you allocate 10 tons of rice to the exchange point? What purpose does such an institution serve? We cannot consume centipedes. They are neither food nor drink. We must not recklessly squander our life-saving rations in pursuit of stability for the base, for the repercussions of food scarcity will far exceed our current challenges." Zhao Gang exhaled. "Yesterday, I received a document from above. Director Chen, please share it with everyone." Chen Qiming glanced at Zhao Gang, who nodded in affirmation. Chen Qiming rose and distributed thin sheets of paper from his briefcase for review. Lin Jin from District B was the first to examine the findings, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Gang. "These pests are edible. Is this real?" Zhao Gang shot him a sidelong glance. Would official certification be erroneous? Not only here, but the northern regions are also collecting these insects. With crops diminished due to the heavy rains, we are now consuming our stored supplies. Should our reserves deplete, are we to starve? Ouyang Chung quickly grasped the necessity of the exchange point. 1 pound of rice for 200 pounds of centipedes, even if the centipedes are dried and ground into flour. It holds equivalent value. This represents a business venture with a 200% return on investment. Indeed, it is worth pursuing. Lin Jin gazed at the 4 pensive individuals with a peculiar expression and remarked, even if these insects are edible, the real question is who would actually consume such things? Not long ago, a city was embroiled in a scandal involving tainted flour, which was derived from dried insect powder. You may not have purchased it, but my family did. And the stench was unbearable, even causing us to regurgitate leftover food. One must have quite an indiscriminate palate to eat this. Zhao Gang scoffed, Director Ouyang. It seems you've been sheltered in this peaceful era for far too long. Historically, during famines, consuming tree bark was not extraordinary. There are countless instances of people eating guanyin soil until they were bloated, akin to pregnancy, only to die from the resulting distension. When individuals face scarcity, they become selective. However, when survival is at stake, they will grasp at any chance. At least this 1,000-legged insect won't kill you. When one is ravenously hungry, who cares about taste? Zhuang Zhong, ever observant, turned to Zhao Gang and inquired, since Secretary Zhao is aware of the edibility of these 1,000-legged insects, why hasn't he informed us? Zhao Gang, fully aware of their tendency to scrutinize, replied, the report I submitted is still under review. It should be approved in a day or two. To be prudent, it would be wise for you to wait for the documentation to be issued. Zhuang Zheng's retort was stifled. He merely smiled, unperturbed. After the meeting concluded, the group dispersed to their respective areas. Zhao Gang promptly made his way to Fang Ye's villa, where the exchange point had already closed. The soldiers stationed at the exchange point were enjoying the sweet rice dumplings made by Xiang. Zhao Gang swallowed hard at the sight. The decision to stockpile supplies before the torrential rains had proven to be exceptionally wise. Even within the villa district, his own living conditions paled in comparison to Fang Ye's. As luck would have it, Fang Ye's family was gathered for dinner when Zhao Gang arrived. Upon seeing him, Fang Ye immediately stood up to fetch him a bowl and chopsticks, pouring him a glass of wine. Zhao Gang shook his head emphatically. Yet his hands showed no hesitation as Fang Ye filled his cup to the brim. Chapter 43. 5 exchange points. Zhao Gang savored the wine, nearly moved to tears. After so many days of relentless toil, he could finally take a moment to relax and enjoy a drink, easing his taut nerves. After finishing her meal, Xiang cradled her child and retreated to her room for some rest, as she was not fond of the scent of alcohol. Fang Ye had a moderate appreciation for wine, and since the onset of the first major disaster, he had refrained from drinking, maintaining a constant state of alertness. Similarly, Monkey and Xiao Yuan shared his sentiments, having seen numerous unresolved cases of home invasions and murders on their phones. With everyone relocated to the Gulan Villa community, it implied that the initial culprits were now concealed among the populace. Even with guards stationed outside, they dared not let their guard down, for the present circumstances were peculiar. And anything could happen. Zhao Gang began to lament, Fang Ye, it seems that starting tomorrow, we won't be able to collect as many of these 1,000-legged insects. Fang Ye, understanding the crux of the matter, queried Secretary Zhao, have you informed them about the 1,000-legged insects? Zhao Gang nodded, indeed. We cannot allow matters in the villa district to escalate. It would not benefit the restoration of order. Encouraging them to stockpile dried insects is not a bad idea either. As previously agreed, creating additional labor forces and job opportunities is quite favorable. This was certainly advantageous for Fang Ye, who had devised this strategy to protect his villa. The substantial exchange volume could undoubtedly alleviate the situation. After a moment's reflection, he suggested to Zhao Gang, Secretary Zhao, will the other district's exchange points also accept rice and flour in exchange for 1,000-legged insects? Zhao Gang confirmed, that is likely. Resources are scarce. And we are planning to organize a team to dive in a city to salvage some supplies. However, we currently lack diving equipment. And the depths of the submerged areas can reach 16 or 17 meters. Any mishap during the descent would be catastrophic. Fang Ye nodded, recalling that such endeavors were indeed feasible, as he had participated in salvage operations before. This was the optimal time for such activities, as no giant centipedes, nine-eyed poisonous spiders, or blood-sucking insects had yet emerged in the water. However, it would not be long before these little demons made their appearance. Keep a close watch on the exchange point situation, and do not hesitate to reach out to me if anything arises, Zhao Gang said, satisfied and ready to leave after his meal. Once Zhao Gang departed, Monkey and Xiao Yuan exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own schemes, especially Monkey, who turned to Fang Ye and asked, Yi, should we also consider making a move? Fang Ye looked at him quizzically. Where are you thinking of going? To salvage underwater supplies? Monkey nodded. Fang Ye then turned to Xiao Yuan. What about you? Do you wish to join? Xiao Yuan also nodded in agreement. Fang Ye regarded the two. I won't concern myself with what treasures might ensnare your feet underwater, but whatever you plan to undertake, success is unlikely. The authorities are the ones obstructing the salvage. The diving equipment they provide isn't conjured from thin air. This operation is akin to hiring workers for a factory. Does the output produced within the factory belong to the workers? Of course not. Similarly, the items you salvage underwater do not belong to you. Once exclusivity is lost, so too is the allure. Monkey and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances, both sighing in resignation. Monkey muttered, it seems my shipment is doomed. Fang Ye shot him a glance. What shipment? Monkey replied, the goods we didn't finish moving last time. Upon remembering the weapons hidden in his own space, Fang Ye was taken aback, realizing that Monkey had managed to procure such a considerable amount of contraband. What has he been up to all these years? What exactly have you been smuggling? Fang Ye asked sternly. Monkey, slightly embarrassed, knew there was no need to lie before Fang Ye, yet he felt the weight of his gaze. Reminiscent of their childhood, those small items I smuggled involve risks with scant rewards. They hardly compare to arms. Enough. Silence. Fang Ye's internal questions had finally been validated. He was uncertain whether to be grateful for the calamity's arrival. Otherwise, with Monkey's audacity to engage in such dealings, he would have likely faced execution long ago. Since the meeting of Zhao Gang and the other district leaders concluded, exchange points were established from District B to District E, mirroring the exchange mechanism of District A. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that their locations could only exchange supplies. Medicines and quarantine suits were unavailable, restricted solely to District A. Yet, in District A, one must adhere to its regulations, where any supplies exchanged by residents would incur an additional £100. A silver lining emerged, however, as the 5 district leaders, including Zhao Gang, decided to continue utilizing the villa originally designated as a processing factory, even expanding its area by 500 square meters to construct a workshop. Fang Ye welcomed this development with open arms, especially as he witnessed the warehouse overflowing with thousand-legged insects, his face radiating warmth at the sight. For these were treasures for upgrading his space. With greater numbers came greater strength, and the quantity of thousand-legged insects captured continued to rise, causing the energy bar in Fang Ye's ethereal space to thicken. He awaited the moment when the energy bar would be fully charged, allowing for an upgrade. However, within just 3 days, the thousand-legged insects in various districts had been completely harvested. Some residents even trekked to remote mountain waterholes to dig for them, exhausting every possible source. In the processing factory, workers were tirelessly engaged in a relentless rhythm of drying, grinding, and packaging, achieving a speed that rivaled machinery. In District A, Fan Jun remarked, this world has truly descended into chaos. Have you heard about the events in S City? A 5-district, Peng Luo, please don't speak in half measures. What is the matter? A 4-district, Qin Cheng, do elaborate. A 1-district, Fan Jun, there has emerged a group known as the Masked Organization in S City, engaging in arson and plunder, committing heinous acts without remorse. Their influence has grown alarmingly, and they are deeply entrenched. If it weren't for the official patrol discovering their secret stronghold last night, we would remain oblivious to the atrocities these beasts, cloaked in human skin, might undertake. A 1-district, Lin Han, your words are as good as a riddle. You've said nothing substantial. A 4-district, Jiang Chengdong, spare me your vagueness and be specific. A 1-district, Fan Jun, this masked organization has suddenly appeared from the mountain city. It remains unclear whether they are a dormant dark force from the mountain city or have migrated from elsewhere. Yesterday, law enforcement uncovered a substantial number of captives in their hideout, all in a wretched state, their flesh mutilated by knives and sharp instruments. After the police calmed the victims, they learned that the masked organization refers to them as livestock. Chapter 44. The Masked Organization. A 1-district, Qin Cheng, livestock? Surely they do not consume humans as I suspect? A 1-district, Fan Jun, it is beyond mere cannibalism, they also breed humans. To ensure a fresh supply of blood and flesh, they cauterize the wounded skin after carving flesh to prevent bleeding. A 5-district Peng Luo, how tragic. Do they not administer any anesthetics? A 2-district Wang Qian, their very genes must have regressed. How could they commit such unspeakable acts? Captured individuals should be executed on the spot. There is no rehabilitation for such creatures. If they have sunk so low as to consume their own kind, what moral boundaries could they possibly have left? It is utterly terrifying. A 1-district Fan Jun, the crux of the matter is their expansive reach. They have branches not only in S-City, but also in D-City, F-City, and M-City. It just so happens that our relocation might coincide with these regions, being the closest cities to our city. Fang Ye, in his previous life, had never encountered the masked organization, or rather, by the time he rose to prominence, they had already shed their former identity and risen anew. Considering the masked figure who perished alongside him and the individuals behind him, it would be too far-fetched to assert they are unrelated to this organization. This is not an era where bases proliferate. Their emergence seems too fortuitous. Lin Tao has been on high alert lately, having witnessed the security guards who committed robbery and murder that fateful night. At present, those 3 guards reside together, scavenging for bugs to trade for rice and flour, yet Lin Tao senses something amiss. He is a gastroenterologist, but he also studied psychology during his university years. As the saying goes, a woman kissed by a wolf will never fall for a mere mutt. How could robbers, who have found a quicker path to wealth, willingly stoop to mundane toil? Those 3 guards live directly across from him. Lin Tao hails from C District and has not been allocated a villa. Only a small waterproof tent issued by the authorities, just large enough for his family of 5 to sleep within. Consequently, all their belongings are piled outside, with rice and flour considered his lifeblood. Particularly in the company of former wolves, he even clutches the rice and flour to his chest while sleeping. He has contemplated reporting these individuals to the authorities, yet he lacks evidence. When he and his wife went downstairs to fetch rice, they fortuitously witnessed the heinous act. Merely preserving one life was a stroke of luck, let alone capturing photographic evidence. If he were to report them now without proof, it could not only lead to the apprehension of a few, but also incite retribution from those individuals, an unimaginable consequence. All he can do is avoid these men. Thus he traded some supplies with others to change his location, finally distancing himself from those demons. On one occasion, while scavenging for bugs, he overheard their clandestine grumblings. "I'm exhausted. Remember how imposing we were back in the community? We could approach any woman we fancied." "Shut up. Do you want us to get caught? It's disgusting to catch these filthy bugs. We should be above this. The people in C District are all paupers. It's not worth exposing ourselves for a few scraps. I hear the folks in a district are doing well, with one family monopolizing an entire villa. They must have plenty of supplies." "Really? There's no smoke without fire. Something must be afoot. Why don't you gather some intel? When the opportunity arises, we'll strike big." "Sure thing." Lin Tao knew these beasts could never settle down and was immensely relieved to have swapped positions earlier. Otherwise, living in proximity to wolves would leave him in a constant state of vigilance, hardly daring to sleep. Fang Ye assigned the task of managing the exchange point to Qiu Yuan and the monkey to prevent them from idling and stirring up trouble. His energy reserves in the Azure space were nearing capacity as he frequented the warehouse at the processing plant these past few days, dedicating the remaining time to returning within Xiang. Following the incident in S-City, the authorities unexpectedly issued a temporary ordinance regarding heavy rainfall. Strangers who invade homes without the owner's consent may be warned. And if they refuse to leave and engage in harmful behavior towards the homeowner is entitled to legitimate self-defense, with no excessive self-defense claims. If verified, the homeowner shall not be held liable. Residents are urged to coexist harmoniously during this challenging time. This ordinance essentially states that potential criminals entering homes and being killed in the act will not be pursued. The inhabitants of a district were well acquainted with Fang Ye, greeting him as he passed, to which he responded with nods and smiles. Upon reaching the villa, Qiu Yuan and the monkey made faces at him, beckoning him to look inside. Puzzled, Fang Ye wondered who could be inside. Only Xiang and Hui Hui were there. Entering the villa, Xiang placed Hui Hui in the cradle, her cheeks still flushed with anger. Fang Ye understood her well. Such expressions only surfaced when she argued with him or others, often getting flustered before convincing anyone else. Hui Hui had grown considerably, yet the luxurious cradle Fang Ye purchased seemed a tad cramped for the little one. The 1.5-month-old child slept with her hands raised in surrender, her chubby little mouth slightly ajar, offering no solace to her mother's grievances. Fang Ye approached, wrapped his arms around Xiang, and kissed her crimson lips, affectionately pulling her close. "What troubles you, my dear Xiang? Who has wronged you?" His mention of her grievances seemed to manifest them into reality. Earlier that day, a woman of similar age had come to exchange supplies, pitifully requesting some newborn formula, claiming she had a daughter the same size as Hui Hui. Initially breastfeeding, she had been forced to transition after encountering the heavy rains, neglecting her recovery and suffering from poor nutrition and sleep, resulting in her milk drying up. Now, her child was crying from hunger, and she intended to buy rice to make rice soup for her, a common practice among mothers of her generation when milk was insufficient. However, the nutrition in formula far surpassed that of rice soup. As a mother, Xiang wished to provide the best for her child within her means. Though a young mother able to empathize, she was not overly generous. The supplies in the villa were procured by her husband to ensure their family's survival. If she were to generously donate an entire bucket to this woman, the neighboring houses housing pregnant women and children would undoubtedly form a coalition to demand formula from her as well. She simply could not afford to give that much without inciting resentment. Chapter 45, A Scheme. Fang Ye had previously informed her that he had adequately prepared enough formula for Hui Hui, even if Hui Hui was presently breastfeeding. Nevertheless, she had never contemplated giving this formula away to others. The supplies were far too precious now, so valuable that money could not procure them. The formula could be utilized later when Hui Hui was ready for solid foods, perhaps to make some nutritious snacks for her. If it were about aiding others, there were countless individuals in dire need, and even if she were to exhaust her family's wealth, it would scarcely make a dent. The calamity wrought by the broader environment left ordinary people feeling utterly powerless. Thus, she merely scooped out a small portion from a half bag of formula to offer to the young mother, who regarded the formula with an expression of disdain. At that moment, Xiang had yet to grasp the implications of her reaction. It wasn't until later that Qiu Yuan discreetly led her to a location where she overheard how the young mother had critiqued her actions. "She merely relies on having a good man," the young mother had scoffed. "Did you not see her stinginess? She only scooped a few spoonfuls from a large bucket for me, claiming her own child needed it too. What a ruse. Her family has the means to monopolize an entire villa. I refuse to believe that just one canister of formula is all she could spare. Did she think I would be grateful for such a paltry amount? Huh. She treats me like a beggar, but I am no beggar. Thankfully, my child still has some provisions, otherwise I would have truly been at her mercy." After saying this, she callously discarded the small bag of formula on the ground. Someone hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, but the young mother sneered, "Who knows what kind of formula that is? They are all heartless. That formula might have come from some unscrupulous workshop filled with chemicals. I wouldn't dare consume it, let alone give it to a child." Yet, her contempt did little to dampen the enthusiasm of those who rushed to pick up the formula. After all, it was still formula. Regardless of whether it was infant formula or otherwise, it was a rare treasure, a source of nutrition. Given the current circumstances, did they truly have the luxury to be choosy? Xiang, upon hearing this, stormed off in anger, entirely oblivious to the fact that the discarded formula was ultimately retrieved by a middle-aged woman. Donghua, humming a cheerful tune, returned to her tent with the formula. Her husband, bemused by her elation, inquired, "What's got you so happy? Did you find some money on the road?" Donghua rolled her eyes. "What's so joyous about finding money now?" With that, she produced the half bag of formula from her pocket, causing her husband's eyes to light up. He had grown weary of the monotonous porridge they had been consuming. A change in flavor would be most welcome, especially since it was milk. Prior to the heavy rainfall, they might have overlooked such items, but in the wake of the deluge, everything had become exceedingly precious. The couple prepared the formula to drink, and for a moment, they lay on their bedding, savoring the rich aroma of the milk. Donghua remarked, "Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could drink this every day?" Her husband grunted in response. "Every day? That's only possible if we wait for the rain to cease. Besides, our home in City A has been flooded. Who knows how long it will take for the waters to recede? By the time we get to another city, we might have to buy a new house." Donghua's eyes widened. "The government doesn't care for us, and they expect us to buy a house." Her tone reflected disbelief. Her husband replied, "Why wouldn't they? This deluge hasn't just affected City A, it's widespread. How can the government manage it all?" Zheng Honghua felt a pang of concern. We truly cannot squander our money. The couple had always scoffed at the hundreds of yuan for instant noodles and compressed biscuits outside, believing those who were raising prices were simply driven mad by hunger. Thankfully, their penchant for stockpiling had provided them with ample supplies, which they secretly consumed while feigning poverty to outsiders, never intending to waste their hard-earned money on frivolous purchases. Zheng Honghua's mind began to race. Old man, do you want to make some money? Her husband shot her a warning look. Don't get carried away. Last time you stirred up trouble, I ended up with a sore back. Zheng Honghua's expression darkened. These people are utterly lawless. It's as if they were born without mothers. She vented her frustrations until her husband covered her mouth. You need to be careful. We can't afford to provoke anyone. Zheng Honghua recalled her tried-and-true tactics, confidently assuring him, don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Fang Ye, who had just managed to calm Xiang, could not have anticipated the commotion Zheng Honghua would create the following day. Early in the morning, the residents of the villa were awakened by a woman's furious screams and curses, drawing quite an audience. Hosey and Xiao Yuan, residing on the first floor, were unable to sleep due to the ruckus and angrily stepped outside. What's going on? Seeing people emerge bolstered Zheng Honghua's confidence, and she lay on the ground, wailing, "Oh, you heartless people. Yesterday, the woman from your villa gave me a small bag of formula to drink, and I started vomiting and experiencing diarrhea last night. I'm here to demand an explanation. Are you all devoid of conscience? Living in such a grand house, yet you wish to harm our lives." At that moment, another woman interjected, her voice incredulous. Aren't you the one who picked up that half bag of formula yesterday? The speaker was Jiang Ning from Area A1, the very woman who had borrowed formula from Xiang and later discarded it. Zheng Honghua continued her lament. Yes, thank goodness you didn't give it to your child. I couldn't tolerate it. Whoever gave you that formula has no conscience. And Xiang, witnessing the scene below, turned pale and prepared to go downstairs to confront them. However, Fang Ye stopped her, plagued by paranoia from past traumas that urged him to keep his wife and daughter within his sight. If circumstances permitted, he would remain by their side at all times. You keep an eye on Hui, I'll handle this. And Xiang furrowed her brow. But this is my mess. Fang Ye donned his coat with a reassuring smile. I bought the formula. I know best whether it's genuine or not. I'll take care of it. Nothing bad will happen to my wife. Once Fang Ye stepped outside, his demeanor transformed, exuding an air of seriousness. Hosey and Xiao Yuan adopted a firm stance against the raucous Zheng Honghua, preparing to toss her out of the crowd, prompting her to scream, "What are you doing? Help! They're trying to kill me." Chapter 46, A Farce. Let us hope she doesn't act out of shame. It's simply outrageous that anyone would dare to use such tainted formula to harm others. If one lacks the conviction to be a good Samaritan, perhaps it's best not to try at all, especially when it has caused significant harm. It's all due to connections that people like her can bully others. The crowd murmured amongst themselves regarding Fang Ye and his companions, and he scrutinized the faces of those gathered, knowing he was not one to overlook such matters. Once this situation was resolved, he would hold those who had gossiped accountable. At that moment, someone pointed and shouted, "Zheng Honghua, you should be ashamed. No one asked you to take that formula yesterday. It was clearly for infants. You had the audacity to compete with a woman who has children. Claiming you're sick? Don't deceive us. After taking that formula home, you never stepped outside your tent again, unless you and your husband both fell ill in there." Zheng Honghua, caught in her deceit, seethed with rage. "Who are you to accuse me? You must be in cahoots with those in the villa." Feng Chuanfin, no longer feigning innocence, suddenly lunged at Zheng Honghua, grasping her face and scratching it mercilessly. Zheng Honghua, caught off guard, shrieked in response and abandoned her act of weakness, immediately engaging in a fierce struggle with Feng Chuanfin. Having become accustomed to hard labor, Feng Chuanfin easily overpowered Zheng Honghua, who cried out in agony. Fang Ye and the monkey stood in stunned silence, as did the crowd, which had grown eerily quiet, captivated by the unfolding brawl. Feng Chuanfin seized Zheng Honghua's hair, forcing her face into submission, delivering slap after slap while hurling insults. "You wretched creature! How dare you steal milk powder from me and my children? Why haven't you choked to death yet? Aren't you the one who relishes in taking from others? In your youth, you snatched my opportunities. And now you dare to pilfer milk for your child. I swear, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall not be called Feng Chuanfin. Where's your uncle now? Has he kicked the bucket? Good riddance. He was complicit in stealing my chance." suppressing me to the point where I was relegated to washing dishes in a restaurant kitchen. Today, I'll turn you into a bruised mess and see if he can rise from the grave to save you. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly as Zhang Honghua's lips split, blood trickling down her face, rendering her semi-conscious. It was only then that someone intervened to pull Feng Chuanfen away, though she managed to land one last kick to Zhang Honghua's face, causing her to scream and fall hard to the ground. The crowd had not anticipated the deep-seated animosity between the two. Zhang Honghua's transgressions were egregious, not only having usurped Feng Chuanfen's opportunities, but also leveraging her connections to keep Feng Chuanfen marginalized, denying her any chance to rise. Time had slipped away, and Zhang Honghua had squandered the vibrant years of her youth. After Feng Chuanfen finished her assault, she took a moment to address Fang Ye. Zhang Honghua is a cunning and venomous woman. In her youth, she stole my opportunities, my friends' boyfriends, and shattered countless families with her reckless affairs. She is like a drug. Once ensnared, she will not release you until she has drained you of your value. I live in the tent next to hers. I was present when she stole milk powder yesterday, and my little grandson was crying for food because his mother had no milk. Yet this vile woman would rather hoard the milk powder for herself than share it with those in need. Her ruckus today is likely an attempt to exploit this young man for more gain. She views us merely as tools for her schemes. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd's gaze turned to Zhang Honghua. Isn't she the one who spread rumors and got beaten by the neighbors in Area B? They whispered, realizing they had indeed misjudged her. Sensing the tide had turned against her, Zhang Honghua hastily retreated, tail between her legs, pushing through the crowd. As the spectators lost interest in the fray, they began to disperse. Suddenly, Fang Ye pointed at several individuals. You, and you stay. The faces of those singled out paled as they faced Fang Ye's cold demeanor, their hearts racing. What's going on? Fang Ye smirked icily. Repeat what you just said about me. The four immediately recalled their earlier whispered jabs hidden among the crowd, astonished that Fang Ye could overhear their hushed remarks. Now, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare speak up. I'm giving you a chance to speak, if you refuse. Don't hide behind others like pesky flies. Monkey Qiu Yuan, from now on, the exchange point in Area A will be off limits to you four and Zhang Honghua. Fang Ye declared. The four were instantly alarmed. Who do you think you are? You're merely the manager of the exchange point. What gives you the right? I'll file a complaint for your personal vendetta. The crowd felt a wave of anxiety, biting back their words, remembering that these four had offended Fang Ye purely out of momentary bravado. They feared that if they spoke up, they might also incur his wrath. After all, they worked tirelessly to collect bugs solely for a meager meal. The supplies at the exchange point, including protective clothing and medicine, were always in high demand. Some would even tighten their belts to trade for additional supplies. Fang Ye remained undeterred. Go ahead, file your complaint. Until it's resolved. The 5 of you are permanently barred from the exchange point. The group was infuriated yet powerless against Fang Ye, especially with armed soldiers nearby to protect the supplies. They dared not cause a scene, knowing it could cost them their lives. Nonetheless, facing public humiliation was unbearable, and they quickly turned to flee. With the excitement winding down, the crowd finally dispersed. As Feng Chuanfen prepared to leave, Qiu Yuan called out to her, and she anxiously followed him into the villa. There, Fang Ye, typically cold and ruthless, greeted her with warmth. Andy, thank you for your bold words earlier. Feng Chuanfen, always soft-hearted, had been provoked to her limits by Zhang Honghua. Now, with her anger dissipated, she felt a bit intimidated in front of Fang Ye, who was essentially the second in command of the base. You're too kind. I merely spoke the truth. Zhang Honghua was indeed out of line. Entering alone with Qiu Yuan, she left with a hefty bag of goods, which Qiu Yuan discreetly helped her carry home under the cover of night. Fang Ye was the type of person who rewarded kindness, yet he made sure that those who sought to manipulate him would face consequences. Chapter 47. Good deeds are rewarded. Upon returning home, Feng Chuanfen found her daughter-in-law, Li Miao, busy preparing dinner. Despite the darkness enveloping the night, her husband and son had yet to return. Noticing Feng Chuanfen struggling to carry a large bag, Li Miao assumed it was filled with centipedes and rushed to help. Mom, why didn't you drop this off at the exchange point for safekeeping? Every exchange point had recently implemented a storage system. The centipedes collected didn't always amount to the exact 100 or 200 pounds required. Any excess could be stored for future exchanges, making it quite convenient. Thus, Li Miao was puzzled why her mother-in-law had brought the centipedes directly to the tent, especially since they were filthy and foul-smelling, with children sleeping inside. If any of those creatures escaped during the night, the consequences would be dire. A genuine smile finally broke through Feng Chuanfin's typically troubled expression. Meow meow, these aren't bugs. Li Miao paused, taken aback by her mother-in-law's smile, her eyes widening as she gazed into the bag. Then what is it? In truth, Feng Chuanfin had no idea what was inside. The bag was something Qiu Yuan had carried from the villa, handing it to her right at her doorstep. Though Qiu Yuan had made it seem effortless, the bag felt incredibly heavy in her hands. She grinned, thinking, the heavier, the better. More goods. As the two women opened the bag, they were nearly blinded by the treasures within. A 20-pound bag of rice, a small box of compressed biscuits, and, most importantly, 2 vacuum-packed sausages and a can of baby formula. What a generous haul. Each item was in high demand now, and items once taken for granted, like the sausages, had become rare delicacies. In her hands, Li Miao held a canister of milk powder, her joy rendering her momentarily speechless. Having lost her milk supply, her child had been subsisting solely on rice soup, devoid of any substantial nutrition. Watching her once plump son grow increasingly emaciated caused her heart to ache profoundly. As a mother, this can of milk powder felt like a lifeline, bringing her more joy than rice and cured sausages ever could. Feng Chuanfin, equally elated, had never anticipated that her principled stand would yield such a bountiful reward. Wang Cheng, Feng Chuanfin's son, and his father, Wang Benfan, walked home in silence, burdened with a large sack filled with centipedes. The night had fully descended, and many others returning home bore weary expressions. Since discovering that centipedes could be exchanged for rice, the nearby supplies had been exhausted, compelling them to venture farther afield. Though abundant in insects, the number of collectors was even greater. Had they not been in the Guanlan Mountains, the insects would surely have been depleted. Even so, walking such long distances daily was no small feat, relying solely on their own 2 legs. After a long day's labor, fatigue rendered them too exhausted for conversation. The father and son joined the throng to exchange their centipedes at the redemption point, returning with a pound of rice each. Upon lifting the flap of their tent and catching a whiff of a savory aroma wafting through the air, both father and son were instantly invigorated. What was that delightful scent? Meat? Li Miao was soothing her child when Feng Chuanfin brought over a bowl filled with pieces of steamed sausage. It's sausage. The 2 men were astonished to find that their bowl contained dry rice instead of the usual watery porridge. Wang Benfan swallowed hard and inquired of his wife, "Are we no longer living in hardship?" Wang Cheng could no longer restrain himself and took a hearty mouthful of rice, savoring it with squinted eyes. "What kind of family are we?" Feng Chuanfin served the family their portions, cheerfully explaining the day's events. Wang Cheng had long harbored disdain for the woman donghua. Now that his vengeance had been realized, he gleefully remarked, "Serves her right." Wang Benfan sighed deeply. "My dear wife, your long-held wish has finally been fulfilled." Feng Chuanfin felt a sense of vindication. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. That woman has committed countless wrongdoings, and now her retribution has finally arrived. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, and Wang Cheng expressed enviously, "Our former neighbor Masen told me today that his uncle got him a job at the processing plant." Wang Benfan's joy was somewhat diminished. His face clouded with bitterness. "Our family has no connections." Wang Cheng felt awkward. "Dad, I didn't mean it that way. I'm simply envious. The centipedes are harder to find now than before. Those who once looked down on factory work now see it as a golden opportunity. I should have applied earlier when positions were available. Hindsight is truly invaluable." Most of their time was now consumed with the hunt for centipedes. Some days, they barely managed to gather 100 pounds, often needing to store them at the redemption point for 2 or 3 days to accumulate enough for just 1 pound of rice. Feng Chuanfin slapped her forehead. "I nearly forgot. The young man who brought me home yesterday asked if I wanted to work at the processing plant." Wang Cheng's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. What did you say?" Feng Chuanfin smiled. "I certainly agreed. Tomorrow, I'll speak with that young man to see if I can swap my spot for yours, and you can work there." Wang Cheng hesitated. "Is that feasible?" Reflecting on the favorable treatment she received at the redemption point, Feng Chuanfin nodded. It should work. Early the next morning, Feng Chuanfin went to the redemption point to find Qiu Yuan. Without hesitation, he added another slot, allowing both her and Wang Cheng to enter the processing plant. "Wang Cheng, Realizing his father was too old to continue the arduous work outside, willingly relinquished his job to him, opting to remain outside collecting insects. After all, he was young and strong, and with his parents at home, much of the family's financial burden was alleviated, lightening his own load significantly. Currently, the processing plant was short-staffed due to the demand for roasted insect powder, and many had secured positions through connections. Those who had previously left the field to avoid dealing with insects now lamented their decision, as opportunities to return to the processing plant had vanished. The factory overseen by Fang Ye offered not only a monthly rice and flour benefit of £30, but also implemented a merit-based pay system that significantly motivated workers to increase their productivity. A diligent worker could easily support an entire family. While Feng Chuanfin's family began to thrive under Fang Ye's auspices, donghua inside her tent cursed both Fang Ye and Feng Chuanfin, invoking the ancestors of both families in her tirade. Since her return, her husband had not enjoyed a moment of peace, driven to distraction by her incessant complaints. What good does it do to rant here? If you have the guts, go seek revenge. Chapter 48, Resentment. Donghua, feeling as if her throat were being constricted, struggled to find her voice. After a prolonged silence, she pointed at her husband's nose, berating him. You're just here to add insult to injury. If you had any real capability, would I be fighting over these trifles? You didn't drink that milk powder, did you? Spit it out, give it back to me. She advanced upon her husband, and despite his frail physique, he was no match for her. In just 2 pushes, he found himself on the ground. Stop. You need to think about our future. Donghua sat on the edge of the bed, pointing at him as she continued her tirade. I was blind to fall for you, a pretty face with no substance. You can't perform in bed, and you're useless outside as well. What kind of man are you? Her husband retorted. Did you think I wanted to marry you? This worn-out shoe? You've been with who knows how many men. If it weren't for your uncle's connections that could elevate my status, would I have wanted you? Donghua's face flushed with anger, and the couple resumed their quarrel. The remnants of injury sustained from her altercation with Feng Chuanfin marred her appearance, leaving her in no better condition during this fight with her husband. Now reduced to this state, regardless of how they fought, they remained 2 sides of the same coin, unable to sever their ties. The next day, while Donghua was at the redemption point exchanging centipedes, her face obscured by clothing, Qiu Yuan recognized her immediately, halting his recording. Donghua, do you think hiding will keep me from seeing you? I made it quite clear yesterday. We want to redeem a single centipede you bring here. Upon hearing this, Donghua erupted into curses. What kind of power do you think you have, bullying a vulnerable person like me? Everyone, come look. The officials are being unjust, deliberately targeting me, a common citizen. The crowd at the redemption point, upon recognizing the troublemaker as Donghua, quickly diverted their eyes, returning to their own affairs. Today, if you stand by and do nothing, my fate will soon be yours. Donghua howled at the redemption point, while Qiu Yuan observed her antics with amusement. And not a single soul came to her aid. It was a joke. Donghua had become the proverbial rotten apple in the porridge. Those who had previously heeded her words and spoke ill of the redemption point manager, Fang Ye, now found themselves barred from redeeming supplies at the A zone and had to traverse to the C zone, which was a considerable distance, all while lugging heavy bags of centipedes step by step. Serves you right. You brought this upon yourself. They had sought help from the officials, but upon understanding the situation, the authorities had little sympathy, opting for a cold response. Donghua had once strutted around with the support of her capable uncle, but now, without her backing, she continued to act arrogantly, failing to grasp her precarious situation. Faced with repeated setbacks, she could only lower her flag and retreat. With no choice but to carry the centipede on their backs, the couple made their way towards Zone C. The reason for not heading to Zone B was the rampant exclusivity there, compounded by the fact that Lin Jin, the head of Zone B, was in cahoots with Zhao Gang from Zone A. Zhao Gang regarded Fang Ye as a trusted confidant, and naturally, he would not extend any favors to those whom Fang Ye disdained, especially not to Donghua, who was a particularly odious troublemaker. Every day, Donghua and her husband cursed and grumbled as they trudged through the rain, taking a long detour to Zone C to exchange the centipede for supplies. Lacking raincoats and protective suits, their clothes remained perpetually damp, while the garments at home lay in a sodden heap, waiting for evening when they could ignite a fire to dry them with the scant coal provided by official aid. Clutching the hard 1 pound of rice, the couple hurried back, only to be seized midway and dragged into the dense thicket. Help! Help! Their cries barely echoed before being stifled, and they were thrown to the ground in a place surrounded by damp, dense trees. Terrified, Zhang Honghua clung to her husband, exclaiming, "What do you want from us?" Wang De and Qin Baogai, upon witnessing this, sneered as they expertly brandished their knives. "What do you think? We're here to rob and kill." Enduring the pain, Zhang Honghua threw the tightly clutched rice at their feet, pleading, "Take this, it's all yours. Please, spare us, we want to say a word." "That is not possible." Su Chao blew on the blade of his knife, twirling it with skill that suggested he had practiced this technique often. "You've seen our faces. How could we possibly let you live?" Su Chao grinned wickedly, his round face brimming with malice. Once considered simple-minded, he now exuded an unsettling aura of menace, a testament to the darkness his life of crime had wrought. Wang De approached with a menacing grin. The fear in Zhang Honghua's eyes seemed palpable. "Wait. I know who has the most supplies. If you rob us, you'll only get enough for a meal, but if you take from them, you won't have to worry about supplies for at least a year." Su Chao halted Wang De, intrigued by the prospect. Who? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Honghua embellished Fang Ye's situation, claiming they have a villa stocked with all sorts of supplies, grains, oils, meats, alcohol, and even a wealth of medicines and protective gear. The official supply reserves don't even come close. The protective suits some people in Zone C were exchanged in our Zone A, all from that villa, which is guarded by official personnel. Medicines and protective gear are rare now. If you manage to seize them, you could strike it rich. We spent 2 days gathering the centipede for just this pound of rice. Su Chao, pondering her words, fell silent for a moment. Zhang Honghua trembled, her eyes fixed on them with fear, desperate to avoid becoming their next victim. They also have firearms. All right, Su Chao replied cheerfully, moving closer to Zhang Honghua and helping her to her feet, causing her husband to instinctively retreat behind her. Zhang Honghua was now shaking uncontrollably. Su Chao patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, we're not the bad guys here. Today, we're just making a friend." Zhang Honghua wished to smile in response, but her rigid features contorted into a strained grimace that appeared grotesque. Su Chao paid no mind. "You won't speak of today's events, will you?" Zhang Honghua shivered and shook her head vigorously. "No, we want to say a word." Su Chao nodded and pointed to the rice in Qin Baogai's arms. "What about this?" Zhang Honghua quickly insisted. "It's a gift for you. Please eat it." Seeing her compliance, Su Chao chuckled again, patting her shoulder. "In that case, we won't keep you any longer." Relieved, Zhang Honghua dashed out of the thicket, disregarding her husband still trapped among the wolves. When danger strikes, even birds of a feather will flee their nests. Her husband, witnessing her hasty escape, scrambled after her in a panic. Qin Baogai and Wang De, always following Su Chao's lead, exchanged puzzled glances. "Su Ge, why let them go? What if they report us?" Su Chao grinned wickedly, deftly twirling his knife once more. "They don't have the guts. Even if they report us, what could they prove? If someone investigates, they'll only say we were robbing on the road. As long as we don't take lives, we can be locked in the villa for a couple of weeks and then released." Did you see how scared they were? Reporting us would be easy, but could they withstand our retaliation afterward? Besides, they clearly offended someone significant to have traveled all the way from Zone A to Zone C for supplies. Such people won't stir up much trouble. Having engaged in robbery for so long, Su Chao had mastered the art of targeting the vulnerable. Qin Baogai still felt uneasy. "Su Ge, we've always been cautious. Just saying." He made a slicing motion across his throat. Wang De nodded in agreement. Su Chao gazed down the hillside at the villa cluster in Zone A, saying, "That woman wasn't wrong. With our current method, we can only rob enough supplies for a day. Over time, we'll surely attract the attention of the authorities. Instead, why not aim for something bigger? If that couple goes missing, the people in Zone A might follow the trail back to us, causing unnecessary complications for future operations." Wang De caught the key point. Future operations? Su Chao glanced at him, stating, "One villa could provide us with a lavish lifestyle for 3 to 5 years. Can you resist that temptation?" Both Wang De and Qin Baogai's eyes brightened. "But that woman mentioned armed soldiers guarding it. There are only 3 of us. It's risky." Su Chao smiled enigmatically. "Who says it's just the 3 of us? Considering the timing, he should be arriving soon." "Who?" Wang De and Qin Baogai asked in unison. Su Chao's face bore a cruel smile. "You'll find out soon enough." He had long wished to attract the attention of those who could aid him after committing heinous acts in a city, and now his efforts were finally yielding results. That evening, Zhao Gang hurried to Fang Ye's villa, just as Fang Ye and others finished their meal. And Xiang was preparing to cook more dishes. Typically, Zhao Gang would have accepted, but the urgency of the situation left him no appetite. Upon seeing Fang Ye, he announced that he would be taking a zone's police resources to assist in F City. They had received word that the masked organization, which had escaped from S City, was now entrenched in F City, rapidly recruiting, thereby posing a serious threat to local security. Their mission was to assist in eradicating this threat. Currently, the 5 districts of the villa were temporarily under the jurisdiction of Ouyang Chung from Yi Zone, and they would be leaving for about 3 days to provide assistance. After making all the arrangements, Zhao Gang rushed off with Chen Qiming and armed police resources. The mobilization of armed support was known only to the higher-ups. The common folk continued their lives as usual, as if nothing had changed. However, armed with specific intelligence, Suda and the others could no longer remain idle. They realized their opportunity had arrived. That night, a surprise guest adorned with a mask entered their tent, startling the trio with the sudden appearance of the colorful visage. You! Su Chao, after calming himself, was exhilarated. The individual adorned with a mask of intricate design sat gracefully upon a chair. Your expressions of feigned enthusiasm are quite displeasing to me. After all that you have done, is it not merely a declaration to the masked organization of your desire to join? The voice emanating from beneath the mask was unexpectedly youthful, and combined with the demeanor of one accustomed to authority, it was evident that this individual was of considerable wealth prior to the calamity. Realizing this, Su Chao felt an even stronger compulsion to ingratiate himself, his face alight with eagerness. Indeed, we are most eager to join. The masked youth chuckled softly. Our organization does not admit just anyone. Homicide and cruelty are but the basic tenets of the masked organization. We have no need for mindless fools who would hinder our pursuits. Su Chao's reputation might silence a child's midnight cries, yet before this young man, he dared not act out of line, clearly implying a willingness to heed every command. What must we do to prove our worthiness for inclusion in the organization? The young man, resting a slender hand against his chin, inquired, Do you have any plans in the works? Su Chao nodded, yes. The young man smiled. That's the spirit. Members of the masked organization must be passionate about taking action. Pray share your plans. Su Chao proceeded to detail the abundant resources housed within a villa in Area A, including fortified doors and electrified fencing, along with the number of occupants within. The young man appeared contemplative. If we were to equip you with weaponry, could you seize it? Su Chao nodded fervently, recalling that the woman in the villa had mentioned the presence of firearms, making suppression imperative. However, the young man did not even spare him a glance. What is your estimated combat strength? Su Chao calculated. 3 men and 1 woman, along with an infant. The young man did not blink as he declared, I shall allocate 30 personnel to you, ensuring that all within are apprehended. Do you believe you can succeed? Su Chao felt a surge of confidence, thumping his chest to assure, the task will be accomplished. The young man added, should you fail to eliminate so many, I suggest you forfeit your lives and present your heads to me. Su Chao exchanged glances with Wang De and Qin Baogai, none daring to utter a word. The masked youth regarded them, the darkened eye holes of his mask glowing ominously, or do you lack the courage? Su Chao was acutely aware of the brutality exhibited by members of the masked organization. Should they dare to decline, they might not see the dawn of another day. After all, had they not engaged in all this to gain entry into the organization? Now that the organization had sought them out, it would be folly to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Very well. With a sharp clap of his hands, the young man exclaimed, excellent. Now, when shall we commence our operation? I shall not conceal from you that the masked organization is currently engaged in the conquest of City F, with nearby towns law enforcement and armed forces congregated there. In other words, there is no defense here. It is the perfect opportunity for an assault. Should you miss this chance, the next opportunity may never arise. Su Chao pondered. Tomorrow we shall scout the situation, and the day after we shall act. Chapter 50, The Informer. As evening fell, Lin Tao sat in the underbrush, utterly exhausted. The elusive centipedes had become increasingly difficult to find, and he had toiled greatly to gather even a meager handful. Lying among the bushes, he watched as the dark rain cascaded in heavy droplets, too fatigued even to seek shelter. Fortunately, his protective suit remained dry, concealed beneath the foliage. Suddenly, He heard rustling sounds nearby, assuming it to be another forager. He paid little mind. Listening to the rhythmic patter of rain, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, longing to rest. Did you see that? The armed guards at the villa have indeed withdrawn. He was not mistaken. Most of the law enforcement and armed resources have gone to support City F, making this the perfect opportunity for us to strike. Suga. I observed that the villa's interior is filled to the brim with supplies. That woman certainly did not deceive us. I found the woman inside to be exceedingly attractive. She sparked an immediate reaction in me. Now be quiet. Once we have taken the villa, you may do as you please with her. That woman has a daughter. But she is far too young. Ha ha, you are quite the lecher, daring to entertain such thoughts. Isn't there someone in the masked organization who has a taste for infants? We could use her as a bargaining chip. Words of unspeakable cruelty flowed from the lips of these brutes, jolting Lin Tao from his drowsiness. He recognized those voices. They belonged to the very gang that had committed robbery and murder in his neighborhood. Even in death, he would remember them. Lin Tao trembled with rage. These demons would not even spare children, intending to deliver them to another monster. Were these individuals truly human, or had they crawled forth from the depths of hell? Concealed by the tall underbrush, Lin Tao dared not move. He understood that even the slightest sound could cost him his life. Alone, he could not contend with 3 assailants. Could he trust the young man from the masked organization? I don't know, let us wait and see. If they truly provide us with weapons, it will confirm their sincerity. Haha, with firearms in hand, we can seize that villa. We shall reign as local tyrants. Indeed, I yearn to be a bridegroom every night. This area boasts many beautiful women. That nurse, Chu, has long captured my fancy. I recently spotted her, and once we succeed, she will be the first I claim. Lin Tao clenched his fists, his anger surging. This was the second time they had set their sights on his wife. Should they succeed, his family would surely face dire consequences. Heavy raindrops splattered against his face, nearly obscuring his vision. Damn it. This rain is relentless. Should we proceed? We have gathered sufficient intelligence. We can catch them off guard. Indeed, tonight we shall see the outcome. Such matters are best resolved swiftly. We will exterminate their nest this very night. Suga is truly a man of action, formulating a plan in such a short time. Lin Tao held his breath, straining to hear their words through the downpour, afraid to make a sound or move. The bag at his feet, filled with centipedes, had burst open, and the creatures began to swarm out. Fortunately, his protective suit kept them at bay. Nonetheless, he could see the writhing mass of black centipedes crawling over his clothing and mask. Time passed slowly until he finally heard the sounds of their departure. For safety's sake, he remained hidden in the underbrush for another half hour, ensuring they would not return before rising to shake the centipedes from his clothing. He did not even bother to retrieve the bag. He dashed toward the exchange point in Area A. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though his acquaintance with Fang Ye was merely one of mutual nods, he had once lent his car and provided rice and oil to help them through difficult times. Now, with threats looming, they shared a common adversary. Su Chao and his vile companions posed a formidable challenge, and Lin Tao had previously chosen to avoid confrontation. But now, retreat was not an option, and he could no longer evade. It was a matter of life or death. With Fang Ye on his side, their odds of success would surely improve. Life and death were trivial matters. If this world were to fall under the dominion of such malevolence, what worth would life hold? Yet in every fleeting second he lived, he vowed that any harm directed at his family would have to pass over his own dead body first. The relentless downpour hammered against Lin Tao's face, penetrating his protective gear, yet he disregarded the pain as his legs propelled him forward with mechanical precision. At that moment, should anyone attempt to halt his frantic pace, he would crumble to the ground like a lifeless heap. Nevertheless, his heart screamed in desperation, "Hurry faster." The distance from Zone C to Zone O was far from negligible. Despite his utmost efforts, he had scarcely traversed half the journey. The already overcast sky darkened ominously, signaling the imminent arrival of night. Lin Tao was uncertain of the hour mentioned by Su Chao and Wang Da, those vile creatures. But if he could reach Fang Ye's villa in Zona before then, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. At the very least affording them a chance to hide. The exchange point adhered strictly to its schedule, closing at the same time every day. With collected resources available for trade the following day, establishing a routine within Zone A. Today, just as Qiu Yuan had closed the door and hurried to the villa's hall, a thunderous knocking resounded from behind. The noise was so jarring that both Fang Ye and An Xiang frowned in response. Qiu Yuan halted, turning back to the metal gate, peering through the peephole. A man clad in protective gear stood outside, his face a mask of panic, scanning the surroundings with trepidation, as though he were being watched. This unusual demeanor immediately caught Qiu Yuan's attention. He swiftly opened the door and yanked the man inside. Before Lin Tao could utter a word, he was seized and swiftly searched, only released once it was confirmed he bore no weapons. At that moment, Fang Ye and the monkey had reached the open courtyard, sheltering under an umbrella as they observed him. Fang Ye, Lin Tao called out, recognizing the familiar face. Fang Ye scrutinized him closely before exclaiming, "It's you." Lin Tao took a few hurried steps toward him but was abruptly blocked by Qiu Yuan. "What are you doing?" Although Lin Tao and Fang Ye were not particularly acquainted, there was certainly no animosity between them. Fang Ye gestured reassuringly to Qiu Yuan, signaling that all was well. Once granted freedom of movement, Lin Tao's anxious expression only intensified. "Fang Ye, we must leave quickly. They are coming to kill you." Fang Ye's expression shifted gravely at his words. "Who is coming to kill me?" "It's Su Chao and the others from Zone C. The masked organization will provide them with weapons." Lin Tao endeavored to convey the message succinctly. Chapter 51. The Calm Before the Storm. The masked organization, again, that accursed group. The villa district lay in tatters. What could possibly attract the masked organization here? Why could they not simply fade away? The monkey, ever watchful, regarded Lin Tao with a glint of suspicion in his eyes. "How do you know of their plans? What is your connection to them?" Sweat beaded on Lin Tao's forehead from his recent exertions. He understood that the atmosphere was rife with paranoia, ordinarily. He had no ties to Fang Ye, making it difficult to convince him of the urgency of his warning. All he desired was to relay the news of the masked organization's intent to join forces with Su Chao and his band of beasts to eliminate Fang Ye and his companions. Su Chao, Wang De, and Qinbao Jie were previously security guards in my community. Since the torrential rains, police resources have been stretched thin, and with supplies being inadequately distributed, each community has been temporarily sealed off. It was during this time that their devilish nature was revealed. My community frequently suffered from home invasions and murders. My wife and I were victims of one such encounter while retrieving rice from our car. They murdered someone right before our eyes in a heinous display. If they succeed this time, my wife will undoubtedly be their next prey." As he spoke, Lin Tao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I am but one man, weak and powerless. But if I stand with you, we must at least confront them. Hiding is not a solution. Guolan Mountain is neither large nor small, and if the masked organization and Su Chao's group take control, it would only be a matter of time before they find my family." Lin Tao yearned to avoid a futile struggle, preferring to keep all variables within a manageable scope. He had previously exchanged goods at the point in Zone A and was aware of Fang Ye and his companion's formidable capabilities. Fang Ye nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Qiu Yuan, who promptly excused himself to retrieve a Browning from his room. The monkey was taken aback, bewildered by the newfound harmony between Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan. Fang Ye handed the Browning to Lin Tao. "Do you know how to use this?" Lin Tao nodded. "I have had prior training in shooting." Fang Ye's perception of Lin Tao shifted. He realized he was not merely a physician wielding a scalpel. In this era of catastrophe, possessing the ability to shoot accurately could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. Fang Ye expertly chambered around, asking, "You say they are coming soon?" Lin Tao nodded, then shook his head. "They only mentioned a surprise attack at night, but I do not know the exact time frame they referred to. I wish to inform you as soon as possible so that you can prepare." Fang Ye regarded Lin Tao, then lifted his chin. "This weapon is yours as a reward for the information you have provided. You can use it to protect your family or to eliminate those executioners." Lin Tao hesitated. Fang Ye gestured for silence. "The choice is yours. There is no need to justify your decision to me. Once the masked organization becomes involved, the situation will escalate dramatically. Our entire Zone A could become a battlefield, and other regions may not be spared. Instead of worrying about this, you should focus on securing your family." Lin Tao tightened his grip on the weapon. Yes, he needed to ensure the safety of his family. The masked organization and Su Chao's gang were nothing but beasts devoid of humanity. With that thought, he quickly secured the weapon at his waist and sprinted back towards Zone C. The atmosphere in the villa's hall grew tense, and Xiang stood at the staircase, cradling Hui Hui, her expression filled with anxiety, indicating she had overheard the earlier conversation. The monkey lit a cigarette, retrieving 2 more weapons from his room. fastening them to his waist while holding another. Let's take them down. He cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Yuan. What about you? Qiu Yuan silently opened his jacket, revealing an arsenal of weapons, ammunition, and grenades, evidently prepared for this moment. Fang Ye restrained the eager monkey, fixing him with a steady gaze. You cannot go. The monkey, infuriated, protested. Why can't I go? We have no idea how many of them there are. There are only 4 of us here. Sister-in-law has to tend to Hui Hui, and the 3 of us may not even be able to protect the 2 of them. If I don't go, our chances of survival diminish significantly. Fang Ye exhaled slowly. And that is precisely why you cannot go. You must stay and protect Xiang and Hui Hui. The monkey refused to relent. This task should fall to you. You are their husband and father. Fang Ye shook his head. They are targeting me. Having Xiang and Hui Hui with me would only put them in greater danger. Monkey, you are the one I trust most in this world. Xiang and Hui Hui are my life. I am entrusting my life to you. Al Yi, I will not leave. If death comes, we shall face it together. Xiang cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Since the torrential rains began, humanity's survival landscape had shifted dramatically. And she had been sheltered in the safety of Al Ya's embrace. Now, as catastrophe loomed, she felt utterly helpless. Fang Ye seemed to perceive her thoughts, enveloping her in his arms as the monkey and Qiu Yuan averted their gazes. Fool, do not entertain such thoughts. You are stronger than anyone. You gave me a daughter. You created a home, and you have shown me the meaning of life. Fang Ye breathed in the fragrant scent of Xiang's hair. I promise I will be fine. All that I do is not for the purpose of perishing alongside them. If I were to die, who would protect you and Hui Hui? Take the child and the monkey, hide well. Once we deal with those beasts, we will come to find you. The monkey cast a glance at Fang Ye, his heart racing. If he were alone, he could easily find a hiding place, but with his sister-in-law and niece in tow, he felt that nowhere was truly safe. Where do you intend for us to go? Fang Ye was at a loss for words. Like the monkey, he sensed that in the present circumstances, there was no secure haven within the entirety of Guanlan Mountain. It was Qiu Yuan who proposed a potential refuge. What about taking to the water? To the water? The monkey inquired, his eyes suddenly alight. Yes, they are not hiding in the mountains, but in the water. I can take my sister-in-law and Hui back to the shore to inflate the inflatable boat, and when you are safe, you can light a fire on the shore. And we will paddle back upon seeing it. Very well, ensure you are fully armed, Fang Ye reminded him. Time was of the essence. Fang Ye helped Xiang into her protective suit and raincoat, and Hui was also clad in a small raincoat, cradled in Xiang's arms. Take good care of our child, and wait for me to come for you. Xiang, her eyes glistening with tears, nodded. She understood that at this moment, her presence and that of Hui would only serve as a hindrance to Fang Ye. Shielded by the monkey, they disappeared into the night. Chapter 52, Intense Battle 1. In the vacant villa, only Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan remained, exchanging a knowing smile. Today will determine our fate, be it life or death, Qiu Yuan remarked. Fang Ye shook his head resolutely. We will certainly survive. They will undoubtedly perish, without question. Qiu Yuan chuckled at this, though he was uncertain of the source of Fang Ye's confidence. Nevertheless, it was a comforting notion. When a friend faces danger, a fellow traveler shall not falter. Qiu Yuan observed Fang Ye deftly handling the weapons in their room with a puzzled gaze. Though he had been with the monkey for nearly 2 years, he was familiar with the brother Fang Ye, yet had never heard the monkey speak of his proficiency with weapons as though it were second nature. Hadn't he left this line of work 2 years prior? The monkey held Fang Ye in high regard, having once drunkenly murmured that if Fang Ye had not been ensnared by familial ties, the 2 brothers would have long since dominated the industry. Even now, those acquainted with Fang Ye would respectfully address him as Brother Ye, hinting at the vast influence he wielded in his heyday. To withdraw from such a position of power in favor of guarding his wife and daughter was a decision deserving of admiration. Qiu Yuan's scrutiny of Fang Ye was so intense that Fang Ye, noticing the dazed expression on his face, inquired, "Are you frightened?" Upon realizing the question posed by Fang Ye, Qiu Yuan's expression remained calm. The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. Seeing that Qiu Yuan's demeanor did not seem feigned, Fang Ye smiled silently and continued to examine the wooden rifle in his hands. The 2 men swiftly ascended to the highest point of the villa for vigilance. As the situation remained uncertain, they had no knowledge of how many adversaries they faced or the extent of their firepower. Furthermore, the villa was stocked with abundant supplies, and retreating now would be too generous a concession to their foes. Even in the event of incineration, Fang Ye would not allow these individuals to benefit from their possessions. Prone on the villa's rooftop, Fang Ye and Xiao Yuan were situated at the highest elevation in the vicinity. Affording them a broad field of vision over the surrounding human settlement, they could detect the slightest disturbance. The torrential rain pelted down upon them. And to avoid hindering their movements, they had opted for lightweight clothing instead of cumbersome raincoats, remaining still. The atmosphere between them was hushed, with only the sound of rain drumming against the ground and their bodies. "Brother Yi, you have never trusted me," Xiao Yuan suddenly broke the silence. Fang Ye was uncertain of the intent behind his words, and he secretly readied another wooden rifle aimed in Xiao Yuan's direction. Xiao Yuan chuckled wryly. "See, this is the difference between me and the monkey. With him, you would never dare to point a gun at him." He almost forgot that Xiao Yuan had once been a special forces operative, exceedingly sensitive to actions that could threaten his life. Fang Ye regarded him coolly. "So, what are you trying to convey?" Xiao Yuan replied, "Why do you not trust me as you do the monkey? I assure you I will not betray you. Isn't that good enough? You've heard the saying, a vassal's vassal is not my vassal, a friend of a friend is not my friend. Let us maintain this distance. Perhaps one day my opinion of you will change. I have decades of camaraderie with the monkey, while I have known you for less than 2 months. Surely you can understand?" Fang Ye replied coolly. He and the monkey had shared countless experiences, establishing a bond of mutual trust. Perhaps Xiao Yuan could also be someone the monkey could rely on. But he was a person who, while appearing amicable, maintained clear boundaries. Xiao Yuan felt helpless. Earning Fang Ye's trust was far more formidable than with the monkey. The monkey had recounted too many of Fang Ye's illustrious tales, causing admiration for the man to blossom through narrative, leading to Xiao Yuan's envy of the monkey. Just as he was about to speak further, Xiao Yuan's expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly tensed. "Someone is approaching." Fang Ye immediately adopted a serious demeanor. His ability to sense danger had been honed through countless near-death experiences. In terms of professionalism, Xiao Yuan undoubtedly excelled. The villa area was shrouded in darkness, and resources were scarce. The firewood and coal allocated by the authorities were strictly rationed, only utilized for cooking, extinguished immediately afterward. Even now, as the end of the month approached, the tension was palpable, embedding the concept of frugality into their very beings. Fang Ye recalled a television program advocating for thriftiness. How much more profound were the lessons learned by those who had endured natural disasters firsthand? It was said that pain only truly resonated when one experienced it themselves. Xiao Yuan's ears twitched, allowing him to gauge the distance of the approaching figures. His face paled slightly as he regarded Fang Ye. There are more than 30 of them, all armed. The situation was indeed precarious. Their numbers were overwhelming, making it difficult for two to contend against so many. "Kill as many as you can. I will cover your retreat." Fang Ye's mind raced. However, Xiao Yuan hesitated. Fang Ye decisively declared, "That's settled then. We will retreat through the back door." Su Chao, his face contorted with malice, led the group assigned to him by the masked organization, intent on ambushing Fang Ye and his companions. The excitement coursing through him caused his knife to whirl increasingly rapidly in his hands, while his companions, Wang De and Qin Baogai, eyed the villa gleaming faintly in the distance, akin to a cave brimming with treasures. With this haul, the 3 of them could indulge for 3 to 5 years. And the masked organization had promised them governance over the entire area, provided they complied with every directive. Wang De, a lecherous man, could not help but fantasize about Lin Tao's wife, Chu Hong, and Fang Ye's wife, and Xiang, causing his mind to overflow with indecent thoughts. Drool disgustingly pooling at his color. With 2 muffled shots, the 2 men to Su Chao's left were taken down by the silenced wooden rifles, blood splattering across Su Chao's face. Panic-stricken, Su Chao screamed, "It's an ambush." His men reacted even faster, with Wang De and Qin Baogai scrambling into the nearby greenery. Despite their swift actions, they could not escape the accuracy of Xiao Yuan and Fang Ye, the 2 sharpshooters dispatching 5 men in a matter of 3 minutes, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Su Chao's audacity was forged through countless encounters with death, his nerves steeled by the many lives he had taken without so much as a flicker of his eyelids. After a brief moment of panic, he recalled the warning from that young man of the masked organization: if so many could not eliminate Fang Ye and his companions in the villa district, his own life would be forfeit. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Stay concealed, and do not create any noise." With that, he immediately dashed off in another direction. just as a deep bullet hole appeared in the spot he had vacated. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle, 2. How unfortunate. Su Chao silently cursed, pondering who had betrayed them and allowed Fang Ye's group to be on high alert. The enemy's firepower continued to suppress them, and Su Chao drew his weapon, firing towards Fang Ye and the others. The tiles in front of Fang Ye and Xiao Yuan shattered into pieces, the debris stinging their faces. A small shard struck Fang Ye's brow, drawing a crimson line of blood. Unfazed, he wiped it away, but the enemy's fire intensified, completely pinning down both Fang Ye and Xiao Yuan, preventing them from daring to show their heads. Ultimately, they were outnumbered. Seeing a lull in the barrage from the opposing side, Su Chao felt a surge of elation and immediately called for his comrades to cover them as they rushed towards the villa's entrance. They had finally reached a blind spot from Fang Ye's line of sight, rendering them untouchable. Retreat, Fang Ye ordered. I'll cover your escape. Xiao Yuan nodded. I'll be waiting for you outside. The villa's door, a sturdy metal one specifically replaced by Fang Ye, was reinforced with several chains, making it virtually impossible to open without brute force unless, of course, the occupants had long since vanished. At the back door of the villa, Su Chao's men were temporarily absent, allowing Xiao Yuan to escape. However, as Fang Ye attempted to exit from within, the wall close to Xiao Yuan was soon riddled with bullets, the enemy having realized the existence of the back door and beginning to seal it off. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion echoed from the front yard, the sound of the main gate being blown open. The sheer force quickened Fang Ye's heartbeat, nearly causing him to faint, blood seeping from his ears and nose. Xiao Yuan fared little better, as the pursuers screamed and ducked for cover. Good heavens! These people showed no distinction between friend and foe. You must go, Fang Ye yelled to Xiao Yuan, realizing that if they delayed any longer, neither would be able to escape. Xiao Yuan was resolute. We leave together, or you won't escape at all. You need to call for reinforcements. If we do not eliminate these individuals sent by the masked organization today, we will forever remain on their hit list. Right now, the security resources for the Quanlan Villa district are under the command of Ouyang Cheng. You must find him and bring people to encircle these foes. That might give me a chance to survive. Hurry! Without another word, Fang Ye turned and re-entered the villa courtyard. As Xiao Yuan contemplated pursuing him, the enemy regained their composure and resumed their chase, forcing him to abandon the thought and sprint wildly into the dense forest. Quick, chase after him. Follow where he is gone. You pursue him, and we'll handle the one left behind. They must all die here today. Fang Ye locked the back door again, and hearing violent impacts against it, he raced towards the villa's main hall. He would leave nothing behind for Su Chao and the masked organization, especially the multitude of weapons in Monkey's room. He would not allow them to assist in further atrocities. Without pausing, he entered the room and collected the weapons into spatial storage, clearing out all supplies from the other 4 rooms and the basement within a mere 3 minutes, leaving Su Chao and his men with an empty villa. Meanwhile, commotion erupted outside the villa's front yard as Su Chao led his men inside. Fang Ye dashed to the 2nd floor, peering out of the window to assess the situation. Su Chao, witnessing Fang Ye's lethal methods, dared not underestimate him. He had sought to join the masked organization to enjoy the fruits of power. Yet he did not wish to lose his life just as this new world was beginning to unfold. Wang De, his anxious face contorted with tension, approached Su Chao. Sugo, one got away, but one remains inside the villa. Su Chao immediately looked up at the 2nd floor window, coincidentally locking eyes with Fang Ye. Wang De also spotted Fang Ye's silhouette, and recalling his precise shots earlier, he felt his legs weaken. Sugo, the one who escaped, said he was going to find reinforcements. Su Chao's face, lined with flesh, twisted into a malicious grin as he called out loudly. Fang Ye, surrender and I will spare your life. Do you truly believe you can summon reinforcements? Every area is struggling to survive. Who would come to your aid? With that, he provocatively aimed his weapon at the window, firing several rounds that shattered the glass, scattering shards across the floor. Fang Ye's figure had already melded back into the shadows. Su Chao was most wary of Fang Ye, yet he had a significant numerical advantage. He believed that their tactic of overwhelming him with sheer numbers would surely succeed in eliminating him. The villa's main door remained a fortified metal barrier. Su Chao had been startled by the previous grenade explosion. Another such blast would surely damage his hearing. His gaze shifted to the welded security devices on the floor-to-ceiling windows, made of aluminum alloy with hollow centers. He quickly summoned 2 men to utilize leverage and create an opening large enough for 2 to enter, then used his weapon to shatter the tempered glass at the corners, which broke with a resounding crash. Su Chao gestured for his men to enter first. Upon reaching the hall, he looked up the staircase to the 2nd floor, signaling the masked organization's men to scout ahead. These individuals were merely cannon fodder, conscripted by the masked organization to serve as the first wave. Just like Su Chao's own men, their lives were of little consequence. However, disobedience would lead to consequences far worse than death, the fear of suffering ingrained in their very bones. The 2 men Su Chao had pointed out swallowed hard, clutching their weapons as they ascended the staircase step by step. Fang Ye, hidden in the shadows, swiftly dispatched one, while the remaining survivor, driven by a fierce instinct to live, tumbled down the stairs in a desperate attempt to escape. This skirmish had revealed Fang Ye's position, and Su Chao's men opened fire in his direction. Fang Ye ducked behind the wall, which was the very room he shared with Xiang, a cardboard still bearing her makeup mirror. He rushed forward, kicking the mirror to shatter it, quickly wrapping a piece in a tissue to pocket. However, the commotion attracted a flurry of gunfire. Realizing he was on the verge of being cornered in the bedroom, Fang Ye rolled to the door, extending the shard of mirror to catch a glimpse of Su Chao and his men tightening their encirclement. Upon seeing the glint of the mirror, Su Chao immediately smashed it. As Su Chao's men reached the door, they halted, the 2 sides locked in a silent standoff in the darkness. Fang Ye, you cannot escape, Su Chao declared. But before he could finish, the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed, and in a split second, he pulled Qin Baogai in front of him as a shield. Fang Ye fired 3 rounds, the bullets striking Qin Baogai, who shielded Su Chao. The enemy's bullets retaliated swiftly, dirt flying, and Fang Ye felt a bullet graze his ankle, quickly drawing blood. Fortunately, he maneuvered through the chaos and slipped into the enemy ranks, forcing them to hesitate. If they fired now, it would surely lead to a chaotic infighting. Whether Fang Ye would survive was uncertain, but it was clear that many would perish at the hands of their own. Chapter 54, Fierce Battle, 3. Su Chao watched helplessly as Fang Ye darted past him into the adjacent room, slamming the wooden door shut. What are you standing there for? Kill him. Su Chao's furious eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, unable to comprehend how so many could fail to eliminate one man. And now Qin Baogai had fallen victim to him. At this moment, Wang De, who stood beside Su Chao, was utterly terrified. He watched in disbelief as Su Chao, with unblinking eyes, pulled Qin Bao in front of him to serve as a scapegoat. Hadn't they just vowed that brothers would share hardships together? How could he so deftly turn and betray him? What are you looking at? Do you wish to die alongside him? Su Chao, consumed by rage, glared at Wang De with a chilling gaze, the cold barrel of his gun pressed directly against Wang Da's forehead. Fear rendered Wang De speechless, trembling as he pleaded. Su Ge, I don't want to die. If you want to live, you must kill Fang Ye, otherwise, none of us will survive. With that declaration, he smashed the door lock with the gun and forcefully shoved the nearest person inside. Kill him. Without a moment's hesitation, the man opened fire. But Fang Ye calculated the trajectory of the bullets and swiftly kicked him to the ground, severing his tendons with a swift strike, blood splattering everywhere. No! Su Chao finally caught sight of Fang Ye, screaming frantically as he aimed his gun at him. Fang Ye, caught off guard, stumbled back but quickly retaliated before vaulting out of a 2nd-floor window. Damn it! Su Chao cursed, rushing to the window to see Fang Ye already on his feet, casting a scornful smile before sprinting towards the backyard gate, intent on escaping into the dense forest. Chase him. We must make sure Fang Ye dies today. Just as Su Chao and his men reached the ground floor, the individual responsible for surveying their supplies appeared, panic etched across his face. Su Ge. The rooms and the basement are empty. There's nothing here. Su Chao spat in frustration. Damn it, that wretched woman dared to deceive me. Initially, they had targeted Fang Ye based on Zhang Honghua's words, but now to discover that the villa, which they had believed to be stocked with supplies, was completely barren, was infuriating. They had lost so many lives for nothing. With nothing gained, their enmity with Fang Ye had only deepened. He was far more capable in this domain than Su Chao, and without the backing of the masked organization, Su Chao would be rendered a mere pawn. Fang Ye could easily eliminate him. Su Chao yanked a subordinate close, their faces nearly touching as he growled, "Are you certain there's absolutely nothing?" The man was on the verge of tears. Su Ge, I swear, there's truly nothing. You can see for yourself. The ground floor was already deserted. The few open rooms held nothing but basic necessities, devoid of any supplies donghua had mentioned. Damn, damn, damn. Su Chao raged, pulling at his hair in frustration. Feeling utterly duped by that vile woman. Go after him. Pursue. He stormed out of the villa like a wild beast, eyes aflame, and with gritted teeth. He retrieved a grenade from his backpack, pulling the pin and tossing it into the villa, whether the supplies are genuinely absent or hidden away. Su Chao will ensure that you will never obtain what I lack. A thunderous explosion lit up the villa, which was hit by grenades twice. And due to its age and lack of maintenance, it finally crumbled to the ground. Su Chao, witnessing the collapse, turned and sprinted after Fang Ye. In the dark of night, the forest was shrouded in shadows, the relentless rain obscuring everything, making it difficult for Fang Ye to keep his eyes open. Yet he could not afford to stop. The sounds behind him indicated that Su Chao and his men were closing in. Upon finding a vantage point, the flames illuminated the pitch-black sky. Fang Ye could see fires burning fiercely, undampened even by the torrential rain, with cries of agony echoing from every corner. He realized why there had been no support during the chaos in Zone A. All 5 zones from A to E had succumbed to this inferno. This was clearly a premeditated arson. Ordinary individuals could not orchestrate such destruction. The masked organization was undoubtedly behind this, fueling their ambition for the Quanlan Villa area. The torrential downpour could not muffle the approaching sounds of Su Chao's group. Fang Ye squeezed his eyes shut and reopened them, discarding his firearm. Readying himself for a guerrilla battle against a stronger foe, he could not afford to reveal his position with gunfire. He found shelter beneath a tree. His dark clothing blending seamlessly into the black surroundings, the blade gripped tightly in his hand as he prepared for the impending life-and-death struggle. Surprisingly, he felt a profound calmness within. There were 2 possible outcomes: either he would be killed, or he would kill. He did not wish to die, thus. His only option was to ensure the demise of his adversary. Wang De, trembling in fear, maintained a distance from Su Chao. The horrific visage of Chen Bao at the moment of death had obliterated any lingering lustful thoughts, and he no longer followed Su Chao as closely. Terrified of meeting the same fate as Chen Bao, serving merely as a human shield for slaughter, Su Chao's face, slick with sweat and rain, could not mask the perspiration pouring from his body. He had already sent his men to search for Fang Ye. A nagging feeling creeping over him that a pair of predatory eyes were watching from the shadows. Su Chao's nerves were heightened. His eyes wide as he strained to catch a glimpse of Fang Ye in the darkness. Find him. The people surrounding him complied. In the pitch-black night, both sides faced off in a tense standoff. The trees around Fang Ye began to rustle, indicating someone was approaching. Fang Ye deftly sidestepped behind a tree, waiting until the intruder drew near. He swiftly covered the person's mouth, and as they prepared to fire their weapon, Fang Ye's knife plunged into their neck with several precise strikes, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The enemy gasped for breath, dropping their weapon and desperately clutching their neck in an attempt to stem the flow of blood as they staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Eyes wide in their final moments, Fang Ye coldly observed the end of their life, the sounds of the struggle nearly drowned out by the rain. Like a nimble black cat, he weaved through the chaos, his blade dancing in and out of his foes' bodies, silencing their screams as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Su Chao sensed something was amiss and shouted, "Count off. 1, 2, 6. As he reached the 6th person, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Although they had only one enemy, Fang Ye, an involuntary shiver of fear crept down their spines. They had entered the forest with 16 men, yet only 6 remained? Chapter 55, Restoring Calm. What kind of monster was Fang Ye, to kill so silently? Su Chao gritted his teeth, realizing he was up against an insurmountable foe. Gather around me quickly. If we continue to disperse, who knows how many more will fall victim to him. Panic began to set in for Su Chao. Fang Ye moved towards Su Chao's voice and encountered others along the way. With swift precision, he dispatched them in a flurry of strikes, the unexpected chaos causing one enemy to scream. Su Chao leapt back, suddenly aware that he had just revealed his position, allowing Fang Ye to exploit the opening. 2 more fell, leaving only 4 in the dense forest. Wang De, already paralyzed with fear, instinctively fired his weapon at the sound of a victim's cry, using the corpse as a shield. As Wang De paused to reload, Fang Ye vanished into the darkness once more. After reloading, Wang De's gunfire continued, the echoes of his shots illuminating his terror-stricken face, even as stray bullets struck one of his own comrades. The dread of an agonizing death drove Wang De to the brink of madness. Only the wooden gun in his grasp offered him a semblance of security, warding off anyone who dared approach him. Su Chao, witnessing the harrowing scene before him, bellowed in fury, "Have you lost your mind? Cease this madness at once." Terrified, Wang Da's nerves frayed. "We cannot stop. He will kill us. Cursed be this madness." The wooden gun in Wang Da's hand continued its relentless assault until it finally ran out of ammunition, at which point Su Chao subdued him with a powerful punch, leaving Wang Da sprawled on the ground, teetering between life and death. "Suga, it's just the two of us now. We must flee." The only other man still alive, besides Su Chao and Wang Da, turned pale as a ghost. Su Chao spat vehemently. "Do you think fleeing will ensure your survival? The Face organization is not to be trifled with. That young man sent over 30 men, half of whom lie dead here, while Fang Ye lurks like a predator, waiting to hunt us down. We face either death at the hands of the Face organization or at the hands of Fang Ye. I would undoubtedly choose the latter. With just the two of us, we still possess a considerable chance to turn the tables on Fang Ye. As for countering the Face organization, that is a thought too perilous to entertain. What shall we do now?" Silence. The three men maneuvered through the darkness, the incessant killings having taught Su Chao the virtue of patience as he lay in wait for Fang Ye's shadow, poised for a lethal strike. Both parties engaged in a battle of endurance. The frigid rain seeped into their colors, an unbearable discomfort, while centipedes crawled upon Su Chao and his subordinates' bodies, emerging from who knows where. Unable to withstand it any longer, the subordinate swatted at the writhing centipedes that covered his head and face, only to be struck down by a wooden gunshot that burst from his forehead, spilling forth a mist of crimson. Su Chao's voice was tinged with madness as he exclaimed, "I've found you." He then fired, successfully disarming Fang Ye of the wooden gun he held. The impact caused Fang Ye's weapon to clatter to the ground. Su Chao's face radiated triumph. In that critical moment, he pulled the trigger. "Die, Fang Ye." Click. The wooden gun made a crisp sound. There were no bullets left. In terror, Su Chao turned towards Fang Ye, only to be met by a hardened shoe sole crashing into his face. The searing pain rendered him momentarily blind, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Soon after, Su Chao felt excruciating agony in his wrists and ankles, swiftly losing strength. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his bloodied flesh. "You severed my tendons." Fang Ye calmly reattached the fallen wooden gun to his waist, chuckling at Su Chao's plight. "Don't be too astonished. There's more suffering in store for you. What do you intend to do? I beg you, do not kill me. Spare my life." Su Chao, who had always relished tormenting others until they begged for mercy, now found himself in the same desperate position, his breath quickening, the instinct to survive more potent than ever. Fang Ye twisted the clothing from the other corpses into a rope. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." With that, he bound Su Chao's feet securely with one end of the rope. Su Chao, terrified, cried out, "You promised not to kill me." Indifferent to his pleas, Fang Ye continued his task, threading the rope through a sturdy branch. Suddenly, Su Chao was yanked forward as Fang Ye lifted him off the ground, suspending him until his head was completely above the earth, after which Fang Ye secured the rope to another tree. At that moment, a wooden gunshot rang out, and a heavy object collapsed beside him. Turning his head, Su Chao saw Wang Da, previously rendered unconscious by Su Chao's blow, falling with a dagger still clutched in his hand, aimed at him. Upon noticing the newcomer, Fang Ye was met with the sight of Lin Tao, bloodied and fierce. "Thank you." Fang Ye hastened to secure the rope. Lin Tao approached Su Chao with a crimson glare, unleashing a vicious assault that prompted Su Chao to curse vehemently, his limbs bleeding profusely. Ultimately, the pain became unbearable, and he surrendered, pleading for mercy. Just as Lin Tao raised the wooden gun, intending to end Su Chao's life, Fang Ye intervened. "Is it really fitting for him to die so easily?" Lin Tao's voice trembled. "My parents, my children." He was so choked with emotion that words failed him. Fang Ye knew that this situation was intricately tied to Su Chao's dealings with the Face organization. At the rate of blood loss, Su Chao would be painfully drained of his final drop of blood within 3 hours, a time frame during which he could reflect on the atrocities he had inflicted upon others. Lin Tao, consumed by hatred, smirked coldly, rummaging through the underbrush for something, and then poured it over Su Chao. Once again, the forest echoed with Su Chao's anguished cries. "Ah, what have you poured on me? Insects, so many insects. Get them off, get them off. They're crawling into my wounds. It itches." Grant me a swift end, I beg you. Lin Tao, observing Su Chao's desperate plight, asked, Did you ever spare those who pleaded for mercy before you? Su Chao's agitation intensified, his blood flowing freely. In less than an hour, he was on the brink of death. Fang Ye found a tree to shelter from the rain and offered Lin Tao a cigarette, though Lin Tao trembled so much that he couldn't bring it to his lips. Your aim is quite precise. Fang Ye exhaled a plume of smoke, inquiring. Lin Tao nodded, his tone laced with pain and resignation. If it weren't, I wouldn't have saved my wife. Fang Ye remained silent. Everyone must learn to endure the harshness of the era of calamity. Is the scarcity of clothing and food the true cruelty? It pales in comparison to the torment of survival beneath the blade of malevolent individuals, the anguish of witnessing one's loved ones perish, and the inability to provide sustenance for the hungry gazes of wives and children. This is the essence of true cruelty. Chapter 56, Aftermath. As Su Chao lay drenched in blood, swarmed by countless centipedes crawling over him, his wounds oozing darkly, he was clearly on the verge of death, mere minutes away from expiration. Fang Ye glanced at Lin Tao. Shall we depart? Lin Tao cast a final look at Su Chao, recognizing his imminent demise, and thus exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding and following Fang Ye with heavy steps. To his astonishment, Fang Ye did not leave immediately but instead beheaded Su Chao, wrapping the severed head in an unknown cloak. What is this? Lin Tao's face registered both fear and confusion. Killing was one thing, but dismembering the body afterward felt exceptionally macabre. Fang Ye, having come from a past rife with calamity, was accustomed to such acts. Perhaps this will prove useful. To the northwest of the villa lay the most serene sanctum, where a youth adorned with a mask sat atop a jeep, observing the villa's various districts engulfed in flames. The chaos of the crowd sending delightful cries of despair wafting to him, thoroughly pleased with the commotion his organization had incited. At that moment, a figure emerged from the rocky precipice near the mountain's peak, locking eyes with the young man amidst the distant flames. The palpable aura of murder emanating from the newcomer caused the young man to pause his smoking, intrigued by the approach. Fang Ye recognized the masked youth's murderous intent. It was him. In a previous life, he had perished at the hands of his own subordinates. Yet a shadowy mastermind lurked behind the scenes. But there was no rush. The face organization remained cloaked in darkness while he stood in the light. The flames obscured the young man's features, rendering it impossible to discern the identity of the approaching figure, even without a mask. As the young man observed the man on the rocky edge preparing to move, he instinctively adopted a defensive stance, only to witness him drop something. Upon closer inspection, a bloodied head tumbled from the cloak, revealing the grotesque visage of Su Chao, eyes wide in death's final throes. The young man muttered a contemptuous epithet, waste. Gazing at Fang Ye, who remained immobile on the shattered rocks, I provocatively positioned my hands beside my forehead before diving into the jeep, speeding away towards the northern face of the mountain. The members of the facial mask organization truly possessed remarkable capabilities, even knowing of such a concealed path. However, Fang Ye was acutely aware that he would cross paths with this young man again. After the young man departed, the chaos in several areas seemed to receive some directive, gradually withdrawing, resulting in a significant reduction in the sounds of gunfire and screams. Fang Ye chuckled softly, realizing that today's group was employing a strategy of diversion, creating disturbances in the delineated areas to distract the distribution of security resources, thus providing an opportunity for Su Chao and others to deal with him. What great audacity these individuals exhibited, going to such lengths merely to contend with him. Let us go, Fang Ye whispered to Lin Tao, who followed closely behind, and then sprinted back to the villa area, his eagerness to ascertain the well-being of Xiang and Hui overwhelming him. He was anxious to know if the monkey had kept them safe. The two women awaited his rescue. Upon reaching the site of the collapsed villa, Xiao Yuan rushed back, looking quite disheveled. Brother Yi, are you all right? Fang Ye shook his head. What about you? Are you unharmed? Xiao Yuan nodded, his expression tinged with guilt. I dealt with the 10 or so pursuers on the way, but I couldn't locate Ouyang Cheng. His assistant informed me that he unfortunately fell victim to those robbers' gunfire and is currently being treated at a temporary medical facility, so I couldn't secure any reinforcements. Fang Ye patted his shoulder. It's all right. The facial mask organization isn't solely targeting us this time. Their aim is to exploit the weakened security forces at Guanlan Mountain to cause havoc. Just as he intended to turn towards the lake to search for the monkey and Xiang, he spotted Xiang returning, drenched and clutching the child. while the monkey appeared even worse, blood streaming from his arms and thighs, his complexion pale, supported by Wang Cheng, who had also sustained injuries. Fang Ye's expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly questioned the monkey, "What happened?" The monkey's face was ashen. "Don't even mention it. In my efforts to evade the enemies on land, I didn't anticipate there were formidable creatures lurking in the water." Wang Cheng, soaked from the rain, had ventured to the lake's surface to collect some insects. Hearing commotion ahead, he initially intended to leave, but was drawn by a man's anguished groan and a woman's trembling voice. "Monkey, are you all right?" "Sister Hu, I'm fine. Just hold on to Hui." The monkey managed to utter through gritted teeth. Unbeknownst to them, they had caught the attention of a crocodile. Though he couldn't fathom how the crocodiles reported in the Bay Area had made their way here, evidently treating them as prey. Fortunately, there was only one. If he could not handle it, he could always serve as bait, allowing Sister Hu and Hui to escape. However, at that moment, the inflatable boat was violently overturned, causing Xiang, who was holding Hui, and the monkey to plunge into the water unexpectedly. With two splashes akin to dumplings hitting water, they resurfaced immediately, both proficient swimmers. Little Hui, having swallowed a mouthful of water, began to wail, her cries piercing the dark waters, yet Wang Cheng had no time to dwell on the horror. He had just heard voices, realizing someone was in peril on the water's surface. Without hesitation, he discarded the bag containing the centipedes in his hand and swam towards the source of the sounds. At that moment, Wang Cheng remained unaware that he had made the most prudent decision of his life. The lake water in the early morning was frigid, even as Xiang raised Hui high. She could not prevent the churning lake water from splashing against her child's small body. The monkey, armed with a military knife, positioned himself protectively behind Xiang, vigilant of every movement on the water's surface. He then heard sounds ahead, mistaking them for the crocodile approaching from that direction, gripping his knife tighter, awaiting the moment to strike. But what approached was a man, who shouted, "Brothers, what's wrong?" Xiang, clutching Hui, still shaken, felt a surge of hope upon seeing someone come to their aid, shouting, "There's a crocodile in the water. There's a crocodile." Wang Cheng quickly calmed down, recalling that if they encountered a crocodile and it remained still, they must maintain silence and swim backward slowly. "Calm down, you two slowly swim towards me." Upon hearing this, Xiang began to cautiously swim towards Wang Cheng, while the monkey remained beside Xiang, pulling a military knife from his calf and tossing it to Wang Cheng. "Catch." Wang Cheng sensed something glinting in the darkness, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. It was a military knife complete with a sheath, a valuable asset. Before he could revel in his fortune, the monkey shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 57, A Night of Peril. The water's surface rippled ominously, indicating that something was approaching the monkey. A crocodile was launching an attack. Before the monkey could react with the knife in hand, he suddenly sank into the water, causing the surface to erupt in a crimson hue. As dawn's light began to break, Wang Cheng witnessed this scene clearly, turning to Xiang, who held the child, urging, "Quick, swim to the shore." Xiang immediately complied, understanding that her and her daughter's presence in the water was a liability. After speaking, Wang Cheng plunged beneath the surface. Drenched to the bone, Xiang stripped Hui of her wet clothes, pressing her body against her daughter's to provide warmth. All the while anxiously watching the water's surface, Monkey was still out there. Suddenly, the water erupted as if boiling, and it seemed a colossal beast was thrashing about beneath, stirring up the previously settled dark matter in the lake, and then the surface returned to calm. Xiang felt as though her throat was clogged with cotton, her mouth opening and closing without producing a sound. "Please let them be all right. Please let them be all right." Her prayers were finally answered as two figures emerged from the water, allowing her to exhale in relief. Wang Cheng's arm was injured, blood flowing profusely, and he grimaced in pain, yet he held immense admiration for the monkey, who, despite his more severe injuries, appeared remarkably composed, only slightly pale, as he remarked, "Brother, thank you today. Crocodile meat is a delicacy. Shall we drag it back and share?" Wang Cheng could hardly contain his delight, feeling fortunate that good fortune had been cascading upon him lately. However, when the monkey and Wang Cheng finally dragged the crocodile ashore, they exhausted their strength. Collapsing onto the ground, Wang Cheng quickly helped the monkey sit up. "Your injuries are too severe. Let me handle this." He plunged back into the water, Retrieving the inflatable boat, after the heavy rainfall, every resource was invaluable, especially one that could serve both as a means of crossing water and as a makeshift shelter. This would later lead to Fang Ye witnessing a disheveled scene upon his arrival. The villa was reduced to ruins, yet fortunately, the camper van they had procured remained intact. The equipment inside had been diligently checked by the monkey and Xiao Yuan. After carrying the monkey into the camper van, he laid him in one of the small rooms, covering him with a blanket, as the excessive blood loss had left the monkey feeling cold. While appearing to fetch something from another room, he was actually stuffing a portion of the villa's supplies inside, quickly locating iodine and gauze. Xiang, still shaken, followed closely behind Fang Ye, her gaze filled with concern for the monkey. Had it not been for the monkey and this brother today, she and her daughter might never have seen Fang Ye again. Fang Ye swiftly bandaged the monkey's wounds. Given the dire medical conditions, achieving this was already commendable. As for blood transfusions, such a notion seemed like a fanciful dream. The temporary medical station is capable of addressing only superficial injuries. The iodine and gauze within the station were partially donated by Fang Ye to Zhaogang. The medical resources are woefully inadequate. After a flurry of urgent arrangements, the monkey lay weakly in bed, unconscious. Fang Ye glanced at Xiang, who was dripping water from her hair and clothes, holding the bare ruahue against her chest. Had they fallen into the water? The thought struck him, and he immediately turned on the heater and water heater in the RV, fetching a basin and a bathtub filled with warm water suitable for bathing. They first bathed Ruahue, drying her small body with a soft towel before dressing her in gentle clothing. Only then did the little girl settle into a peaceful sleep. Xiang also took a bath in the tub and changed into dry clothes. Fang Ye remained by Ruahue's side, observing her tender little face and soft baby hair, feeling a pang of guilt for having led them to seek refuge on the water's surface, which had resulted in such calamity. Xiang, towel in hand, paused upon noticing her husband's somber demeanor and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist from behind. Fang Ye held her hand that embraced his waist and said softly, Xiang, I'm sorry, I didn't, Xiang shook her head. It's all right, at least we are all still alive. The path we traveled was littered with ruins. If we had stayed out there, our chances of survival would have been even slimmer. No one could have predicted that the crocodile would arrive here so swiftly. The distance between the Bay Area and the Guanlan Mountains is at least 60 or 70 kilometers. You didn't intend for this to happen. Ye. You wish to protect me and Ruahue, but in this environment, no place is truly safe. Fang Ye sighed. Xiang was right, there was no place that could be deemed absolutely secure. He embraced Xiang tenderly for a while before kissing her forehead, saying, Sleep now. I shall remain by your side. Xiang nestled into bed, still clutching his hand. You're not leaving? Fang Ye nodded. I want to leave until you are asleep. Xiang smiled. How could I possibly sleep? Ruahue fell into the water today. I must be vigilant to ensure she doesn't develop a fever. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, and her thick eyelashes finally fluttered closed, giving way to her even breathing, indicative of the exhaustion from the day's fright. Once both mother and daughter had succumbed to slumber, Fang Ye gently closed the door and stepped outside, only to find Xiao Yuan tidying up a large creature on the ground, evidently the crocodile that the monkey and Wang Cheng had jointly slain. Fang Ye glanced around, but did not see Wang Cheng and inquired of Xiao Yuan, Where is Wang Cheng? Xiao Yuan, his expression grim, cast a glance in the direction where Wang Cheng had departed. He is unaware of the events that transpired in the villa tonight. After I informed him, he was in shock for a considerable time before rushing home. I hope his family is safe. It was understandable why Wang Cheng was oblivious to the situation. He had spent the night outside catching insects and had not returned home, only encountering the monkey in distress in the water and extending his assistance. It had been a night fraught with peril, and even Fang Ye felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder, saying, Once you are done here, head back to the RV and rest well. Tomorrow promises to be a day rife with challenges. Xiao Yuan understood Fang Ye was referring to the aftermath tasks, nodded, and took the already prepared crocodile meat to the kitchen sink in the RV to clean up before returning to his room to rest. Expensive items are indeed worthwhile, such as this RV, which boasts a sturdy exterior and ample interior space, featuring 4 separate rooms and a sofa that can be converted into a bed in the living room. The 2 large men, the monkey and Xiao Yuan, no longer needed to share a bed, but Xiao Yuan, having to keep an eye on the monkey to prevent a high fever, had to arrange 3 chairs side by side to sleep nearby for better care. Chapter 58, The Aftermath. That night, Fang Ye attended to his wife and daughter, hardly sleeping at all, and as the clock approached dawn, he felt the night had dragged into eternity. He gently stroked Ruahui's head, relieved that she had not developed a fever, but to his surprise, Xiang had begun to run a fever. With no one else in the room, he hurriedly retrieved fever-reducing medicine and a bottle of pure water from the supplies, helping Xiang take the medication and applying a cooling patch to her forehead. With Xiang unable to breastfeed Ruahui due to her fever, he rose to boil water, allowing it to cool before mixing it to a suitable temperature for formula. Almost as soon as the water was ready, Ruahui woke up, crying out for food. Xiang attempted to rise to hold the child, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to open no matter how hard she tried. Fang Ye quickly cradled the baby in his arms, gently patting Xiang to soothe her back to sleep. "It's all right, you rest. I'll watch over Ruahui." Hearing Fang Ye's comforting words, Xiang drifted back into slumber. Fang Ye, while holding and soothing Ruahui, adjusted the temperature of the water. The little one, with eyes that already resembled Fang Ye's, gazed up at him. Fang Ye, feeling a surge of affection, asked, "My dear, do you recognize your father?" However, no sooner had he spoken than Ruahui began to wail again, her hunger evident. After a flustered flurry, Fang Ye finally prepared the formula, inserting the nipple into Ruahui's mouth, who suckled eagerly. Whether it was breast milk or formula, the little girl adapted splendidly. As long as her belly was full, everything was satisfactory. After guzzling down her fill, she smacked her lips and fell back into a deep sleep. Fang Ye gently placed her back onto the bed, checking Xiang's forehead, which had cooled down considerably. She seemed to be recovering from her fever. He finally let out a sigh of relief, locking the door before succumbing to sleep alongside his wife and daughter. His slumber was deep and untroubled until a sharp pain in his ankle jolted him awake. It was Xiang, using tweezers to clean her wound with iodine-soaked cotton. He had almost forgotten about the injury sustained during the fierce battle with Su Chao and others, which had initially hurt but was eclipsed by the tension of life and death, making him forget its existence. "Does it still hurt?" Xiang asked tenderly, blowing gently on the wound. Fang Ye nodded. Before his wife, he felt no need to maintain a facade. "It hurts." Xiang, with a heart full of concern, carefully bandaged the wound. "You must be more cautious next time. Goodness, let us hope there's not a next time." Fang Ye could only smile silently. This was perhaps the least severe injury he had sustained. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded from outside the RV, startling Qiu Yuan, who had been sleeping closest to the door. He quickly went to open it, revealing Zhao Gang's anxious face. "Is Fang Ye here?" Qiu Yuan nodded and allowed him entry. Fang Ye, hearing the commotion outside, changed into dry clothes and shoes before stepping out. "Secretary Zhao, you finally returned." Zhao Gang's face was etched with fatigue as he scanned Fang Ye up and down. "Are you all right?" "I saw that the villa." Fang Ye's residence had been reduced to rubble by grenades thrown by Su Chao and his associates, which was why Zhao Gang had rushed to find Fang Ye upon learning of the situation. "Thank goodness, as long as you are safe." Fang Ye escorted Zhao Gang to the RV's meeting room, pouring him a glass of water. Zhao Gang, who had been tirelessly working through the night, looked far more exhausted than Fang Ye, who had at least managed a few hours of sleep. He gulped down the water Fang Ye offered, having not closed his eyes since arriving in S-City yesterday. "What is going on outside?" "ISNT, the faction operating in S-City? How did it come to our villa area, setting fire and committing murder right here?" Fang Ye inquired, unable to fathom the scale and capability of the masked organization. Mentioning the organization made Zhao Gang seethe with rage, clenching his teeth. "It's a classic tactic, feinting in one direction to mislead us into believing they were in S-City. Once the surrounding police forces were diverted there, they commenced chaos in their gathering spots. Not only did the Guolan Villa area suffer, but other locations were also attacked, resulting in numerous civilian casualties." "What is the situation in the Guolan Villa area?" Fang Ye asked. For while the plight of other places was merely a statistic in his mind, the villa area was filled with vibrant lives. Zhao Gang sighed. "We are still counting, but the outcome is not particularly optimistic." Fang Ye fell silent upon hearing this. Zhao Gang then looked at him and suggested, "Shall we take a walk?" Fang Ye glanced at Qiu Yuan, who nodded. "I will take good care of the monkey and sister-in-law." Feeling a pang of guilt for having relocated the protectors of Fang Ye's villa area, Zhao Gang reassured, "I have already stationed guards here. You need not worry." The two exited the RV, umbrellas in hand, as the relentless rain continued to pour. The flame set by the masked organization last night had been doused, leaving only smoke in their wake. Soldiers clad in camouflage rushed through the villa area. On the stretchers lay disfigured corpses or the moans of the injured. Fang Ye sensed a significant reduction in the number of warriors in the villa area and inquired about it. Zhao Gang's eyes reddened as he revealed that many soldiers had been wounded during the battle with the masked organization in S City, and some brave souls had perished without their ashes being returned home. This damned masked organization will eventually be uprooted and ground to dust, Zhao Gang declared vehemently, embodying the fierce spirit of a soldier, especially as the youthful faces of those who had fallen in battle flashed through his mind. They were so young, with countless possibilities ahead of them, yet their lives were abruptly extinguished by this wretched organization. Fang Ye harbored an intense loathing for the masked organization, wishing nothing less than to flay their skin and drink their blood. As he crossed paths with the stretcher, Zhao Gang called out, "Wait." The two soldiers halted, "Sir?" Due to a shortage of supplies, there was not enough white cloth to cover the corpses, and thus Zhao Gang and Fang Ye beheld a body so mangled by bullets that it was clear it had been a targeted act of vengeance. What deep-seated hatred could lead to such brutality? "Who is she?" Zhao Gang asked. The soldiers had previously gathered information about the deceased. "Her name is donghua. She was found dead in a tent along with her husband, who died instantly, while she met a far worse fate." Zhao Gang nodded in understanding. "All right, I see. You may carry on." With so many bodies and injured individuals to attend to in the villa area, Zhao Gang could not afford to delay their progress. Chapter 59. Familial Tragedy. The disaster in the Guolan Mountains was severe. As he walked alongside Zhao Gang, they discovered that nearly every tent was in tatters, scorched and blackened by fire. "Is your RV sufficient for shelter?" Zhao Gang asked. Fang Ye shook his head. "It is not very comfortable from the moment people enter. It consumes electricity and fuel, and it won't last long." Zhao Gang pondered for a moment. "All right, I will provide you with a tent." Fang Ye smiled. "I am truly grateful, Secretary Zhao." While Zhao Gang would typically scoff at a regular tent, he would certainly be generous in this instance. He sighed. Fortunately, the food supplies were relocated in advance, otherwise. He did not finish his sentence, but Fang Ye interpreted his unspoken words. It was likely that the official food storage had been ravaged, for with the masked organization's deranged members, even if they could not carry the supplies away, they would undoubtedly set fire to them, leaving nothing for the residents. One cannot be too cautious. Secretary Zhao had indeed proven to be a cunning rabbit this time. Secretary Zhao, Secretary Zhao. At that moment, Chen Qiming rushed to find Zhao Gang to report the situation, but fell silent upon seeing Fang Ye beside him. Understanding the unspoken cue, Fang Ye bid farewell to Zhao Gang, but chose a different route to return. As he walked down a side path, he spotted a familiar figure. Was that Wang Cheng? Wang Cheng had been sitting amidst the ruins for 2 hours, cradling his child protectively. His parents and wife had already been carried away by soldiers, yet strangely, he felt no sorrow and could not bring himself to cry. It shouldn't be like this. It can't be like this. The last time they had parted, his wife was cheerfully tallying supplies at home, his parents were happily preparing for work at the processing plant, and the child was peacefully sleeping in bed. Everything had been so tranquil, so beautiful. How had this cozy tent transformed into a desolate ruin upon his return? Frantically, he dug through the debris to find his parents, their bodies scorched and bearing the scent of burnt flesh. His wife lay oddly on the ground, face down, and when he pulled her away, she was already stiff and pale. Beneath her lay their wide-eyed child, who was crying hoarsely. He embraced the child, helplessly watching as the bodies of his parents and wife lay in disarray. In a single night, he had lost his home. The child in his arms cried out, exhausted and hungry, and eventually fell asleep with closed eyes. He was at a loss, contemplating whether to join his family in death or to follow Fang Ye. This world, devoid of any memories worth cherishing, seemed not worth enduring. Yet the child was a life his wife had fought to save. "Wang Cheng?" A stranger's voice called him back. Wang Cheng mechanically turned his neck to face the newcomer, recognizing him as Fang Ye, the one who had provided food and work for them. But why had such a promising life been entirely consumed by flames before they could truly enjoy it? Fang Ye observed the once jovial man now shrouded in despair, his clothes damp and the child's garments soaked without his knowledge. If it continued, the child would surely fall ill. "Do you have a place to go?" Wang Cheng's smile was more sorrowful than crying. "I have nowhere to go. I have lost my home. Where else can I go?" Fang Ye sighed, regardless of the circumstances. Wang Cheng had done him a kindness. He had always been one to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. If there was no place to go, he urged. Then come with me. Wang Cheng's vacant gaze met his, as if weighing whether to perish with the child or to follow him. Fang Ye did not rush him, standing by patiently for his response. He could not awaken one who feigned sleep, nor could he prevent a willing soul from departing. The choice lay solely with Wang Cheng. As Wang Cheng sat there with the child for what felt like an eternity, Fang Ye remained by his side. At such a moment, any verbal comfort seemed excruciatingly inadequate. All he could do was stand behind Wang Cheng, offering him an alternate path. After an undetermined duration, Wang Cheng finally stirred his numb legs, silently rising with the child in his arms. Realizing his intent, Fang Ye smiled and led the way, with Wang Cheng following closely behind him. When they reached the RV, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Tao and his wife. In a single night, they appeared to have aged a decade, their faces etched with grief and exhaustion. Especially Chu Hong, whose eyes were bloodshot. Lin Tao's grip on her hand was so tight it had drawn blood, yet she remained silent, quietly existing as though she were invisible. At this moment, only Lin Tao and Chu Hong remained of the once five-member family. Just yesterday, Lin Tao's parents and child tragically fell victim to the ruthless bandits affiliated with the masked organization, who had mercilessly taken their lives with wooden rifles. Although Lin Tao had taken measures to safeguard them in a secure location, fate can be cruel. Even the damp, centipede-infested cave that had provided temporary refuge could not shield them from the marauding thieves, who, with wicked glee, had executed his parents and child. By the time Lin Tao and Chu Hong rushed to the scene upon hearing the gunfire, the perpetrators had vanished, leaving behind only the warm, lifeless bodies of their loved ones. Fueled by rage, Lin Tao brandished the wooden rifle and pursued the assailants, delivering retribution that left the bandit's head nearly unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, cradling their son, wept inconsolably, her anguish resonating with Lin Tao's fury and thirst for vengeance. If hiding had proven futile in saving his family, then he resolved to fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. Should he perish, at least he would join his parents and child in the afterlife. Once a rational scholar who dismissed superstitions, he now found himself yearning for the existence of some ethereal force that might grant him a final flicker of hope. With relentless determination, Lin Tao sought out the members of the masked organization, unleashing his pent-up fury. Years of self-defense training surged forth, allowing him to tap into a reservoir of strength that propelled him to overcome 4 or 5 of the masked foes without even the rifle. Upon unmasking them, he found only the faces of ordinary men, their hearts as black as their deeds, murderers who feasted upon their own kind, unworthy of the title human. In a twist of fate, Lin Tao inadvertently rescued Fang Ye amidst the chaos, but the masked bandits had already retreated. Returning to the site where his parents and child had perished, he found Chu Hong in a state of utter despair. Her hands bloodied from biting down on them in grief, her heart shattered. Desperately, he attempted to rouse her from this stupor, rain pounding upon their faces. Hong, if you wish to perish, I will not stop you, but please wait. Let us first avenge our child by eliminating those responsible for this tragedy, and then I shall join you in the afterlife. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Hong gazed at him, her teeth stained with blood, and silently acquiesced. Recalling Fang Ye's earlier words, Lin Tao realized that with District C now in ruins and no refuge left, he would lead Chu Hong to seek Fang Ye in District A, resulting in their reunion. Fang Ye had arranged accommodations for Wang Cheng and his son, along with Lin Tao and Chu Hong, in a large tent provided by Zhao Gang. The makeshift beds were salvaged from the ruins of a villa. In a time before calamity struck, both Wang Cheng and Lin Tao would have coveted such provisions, yet now they lay in silence upon the mattresses, devoid of other options. The cries of Wang Cheng's child pierced the air, hoarse and pitiful, eliciting a maternal instinct within Chu Hong. With newfound clarity, she gently took the child from Wang Cheng, soothing him with tender care. Wang Cheng, startled by the suddenness of the act, sprang up, but Lin Tao intervened. Brother, my wife means no harm. She is simply overwhelmed by the loss of our own child. I will calm her. Please do not be angry, I assure you. Your child will be safe. Just then, Fang Ye entered with a tin of formula and a new bottle, sensing the tension. What is going on? He inquired. Lin Tao, his expression troubled, replied, My wife is deeply affected by our son's death. Understanding, Fang Ye prepared the formula with warm water and handed it to Chu Hong. Perhaps the child is hungry, why not feed him? Chu Hong accepted the bottle, gently placing the nipple to the child's lips. The infant, clearly famished, eagerly drank, quieting at last and nestling into her embrace, falling into a peaceful slumber. Fang Ye noted that Wang Cheng's child was of a similar age, both merely 2 months old. As Chu Hong cradled the sleeping child, tears streamed down her face as she marveled at the infant's cherubic features. He is so precious. Just as our son was. She lamented, and Lin Tao, moved by her words, felt the sting of tears. He mourned for their son while simultaneously relieved that Chu Hong had not lost her sanity, merely drowning in her grief. With apologies, Chu Hong returned the child to Wang Cheng. I'm so sorry, I just miss my child so much that I couldn't help myself. Wang Cheng, witnessing the anguish shared among them, broke into sobs, his deep sorrow resonating with the pain of loss that bound them all together. Fang Ye sighed quietly, setting the formula and bottle aside before retreating to his vehicle. Meanwhile, Hui Hui was comfortably settled in a stroller, helping in Xiang in the kitchen. They needed to process the crocodile meat that Wang Cheng and the monkey had brought back the previous day, lest it spoil. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of red dates and longan as Fang Ye entered the small kitchen, wherein Xiang was simmering chicken soup to nourish the monkey back to health. Yi, was this RV ever powered before? Why are the ice cubes still intact? She wondered. Because it was directly moved from the space, he explained. The supplies had been transported from the villa, where they had been kept in a powered freezer. Despite the generator being destroyed, the supplies maintained a stable condition upon entering the space, and with only 3 to 4 hours having passed since their arrival. Along with the outside temperature being mild, the ice had not melted quickly. Nodding, Fang Ye added, yes, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I feared time would be insufficient during the transfer, so I regularly moved supplies to the RV. The freezer is powered every couple of days to prevent spoilage. Managing supplies was Fang Ye's responsibility, and neither the monkey nor Qiu Yuan had voiced any dissent. Fang Ye handled the provisions while Xiang managed meals, leaving them free to focus on eating. Gazing fondly at Hui Hui, Fang Ye turned to Xiang. I had Lin Tao and Wang Cheng stay in the tent provided by Secretary Zhao. And Xiang nodded, that's only right. Lin Tao and Wang Cheng have been our saviors. Did you bring the formula and bottle? Wang Cheng's son seems to be about the same age as Hui Hui. Yes, I brought them, Fang Ye affirmed before heading to the monkey's room. The monkey had awakened, though his pallor from blood loss persisted, and he spoke weakly. Is my sister and Hui Hui all right? Everything is fine, thanks to you. Take care to heal quickly, Fang Ye encouraged, sitting beside him. The enticing scent of chicken soup wafted through the air, causing both men's stomachs to rumble. And Xiang approached with a large bowl of soup. The chicken pieces almost submerged beneath the broth, placing a cloth beneath the bowl to prevent burns. Monkey, eat up. This is for replenishing your strength. And Xiang urged the monkey to quickly pick up his chopsticks and eat. The monkey, having already caught a whiff of the delectable aroma, was eager to indulge. While Fang Ye glanced at the time, noting it was just past 10 in the morning, isn't it a bit early for lunch? And Xiang replied, this is hardly lunch. It's merely a snack. At noon, we will have stir-fried alligator meat with seasonal vegetables and a rich alligator meat stew, and the monkey can have some then. Sounds great, sis. The monkey joyfully exclaimed as he savored the delicious chicken soup, a look of bliss on his face. Inside the tent, Lin Tao and his wife, along with Wang Cheng, had finally managed to calm their emotions and had dozed off on their respective mattresses, only to be awakened by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the adjacent caravan. Despite their sorrow, the gnawing hunger in their stomachs made them restless. They hadn't eaten since the previous night, and their bellies were audibly protesting. Soon, the door flap was lifted, and Qiu Yuan brought in a small table. The three exchanged glances, and before long, a vibrant array of stir-fried vegetables, succulent alligator meat stew, and a large pot of white rice was served. Chapter 61. The Recovery Team. Lin Tao and the others, deeply mournful over the loss of their loved ones, felt their stomachs rumble in response to the fragrant dishes. Fang Ye entered the tent and observed the stunned expressions on their faces, inquiring, "Aren't you hungry?" Chu Hong, gazing at the feast before her, swallowed hard. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a proper meal. And Xiang's culinary skills are commendable, let us all partake, Fang Ye said with a faint smile, always generous towards those who had assisted him. And Xiang was well aware of Chu Hong's plight and understood that any words of comfort would ring hollow. One cannot truly empathize with another's suffering without having endured it themselves. Had the roles been reversed, she doubted she would be alive now. Reflecting on the innocent face of the child and the harrowing events of the previous night filled her with dread. She filled a large bowl with rice and placed it in front of Chu Hong, who stared blankly at it as tears streamed down her cheeks, wishing fervently that the child were still alive. The atmosphere in the tent was heavy, prompting Qiu Yuan to soften his movements. However, Wang Cheng was the first to lift his bowl and begin eating. What good does wallowing in sorrow do? Can our departed loved ones return? The ones responsible for their deaths are the mask organization. As long as I draw breath, I will fight against them, for every life they took. I will avenge my family, and with every additional life taken, I will count it as a gain. Lin Tao's gaze hardened in agreement with Wang Cheng. Indeed, we cannot succumb to despair. We must live on. We have an irreconcilable vendetta against the mask organization, and as long as we are alive, there is hope for retribution. I refuse to believe in fate. Waiting for divine intervention would allow these beasts to live comfortably while we suffer. If heaven does not act, then I shall take it upon myself to enact justice. Qiu Yuan sighed, directing his attention to Chu Hong. In this world, the most futile endeavor is to fall into despair. It serves only to burden your family. You are not alone. Wang Cheng, you have children. Lin Tao and Chu Hong. You are a married couple. As long as you live, there remains hope. Death is the end. Once gone, there is nothing left. Chu Hong choked back her tears, her delicate, scarred hands clutching the bowl and chopsticks, desperately shoveling rice into her mouth in an effort to muffle her impending sobs. Fang Ye remained silent. Understanding that such pain was something he had experienced in a past life, no amount of advice from others could truly alleviate it. Only by enduring could one find the will to continue living. Wang Qing and Lin Tao were correct. All of this turmoil stemmed from the mask organization. If one needed a target for their hatred to survive, then the mask organization was the obvious choice. Even he had persevered with the determination to dismantle them. After their meal, Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan stepped outside, where the chaos left behind was finally being organized, thanks to Zhao Gang and the others. Fang Ye observed that many bodies had been collected and transported to what appeared to be a newly constructed facility. Are those bodies being cremated? Qiu Yuan glanced over. I don't think so. When I asked Shen Qiming, he was rather evasive, but it seems unlikely they are being cremated. He only mentioned a temporary arrangement for unified recovery and processing. The official recovery of bodies faced little resistance, as many were displaced. And finding a proper place for them was a challenge. In the Jianmon Villa area, the population was overwhelming, with living individuals nearly fighting over space, let alone providing for the deceased. Fang Ye. Zhao Gang's booming voice echoed from behind them just as they were speaking. Speak of the devil and he appears. They had just mentioned Shen Qiming, who was now standing beside Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, the official in charge of this villa area, had collaborated with Fang Ye several times and recognized the young man's capabilities. His contributions against the mask organization had been invaluable. Had there been more individuals like Fang Ye in other areas, the situation would not have been as dire. Secretary Zhao. Fang Ye greeted him courteously. After the disaster area was re-established, Zhao Gang seemed in high spirits, patting Fang Ye on the shoulder. You, my boy, have indeed been fortunate this time. Fang Ye understood he was referring to his confrontation with Su Chao and other armed bandits, smiling in response. Just lucky, that's all. Luck is also a form of strength, Zhao Gang remarked, casting a glance at Shen Qiming and Qiu Yuan. Shall we take a walk? Fang Ye realized Zhao Gang had something he wished to discuss privately and nodded, saying to Qiu Yuan, I have something to discuss with Secretary Zhao. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Qiu Yuan nodded and turned towards the caravan. The recovery team is about to resume operations. Is it safe with the rain so heavy? Compared to before, the rainfall had significantly decreased, though they remained uncertain when it would cease. The villa area was in dire need of supplies. Without a functioning trade system, meeting the daily needs of so many people was a disaster. What do the other area leaders say? The previous head of E-District, Ouyang Cheng, had unfortunately perished during the mask organization S attack, and his deputy, Zhou Anning, had stepped in. He, like Fang Ye, supported the recovery team's continuation, while other area leaders remained hesitant. Fang Ye nodded. Underwater operations were indeed perilous. The incidents involving the monkey and Wang Cheng being bitten by alligators were not secrets. Most leaders were understandably cautious, weighing the safety of their personnel before deciding whether to proceed. Zhao Gang's intentions were clear. After all, Someone had to take the first step. A city as large as A must be divided into areas, right? If everyone squeezed into the nearest area, it would lead to a waste of labor, Zhao Gang stated. Thus, those who take the first leap will always reap the rewards. Area A has chosen the closest region. The day after his discussion with Zhao Gang, Fang Ye learned that the recovery team in Area A had commenced underwater operations. To mitigate the risk of alligator attacks, they worked in teams of 3. Clad in bright orange diving suits, a color that alligators typically avoided. However, the alligator that had attacked the monkey and Inseong had merely happened upon them by chance. As the recovery team had conducted underwater work for 3 consecutive days without encountering any alligator sightings, the materials retrieved from the water were plentiful: sealed tissues, medications, utensils, and food were all in increasing supply, though this was depleting the material reserves of the submerged city of Area A. The recovery team in Area A had made a successful start, prompting the other 4 areas to begin underwater operations as well. The exchange point in Area A was re-established. But this time it was an independent official entity, overseen by Chen Qiming. Chapter 62, The Rent of Insect Powder. Fang Ye was certainly pleased with the turn of events. Previously, his primary concern was to safeguard his villa from unwanted intrusions, but now that it had been obliterated by the facade organization, and with all his resources safely relocated to his personal space, he found himself unburdened by such worries. The mill for processing centipedes had long been restored and was now operating at full capacity. Diligently dehydrating and grinding the insects into powder, these served as vital provisions for the future. History has always taught that an army marches on its stomach, and even in Area A, ensuring a steady food supply remained paramount. However, following this resource reorganization, other districts had hastily established their own centipede processing facilities, significantly reducing the logistics required to transport the insects to Area A. Currently, Fang Ye managed the mill, focusing on overseeing the intake of centipedes and the packaging of insect powder for distribution, meticulously verifying quantities. While centipedes were indeed edible, they were still primarily stockpiled for future emergencies, to be utilized as sustenance should agricultural production fail. Little did anyone anticipate that this temporary measure would stretch into a decade, where, during a climactic confrontation with the facade organization, centipede patties and powders would constitute the staple diet, an indication of the dire state of the global ecosystem, which had regressed humanity's technological advancements by centuries. The official exchange point was situated within a villa, surrounded by open space, which had attracted considerable foot traffic. Many individuals, dressed in tattered clothing, carried bags filled with centipedes for trading. The exchange point was not far from the mill, and after concluding his affairs there, Fang Ye intended to visit the exchange. Chen Qiming, clad in a Gucci shirt, sat at a desk registering transactions. Upon noticing Fang Ye's arrival, he rose with a smile and extended his hand in greeting. Fang Ye's gaze was inevitably drawn to the designer belt cinched around Chen's waist. What a display of luxury. Sensing the amusement in Fang Ye's eyes, Chen chuckled. Does Mr. Fang truly care about such trinkets? They are practically ubiquitous now. I only managed to acquire a few supplies through connections with the staff. And this is nothing compared to the heaps of discarded luxury items we have in storage, designer handbags and watches piled together, once worth hundreds of thousands, now scarcely enough to trade for a pound of rice. It's quite lamentable. Fang Ye shook his head with a light laugh. This is just the beginning. Soon enough, these items will be so common that not even a centipede cake will be worth a trade. Then why do you still wish to exchange them? Chen Qiming inquired, as if it were self-evident. Just in case, Jin replied, should order be restored in the future, these could be sold for a profit, contributing to the rebuilding efforts post-disaster. You, of all people, should understand the value of essentials. Fang Ye contemplated this, thinking that Chen's calculations might be overly optimistic. Director Chen, I would like to exchange for a cold remedy, 2 bowls, and 2 packets of tissues. Don't even ask how I've managed lately, after using leaves for hygiene. I'm still suffering from the irritation. If I don't get some tissues soon, I fear my comfort will be entirely compromised. Indeed, the scarcity of resources had rendered life quite challenging. In the era of civilization, such hardships were unthinkable. But the global deluge had forced a stark realization of reliance on technology. Items like tissues now held far greater value than their inherent worth, while centipedes had become the least valuable commodity. Why has the price of isolation suits dropped? Fang Ye queried as he observed the revised prices. Previously, Isolation suits had traded for 500 pounds of centipedes at his exchange point, yet here they were listed at only 200 pounds. This represented a staggering reduction, effectively devaluing the suits to a state of near giveaway, despite the fact that the retrieval teams had not gathered many. Chin glanced at him. The price of isolation suits skyrocketed due to the rampant centipede population. Now that they are nearly depleted in the villa districts, the demand has plummeted. To alleviate the pressure on other resources, I decided to lower the price. He then leaned in to whisper, this relocation to other cities is merely a temporary measure. Food for a city residents remains the responsibility of the local government, which must also pay rent to the borrowing city. Every aspect requires funding right now. Money has merely transformed into resources, with centipede powder becoming the currency. If we don't stockpile enough, we risk being unable to pay rent, which would be quite embarrassing for everyone. Fang Ye was taken aback. In his previous life, there had been no mention of needing to pay rent to the city they were relocated to. Director Chin remarked, this relocation involves not just us in a city, but residents from other cities as well. Everyone will encounter one another along the way. Who would have imagined that a once thriving metropolis would now require payment to a third or fourth-tier city for the privilege of residency? Fang Ye pondered. Are we all moving to City S? Not at all, Chin shook his head. A city has a vast population, necessitating a division of residents. City S cannot accommodate everyone. Several batches have already been relocated due to the flood. We remain here at Guanlan Mountain, as we are temporarily free from inundation. The mayor of a city is still negotiating with other city mayors. After all, we are at their mercy. Fang Ye recalled that he had purchased a property in City S many years ago, when prices were low, and in that fourth-tier city. He had completed the transaction for under 100,000. Director Chin, how is the rent assessed? By population, or a flat rate for the city? What if the city residents already own property in City S? Chin looked at Fang Ye with a hint of envy in his tone. So you do own property? Fang Ye smiled. It's still the one I bought 10 years ago. I never sold it at a favorable price, so it has just sat there unattended. Chin clapped his hands. Then you've struck gold. Currently, City S, F, and D are designated as relocation cities, and anyone holding independent property rights there can move in and have their rent exempted by a City S government. However, borrowing against property is not permitted. If you take out a loan and owe the bank, you must comply with state directives. For instance, Fang Ye leaned in, intrigued. In his previous life, they had been among the last to relocate from Guanlan Mountain. If the timeline aligned, he had sold the house in City S just 3 days after Anqiang gave birth, intending to upgrade to a larger home in a city. Subsequently, when they relocated to City S, they lost their residence. Ultimately relying on a connection to secure a place, 20 individuals crammed into a 120 square meter room. Chapter 63. The secret factory. Fang Ye had witnessed the daily chaos unfold before his eyes, where theft and confrontations erupted over food, leaving his companions in distress. This was why he had returned, to prevent such occurrences. At a time when resources were most critical, he had refrained from selling the property in City S. However, when it came time to discuss the vital details, Chin faltered, I've only heard a little about the rules in City S, but the specifics of resource allocation may only be known there. Regardless, those with property there are certainly at an advantage, particularly if they possess independent rights without a loan. So Chin cast a meaningful glance at Fang Ye. You stand to gain. Fang Ye cast a meaningful glance at Chin Chiming and remarked, I cannot ascertain whether I have profited, but if you continue to dismiss the significance of the isolation suits and sell them at such a low price, you may find yourself lamenting without a place to do so. Fang Ye's words resonated even with Secretary Zhao, prompting Chin Chiming to reconsider his stance. Observing Fang Ye's unwavering conviction, he began to doubt his previous decision. Should I revert to the original price? But will the residents purchase them? Fang Ye replied, restoring the price may not guarantee sales, but increasing it will definitely attract buyers. It's akin to the stock market or real estate. People prefer to invest in rising values rather than declining ones. Is that feasible? Chin Chiming muttered. Fang Ye shrugged. Isn't this precisely the time when we need the insect powder? Why not give it a try? There's no loss involved. Even if you were to reduce the price to 200 pounds per set of isolation suits, there would still be very few takers, wouldn't there? Chin Chiming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Fang Ye's argument. So, how much should we increase the price? Let us add 300 pounds on top of the 500 pounds, making it 800 pounds. Chin Chiming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was quadruple the price he had initially set. Who would be foolish enough to buy at such a rate? Since the exchange of the centipedes commenced, many residents had become exceedingly frugal, ensuring not a single ounce was wasted, nor would they spend an extra penny. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Qiming asked, "But why?" Even Secretary Zhao, who had arrived unbeknownst to them, echoed the question. Fang Ye was taken aback by Zhao's timely presence, but knew he couldn't simply say that the torrential rains would soon cease, making way for the impending heat wave. The scorching heat and sweltering summer would unleash far more dangerous pests than the centipedes produced during the downpour. This was precisely when the isolation suits were most needed. A poorly constructed suit would be ineffective against the venomous stings of these creatures. The official exchange point housed high-quality biohazard suits, and trading them for a mere 200 pounds worth of centipedes was simply not worth it. Fang Ye settled on saying, "Value is dictated by scarcity. If we lower the price, it will only exacerbate the issue of unsold inventory, a phenomenon we refer to as a vicious cycle in our marketplace. In any case, we should give it a try. Experimenting won't lead to significant loss. What I propose might not be infallible, but if we can't sell them anyway, testing the waters incurs no risk." Chen Qiming turned to Zhao Gang, who nodded in agreement. He then addressed Fang Ye, "Come with me." Fang Ye assumed Zhao Gang wished to discuss matters concerning the centipede factory, but to his surprise, Zhao Gang donned a raincoat and stepped outside. Fang Ye followed suit, putting on his own raincoat. They arrived at a newly constructed factory, and Fang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the very site where bodies had been laid during the post-disaster cleanup. What was Secretary Zhao bringing him here for? Outside the factory, armed soldiers stood guard, saluting Zhao Gang as he approached. Zhao Gang returned the gesture and led Fang Ye inside through the checkpoint. The factory was somewhat remote, and even with the current influx of residents in Qianlong Mountain, few ventured into this area, which was barren and uneven, devoid of any centipedes. As they ventured further, a chill began to permeate the air. Upon entering the second door, they encountered personnel clad in white protective gear, bustling about with large containers filled with writhing centipedes. What was this place? Another processing facility for centipedes? There seemed to be no need for such secrecy. It wasn't until they reached the third door that Fang Ye's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of horror. The spacious factory housed large sealed glass containers, within which lay the bodies that had been previously relocated. Perhaps due to the low temperatures, the bodies had not yet decomposed, and their features remained discernible. Fang Ye spotted the pale visage of Feng Chuanfen, the mother of Wang Cheng, who had earlier defended him during his conflict with Zheng Honghua. She now lay stark naked, her body rigid and pallid, encased in the glass vessel, adorned with clusters of black insect eggs. These eggs were several times larger than those carried by the rain, likely benefiting from the nutrient-rich environment of the corpse. Just as Fang Ye was absorbed in his observations, the eggs began to hatch, revealing a plump, jet-black centipede. Why is there no yellow ring? He pondered. The yellow ring was crucial for upgrading his space. Why did these eggs lack it? Are you frightened? Zhao Gang inquired. Fang Ye snapped back to reality and asked, "So you're cultivating these centipedes using corpses?" Zhao Gang nodded. "Since the torrential rains, all resources have become scarce, and we must utilize them judiciously. The dead must make way for the living. These second-generation centipedes have already been submitted for evaluation and are deemed edible. Any non-decomposed corpse can serve as their nourishment." Fang Ye recalled the incident where Zheng Honghua had been attacked by residents from Block B over improperly buried corpses. That body had been buried for at least 2 or 3 days and would undoubtedly have decomposed. Why then did the centipedes that hatched from it possess the yellow ring? He voiced this confusion to Zhao Gang, who pondered before responding. This mutation is still under investigation by the capital's laboratory. The preliminary conclusion suggests a correlation with the yellow rings inherent to their bodies. We refer to these second-generation centipedes as meatworms, specifically intended as a food source. The laboratory is currently conducting genetic modifications to alter their size in hopes of producing insect protein. The global community is relying on these centipedes as a reserve food source due to the severe impacts of natural disasters. The thought of the insect cakes he had consumed in his past life brought waves of nausea to Fang Ye, which he valiantly suppressed. Chapter 64. A comprehensive directive issued. Zhao Gang noticed Fang Ye's change in demeanor and inquired with a smile, "Can you not bear it?" Fang Ye slightly shook his head. That was a matter of a previous life, and in this lifetime, he had yet to indulge in an insect cake. Furthermore, he would never allow himself that opportunity again. With a fortune at his fingertips, he would not allow himself to starve. However, Zhao Gang's earlier statement piqued Fang Ye's curiosity. Why did the second-generation centipedes lack the yellow ring? The term yellow ring would be better referred to as energy ring. Thus, it seemed that only the eggs that fell with the rain bore this energy. In other words, was this energy finite? If the rain ceased one day, would the centipede eggs in the water no longer hatch, leaving behind only the first-generation, purely black second-generation centipedes devoid of the yellow ring? Would that mean the energy for upgrading his space would vanish? Would his azure space remain perpetually at its first tier? No, he needed to collect the centipedes. Zhao Gang, standing beside Fang Ye, was unaware of the tumult of thoughts racing through Fang Ye's mind. He pointed to the damp soil beneath the corpses and remarked, "While these pests devour crops, leading to total crop failure, their excrement enriches the soil, serving as excellent fertilizer. It is, in a way, a boon for the earth, contributing to its regeneration." "They consume crops too?" Fang Ye queried. In the annals of history during the age of natural disasters, these insects were deemed the first product of calamity, but had nearly faced extinction due to their poor edibility. He had not anticipated their penchant for devouring crops. Zhao Gang nodded and opened his phone to show Fang Ye a photograph. The image depicted a series of mountains, once lush with greenery, now marred by patches of barren land, resembling a balding scalp, an unsightly sight. "Are all these bites from centipedes?" he inquired. Zhao Gang sighed deeply. Fortunately, these creatures possess some edible value, otherwise it would only be a matter of time before the vegetation on Earth is entirely consumed. But that is not entirely accurate. The more dangerous pests have yet to arrive. The poor centipedes are merely at the bottom of the food chain, consumed by birds, insects, and even humans. The authorities have issued orders for the comprehensive capture of these centipedes, which can be exchanged at designated points by weight. Zhao Gang remarked with a smile. In the past, there were constant complaints about the widening wealth gap, the rich getting richer while the poor grew poorer. Look now, the deck has been reshuffled. And it seems everyone is back on the same starting line, just like in the late 70s and early 80s. Fang Ye merely smiled in response. Return to the late 70s and early 80s? If only that were true. The ongoing natural disasters have nearly driven humanity back to prehistoric times. Since there are already breeding channels, why continue capturing centipedes? Isn't that a waste of resources? He pondered. 200 pounds of centipedes for a pound of rice may seem like a vast disparity, yet the base number is much larger. Each day, countless individuals come to exchange centipedes. Even if just 1 pound is exchanged per person, how many residents are there in this villa area alone? This does not even account for other regions. It is what it is. Zhao Gang chuckled wryly. As you can see, the breeding conditions for the second generation of centipedes are exceedingly stringent. They require clean, non-decaying corpses. Otherwise, the hatched creatures carry viruses that render them inedible. Fortunately, the first-generation centipedes do not present such challenges. Although the yellow rings disappear within an hour after death, while alive, those rings help purify their internal toxins. Therefore, the first-generation centipedes can eat anything, which also means mass production is unattainable for them. No solutions have yet been found, so we can only gather the centipedes from the outside. Finally, Zhao Gang solemnly advised Fang Ye, "You must keep a close watch on the collection of these insects. The more we gather, the better." Although food is precious now, the ability to acquire more insect powder is invaluable. A pound of rice can save 100 people. Fang Ye nodded. Since the authorities have issued this directive, we shall certainly comply. That evening, the group leader of Area A announced, to all, effective immediately, "We will commence a comprehensive exchange of centipedes." The exchange modes are as follows. First, full exchange for food and other living necessities. Second, partial exchange for food and necessities with the remainder stored in an official account, redeemable by ID card upon transfer to the new city. Third, full storage in the official account, redeemable by ID card upon transfer to the new city. Area A1, Fan Jun, it's confirmed. We can never return to City A Area A3, Feng Dong. Not sure if this is a blessing or a curse, after a lifetime of hard work. I finally bought a large villa in City A, and now I've only lived there for a few days. Area A4, Jiangcheng Dong. What a pity. But looking on the bright side, at least I won't have to repay my mortgage. Area A3, Feng Dong. I paid in full. Area A4. Jiangcheng Dong. Am I the fool here? I take my leave. Area A4, Qincheng. The deck has been reshuffled. Can the former wealthy still be considered wealthy? Area A1. Jiangning, of course not. Wealth means nothing now. Can those who can eat and drink not be seen holding buckets to catch insects? Area A5. Ping Luo. That makes sense. The world has changed. Area A2. Wang Qian. Are you all storing? Area A3. Feng Dong. I must store. My household food supply is barely enough to last until next month. Starting tomorrow, I will store, or I'll be exposed when we transfer. With no one to cry to Area A1, Fan Jun, I can always trust our national father. Storing is essential. Area A1, Jiangning, I want tea store. There's no way I'll toil for the officials without compensation. I'm just deceiving you brainless folks. Area A5, Peng Luo, how can you speak like that? Area A3, Qin Suzhen, what has the state ever deprived you of? Ungrateful people like you deserve to drown in City A. Area A1. Jiangning, seeing all of you lacking manners, I should have stayed in Lianghua and avoided this suffering. Area A1, Lin Han, indeed. Why did you return? Had you not, you would have already been reborn by now. The group was in a chaotic uproar. Fang Ye recognized that this woman named Jiang Ning had previously incited anger alongside Zheng Honghua, a troublemaker who thrived on chaos. A woman so brazen that society had yet to teach her the lessons of reality. Upon returning to the RV, Qiu Yuan awaited at the door, meticulously polishing his self-defense knife and dagger until they gleamed. Spotting Fang Ye, he nodded in greeting, Brother Ye. Fang Ye returned the gesture. Glancing at the empty tent next door, where are they? Qiu Yuan glanced into the distance, out collecting insects. Almost at dawn. The three had set out with buckets in hand. For them, self-sufficiency brought peace of mind. Chapter 65. The Frenzied Hatching of Insect Eggs. Fang Ye paid them no mind. Each individual has their unique way of life, and he had no right to correct others. He focused on living his own life first. Upon entering the RV, Xiang was using the oven to roast the remaining alligator meat, repackaging it for long-term storage. Upon seeing Fang Ye return, her face lit up with a smile. You're back. Fang Ye softly replied, moving closer to embrace her. Xiang felt a bit shy and squirmed. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me, or Qiu Yuan will come in and laugh at us. Fang Ye grunted playfully. Let him laugh. I'm embracing my wife. Let that single dog be envious. Xiang laughed sweetly, and after inhaling her delightful scent for a while, he took her hand and led her to the small living area of the RV. Hey, you. My meat isn't done smoking yet. Then don't smoke it. Let me hold you properly. During this time of confronting the Facebook organization, it felt as though he had walked a tightrope between life and death. In those perilous moments, the faces of Xiang and Hui always appeared before him, incessantly reminding him that he could not perish, should he die. His wife and daughter would be left unprotected, thrusting them back into a life of hardship and uncertainty. Xiang allowed him to hold her for a while, but then gently pushed against him, still unmoving. With mild annoyance, she said, Fang Ye, will you ever stop? I have important tasks to attend to. If you're idle, go watch Hui and Yang. Don't disturb my work. Fang Ye had no choice, but to reluctantly let her go, whereas Hui. Xiang gestured toward the monkey's room. Monkey is watching her. It's time for you to switch shifts. In the kitchen, Xiang sometimes battled with smoke from cooking oil, fearing Hui would be affected. So she entrusted her care to Monkey. Wang Cheng's son, Wang Yang, was of a similar age to Hui and was at that stage of eating and sleeping. Easily manageable after a bit of milk. Monkey was engrossed in his phone while also keeping an eye on the children. Any stirrings from the little ones would prompt him to call for Xiang. As Fang Ye entered, Monkey was quietly patting Hui, who had a furrowed brow, appearing to surrender in her sleep, while Yang beside her lay peacefully. Monkey, upon seeing Fang Ye enter, was about to speak when Fang Ye silenced him with a finger to his lips, indicating not to wake the little girl. Monkey nodded in understanding. What is the situation outside? Fang Ye unwrapped Monkey's bandage to check, relieved to see the wound healing rather than festering. It's about the same. After the Facebook organization was driven away, order has gradually been restored in the villa area. We should be evacuating in a month. Focus on your recovery. And leave the outside matters to me and Qiu Yuan. Monkey replied, how can I recuperate with things so chaotic? Yi, tell me honestly. Was what you said during our meal that day true? Indeed, it is true. During the time we dined with the monkey, Fang Ye spoke of the impending apocalypse. But at that moment, the monkey merely regarded it as jest. However, as events unfold, it appears that things are progressing just as Fang Ye had foretold. Fang Ye chuckled and replied, of course it is true. Yet, how do you know this? The monkey asked, entangled in his thoughts. Regardless of how implausible it may seem, What was destined to occur has transpired, and he could no longer deceive himself into believing that everything was mere coincidence. Fang Ye sighed and said, "Monkey. It is all inconsequential now. What was meant to happen has already happened, and there is no room for reversal. Even if you uncover the answer, will it aid you in what lies ahead?" The monkey insisted, "As long as I desire it, there must be a way." Observing the monkey's determination to pursue the truth relentlessly, Fang Ye remarked, "Consider it a prophetic dream. In that dream, I lived through a life where calamities began to unfold. And Xiang and Hui perished, you died, and ultimately, I too met my demise. Everything that transpired in that dream felt as though I had truly experienced it. Upon awakening, I found myself at Xiang's bedside, compelled by an instinct to take preventive measures. Even if it meant risking everything, I feared the possibility of unforeseen consequences." The monkey gasped, his tone laced with complexity. "So, you insisted that I must come to the villa, that I must be with you?" Fang Ye glanced at him and smiled. "Indeed, apart from Xiang and Hui, you are both my brother and family. How could I neglect you? Good brother." The monkey gazed at Fang Ye with fervent eyes. Fang Ye patted his hand. "Enough of that. Focus on your recovery. We will be relocating in a month. And I cannot bear to bring along a patient like you." The monkey spoke with unwavering certainty. "Do not worry. I shall be well by then." During dinner, Lin Tao, Xu Hong, and Wang Cheng remained absent, or rather, the entire villa area had emptied. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that they were all preoccupied with collecting worms by the water's edge. Indeed, they were gathering worms. For some reason, starting today, the eggs in the water hatched rapidly, and countless dark forms eagerly attempted to crawl ashore. There was no need for nets. Simply using buckets to scoop them up and pour them into bags sufficed. Catching worms was so simple that even children, bundled up tightly, assisted their families with bowls or buckets. This scene was reminiscent of childhood days spent fishing in rivers. However, now they were collecting worms instead of fish. The banks were bustling with residents gathering worms, yet even so, they could not keep pace with the onslaught of centipedes emerging from the water. Many centipedes swiftly escaped into the underbrush, evading capture. However, the residents had no time to tend to those few that slipped away. Their focus was on the piles of worms, with each scoop yielding at least 10 pounds to be poured into their bags. The exchange point was particularly busy today, with employees frequently recording the inventory of centipedes. Chen Qiming was so occupied that he hardly had time to lift his head. And even the open area of the processing plant was filled with centipedes. The exchange point had no extra space, otherwise this batch of worms would not have arrived until nightfall. However, this proved advantageous for Fang Ye, as he was currently the manager of the processing plant. Absorbing the yellow ring energy from these centipedes and watching the energy levels in the ethereal blue space surge rapidly. Just as the energy approached its peak, the bags of centipedes delivered from the processing plant were fully absorbed, leaving only a batch yet to arrive at the exchange point. Fang Ye was not in a hurry. After all, the worms would eventually make their way to the processing plant, so there was no need for him to rush. When he returned to the motorhome, Zhou Yuan, the monkey, and Xiang had just finished their meal. Upon seeing Fang Ye return without the other three, they curiously inquired, "Where are Lin Tao and Wang Cheng?" "Collecting worms," Fang Ye replied. "These worms are behaving unusually. The weather is likely about to change. We must prepare early." Chapter 66, Unveiling the Second Layer of Space. Just as they were speaking, Lin Tao, his wife, and Wang Cheng returned. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yuan promptly opened the door and observed the three weary individuals entering the tent. "Have you eaten? We saved some food for you." The three stared wide-eyed at Zhou Yuan, incredulous. "Have you eaten?" Was this really a question directed at them? At such a time, relatives scarcely dared to engage in conversation. For everyone's rations were scarce, each mouthful consumed was one less for the future. They had savored yesterday's rice and crocodile meat and were already immensely grateful. We, Lin Tao, feel somewhat awkward," he admitted. Zhou Yuan noticed his discomfort and approached to pat Lin Tao and Wang Cheng on the shoulder. Brother Yi never neglects those who have shown him kindness. The three stepped into Fang Ye's motorhome for the first time, marveling at the luxurious decor, modern amenities, and spaciousness that perfectly resembled a lavish loft apartment. The practicality of the motorhome surpassed that of a mere apartment. Before the calamities of heavy rain, such motorhomes were the toys of the wealthy. Now, those who could still afford to drive such vehicles were indeed a display of strength, causing the three to feel even more self-conscious. Especially Lin Tao, who, Despite not being closely acquainted with Fang Ye, recognized him as the leader of his cousin's company, which was merely a small engineering firm. Yet, here was a project manager who possessed such wealth. And Xiang had already served the food reserved for the three. Fang Ye and his companions had finished their meal, leaving only them. Today's dishes included smoked crocodile meat, kelp soup, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, complemented by several butter-seared steaks and lamb chops that were fragrant and flavorful, perfectly suited to the appetites of Fang Ye and the other three men. The three had also prepared extra portions, now piled high in their bowls. Lin Tao nearly cried from the temptation. Although he had feasted yesterday, he had worked outside all day today and was now utterly famished. Observing the three still somewhat restrained, and Xiang cheerfully urged, "Sister Chu, eat up. This was specially saved for you." Oh, Chu Hong replied, taking up her bowl and chopsticks to hastily shovel in a mouthful, barely chewing before swallowing and reaching for another bite. Lin Tao and Wang Cheng, seeing this, shed their reservations, lifting their bowls and chopsticks to devour their meal heartily. And Xiang was not stingy with her own. Each of their bowls brimmed with a delightful array of dishes, creating an appetizing spread. The meal was swiftly consumed, and Xiang and Chu Hong eagerly began to clear the table. "I consider you all as my own. There's no need for such formality. During the last incident with the Face Group's assassination, had you not lent a hand, we would have either perished or been gravely injured," Fang Ye sighed, looking at the three. "What are your thoughts now?" Lin Tao, Chu Hong, and Wang Cheng exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Chu Hong's expression darkened. "We once vowed to seek revenge against the Face Group, yet now, with our current capabilities, it is a struggle just to survive. Ever since the Face Group vanished, information about them has also disappeared. Seeking vengeance is far from easy. Aside from revenge, we have no other plans. Mr. Fang, you are good people, willing to accept us at this time, rather than dismissing us with mere rations. We are willing to heed your guidance. Whatever you say, we shall follow." Upon uttering this, the three felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. They were currently drifting aimlessly, desperately in need of someone to lead them and illuminate a clear path forward. "I cannot bear the responsibility of leadership. We are all in this together," Fang Ye replied. "If there is any news regarding the Face Group, I will certainly share it with you." Lin Tao and the others had truly joined forces with Fang Ye and his companions, even though Fang Ye had previously told them there was no need to gather worms, as the supplies in the motorhome were sufficient to sustain them until S City. Nevertheless, the three were forward-thinking, unwilling to linger in indulgence, always mindful of potential dangers, unwilling to experience the pangs of hunger again. Fang Ye did not deter them. Rather, he welcomed their contributions in the pursuit of capturing insects, hoping that they would hasten the unlocking of his second spatial realm. The insect factory, teeming with creatures, presented an anomaly that made Zhao Gang cautious. The factory operated in 3 shifts, tirelessly drying, grinding, and packaging the insects, which were then transported in trucks to S City, F City, and D City. When Fang Ye arrived at the insect factory early in the morning, he discovered that the previously cleared ground was now piled high with bags of insects. The exchange point had been bustling throughout the night without respite. He meticulously touched each bag, absorbing the yellow energy contained within. Eventually, the progress bar of yellow energy enveloped the energy bar of the Yulan space, culminating in a long-awaited upgrade of the realm. While others merely saw Fang Ye standing in contemplation with closed eyes, they remained oblivious to the fact that his space was undergoing an upgrade. At this moment, his consciousness observed the extension and stretching of the space, akin to witnessing a grand toy morphing before his eyes. The ethereal blue hues resembled a steampunk mirage, with the first layer of space momentarily transforming into a 2-dimensional plane, upon which 2 distinctly different spaces emerged simultaneously. The second layer, which had previously appeared as a mere illusion, gradually solidified, only to vanish in an instant, leaving behind the original first layer of space. Once more, Fang Ye opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the locked door at the end of the first layer of space he had previously encountered. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. Unlike the stable ground of the first layer, he discovered that the surface beneath his feet was soft, requiring his full strength to compact it. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was standing on rich, loose soil. Beneath the ethereal blue light, he could almost detect the fragrant aroma of the earth. A thought crossed his mind: if there is soil, then what of cultivation? He retrieved various seeds he had acquired in abundance during the civilized era from the first layer, some of which were simply packaged in sealed bags for sale, leaving Fang Ye unable to discern which were grains and which were fruit trees. However, this was merely an experiment. He planted the seeds into the soil. What followed was astonishing. The soil seemed to writhe as if it were a living entity, enveloping the seeds he had sown. The ethereal blue light was gradually replaced by sunlight, and a gentle breeze swept through, making Fang Ye feel as though he were truly immersed in a verdant February day. Could this second layer of space be simulating all the external conditions necessary for seeds to germinate and grow? Even with growth hormones, it would be improbable for them to sprout so rapidly. Fang Ye's astonishment intensified as he witnessed the rapid growth. Within a mere 20 seconds, the seeds progressed from sprouting to blooming, encapsulating the entire life cycle of a fig tree. The speed of growth was akin to a flow rate magnified 1,000-fold. In mere seconds, the tree bore all the fruits it could possibly yield, the ground beneath littered with ripe, fallen figs. Fang Ye also observed an intriguing phenomenon. While the fruits remained attached to the mother tree, they continued to mature. However, once they fell, the seeds ceased their growth trend. Much like the first layer of space, where in a constant environment, they would neither rot nor decay. This sensation was reminiscent of granting seeds a lifespan that should span a century, allowing them to yield 100 years' worth of fruit in the planting space. This second layer was nothing short of a miraculous tool. If utilized effectively, it could potentially avert a global, or even nationwide, food crisis. Yet, in the next moment, this savior complex was shattered as the soil where he had just planted the figs transformed from soft black earth into dry, cracked mud. It was no longer suitable for cultivation. It could even serve as a weapon. Was this soil not meant for rapid regeneration? It bore a resemblance to the mythical breathable earth from the Shanhai Jing, yet the story's depiction did not suggest such a desolate state. The planting space could replicate the sunlight, soil, and moisture required by plants. As long as the seeds were not dead, whatever was sown would yield a harvest. However, for plants that required pollination to bear fruit, both male and female specimens must be planted. Otherwise, even the most skilled gardener would find themselves without the means to cultivate. Fang Ye estimated that the area of the planting space could not surpass that of the first layer of storage space. The storage space could continuously expand because it housed lifeless, inorganic materials, whereas the fertile black soil of the planting space spanned only about 600 square meters, roughly equivalent to an acre. At the far edge of this acre, a striking blue door appeared unexpectedly. If Fang Ye's instincts were correct, opening that door would lead to the breeding space. He approached and opened the door, revealing a realm of deep blue, starkly contrasting with the sunny, breezy ambience of the planting space. When he had initially entered the planting space, it had also been devoid of life until he had sown the seeds, prompting the space to simulate the environment. Thus, it seemed that the presence of living organisms was necessary to stimulate the simulation of the environment. However, he had no animals at hand. The snakes, mice, and rabbits of the nearby river had been hunted to the point where they dared not emerge. Some residents who relocated from a city had brought their beloved dogs, but in the villa district, they had either been stolen or consumed. With a resigned sigh, he decided to set the breeding space aside for now, planning to revisit it when he encountered living creatures. He planted some tomato and potato plants in the planting space, hardy, plentiful crops that could be stored in the first layer of storage space and accessed at will. Moreover, these two varieties were already present in the vegetable basket of the RV. Fang Ye still possessed a plethora of assorted seeds, but he needed to deliberate carefully before proceeding with further planting, for no one could predict whether the desiccated black soil would ever return to its former condition. Using it too liberally would only deplete its resources. Whether it was a renewable or non-renewable resource remained to be seen. Mr. Fang? Just as Fang Ye was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. He opened his eyes to see an employee from the insect factory. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had likely been standing there in a daze for quite some time. After a brief, appreciative smile for the employee's hard work, the worker departed. Today, Fang Ye felt elated. His ethereal space had upgraded, unlocking a second realm where both plants and animals could thrive. The growth rate of the plants in the planting space was astonishing. He could only imagine how the breeding space would function, picturing poultry and fish growing as if inflated like balloons. Upon returning to the RV, he found In Xiang helping Hui practice lifting her head. The tiny girl struggled to raise her head, her face turning crimson, yet she managed to tilt it slightly upward. Fang Ye could not help but approach to offer encouragement. Wonderful. Most children take at least 3 to 4 months to achieve this. But our little girl has done it at just over 2 months. She's exceptional. Unable to resist, he cradled the fragrant child in his arms, reveling in her presence. Hui Hui had grown accustomed to her parents' scent, lying peacefully in Fang Ye's embrace, her large eyes curiously studying him. Fang Ye fought the urge to kiss his daughter, knowing that her tender age made her susceptible to bacterial infections from adult kisses. Although the risk was minimal, he preferred not to gamble with her health. Thus he remained vigilant about hygiene for both adults and children. Hui Hui, still so small, blinked her big eyes, fighting to stay awake, but ultimately succumbed to sleep. Fang Ye gently rocked her in his arms until she finally dozed off, at which point he carefully laid her in the innermost part of the bed. Cradling Anxiang in his arms on the bed, Fang Ye slipped his hand beneath her clothing. Anxiang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, grasped his hand and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Fang Ye chuckled softly, aware of her misinterpretation, and buried his head in the crook of her neck, letting out a muffled laugh. The sound intensified the blush on Anxiang's beautiful face as she replied, somewhat sulkily, "What are you laughing at?" Fang Ye gently caressed the scar from her cesarean section, saying, "I've been so preoccupied with outside matters lately that I forgot to ask if your scar has been itching or hurting with all this dreary weather." Anxiang glanced at Fang Ye, her eyes filled with emotion as she released his wrist and pulled his head into her embrace. The unexpected affection left Fang Ye feeling buoyant. "I'm not in pain. You've taken such good care of me, ensuring that neither I nor our daughter suffer during this torrential rain. I feel so sorry for you. But I can't seem to help much. Have I been a burden to you?" Anxiang asked anxiously. Although she had been residing in a villa and later a mobile home, she often observed others, families collectively venturing out to gather insects and exchange supplies, small children bundled tightly in protective gear, while older kids trailed their parents with buckets and spoons, all laboring together. Amidst the toil of others, she and her daughter enjoyed the luxury of resting on a soft bed, savoring delicious meals. Untroubled by the insidious insects or the chaos outside, all thanks to her husband who shielded them from the storm, enveloping them under his protective wings. She ached for her husband, yet besides preparing delightful meals, she felt helpless. Even laundry was handled by specialized machines, and after meals, the dishes were washed in turns by him and Xiao Yuan, ensuring she bore no burden whatsoever. Fang Ye nestled his head against her chest, her warmth lulling him into a drowsy state as he mumbled, "What are you thinking? You are my wife. It's only right that I do everything for you." Chapter 68. The rain has ceased. A sweet smile graced Anxiang's lips. Fang Ye, fighting off drowsiness, sought to dispel her worries, asserting, "I can endure anything. But I cannot bear to lose you and Hui Hui. With you by my side, we have a home. Ah Xiang, you and Hui Hui are my most precious treasures, no. Hui Hui must be second to you." "That won't do. Hui Hui must be our joint first treasure," Anxiang retorted with a frown. Fang Ye nodded absently, pulling her closer as sleep overtook him. As Anxiang lay in bed, her beloved daughter on her left and her cherished husband curled up beside her on the right, she wished time would slow down in this moment of bliss, for her heart brimmed with happiness. Fang Ye awoke in the middle of the night to the relentless patter of rain against the mobile home. In the dim light, he could not discern the time and felt no inclination to check his phone. Anxiang's breathing was steady and calm beside him, and in the stillness, Hui Hui stirred slightly, letting out a soft whimper. Instinctively, Anxiang reached out to gently pat Hui Hui's bundled-up blanket, soothing her back to sleep. Soon, both Anxiang and Hui Hui drifted off again. The surroundings fell silent once more, and Fang Ye re-entered the space, this time uninterrupted, allowing him to freely select seeds for planting. An acre roughly equals 666 square meters, and Fang Ye estimated to reserve about 200 square meters for future needs. He retrieved a large box of seeds from the first level of the space, filled with an abundance of varieties from several seed stores, including all manner of common vegetable seeds. The soil in the planting space was remarkably soft, requiring no tools for tilling or fertilizers. He simply placed the vegetable seeds into the earth, which seemed to possess a magical quality that catalyzed their growth. Seeds for bok choy, scallions, bell peppers, space peppers, loofahs, lettuce, eggplants, and tomatoes were scattered by Fang Ye, sprouting within seconds. The plants bore fruit that ripened and fell from their branches, only for new fruit to emerge, continuing this cycle until the yield reached its limit, at which point Fang Ye would uproot the dried plants. He discovered an intriguing phenomenon, perhaps a form of energy conservation. Although he had harvested dozens of boxes of figs, the soil used for planting the fig trees had become parched and depleted. Yet these seasonally harvested vegetables could be planted indefinitely, likely due to their limited nutritional draw compared to fig trees, which had tapped into nearly a century's worth of soil nutrients. Fang Ye conducted experiments in this area until he had planted an entire box of seeds, with vegetables piling up like a small hill beside him, the soil remaining dark and rich, unlike the dry earth from the earlier fig tree plantings. The previously planted fig trees had left the soil barren, leading Fang Ye to ponder whether it was indeed a non-renewable resource. He decided to encircle the planted area with the dried remnants of the previous plants, intending to observe any changes over time, reassured that their current supply of fruits and vegetables would last them quite a while. Once he had placed the bountiful harvest on the shelves of the first stable space, Fang Ye clapped his hands and exited the space, peacefully closing his eyes for a nap. The following morning, Xiang, preparing breakfast in the kitchen, gazed curiously at the assortment of vegetables in the basket. Were there radishes and pumpkins yesterday? Surely there were, just unseen by me. After nearly 3 months of relentless rain, it finally ceased today, and the sun shone brightly, bathing everyone in its warmth. The once damp environment, usually teeming with the occasional centipede, was now devoid of them. People reveled in the comfort of the dry air, exhilarated by the sun's return, as they eagerly dragged out their wet clothes, mattresses, and half-damp blankets to dry. The oppressive dampness had frayed their nerves, and the sight of the sun sent them into a near frenzy, even tearing off their raincoats and protective gear in their jubilation. Fang Ye silently wished them well, thinking, "Brothers, perhaps you are getting a bit carried away." Xiang, too, joyfully took Hui out to bask in the sun, knowing that newborns need sunlight for calcium. However, since Hui's birth had coincided with the calamity of continuous rain, she had been confined indoors. Today marked the first time in over 2 months that the little one could enjoy the warm sun. Fang Ye sighed wistfully, reflecting that they believed the sun signaled the end of their troubles. Yet, it was merely the onset of another disaster. And this new calamity would prove far more arduous than the previous deluge, as they would now contend with sweltering heat and the onslaught of venomous insects, far more dangerous than the mere centipedes, whose bites could be lethal without prompt treatment. The sun had risen early, and everyone instinctively abandoned their tasks to soak up its rays. By around 9 o'clock, the temperature soared, forcing people to retreat back into their tents. After noon, the heat became unbearable for many, prompting them to flee into the cool embrace of the nearby forest, enduring the high temperatures alongside the swarming mosquitoes. The centipedes were nowhere to be found, even those that had flooded the banks yesterday had vanished. Centipedes thrived in damp, cool environments, perishing in the face of heat. This conclusion, reached by the workers in the insect factory through practical experience, suggests that during the rainy season, the coal and wood typically used to dry the centipedes can be dispensed with. Instead, they can simply drag the bags containing the centipedes out to the square, where they can be exposed to the scorching sun for an entire morning. Afterward, the bags are opened and the insect remains are spread out on the ground to dry, with periodic flipping to ensure even sun exposure. This elimination of a step has significantly increased the production of dried insects and insect powder, quickly filling the available indoor space with bags of insect powder. Fang Ye informed Zhao Gang, requesting him to send someone over to take stock before deciding which city to allocate the products to. To Fang Ye's surprise, Zhao Gang himself arrived, and after counting the bags, he began loading them onto a truck. He then pulled Fang Ye aside, offering him a cigarette and lighting one for himself as well. He sighed deeply. "Fang Ye, why do I feel as though this matter is far from over?" Fang Ye paused his smoking, glancing at Zhao Gang and inquiring, "Secretary Zhao, which matter do you refer to?" Zhao Gang replied, "What else could it be? This weather. It's only May, and today's temperature must be over 40 degrees. Chapter 69. Sweltering Heat. Indeed, the ground temperature had reached levels that were only previously seen during the height of summer. Is this an anomaly? Or will we be enduring such high temperatures moving forward? Zhao Gang asked with a furrowed brow, expressing his concern over the management of an increasingly chaotic situation. Fang Ye was at a loss for words, aware that the future climate on Earth would be characterized by such extremes, devoid of the balanced seasons of spring, summer, autumn. and winter, replaced instead by a continuous cycle of natural disasters. I believe we must prepare for dual contingencies. We cannot afford to be caught off guard as we were by the previous torrential downpour, he suggested. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say something more, one of his deputies called him from a distance, seemingly with something to report. Fang Ye exchanged a brief farewell with Secretary Zhao and returned to the RV. Inside the RV, and Xiang was busy at the freezer, trading off with Yang and handing over the centipedes to the monkey. The monkey's health had improved significantly, his wounds healing well due to daily dressing changes. Xiao Yuan had been temporarily reassigned by Zhao Gang to train the newly recruited patrol soldiers. Xiao Yuan's skills were indisputable, having once been a special forces soldier. He had bravely drawn away a dozen adversaries during the attack by the masked organization, managing to return unscathed, a testament to his formidable prowess, or perhaps his capabilities extended even beyond that. Currently, the RV was positioned close to the official office, with soldiers and patrolmen alternating in guard duty, alleviating any concerns about safety. This was precisely why Fang Ye felt secure about Xiao Yuan's absence. Xiao Yuan was an independent entity, a friend of the monkey, and had shared in the calamities wrought by the masked organization. While they may not share the same depth of camaraderie as he did with the monkey, basic respect was warranted. Xiao Yuan was free to pursue his own endeavors, and whenever Fang Ye needed assistance, he would always inquire about his willingness in advance. Approaching the area where the freezer was located, he observed in Xiang's industrious demeanor and asked, Xiang, why have you unwrapped all these packages? Without looking up. And Xiang replied, they take up too much space. This area could have accommodated 3 trays of dumplings, but the packaging has hindered that. What are you doing all this for? As long as there's enough room, Fang Ye said, somewhat perplexed. And Xiang countered, it's too hot. I want to freeze some ice cubes to mix with cool water for drinking. I genuinely fear that after the torrential rain, we might be met with this sweltering heat. Will there be no respite? The oppressive heat was palpable. Even a few exchanges of words caused beads of sweat to trickle down from his neck, heightening his irritability. Fortunately, and Xiang was near the freezer, otherwise he might have lost his temper long ago. The indoor temperature of the water had already surpassed 30 degrees, and to enjoy cool water, they would indeed have to rely on Xiang's ice cubes to alleviate the heat, to ensure the children could sleep well. Xiang had placed several buckets of ice in the monkey's room to lower the temperature. Although the RV's air conditioning was operational, it consumed fuel and electricity. And with plans to relocate to City S, and Xiang, as the matriarch, needed to consider all aspects meticulously. Despite Fang Ye reassuring her about not worrying over the gasoline, she dismissed it as mere comforting words and continued with her own approach. The first sunny day after the torrential rain made the heat unbearable. Fang Ye sat in the RV, sweat cascading down his body, soaking his short sleeves within mere minutes. He approached the vehicle's control panel, intending to turn on the air conditioning, but Xiang immediately halted him. What are you doing? Fang Ye, feeling helpless, stepped aside. I'm turning on the air conditioning. This heat could suffocate a person. And Xiang refused, frowning with her hands on her hips, resembling a stern housekeeper. Endure it. It will pass soon. Look. It's almost evening. Fang Ye gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky, knowing that even by evening, the temperature would hardly drop a degree. The RV door swung open, revealing a drenched Xiao Yuan, who immediately poured himself a cup of water from the kettle and gulped it down. Noticing a semblance of conflict between the two at the front of the vehicle, he curiously inquired, what's going on between you two? Xiang shot a glance at Fang Ye, yanked out the car keys and left. Fang Ye shook his head in resignation and turned to Xiao Yuan. Didn't Secretary Zhao ask you to teach the patrol team combat techniques? Why are you back so soon? There's a fire in District C. And it's quite significant. The person in charge, Wang Yan, sent someone to seek assistance from Secretary Zhao. The team I was instructing was temporarily reassigned to dig fire breaks, so I had nothing else to do and returned early, Xiao Yuan explained. Fang Ye asked, how could a fire break out under such circumstances? District C was no longer a villa area, it was a slightly barren section on the banks of Guanlan Mountain, suitable for setting up tents. With so many people in City A, even after several batches had been diverted, the population base remained substantial. There were no buildings, only trees, making it exceedingly easy for a fire to escalate into a wildfire. Xiao Yuan had only a vague understanding of the situation. I heard it was due to a woman's clothing accessory, a glass bead that wasn't removed while washing and drying. Utilizing the principle of a convex lens, it concentrated the sun's heat, igniting the clothing on the adjacent branch. Given the dry conditions, the flames caught onto anything in their path. However, he reassured, it's not a big issue. There are already people in the fire breaks dousing the flames. To ensure everyone's safety, they just need to dig a perimeter fire break. Fang Ye nodded. The dangers posed by high temperatures were no less significant than those during the torrential rains. Before long, sounds emerged from the adjacent tent, indicating the return of Lin Tao and his wife, along with Wang Cheng. As the heat intensified, centipedes had vanished, as if they had never existed in this realm. The trio had spent the entire day searching without spotting a single one. The only discoveries were the decayed remains of centipedes in foul drainage. After a fruitless day, they had no choice but to return. Fortunately, their rations at the official exchange point had reached 30 pounds per person, a reward for their relentless efforts in capturing centipedes over the past few days. With the sweltering heat diminishing everyone's appetite, and Xiang lacked the enthusiasm to cook that evening, simply boiling some noodles and preparing a cold noodle dish with soup seasoning. The noodles had been chilled with ice, making this refreshing taste a rare delight in the oppressive heat. All seven, including Lin Tao and Chu Hong, consumed their noodle soup with great satisfaction. As the temperature soared, so did the proliferation of mosquitoes, particularly near the water's edge, lakes and mountain streams, where swarms of them wreaked havoc, leaving those in the vicinity in agony. That entire night, sleep eluded them, with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes echoing in their ears. Fang Ye, within the confines of his mobile home, had lit a mosquito-repelling incense. The presence of a generator alleviated any concerns regarding power shortages, leading him to believe that all necessary supplies were adequately provisioned, thus rendering any personal discomfort in living arrangements unnecessary. However, Xiang held a differing perspective, advocating for frugality in the present to ensure a more favorable future. Consequently, aside from the essential consumption of electricity, she maintained that all other expenditures could be endured. With the couple's contrasting views, the resolution was clear: they would adhere to her wishes. Chapter 70. The Water Storage Battle. The mosquito-repelling incense prepared by Fang Ye was also safe for infants, as he was meticulous about his daughter's health. In Qiu Yuan's room, a plate of incense was lit, the curling smoke silencing the previously incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, allowing everyone to enjoy a restful slumber. Secretary Zhao, observing the unprecedented heat and recalling the devastation of previous torrential rains, promptly issued warnings in the residential area, urging each household to begin substantial water storage immediately. The relentless string of natural disasters had tempered humanity's rebellious spirit. Now, they would follow the official directives without question. During the prior deluge, when sustenance was scarce, water from the tap had sufficed. However, in the sweltering heat, the thought of contaminated water was utterly horrifying. While humans could endure a month without food, the limit for survival without water was merely about a week. The absence of water resources could indeed lead to fatalities. Thus, the authorities took preemptive measures, issuing a water storage alert the day after the onset of the heat wave. Other regional leaders viewed Secretary Zhao's actions as somewhat excessive, but, fearing unforeseen complications, they too initiated water storage alerts in their respective areas. By the second day of the heat wave, the centipedes had vanished entirely, as if their previous abundance during the torrential rains had been nothing but a fleeting dream. The residents of City A were similarly skeptical of the authorities' warnings, questioning the need for water storage when the valley below was nearly submerged to the rooftops. Living atop the mountain, they believed water would never be in short supply. Nonetheless, the repeated calamities had instilled a sense of fear, especially as the official warnings indicated that the extreme temperatures could lead to widespread water contamination. In preparation for potential resource scarcity, they recognized the necessity of strategic resource accumulation. The entire populace of City A responded with remarkable cooperation, gathering every available water storage container from their homes to collect water from the lake. Their ingenuity was on full display as they utilized an array of colorful plastic bags, beverage bottles, and glass containers as basic tools for storage. Even rubber boots, raincoats, basins, and buckets were repurposed for this endeavor, resulting in scenes that left Fang Ye astounded. Indeed, there seemed to be no limits to human creativity. A seemingly insignificant plastic bag became a source of contention, after all. An additional bag could yield several hundred milliliters of water, transforming items that were once casually discarded into essential commodities. Disputes occasionally arose over the order of retrieval, But there was no one to mediate. Everyone was singularly focused on the task of water collection. After a brief skirmish, the participants found it rather tedious. Realizing it only consumed their time, they parted ways, exchanging harsh words before taking their leave. On the third day of the heat, the centipedes appeared to have vanished from existence. The surface temperature soared to over 70 degrees, forcing even the insect factory to close. In such sweltering conditions, outdoor work would result in severe burns. It was no exaggeration to say that an egg could be cooked on the ground in mere moments if left unattended. People sought refuge in tents, which, while designed to protect against rain, provided little shelter from the sun's relentless heat. Consequently, the temperature inside the tents was nearly as high as outside, compelling many to brave the risk of insect bites by retreating into the dense woods. Yet, after less than 2 hours, they were covered in welts. With no other choice, they gathered branches and dry leaves to provide some shade over the waterproof tents. Some parents, anxious for their children, constructed rudimentary earthen shelters within the forest, offering a damp respite from the relentless heat, allowing the little ones to experience a moment of coolness. In such dire circumstances, this was all they could offer. It was during times like these that the comforts of modern air conditioning were sorely missed. By afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock, the heat peaked, and it was no exaggeration to claim that even the previously flowing streams had dried up. The water at the foot of the mountain was scalding, seemingly on the verge of boiling. The centipede eggs, which had lain dormant at the bottom of the lake, surfaced in death due to the searing heat, creating a layer of dark shells on the water's surface. The shores were littered with fish, their bellies upturned in death. And even a few crocodiles shared the same fate. A thick swarm of flies hovered above, scattering at the slightest approach of a person. Their presence accompanied by the nauseating stench of decaying fish. Were an aerial drone to survey the scene, it would reveal the lake that had submerged city and now teeming with the corpses of animals and fish. The pets left behind during the evacuation, as well as the stray cats and dogs of the city, now drifted lifelessly on the water's surface, drawing swarms of flies that laid eggs on the carcasses, resulting in plump maggots feasting on the rotting flesh. The surrounding water shimmered in strange shades of bluish-purple under the sun's glare, extending a trail of putrid oil elsewhere. The water storage initiative, however, was abruptly halted after just 1 day, as reports surfaced of individuals suffering from diarrhea and vomiting after consuming the tainted lake water. The merciless heatwave offered no respite, as the body's metabolism surged, causing sweat to pour profusely. To conserve energy, people minimized strenuous activities, opting for a single meal a day or preparing a pot of porridge to last from dawn until dusk. Even the porridge required cooling in water, or it would spoil by evening. Yet, despite their efforts, spoilage was still common. The extreme heat rendered even water warm, leaving little hope for any effective cooling. As night fell, temperatures only dropped by a few degrees, with surface temperatures still hovering around 40 to 50 degrees. The cycle of sweating persisted, with bodies alternating between damp and dry. The retrieval team's salvaged cooling medications became hot commodities, with many exchanging their accrued points at redemption centers for various cooling remedies, menthol ointments, herbal tonics, and essential oils, all in high demand. Even as authorities raised the costs of these items repeatedly, they were sold out. Currently, Wang Cheng and Lin Tao resided within the mobile home, where only the sofa served as a sleeping area. Consequently, Lin Tao and Wang Cheng slept on the floor while Chu Hong rested on the sofa with Wang Cheng's son, Yang Yang. The two children felt sticky and uncomfortable, prompting Xiang to take the initiative to open up more space within the mobile home, reviving the spirits of the occupants. Chapter 71. The Recovery Pause. Lin Tao had no regrets about rescuing Fang Ye. He simply had not anticipated the magnitude of the ensuing consequences. Had it not been for the serendipitous event, he and Chu Hong would be enduring the same oppressive heat and relentless mosquito bites as others in the region, tossing and turning through sleepless nights. Instead, they now enjoyed meals reminiscent of those from their previous life in City A, a luxury that now required significant resources to obtain. After dinner, Xiang poured a glass of ice water for each person, while Chu Hong busied herself with washing the dishes in the kitchen. Outside, the heat was akin to that of a furnace, whereas inside, the air-conditioned space offered a refreshing respite. A sip of ice-cold water sent shivers down the spine. Refreshing, Qiu Yuan exclaimed as he was prone to sweating. Having just finished his meal, his hair was damp, and the icy water felt as if it opened every pore in his body. So comfortable. Wang Cheng echoed, marveling at the sensation. The two children, Hui Hui and Yang Ong, were nestled on the sofa, wrapped in small blankets to ward off the chill. During this time, Monkey's wounds had all but healed, and he lay on the bed, almost becoming moldy. Xiao Yuan helped him to his feet for a short stroll, just as everyone finished their meal. Monkey remarked, You were wise to prepare in advance. Otherwise, where would we be now? Both Monkey and Xiang were aware of Fang Ye's earlier nonsensical remarks, yet they were astonished to see those absurdities manifest into reality, marveling at the whims of fate. At this mention, everyone perked up with interest. Wang Cheng, ever forthright, looked at Fang Ye with curiosity. Mr. Fang, did you foresee all of this happening? Fang Ye had long prepared his response and smiled at Wang Cheng and Lin Tao. There's no need for the formalities. We're of similar age. Just call me by my name. Wang Cheng scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is that really all right? It feels somewhat disrespectful. Fang Ye chuckled. What is there to be respectful about? You all have saved our lives. In a way, you are our benefactors. Surely. I cannot address you as benefactor at every turn. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. Very well then, from now on we'll call you Fang Ye. Wang Cheng added, Fang Ye, we can't keep imposing on you like this. If there's anything we can help with, we are more than willing. They were practical folk. The idea of taking advantage of someone's hospitality was not in their nature. Fang Ye glanced at Wang Cheng and asked, What skills do you possess? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Cheng replied, I used to run an outdoor survival training experience center in City A, where I was the director. My specialty is wilderness survival. I even won an international competition once. Fang Ye's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. Such a skill is invaluable. Wang Cheng shrugged. I'm not sure how valuable it is now. It's just a matter of interest. Frankly, I've been running the center for 3 years. And I still haven't paid off the renovation loan from before the torrential rain. Now, the chances of repayment seem even bleaker. Your skills will certainly find their purpose. Fang Ye laughed. When natural disasters lead to the downfall of human cities, the earth will begin to flourish anew, but first, it must rid itself of the toxins that afflict it, leading humanity towards its own demise. Lin Tao, feeling somewhat sheepish, added, As for me, I'm a gastroenterologist. A profession that now feels rather superfluous. Xu Hong, unable to bear the shame, chimed in, I am the head nurse. Fang Ye once aspired to establish his own faction, but the timing was not right. However, a small team had already formed, comprising wilderness survival specialists, doctors, nurses, special forces, and, of course, Monkey. As for Monkey, he was a social butterfly of sorts, a figure who could charm even the most aloof creatures. The official salvage operations had been urgently suspended due to the divers contracting skin diseases upon surfacing from the submerged City's lake. They suffered from unbearable itching, and under the scorching heat, their scratched skins swelled grotesquely. Among the worst affected was a female diver whose body was nearly devoid of healthy flesh. Her face marred from incessant scratching, now receiving treatment at a temporary medical station. The situation had escalated to such a degree that the authorities had no choice but to halt the salvage efforts and ensure the treatment of these divers. Despite the suspension of salvage operations, these divers were officially employed, and it was imperative to provide them with work. After all, their contracts were binding. Zhao Gang reluctantly assigned them to oversee the incubation of insects at a secret facility, while the original staff had been dispatched to other cities to establish breeding bases. At long last, the sporadic mobile signals connected to the capital's official news accounts, which reported extensively on the torrential rain and heat wave leading to a catastrophic reduction in crop yields, as well as the mass mortality of aquatic life. The decaying fish, due to the high temperatures, posed a significant health risk, necessitating vigilance against mutated green flies carrying lethal bacteria near water sources. The authorities had initiated an emergency water rescue plan, working around the clock to remove the polluting dead fish from the water's surface. The accompanying images were harrowing, crops submerged in black rain, once golden wheat stalks now tainted black from absorbing the rain's contaminants, their plump heads rotting due to dampness. Another photograph depicted what should have been a vast expanse of golden fields, now transformed into a bleak sea of lifeless, blackened wheat. A third aerial shot captured the water's surface teeming with dead fish, ranging from catfish and grass carp to crucian carp and loaches, all belly up, along with slender water snakes, none escaping the fate of demise. The fourth image displayed the green flies feasting upon the corpses, their bodies glimmering with an odd metallic sheen, grotesquely devouring the dead fish, shrimp, and snakes. The fifth photo showcased the salvage boat hauling in the decomposing fish, some so far gone that they disintegrated upon the slightest touch, possibly taken on the river, as it also captured a porpoise caught in a net, its body bloated. Freshwater resources constitute only 28 of the Earth's total water and a mere 0.34 of that is accessible for human use, underscoring the preciousness of water resources. Previously, people lived in an era of convenient tap water, oblivious to the scarcity of water, perhaps only to be reminded of conservation after watching a public service announcement, before quickly reverting to old habits. Now, however, the freshwater crisis was palpable, as pollution had contaminated vast quantities of water, with dead fish littering the river. The severity of the heatwave inflicted a tremendous blow to freshwater resources. This scarcity was not confined to the domestic sphere. Internationally, the situation was even direr, with riots erupting across various regions, a modern-day struggle for survival. Nations had signed peace treaties, and in the face of disaster, no one could afford to wage war. Ensuring the continuity of humanity. Residents of the Guanlon Villa community had long ceased their pretenses of only drinking spring or purified water. Otherwise, they would face the dire consequence of thirst. Even officials had begun drinking boiled lake water, recognizing that during these trying times, everyone had to muster their resolve and persevere. No one was inclined to indulge in bad habits. The oppressive heat lingered, and the centipedes seemed to have vanished from the earth. Yet on the third night, someone awoke from a nightmare, screaming in agony and rolling on the floor, their expression contorted in pain. Their family, alarmed by the spectacle, could not discern the cause and rushed them to the temporary medical station. There, the doctors conducted a thorough examination, discovering a small red spot on the patient's calf, likely a symptom of an insect bite. But in Guanlon Mountain, what kind of venomous creature could possess such potency? In every community group, notifications regarding pest control measures are being disseminated to every resident. The official announcement states, recently, an unidentified insect has been spotted in Guanlon Mountain. Its bite induces excruciating pain, akin to being engulfed in flames. Residents experiencing similar symptoms after being bitten are urged to seek medical attention immediately. It is advised to take preventive measures at home, and during this extraordinary period, please ensure adequate protection. In Area A3, Qian Suzhen inquires, what kind of insect is so formidable? To which Fan Jun from Area A1 responds, who knows? With such erratic weather, it's no surprise that anything might emerge. Jiang Ning from Area A1 adds, does anyone have insect repellent? I'm willing to trade it for my fragrant grandmother's handbag. Wan Qian from Area A2 retorts, sister, times have changed. Your handbag is so small that we wouldn't even use it to carry things. It's far less practical than a pound of rice. Only someone with a questionable mindset would consider trading for it. Jiang Ning retaliates, you're just envious of my valuable handbag. You're afflicted with jealousy because you have nothing to trade. Wan Qian laughs, nearly choking on her words. I work at the exchange point. In the warehouse. We have more than just your grandmother's bag. Even those expensive Himalayan items are gathering dust on the shelves. Thieves can't even be bothered to steal them. Wake up, sister. It's time to face reality and ensure your basic needs are met. On the fourth morning, the villa area erupted with a cacophony of startled cries, disrupting the sleep of its residents, who rose with expressions of discontent. The oppressive heat had already turned the weather into a veritable furnace. The early morning was the only time to catch a decent sleep, but as the temperature soared, the tents transformed into saunas, making it unbearable to stay still, forcing everyone to retreat into the dense forest to escape the swarming mosquitoes. Do we hope for rain? It's akin to choosing between chocolate that tastes like feces and feces that resembles chocolate. Both options are repugnant. The lingering memories of the previous torrential rains, which left us with swollen and blistered hands and feet, made the prospect of rain unappealing, yet the unbearable heat could truly push one to their limits. This extreme weather is testing everyone's endurance. As the temperature rises, tempers flare. The villa area and surrounding districts have witnessed countless altercations recently, with law enforcement resources stretched thin on more pressing matters, resulting in a neglectful stance toward minor disputes as long as no lives are lost, allowing the cooped-up residents a modicum of outlet for their frustrations. The centipedes that had plagued us after the torrential rains have vanished. Yet the oppressive heat has birthed monstrous centipedes and lava ants, dropping a figurative deep-water bomb on the once quiet residential area. Much like the lava ants, these giant centipedes sport fiery red exoskeletons that shimmer in the sunlight. Their numerous legs protrude from their elongated bodies, rendering it impossible to discern their heads from their tails. as if two insect heads sprouted from a single, elongated form, moving effortlessly in both directions. Such vividly colored centipedes had never been seen in City A, and their astonishing length up to 40 centimeters rivals that of snakes. The lava ants also dwarf ordinary ants, their bodies a deep crimson, with intimidating, visible mandibles and sharp pincers, exuding terror. Like the sudden appearance of the centipedes, these giant centipedes and lava ants manifested overnight, infesting beneath beds, inside shoes, and along the edges of tents. Their impact is far more severe than that of the centipedes. Although the latter had caused fatalities, they were non-venomous and relied on sheer numbers. In contrast, the giant centipedes and lava ants not only appear in vast numbers, but their venom remains unknown. Given their striking appearance in nature, they are undoubtedly significant adversaries. The authorities, known for their swift responses, issued another notification in the resident group by around 9 o'clock due to the recent surge of 2 insect species caused by the high temperatures in the residential area. We have temporarily named them giant centipedes and lava ants. We inform you of their venomous nature to ensure safer methods of repulsion upon encounter. Regarding the lava ant, a bite will leave the victim feeling as if immersed in molten lava, with an intense burning sensation that erodes psychological defenses, resulting in excruciating pain that lingers for 24 hours. While it is not fatal, the experience is akin to a living hell. Concerning the giant centipede, a bite can lead to rapid swelling, particularly in the throat, which may cause breathing difficulties requiring immediate medical attention. Otherwise, suffocation could prove fatal. The critical window for rescue is within 30 minutes post-bite. Should you be bitten, please seek urgent medical assistance at the designated points. Due to the proliferation of these venomous insects, starting today, residents may collect mosquito coils at the exchange point free of charge, requiring real name registration and prohibiting duplicate claims. Failure to comply will result in permanent disqualification from receiving free supplies. In these extraordinary times, we hope everyone will unite and persevere together through this challenge. As soon as the official announcement was dispatched, a throng of people gathered at the exchange point, with the line extending beyond the villa area. As more individuals continued to arrive, reigniting the lively atmosphere from Area A. Chapter 73. The Free Mosquito Coil Fiasco. Fang Ye had no desire for special treatment and intended to join the queue for mosquito coils himself. At that moment, he heard a knock on the RV door. It was Chen Qiming, grinning as he approached with a box in hand. Upon seeing Fang Ye open the door, he cheerfully greeted, "Good morning." The sun was already blazing high, and although it was just past 9, the heat was oppressive. As the distribution of mosquito coils was conducted via facial recognition, with one allocation per person, Fang Ye's storage was far from lacking in such items. However, Xiang and the monkey, perceiving the RVS supplies as limited, wrapped themselves tightly to shield against sunburn and dashed out to claim their coils. Even Xiang and the monkey joined this commotion, leaving Fang Ye alone with the 2 children in the RV. The temperature was enough to melt a person, and the short distance of 300 meters from the exchange point left Chen Qiming drenched in sweat. Fang Ye hurriedly welcomed him into the RV, where the air conditioning had just been turned off, leaving a remnant of coolness that Chen Qiming gratefully inhaled, feeling revived at last. Fang Ye poured him a glass of water with ice cubes, which Chen Qiming drank in one gulp. "What brings such a busy person here?" Fang Ye inquired with a smile. Chen Qiming pushed the box forward, saying, "Those who are unoccupied know not the struggles of the busy. Here, I saved this for you." Curious, Fang Ye opened the box to find 4 large cans neatly stacked inside, each resembling a hand-sized circular container adorned with mosquito coil designs. He chuckled, "Director Chen, you are truly thoughtful." Chen Qiming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just a small gesture, but please, keep it under wraps." Fang Ye nodded in understanding. "As if I would ever take advantage of you." Chen Qiming smiled, "With resources scarce and prices soaring, I could only manage to procure these. I must return to the exchange point. There are matters to attend to." Fang Ye interjected, Wait. He retrieved 2 large radishes and a head of cabbage from the kitchen, bagging them and offering them to Chen Qiming. "We don't have much in our pantry. But please don't refuse, Director Chen." Chen Qiming's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands together with anticipation, even as he politely declined. "I couldn't possibly accept your offerings. We are all in this together. Heaven knows how long it has been since Chen Qiming's family has savored decent vegetables. Day after day, they have been subsisting on boiled, wilted greens, The relentless heatwave that has persisted for 3 consecutive days has rendered their stored vegetables charred and inedible, leaving the leaves limp and desiccated. In a bid to replenish their vitamins and avoid waste, the family has reluctantly chewed through this unappetizing fare, akin to gnawing on tree bark. Although they had previously stockpiled a variety of fruits and vegetables, incessant torrential rains over the past few months have caused much of their produce to rot and decay. What they are consuming now is but a meager salvage of what was once plentiful. Now, upon catching sight of the succulent radishes and cabbages in Fang Ye's hands, saliva instinctively pools in their mouths and they yearn to devour them raw. Fang Ye, fully aware of his polite gestures, insistently pressed the bag into Chen Qiming's embrace. After disembarking from the vehicle, Chen Qiming furtively glanced around before hastily darting down a less crowded path toward home. When Xiang and Chu Hong, along with Lin Tao and others, returned, they were drenched in sweat and immediately sought out their water cups, gulping down refreshing water. Fang Ye had assumed that each of them would return with a plate of mosquito coils, but to his surprise, their hands were empty. He couldn't help but inquire, "Where are the mosquito coils you collected?" The group's expressions turned awkward as they produced a small, curved black strip from their pockets, particularly the ones in Wang Cheng and Lin Tao's hands, which appeared disproportionately small against their large palms. It was utterly disheartening. Indeed, the black strips were mosquito coils, but they had been intentionally broken into several segments. "Is this all there is? This hardly suffices for even an hour, let alone an entire night," Monkey interjected, desperately trying to salvage some dignity. Wang Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "You have no idea what chaos ensued when we were collecting the coils." People from a city, born under the spring breeze and raised under the red flag, had no inkling that mosquito coils could be distributed in such a manner. A single plate, barely the size of a palm, is already considered scant for an entire night. And yet the exchange point had the audacity to divide the coils into 4 segments. What good is that? With a looming threat of centipedes and lava ants, the crowd's frustration mounted. The exchange point, having anticipated such discontent, hastily unfurled a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "The damages caused by the torrential rains and high temperatures have been significant. These mosquito coils, which were painstakingly retrieved from the water by our dedicated salvage team, are in limited supply. It is simply impossible for each person to receive a full plate. Residents who feel the allocation is insufficient may choose not to take their share, leaving it for those in greater need. However, should everyone insist on claiming a full plate, it is likely that at least 2/3 of those queuing will leave empty-handed. What are we to do? We can't simply forego the mosquito coils. Those centipedes and ants could be deadly." Someone protested. "Perhaps you could wait a little longer." "Wait for what? Until the water pollution clears and the salvage team can return to the depths? That could take an eternity." "No, we need them now. Better to have something than nothing at all, even if it is just a little." Fang Ye chimed in with a smile. Lin Tao cleared his throat awkwardly, explaining, "If we pool our resources together, we might at least manage to assemble a complete plate, and Xiang's is extra." Monkey, eyeing the contents of Fang Ye's box, exclaimed, "Where did you procure those mosquito coils?" All eyes turned to the box, which contained 6 neatly arranged round tins, each filled with 36 plates of mosquito coils, far more impressive than the meager fragments they held. Fang Ye glanced at the box, chuckling silently, and refrained from disclosing Chen Qiming's involvement. "They were given to me. After all, I am one of the heads of the insect factory. Surely, I am entitled to this modest benefit?" Monkey, comparing the half coil in his hand to the bounty in the box, grimaced, "Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to go. I practically baked under the sun." Chu Hong and Xiang, being the pragmatic homemakers, disapproved of Monkey's sentiments. "Take what you can get. It will surely prove useful in due time." Chu Hong collected the mosquito coils from Lin Tao and the others, asserting, "Men who do not manage a household have no idea how precious basic necessities are. We cannot be certain when the next free distribution of mosquito coils will occur. So if there is another chance, we will queue again." Monkey, in utter exasperation, shouted, "Forget it." Chapter 74, Water Scarcity with Chu Hong's support. And Xiang found herself invigorated in her tasks. Both women tended to the children, while Wang Cheng, being a grown man, clumsily handled childcare, causing Chu Hong to feel a mix of anxiety and concern as she swiftly took over the responsibilities. Now, little Yang Ong was entirely in Chu Hong's capable hands. Wang Cheng expressed his gratitude. If he were to venture outside to collect insects for exchange, he would be sure to credit half of his insect resources to Chu Hong for her nurturing of his child. Chu Hong genuinely adored Yang Ong, perhaps influenced by her own maternal instincts, yet the current arrangement was beneficial. To prevent insects from biting the children, Xiang and Chu Hong placed insect repellent tablets in all four corners of the room. They also used several pieces of the mosquito coils collected today, placing them in an ashtray filled with water and a few drops of essential oil, which effectively repelled insects without producing the noxious smoke that could irritate the children. The once bustling villa area turned eerily quiet by afternoon, the scorching sun casting its relentless rays upon the earth, leaving everyone languidly sprawled in the shade, too exhausted to move as beads of sweat dripped from their brows. Xiang and Chu Hong took a restorative nap with the children, while Monkey and the others found a temporary respite within the spacious vehicle. The air conditioning was a necessity. Without it, the vehicle would transform into a sauna. Bearable for adults, but unbearable for the heat-sensitive children. With the well-being of the little ones at stake, Xiang could no longer refuse the need for comfort. Her efforts were aimed at establishing a conducive living environment for the children. After persuading Xiang, they set up the solar power generator outside, ensuring a steady supply of electricity as long as the sun shone. The diesel generator, damaged during an invasion by Su Chao and his associates at the villa, had been reduced to one unit safely stored away. During the rainy season, the diesel generator would serve its purpose, while the solar generator would be utilized during the sweltering summer months, effectively resolving their power issues. The 21 tons of gasoline and 16 tons of diesel he had stored were safely en route to S City. He had stockpiled fuel when prices were a mere 7 yuan per liter, and now, after a fortnight of torrential rains, prices had skyrocketed to over 70 yuan per liter. Furthermore, with the government now controlling these non-renewable resources as strategic materials, gas stations offered only a limited supply, with refueling based on the exchange of goods rather than quantity, ensuring fairness among all customers. Upon entering the space, Fang Ye was astonished to see the long-lost progress bar, shimmering in the same ethereal blue hue. It left him momentarily weak-kneed, for this progress bar was twice the length of the first level. Could it be that the simultaneous activation of both the breeding and planting spaces was the cause? It would take an eternity to fill. Previously, the 1,000-legged worms were easily captured and edible, but now the giant centipedes and lava ants posed a formidable threat, being venomous and virtually invincible. The critical issue was that they could not be included in the food list, rendering them nearly worthless for capture. How frustrating! The crux of the matter is that, even in circumstances akin to the past, when one would gather resources, the energy required to fill the space's energy bar now demands at least tenfold of what was previously necessary, rendering the task feel almost insurmountable within his lifetime. The ethereal blue expanse still harbors unknown hidden realms awaiting his exploration, yet he senses that his path has been constricted. From the inception of the first energy bar, he harbored a premonition, akin to navigating through a video game. He believed there must be a shortcut to ascend through the space, while he found himself adhering to the most tedious and protracted route. Thus, does that shortcut truly exist? Or rather, is it genuinely attainable? The relentless heat persists, causing the fish within the waters to appear belly up, with an abundance of lifeless bodies floating across the surface, the very water exuding a foul stench. Some half-alive fish have managed to swim to the shore, where people effortlessly capture them by hand. These fish, weary, flap their fins before returning to their listless state. Some audacious individuals, disregarding the fact that these fish were pulled from contaminated waters, proceed to cleanse them by the riverbank, extracting their dark entrails, rinsing the fish clean, and then returning to their tents to briefly wash them with the purified water they had previously stored before skewering them over a fire. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the vicinity, causing neighbors to salivate, shaking their heads in disbelief at the audacity of this individual who dared to consume fish from such foul waters. Though the fish carried an off-putting taste, it did not deter this person from devouring it entirely, after which he went to the lake to catch a few more to satiate his hunger. Initially hoping for a hearty meal that would allow him a good night's sleep, he instead found himself suffering from violent vomiting and diarrhea by midnight, his complexion pale and nearly dehydrated. Upon witnessing his condition, his family swiftly transported him to a medical facility for gastric lavage, laboring from midnight until dawn to save his life. This individual thus became a living testament to the residents of City A. Fish from polluted waters are not to be consumed. However, such bold fools are a rarity. The officials from the 5 regions issued a serious statement in their group, perhaps to spare the foolish some embarrassment, referring to the individual simply as Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I thank you. As freshwater resources become increasingly scarce, the residents of City A have become even more frugal with their water usage, forgoing all but the most essential needs: eating, drinking, and washing. They have taken to brushing their teeth with willow twigs, resolutely avoiding water unless absolutely necessary. As no one knows how long this heat wave will endure, people have begun scouring the mountains for freshwater. Even the desiccated streams on the hills have been excavated, revealing murky water that is painstakingly filtered to yield muddy liquid, which they treasure and bring back home in bottles. Those who once fashioned makeshift boats from plastic bottles to accompany the officials in their relocation from City A hold a distinct advantage now, as each bottle of muddy water can be exchanged for goods with neighbors and at official trading posts, inciting envy among others. After all, in this current climate, all materials are exorbitantly priced, from air conditioners and refrigerators to plastic bottles and bags. What was once discarded as refuse is now a coveted item that must be bartered for. In the sweltering heat, not only are there giant centipedes and lava ants, but also, as evening descends by the water's edge, the mosquitoes orchestrate a symphony. Should one inadvertently stumble into their midst, the sheer number could almost consume a person. Chapter 75. Handling Food. The relentless onslaught of centipedes, ants, and mosquitoes has frayed the nerves of the people, leading to a surge in demand for insecticides and mosquito coils at trading posts, while isolation suits have re-entered public consciousness. The previous pricing by Fang Ye was not amiss. Even at 800 for a set, people were willing to use their points at the trading post to redeem them, though quantities remained scarce, vanishing within half a day. This left those who had previously torn apart their raincoats and isolation suits in despair, lamenting their reckless actions, as the 1,000+ pounds of centipedes they had so carelessly squandered were now a distant memory. Having lingered in Guanlon Mountain for over 2 months, the newborns had transformed into lively little girls capable of propping themselves up to play. The ones faring best in all of Guanlon Mountain were undoubtedly Fang Ye and his group, residing in a camper equipped with air conditioning and supplies, their clothes pristine, and water available for washing daily. And Xiang and the monkey have remained curious about just how much stock Fang Ye has accumulated to afford such indulgence. Fang Ye merely smiled, indicating that they could last for a while, though he did not disclose how long that might be. Despite his confidence, the others refrained from pressing further. After all, Fang Ye had been the central figure from the very beginning, managing their supplies impeccably, ensuring they were neither cold nor hungry. And following such a leader was indeed reassuring, though Lin Tao and his wife, along with Wang Cheng, had not been with Fang Ye for long. They felt they simply could not compare. Particularly Wang Cheng, who, gazing at Chu Hong's chubby son, mused that without Fang Ye, his child might still be wailing from hunger in a stifling tent. After all, when both parents and wife were still around, for people struggled to care for one child. Yet his son had never been as content as he was now. Working alongside Fang Ye was worth it, Wang Cheng thought to himself, willing to sacrifice his life for Fang Ye if it meant his son's well-being. As the weather intensified, grievances erupted across several regions, with inquiries directed at officials regarding when relocation would be arranged, as surely conditions in City S would be better. Moreover, could the relocation efforts in other cities be expedited? Did they not realize that many of their compatriots were still awaiting assistance at Guanlon Mountain? Intermittent reports, allegedly from within official circles, suggested that preparations for another relocation were underway in the recent days, and Xiang planned to organize all the supplies in the camper's storage to prepare ready-to-eat meals. While that evening, Fang Ye filled the storage room of the camper with an abundance of provisions. Compressed biscuits and marinated chicken and beef were standard fare, neatly boxed and stacked from the walls to the ceiling. Various food items, still chilled from the space, filled the small room to near capacity, with Fang Ye cramming in durable vegetables until he could finally close the door with all his might. Fortunately, the high-quality materials of the top-tier camper were robust. Otherwise, he might have doubted whether the items inside could have potentially damaged the door. Thus, when Xiang and Chu Hong arose the following morning to prepare the storage room for the ready-to-eat items for their journey, they were nearly buried by the supplies that surged forth upon opening the door. Lin Tao and Xiao Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, could only stare in wide-eyed amazement at Fang Ye, their expressions filled with admiration. "Brother Ye, I am genuinely curious how you managed to find things so quickly in the storage room." Feeling somewhat bashful, Fang Ye rubbed his nose. He typically retrieved items directly from the space, with his thoughts guiding the materials to his command, allowing for instant access, unless the items were simply not present in the space. Xiang and Chu Hong busied themselves in the kitchen, while Lin Tao assisted the monkey in checking on his recovery, and Qiu Yuan studied the map from Guanlan Mountain to City S. Wang Cheng engaged in playful antics with his son, and Fang Ye accompanied his precious daughter in practicing lifting her head. The little girl, always bright, had thrived even during times of inadequate nutrition in her previous life, and now, with proper nourishment, she not only lifted her head but also exhibited signs of wanting to roll over. To avoid overwhelming her, Fang Ye gently restrained her desire to flip, which elicited a displeased wail from the little girl, prompting him to soothe her with haste. Xiang and Chu Hong remained industrious, with Lin Tao monkey and Qiu Yuan assisting them in transporting their belongings to the vicinity of the kitchen. As the kitchen became overcrowded, they piled a considerable amount in the small living room as well. It seems that most women possess an innate inclination for hoarding supplies. Xiang and Chu Hong gazed at the abundant resources strewn across the floor, not a hint of annoyance gracing their features, but rather a sense of satisfaction illuminating their eyes as they began to methodically organize and process each item. The two freezers in the kitchen and living room, once brimming to the brim, were soon emptied under their diligent efforts, leaving a plethora of frozen foods scattered about. Throughout the day, the sounds of pots, pans, and dishes echoed incessantly within the kitchen. Remarkably, aside from breakfast, the two women were so engrossed in their tasks that they neglected to partake in lunch. By the afternoon, upon entering the kitchen, an array of delectable dishes greeted the men, nearly entrancing them with their visual allure. Xiang and Chu Hong had meticulously portioned the meals, ensuring that each individual serving was ample and thoughtfully balanced between meat and vegetables. Fang Ye was left astounded, silently questioning whether his space truly housed such an eclectic assortment of culinary delights. Each dish was lovingly packaged in food preservation bags, including curry rice, spicy chicken chunks, fried pork chops, chicken fillets, and a 4-compartment meal featuring broccoli to guarantee nutritional balance. There was eel rice, steak rice, steamed dumplings, buns, and fried rice cakes carefully arranged in molds, as well as beef rolls, lamb rolls, roasted chicken, meat sauce pasta, and stir-fried squid, all categorized and bagged. Steamed sweet potatoes, and boiled tea eggs were vacuum-sealed for storage. Additionally, they had prepared numerous frozen shrimp tails, transformed into garlic, spicy, and 13 spice flavors, all stored within wide-mouthed beverage bottles. Various semi-finished products such as French fries, popcorn chicken, and grilled sausages were fried to a golden crisp, filling the air with an enticing aroma that left the men's stomachs growling in protest. Monkey, with a sheepish grin, called out to Xiang and Chu Hong, sisters-in-law. "We haven't eaten all afternoon. Can we finally have a meal?" Xiang, amidst her flurry of activity, stole a glance at him, and upon seeing Fang Ye, a radiant smile of happiness graced her features. "If you're hungry, then eat. With all this food, is it not enough to fill your stomachs?" Both Chu Hong and Xiang were so engrossed in their culinary endeavors that they felt dizzy, particularly as they sampled the dishes to ensure the right balance of flavors. Unbeknownst to them, they had consumed so much that their bellies were already distended, leaving no room for additional food, thus rendering them oblivious to their hunger. Chapter 76. The Ice Cube Maker. Chu Hong, holding a freshly fried shrimp stick, chimed in, "Indeed, we should savor this while it's fresh. Once we hit the road, it will only be reheated, and it certainly won't taste as delightful as it does now." The men, resembling mice that had fallen into a rice bin, seemed to have conjured up a plate from somewhere, joyfully selecting their meals in the food-laden kitchen and living room, only halting when they could no longer consume another bite. For the entire day, the residents of Area A lived as if in a fantastical world, the air thick with the aromas of fried chicken, curry, and various dishes, almost inducing an illusion of being in a bustling food street. Yet, despite their mouths watering and their stomachs rumbling, they could not indulge in the junk food they once deemed acceptable. Area A1, Jiangning, I can truly smell it. It's the aroma of fried meat and dishes. What kind of household is this? Even now, there is such an abundance of supplies? Area A5, Pengluo, is that for real? How come I can't smell it? Area A1, Jiangning, brother, you ought to consider which district you're in. No matter how strong the aroma, it won't waft down to the villas at the foot of the mountain. Area A1, Lin Han, indeed, it's true. In the official circle, I seem to be situated right in the downwind area. The scent is simply exquisite. Area A2, Wang Qian, What kind of family conditions are they enjoying? I can smell it here, so much so that the child next door is crying from hunger, and even I, a 200-month-old child, am tempted. Area A1. Fan June, does it even require thought? It must be that family in the RV, the ones who first opened the exchange point and monopolized a villa. The villa district still houses those 5 buildings filled with mothers and children. Their doors and windows were all installed by them. During the last turmoil in the villa area, that homeowner directly took down Su Chao and his crew, and the authorities hold him in high regard. Area A1 Jiangning, who is he? I'm not familiar with him. Is there a picture of him? Area A2 Wang Qian, what is the matter? Is this powerful and wealthy man catching your eye, sister? Area A1 Jiangning, why are you asking so many questions, you little brat? Just answer when I ask. Area A2 Wang Qian, I wouldn't dare take a photo. It's clear he has not someone to trifle with, and he has several companions, one of whom is a special forces soldier who previously trained our patrol team. His skills are remarkable, and he has someone the authorities regard highly. Who would dare provoke him? Area A3 Qin Suzhen, are you talking about Xiaofang? I know him. He is quite a good person. Last time I went to the exchange point, I was just short of a couple of pounds of bugs to exchange for a quarantine suit, and I was in a panic. The people behind me were clamoring for me to let go of my spot, but he asked the exchange staff to make an exception for me. Area A3. Qin Suzhen, don't set your sights on him. He is a good man with a wife and children, and he takes excellent care of them. I've only seen his wife outside with their child once, basking in the sun. She has never dealt with bugs or work. Her skin is fair and delicate. Area A1 Fan June, I only regret not being a woman. Area A2 Wang Qian, I only regret not being his wife. I wonder if he needs a brother. Hurry up and take the child away. I want to enjoy the good life with the boss. Area A1 Jiangning, humph. How good can a woman who has given birth look? Area A2 Wang Qian, sister, didn't you also give birth? Wasn't Zhang Honghua the one who snatched away your lost milk powder? Area A2 Jiangning, who says I've given birth? I have no children. I was just getting it for someone else's child. Area A3 Qin Suzhen, I think Xiaofang's wife is quite beautiful, and their daughter is fair and tender. Clearly well taken care of by the couple. Area A1 Jiangning, isn't that the truth? While others are eating simple meals, they feast on delicacies. How selfish can they be to hoard such abundance without sharing a bit with others? Area A1 Jiangbing, well said. I'll go to your house and take some food. Area A1 Jiangning, who are you? Don't think that just because we share a surname, you can get close to me. Why should I give you food? Area A1 Jiangbing, why should others give you anything? Don't speak to me like that again. Or I won't hesitate to hit you. I have no qualms about hitting women. Area A1 Jiangning, I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so worked up? Area A2 Wang Qian, shivering in fear, the people upstairs must also be from the RV. Boss, I was wrong. I truly have nothing to do with this matter. Fang Ye observed the messages within the group and glanced at Monkey, saying, only you would bother with them. Just pretend you didn't see it. Monkey, feeling agitated, replied, what kind of people are these? They make my fists clench, especially that woman named Jiangning. She is just here to irritate us. The heat continued to rise, with residents suffering from heat stroke. Even those hiding in tents found it unbearable. If one sought refuge under the shade of trees, they were met with mosquito bites. The massive centipedes were easy to spot, but the lava ants were elusive, preferring to dwell in overgrown areas, forcing people to retreat back to their tents and clear the nearby trees and dry grass. Faced with the choice of enduring the scorching heat or the torment of insect bites, they ultimately chose the latter, but this decision led to a wave of heat stroke. The makeshift medical station buzzes with a constant influx of individuals. Not only are the beds fully occupied, but even standing space has become a luxury. The throngs of people are packed so closely together that the specially installed air conditioning units have become nearly ineffective against the sweltering heat. Both medical personnel and patients alike are drenched in sweat, with a few doctors succumbing to the oppressive heat as well. And Xiang has thoughtfully cleared out a refrigerator, temporarily loaning it to Zhao Gang, who utilizes it solely to freeze ice cubes. A night's worth of water transforms into a substantial block of ice, which Zhao Gang arranges to have collected and transported to the exchange point, where it is offered free of charge to residents in the form of icy beverages, simple slushies without sugar, strawberries, or cream, yet demand far exceeds supply. In the sweltering heat, A single bite of the icy slush brings forth a refreshing sensation that invigorates the skin. With only 10 freezers available, including those belonging to Fang Ye and the official supplies, the situation is dire in Area A, where the sheer volume of people makes it clear that resources are insufficient. The meager allocation, barely equivalent to a disposable cup for each individual, leads some to clever attempts to gain an advantage by bringing large bowls from home, hoping to seize a larger portion. The exchange point staff can only offer them a disdainful glance, while still adhering to the established limits. Zhao Gang realizes that this situation is untenable. Immediate relocation is imperative. Chapter 77. Inedible Insects. Zhao Gang knocks on Fang Ye's mobile home, as it remains his favored retreat. His sensitive position necessitates discretion in their discussions, and Fang Ye is well aware of this concern, leading Zhao Gang directly to the mobile home's reception area. This reception area, transformed from a storage room thanks to the food processing efforts of Enxiang and Chuhong the previous day, now serves as a temporary meeting place. With the cool air from the air conditioning circulating, Zhao Gang takes a deep breath of the refreshing air, feeling as though he has emerged from the oppressive outdoor heat. Fang Ye, I must say, it seems you are faring the best among us. Fang Ye chuckles, pouring Zhao Gang a glass of water. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you claim, Secretary Zhao. We simply stumbled into this predicament. Who could have foreseen such events? Just then, a centipede scuttles by, followed by lava ants and giant centipedes, both of which are known for their vicious bites. Reports from the capital indicate that these two species possess significant toxicity. Consuming them can lead to blood infections akin to the pain inflicted by their bites, providing us no benefit whatsoever. Just yesterday, their numbers were fewer. This morning, I woke to find one lurking beneath my pillow, nearly scaring the life out of me. Zhao Gang recounts, still shaken. While the authorities have deemed these insects unnecessary, Fang Ye has different needs. He still requires specimens for his space to advance. Although the produce from his planting space has filled his first layer, his breeding space remains completely vacant. With so many people on Guolan Mountain, it is no exaggeration to say that even rabbits have been hunted to extinction, let alone snakes or mice. This relentless weather offers no respite. Is there any hope left? Zhao Gang complains, regarding Fang Ye as a confidant. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door, revealing the slightly solemn face of Chen Qiming. Once inside, Zhao Gang quickly suppresses his emotions. What is the matter? Chen Qiming hands him a document. Zhao Gang opens it to reveal a report, his expression brightening as he looks at Fang Ye and Chen Qiming, finally smiling. These two insects may finally prove useful. Chen Qiming eagerly inquires, how so? Zhao Gang passes the document to him, glancing at Fang Ye. The report from the Capital's Research Institute indicates that while the toxins of the lava ants and giant centipedes are unfit for human or poultry consumption, they can serve as feed for centipedes. Centipedes? Fang Ye queries, puzzled. Given their size and aggressive nature, how could centipedes possibly compete with the lava ants and giant centipedes? This assertion seems absurd. After all, in my previous life, centipedes occupied the lowest tier of the food chain, preyed upon by both humans and venomous insects alike. Zhao Gang chuckles at Fang Ye's naivete. What are you thinking? Live insects are indeed unsuitable, but the processed remains, once ground into powder, can be used to nourish centipedes. Isn't it fascinating? This is precisely why we refer to it as a biological chain. Every organism participates in a cycle. The official documents encourage the public to catch insects to prevent a potential plague. With the torrential rains and excessive heat leading to rapid crop failures, our food supplies will hardly suffice for another round of exchanges, Fang Ye observes. Zhao Gang nods in agreement. Thus, the capital has approved the exchange of new grains. Fang Ye's interest peaks as he looks at Zhao Gang. You don't mean? Zhao Gang smiles mysteriously, departing with Chen Qiming. Fang Ye is left speechless, realizing that the nefarious flower would soon reappear on the scene. With the new regulations enacted, Zhao Gang hastily establishes an additional exchange point specifically for the new grains. This grants the authorities two exchange locations, one for daily necessities and another for the new grains, both employing a point system for distribution in S City. Zhao Gang assigns Fang Ye to oversee the new grain exchange, a role that suits Fang Ye perfectly, as he is in dire need of a source of energy from toxic insects. Thus far, nothing surpasses the speed of resource exchange for upgrading one's space. The influx of giant centipedes and lava ants has left the residents in dire straits, prompting immediate compliance with the government's insect catching directive. Initially, Many individuals were bitten during the capture and required urgent treatment at the medical station. However, they soon adapted, braving the heat while clad in protective clothing to hunt insects under the blazing sun. The residents across the 5 districts of Guolan Villa express keen interest in these so-called new grains. When Area A is the first to arrive at Fang Ye's exchange point and sees a small but weighty bag of black flour in hand, their expressions shift dramatically. Memories of being dominated by inferior flour in a city flood back to them. Some, undeterred, even open the bag to take a whiff. Indeed, it carries the same repugnant scent. Angered, they hurl the bag to the ground. Fortunately, the domestic plastic bags are of sturdy quality, sustaining the impact and containing the insect powder within. Pointing at Fang Ye, they exclaim, "This is not new grain, it's insect powder. Repulsive centipede insect powder." This declaration halts the crowd of individuals eager to exchange for new grains or register points, their glances darting between Fang Ye and the accuser in uncertainty. Fang Ye, without hesitation, nods in acknowledgement. Indeed, Secretary Zhao has long received the research report from the capital regarding this insect powder. Aside from its somewhat unpleasant flavor, it contains protein and unsaturated fatty acids suitable for human consumption. As you all know, the recent torrential rains and extreme heat have dealt a heavy blow to our nation. This is not merely a localized issue, but a global disaster, leading to rapid declines in food production and the closure of numerous food processing plants due to raw material shortages. Participation in the exchange of this new grain is not compulsory. Individuals can also register points to redeem food upon reaching S City. However, I would like to remind everyone that the exchange rate for poisonous insects and food remains 200 pounds for 1 pound, while the exchange rate for poisonous insects and insect powder is 200 pounds for 4 pounds. If the household is small, exchanging for food is a commendable choice. If the household is large, it would be prudent to consider the new type of grain. In the future, this new type of grain may become the primary source of sustenance, and it is essential for everyone to adapt promptly. Fang Ye earnestly elucidated to everyone, assuring them that there was no deceit involved. Chapter 78. The Resolution of a Solitary Dilemma. How could this be? There was no remedy. The torrential rains and sweltering heat had indeed led to a reduction in food production, and it was uncertain when normalcy would be restored. "Oh, how will you choose?" I inquired. With a large family and limited labor, relying solely on my wife and me, it seems we must truly adapt to the new type of grain. Just yesterday, I mentioned to my wife that the food exchange was too burdensome. Perhaps we should give this insect powder a try. Who would have anticipated that the insect powder, dried and crushed in the factory, would become our future staple? Then I shall exchange for 1 pound to see how it goes. The individual who had previously quarreled with Fang Ye quietly picked up the insect powder from the ground and departed without further altercation. When Secretary Zhao hurried back, he observed that everything at Fang Ye's exchange point was proceeding smoothly. Fang Ye was tallying supplies, while he had assigned 2 of his assistants to handle the registration. He swiftly approached Fang Ye and pulled him aside. "Today is remarkably quiet. Has everything gone smoothly?" It was no wonder Zhao Gang was so anxious. Reports from other exchange points in the 4 regions indicated that upon announcing the insect exchange for prior insect powder, chaos erupted. The other regions were in disarray, and the respective leaders were overwhelmed. Originally, the 5 regional leaders were gathered for a meeting, but upon hearing the news, they could no longer remain seated. Had they delayed even a moment longer, the entire Guanlan mountain range would have descended into turmoil. He had witnessed the new type of grain exchange points in other regions, where disputes escalated into heated arguments, and some individuals even resorted to physical confrontations. Wang Yan and Lin Jin promptly intervened to separate the brawling parties, only to discover that the points accumulated through arduous labor to catch insects could only be exchanged for this worthless insect powder. How could they not be incensed? Fang Ye smiled at Secretary Zhao, assuring him, "It is merely an exchange of supplies. What trouble could arise?" Zhao Gang proceeded to relay the conditions in the other regions and turned his gaze to Fang Ye. "What did you say to make them relent?" Fang Ye succinctly recounted the words he had shared with the residents to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and hissed, "While your method may have temporarily alleviated the predicament, what will happen when they reach City S and need to exchange for food?" Fang Ye shook his head. "There will certainly be those who wish to exchange for food, but not nearly as many as you might think. The torrential rains and extreme heat have caused a significant reduction in food production, and it is foreseeable that, even under government control, food prices will skyrocket. 200 pounds of insects can be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, yet can be exchanged for 4 pounds of insect powder. This fourfold disparity is sufficient to provide a family with numerous meals. They will make their own choices. Sometimes, knowing how one ought to choose is different from the psychological impact of having options versus being given a mandate. Zhao Gang appeared enlightened, gazing at Fang Ye with a smile. At times, it is truly a pity that you are not within the system. With your abilities and character, you would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Fang Ye shook his head and chuckled, but alas, there is no opportunity. Just then, Zhao Gang intended to say more, but was called away to address urgent matters, hastily bidding farewell to Fang Ye as he departed. Upon reaching the individual who had summoned him, he learned that there were issues at Wang's exchange point that could not be resolved alone, and he sought Zhao Gang's assistance. Zhao Gang clicked his tongue. Reflecting on the phrase comparison makes one realize their own shortcomings. The situation with the new type of grain, which had made no impact in his area, was resolved by Fang Ye, rendering his hurried return somewhat futile. Zhao Gang sought out Wang Yan and recounted Fang Ye's approach to him. Wang Yan looked skeptical. Will it truly work? Zhao Gang replied, it should work. Let me illustrate. Exquisite delicacies may last you a day, but simple fare can sustain you for 3. Which would you choose? Wang Yan responded, certainly, the exquisite delicacies. Zhao Gang shot him a disapproving glance. Would you rather feast today and perish tomorrow? Wang Yan then realized, indeed, one must choose the sustainable option. Simple fare is essential. Moments later, he grasped Fang Ye and Zhao Gang's intent, recognizing that clever individuals comprehend with minimal prompting. I believe it is feasible. Zhao Gang nodded, certainly. Upon reaching City S, the prices of rice and flour will undoubtedly rise further. By then, that single pound of rice will scarcely suffice for a family. Even if one were to prepare a pot of plain porridge, they would awaken in the night ravenous. While the taste of insect powder may be unpalatable, it can at least satisfy hunger and poses no harm to the body. When the time comes, intelligent individuals will lead the way in making choices. Furthermore, Fang Ye suggested that if it proves ineffective, we could implement a purchasing limit initially. Wang Yan, now intrigued, inquired, what does that mean? How would we limit purchases? Zhao Gang elucidated, while food is costly, the number of people willing to buy it should still be substantial. If that is the case, we can ensure smooth exchanges by distributing daily allowances within their respective regions, while also stabilizing the quantities of food and insect powder available at the exchange points. For instance, we could prepare 100 pounds of rice and 400 pounds of insect powder each day. In the early stages, we could even have staff act as decoys, purchasing all the insect powder first, thereby forcing others to buy food. Consider this. 200 pounds of insect powder can only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice. 1 pound of rice will not suffice to satiate every household member, especially in larger families, thus leaving some to go hungry. With confidence, he turned to Wang Yan. Do you think that if we proceed in this manner, there will be significant changes in future exchanges? Wang Yan suddenly understood. People will flock to exchange for insect powder. Zhao Gang nodded. That is one aspect. What about the second? Wang Yan, now thoroughly convinced, humbly asked, what is the second? Zhao Gang explained, those who successfully exchange for insect powder will be elated, while those unable to do so will find themselves needing to expend 400 pounds of insect powder for merely 2 pounds of rice. If this situation persists, and luck is not on their side, their points will be depleted swiftly. Moreover, upon arriving in City S, the allocation of jobs remains uncertain. The migration to City S includes not just our city, but also N City, T City, and Z City, with so many individuals converging there. Even with numerous job opportunities, there will not be enough to go around. Without work, one earns no income, and without income, one goes hungry. In such circumstances, who would indulge in the luxury of consuming rice daily, living for today and disregarding tomorrow? Wang Yan remarked. Thus, it is the insect powder that will be in high demand. This could significantly alleviate our food crisis, and our primary focus on the 1,000-foot insect could also help mitigate the food shortage. Zhao Gang responded, you need not ponder this. The government has long been engaged in such efforts. Wang Yan cheerfully remarked, Secretary Zhao, congratulations on discovering another formidable talent. This time, will you take your trusted aide with you to City F? Zhao Gang shook his head, expressing regret, regardless of how one views it. City F is a completely unfamiliar territory, with its inhabitants and relationships vastly different from those in a city. Even if I were to go, my words would hold little weight. We shall see. Besides, he has a residence in City S and need not crowd with others. Chapter 79. A visit to Zhao Gang. The news of Secretary Zhao from Area A being assigned to manage City F spread swiftly, yet it bore little consequence for the residents of several regions. As they would have to move regardless, it was merely a change of leadership. Even when at Guanlan Mountain, the distance from this leader was considerable. Now, with the transfer to City F, the gap would be even wider. At this moment, Mrs. Zhao was at home, fuming. In the past, when old Zhao was present, that group of people clamored to visit. Now, upon hearing the news, the doors were left desolate. To elaborate, she had never been particularly fond of those individuals. But the current situation truly opened her eyes. Indeed, the phrase "once people leave, the warmth of hospitality fades" could not be more apparent. Secretary Zhao was presently at home, sifting through documents, and remained remarkably composed upon witnessing his wife's irate demeanor. Such is the nature of human relationships. The reason they mingled with me previously was merely that I could offer them some benefits, as long as it did not contravene my principles. Providing them with a modicum of advantage was quite acceptable. Now that I am to relocate to City F, devoid of any utilitarian value or need for flattery, why should anyone continue to hold me in esteem? Oh, my dear wife, there's no reason to be vexed. We must simply grow accustomed to it. Mrs. Zhao tossed the rag onto the table and plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming, while that may be the case, their actions are truly repugnant. Take Sun Yunlai's wife. For instance, she used to address my sister-in-law with such familiarity, sharing half a cucumber with me, and now she acts as if I am invisible, striding past without a glance. Isn't that infuriating? Zhao shook his head and chuckled as he turned a page in his file. And why did she give you only half a cucumber? If it weren't for my pushing Sun Yunlai into that position, their family would not even be entitled to that half. He added with a smile, Now. My dear wife, do not dwell on such trivial matters. We shall have much to attend to once we reach City F. Mrs. Zhao pondered for a moment before picking the rag back up and resuming her cleaning. The heat is unbearable, and with not a breath of wind. How can there be so much dust in the house? Just then, a guard knocked on the door. Secretary Zhao, there is someone outside seeking your presence. Mrs. Zhao glanced at her husband, a look of surprise crossing her face. Who could possibly be looking for you at this hour? Secretary Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed by her tone. It's merely a change of position. I haven't been dismissed. Besides, I have always had excellent rapport with others during my tenure. It's unusual for no one to come visit. He turned to the guard and inquired, Who is it? It's Director Fang, the guard replied. Director Fang referred to Fang Ye, a name known to nearly everyone in Area A, unlike the often busy Secretary Zhao. Zhao promptly rose. Let him in. Observing her husband's seriousness, Mrs. Zhao curiously asked, Who is he that warrants such attention from you? Secretary Zhao met her gaze. He possesses considerable capability. His future achievements will surely rival mine. If we do not cultivate a good relationship now, what chance will we have when he ascends to greater heights? Mrs. Zhao pouted, partly skeptical of her husband's assertion. When it came to official positions, her husband had already climbed quite high, and she found it hard to believe anyone could compel him to regard them with any greater esteem. As they spoke, a knock echoed through the room, indicating Fang Ye's arrival. Upon opening the door, Secretary Zhao found not only Fang Ye, but also a familiar woman by his side, Fang Ye's wife. Secretary Zhao greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law has come as well. Mrs. Zhao donned a polite smile to welcome them. Secretary Zhao's grin widened at the sight of the large bag of goodies Fang Ye was carrying. He was well aware that it contained a plethora of delightful items, both edible and utilitarian. He half-heartedly remarked, Oh you, why bring anything at all? Fang Ye, smiling, expressed his gratitude for the conveniences provided during his stay in the villa district. Aware of the swirling rumors, he believed most of them to be true. Hence, he brought some gifts to show his appreciation. Their parting was merely a temporary measure for a better reunion. With a little patience, they would meet again in City S. However, the bag was indeed heavy, and Secretary Zhao found it difficult to lift. Unfazed by the weight, he remarked cheerfully, Heavier is better. It means more is inside. Fang Ye chuckled. Let me handle it, Secretary Zhao. Ever since the upgrade of the Yulan space, his strength had increased significantly, filling his limbs with boundless energy. All right then, Secretary Zhao acquiesced, no longer contesting the matter. Mrs. Zhao's smile became more genuine. Oh, but how can we accept such generosity? Come, Xiao Fang, just place the items here. Fang Ye complied, placing the items in the kitchen as directed by Mrs. Zhao. The cement floor was impeccably cleaned by her efforts. After setting the bag down, Fang Ye was promptly ushered outside to share tea with Zhao, while Xiang assisted Mrs. Zhao in organizing the gifts. Mrs. Zhao had encountered many fine things in her life. Marrying Secretary Zhao was a powerful alliance, a union of affluent families, where wealth and authority were indispensable. The items Fang Ye presented, under the previous tumultuous weather conditions, might have led her to have the guards expel the couple. Yet now, her eyes widened in astonishment, her excitement nearly tangible. The bag contained carrots, cabbages, tomatoes, broccoli, and storable potatoes and sweet potatoes. Beneath the vegetables lay vacuum-packed cured meats and sausages, along with a substantial bag of frozen shrimp and 2 bags of dumplings from the Xiangnian brand. Before the torrential rain arrived, Mrs. Zhao had stockpiled some provisions, but the dampness had rendered them all moldy. It was no exaggeration to say that her family now treasured even the dehydrated vegetable leaves, consuming them for vitamins and trace elements. The food sent by Fang Ye and Xiang alleviated their immediate crisis. Due to Mr. Zhao's standing, the family had never worried about food. But the scarcity of resources in the villa district was alarming. Gifts as generous as those from Fang Ye and Xiang were indeed more valuable than gold and silver. In this current climate, nothing could rival the worth of a bag of rice or a pound of vegetables in filling one's stomach. In this era, the definition of wealth was measured by the value of the resources one possessed, and individuals like Fang Ye were undoubtedly the true affluent ones now. Zhao Jun, their 10-year-old son, had just descended from the 2nd floor and immediately spotted his mother extracting a 2-liter bottle of cola from Fang Ye's bag. He squealed with delight and rushed over, cradling the drink in his arms. "Mom, Mom. It's cola. Cola." Chapter 80. The Illusion of Housing Prices. In the days before natural disasters like torrential rain and extreme heat, Mrs. Zhao had prohibited her son from consuming such unhealthy carbonated beverages. Yet, the boy's love for it was unyielding, and he often indulged in secret, earning her ire on numerous occasions. However, in the present circumstances, even such a carbonated drink had become a luxury. Seeing her son so elated, Mrs. Zhao refrained from rebuking him and instead joined in his joy with a smile. Secretary Zhao, noticing Fang Ye's generosity, was also pleased. "We must insist that you stay for dinner." Mrs. Zhao chimed in, still smiling. "Yes, please stay for a meal. Given our current conditions, do not mind our simple fare." Fang Ye and Xiang repeatedly declined, as inviting someone to a meal during such times was the highest form of respect. People are inherently pragmatic. Previously, Mrs. Zhao had harbored doubts about Fang Ye and his wife, but the substantial gifts of vegetables they had brought genuinely delighted her. And Xiang affectionately called her sister, making it seem to outsiders that they shared a deep sisterly bond. Typically frugal, Mrs. Zhao now turned on the air conditioning. The living room of the villa was enclosed, ensuring the cool air would not dissipate in the absence of doors or windows. Secretary Zhao's office was powered by a generator, as their residence also served as an official meeting point, necessitating daily gatherings. Mrs. Zhao found it tiresome, but felt it unwise to express her frustrations, knowing they were merely borrowing the space. Fang Ye, feigning ignorance, inquired, "There are rumors that during this relocation, you will be heading to City F?" Secretary Zhao chuckled softly. "It seems the truth cannot be concealed. Indeed, I have been dispatched to oversee City F, and I had initially intended for you to accompany me. However, you previously mentioned your ownership of a property in City S, and given the uncertainty of circumstances in City F, I find myself, at best, an airborne soldier, navigating an unfamiliar territory rife with local power brokers." Fang Ye nodded, his expression one of anticipated understanding. "In that case, we shall not hinder Secretary Zhao. I look forward to the day we reunite in City S." Secretary Zhao shook his head with a smile, clearly disagreeing with Fang Ye's sentiment. The relentless downpour and soaring temperatures had inundated numerous regions globally, including high-speed railways and airports, causing transportation to regress by decades. To meet again, they would have to rely on helicopters, yet even those were subject to commands from above, deemed vital strategic resources. Fang Ye was aware of Secretary Zhao's thoughts and chose silence, confident that they would have another opportunity to meet. Secretary Zhao jestingly remarked, "You should be grateful for having purchased your property early." Fang Ye had heard about this from Chen Qiming, but feigned curiosity in front of Zhao Gang. "What do you mean?" Secretary Zhao explained, "Since the torrential rains, water levels have surged to unprecedented heights, submerging several thriving cities, including City A. The few surviving 3rd and even 18th tier cities have seen their property prices skyrocket, truly a case of land being worth its weight in gold. Can you believe that in Province Y, a city scarcely deserving of the 18th tier, the price of commercial housing has reached 40,000 per square meter? Fang Ye frowned. Isn't the government regulating this? Secretary Zhao nodded, certainly. Hence, in the first month following the floods, the government issued decrees prohibiting property transactions. In those cities, homeowners with outstanding bank loans must comply with state-mandated allocations. Those burdened with online debts are even worse off. Their IOUs have been exchanged for government resources, meaning the state now acts as the creditor for these borrowers, and their properties are also subject to state distribution. Fang Ye reflected on the past, realizing that he had not anticipated such meticulous division. Indeed, anyone attempting to exploit loopholes would find no solace before the intricately managed machinery of the state. The government had awakened them to the harsh reality that debts must be repaid. One cannot simply assume that the presence of the state absolves them of their responsibilities. Secretary Zhao continued, "Do you think those homeowners in the smaller cities truly believe they can profit from this national calamity?" Fang Ye nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed some truth to that. Previously, price surges had only affected designated 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier cities, while cities beyond had lacked core competitiveness. Many developments went unsold, with prices plummeting from 6,000 to 3,000 per square meter, and still, they remained unsold. The roles had now reversed. Ordinary residents could not purchase homes, which had become strategic resources under government control. Regardless of the tier, those capable of paying in full for a property were a rarity. Most bore the weight of loans. These homeowners and private debtors would have to accept state-arranged residence based on their respective liabilities. A smile tugged at Fang Ye's lips, pondering whether the long-predicted real estate bubble in civilized society had finally met its reckoning in this age of disaster. Zhao Gang observed his expression with a knowing smile, yet those in cities S and F will inevitably take advantage of us outsiders. In this current climate, both the affluent and the less fortunate must venture out to forage for sustenance. However, those who own 2 or 3 properties outright in City S face far less pressure. Their rental income allows for a more comfortable existence. Rental income? Fang Ye queried, perplexed. Zhao Gang chuckled. Do you think the government is utterly unreasonable? Apart from homeowners with bank loans awaiting their designated residence, those with spare properties available for rent will receive corresponding resources from the state for leasing. Fang Ye nodded, realizing that as long as the government was present, economic vitality could be restored anywhere. Previously unsanitary and non-compliant food processing factories were now facing the consequences, as the government had begun to hold them accountable. Last month, over 300 facilities, including canneries, biscuit factories, and spicy strip workshops, were shut down, with all materials confiscated. Those who thought they could evade responsibility by simply ceasing operations were sorely mistaken. When the state decided to act, it did so swiftly. Zhao Gang took a sip of water, and Fang Ye felt a pang of sympathy for those factories. In a time when the state was in dire need of resources and supplies, these previously illicit enterprises were akin to sending themselves to the gallows. It seemed likely that employees from the Health Bureau were working overtime to sift through cases and achieve results, eager to uncover which sheep had yet to be sheared. When will the transfer happen? Fang Ye inquired. Zhao Gang, feeling no need for secrecy given their rapport, replied, in 3 days. It's unavoidable. The combination of heat and mountainous conditions has led to a surge in pests and mosquitoes, and the official generator group has run out of fuel. Most of the generators were diesel-powered, introduced during the rainy season, with solar generators being few and far between, unable to keep up with the demands of Area A. You know how it is. Even charging their phones requires a rotation system. Chapter 81. The Transfer. After a brief pause, Zhao Gang expressed his regret. It seems we must part ways this time. Orders have come down from above, and I will be reassigned to oversee City F. When we shall meet again remains uncertain. Fang Ye felt a flicker of curiosity. And City S? Who will oversee it? Zhao Gang's expression momentarily twitched, and he exhaled heavily. It will be Lin Jin. Someone whose temperament does not align with mine. Once you arrive, it would be wise to keep a low profile and avoid attracting attention. He is a petty individual, having risen through the ranks thanks to his father-in-law's influence. When he grew confident enough to sever ties with his in-laws, the official narrative stated that his first wife died of a heart attack, while insiders claimed she was driven to death by his infidelity. To preserve his image, he spent a fortune to suppress that scandal. In short, under his jurisdiction, you must be discreet, or you could find yourself in significant trouble. The former head of City S had indeed been a disreputable character, ultimately ousted and replaced by Zhao Gang. Regardless, their paths would converge again. And it would be prudent for Fang Ye to head to City S in anticipation of Zhao Gang's arrival. The government had initially assigned residents from City A to the Guanlan Mountains based on family units and sequential numbering, indicating that subsequent evacuations would also follow this order, dividing into 3 groups bound for City S, City F, and City D. If residents from City A were not dispersed, no city could accommodate such an influx. Thus, they would have to be restructured and temporarily settled, awaiting the receding waters of City A. The entire Guanlan mountain area was in turmoil, particularly the Villa district, where Fang Ye and his companions could hear the cacophony of angry shouts and disputes over a mere bowl or basin from their vehicles early in the morning. Numerous official convoys had arrived from the northern highway to facilitate the transfer, drawn from cities S, F, and D. Trucks that had previously transported goods and soil were now parked en masse on the mountainside. The advantage of using these vehicles lay in their capacity to carry many individuals. Yet the drawback was the poor experience for those being transported, especially with open tops exposing them to the sweltering heat. Who could endure such conditions? Wherever there were policies, there would be countermeasures. In the highly networked Guanlan mountain area, some individuals, possessing remarkable resourcefulness, had managed to arrange private vehicles from cities S or F to assist them, naturally for a fee and exchange of resources. Once terms were agreed upon, it resembled the old-fashioned taxi service, with drivers dispatched to fulfill requests. In light of the current situation, the authorities refrained from imposing restrictions, merely advising everyone in the group to prioritize their safety. With the ongoing relocation efforts proving to be quite hectic, it seems advantageous to alleviate some of the official burden while ensuring personal comfort during the transition. However, the officials do not assume responsibility for the safety of residents utilizing private vehicles. Their agenda is overwhelmingly full, leaving little room for them to investigate whether the drivers of these cars are trustworthy or not. One can only take personal precautions. Those opting for private cars, as well as those following the official convoy, must duly register. During the relocation from the Guanlan Mountains, 5 leaders are tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that every household in their area has selected a mode of transportation for departure. Both Houzi and Qiu Yuan cannot help but admire Fang Ye's foresight. It seems he has anticipated every possible complication. While others are fraught with indecision over choosing a relatively comfortable means of transport, they merely need to remain in the cozy confines of their RV, either reclining or seated, prepared to follow the main group for evacuation. The oppressive heat outside is relentless. Within the RV, failing to operate the air conditioning would render it akin to a sauna. Hence the air conditioning has remained perpetually on. Fang Ye prefers to incur a slightly higher electricity bill rather than risk anyone suffering from heat stroke. The men, particularly Lin Tao and Houzi, have kept busy. One, a former doctor, and the other, a businessman, find themselves lacking self-defense skills in these tumultuous times. Wang Cheng, an outdoor survival instructor, possesses some knowledge of self-defense, yet the current circumstances, coupled with the need to protect his son, have led them to follow Qiu Yuan in learning combat techniques for potential emergencies. Qiu Yuan perceives himself as astute in reading people, yet Fang Ye remains an enigma. From Houzi, he learns that aside from Fang Ye's intelligence, he is an average person in terms of physical prowess. However, during the recent attack by the Facebook organization on the villa, Qiu Yuan's elimination of the trailing assailants seemed straightforward. Yet Fang Ye's ability to single-handedly dispatch so many remains a mystery. He even inquired with Lin Tao, who assisted Fang Ye, but received only vague assurances that he merely neutralized an attacking enemy. This shrouds Fang Ye in an aura of mystery, deepening Qiu Yuan's intrigue. 3 days later, the evacuation from the Guanlan Mountains commences at last. Due to Zhao Gang's influence, Fang Ye and his companions are placed in the first echelon of the convoy. The striking silver-gray exterior of Fang Ye's RV stands out among the multitude of red trucks, drawing envious glances from those awaiting relocation. As Houzi drives, he cannot help but feel a sense of pride, grateful to his brother. Otherwise, he would be among those crammed into the open trucks. Here he sits, clad in a jacket, comfortably enjoying the air conditioning while the temperature outside soars above 70 degrees. The distance from City A to City S spans over 560 kilometers. Traveling by high-speed rail takes 3 hours, while driving on the highway requires 9. However, Due to heavy rains that inundated many areas, travel became difficult, necessitating that vehicles dispatched from the three cities depart a week in advance. The highway to the north of Guanlan Mountain is elevated and free from flooding, allowing for a smooth passage. The 3-month-old girl, now less drowsy, gazes wide-eyed at her surroundings, spending her days nestled in Xiang and Fang Ye's embrace. Whenever placed in her crib, she wails uncontrollably. In contrast, Yang, who has been indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, is a handful. Yet, how could Fang Ye resist pampering his own daughter? Thus, she often remains cradled in her father's arms, and Xiang's milk supply diminished by the second month, leaving the baby reliant on the hypoallergenic goat's milk formula Fang Ye had prepared well in advance. Her cherubic face is plump and fair, with Xiang diligently attending to her, ensuring not a hint of eczema mars her delicate skin. As the RV rolls to a stop, Hosey leaps from the driver's seat, exclaiming, "When will we ever reach City S?" Wang Cheng and Lin Tao, just emerging from a room converted into a gym, inquire about the commotion. Hosey plops down onto the sofa. What else could it be? The road is a nightmare. We barely covered a kilometer before halting for road cleaning, despite the blazing sun. It's astonishing how swiftly the rainwater has spread. I've heard there are landslides ahead. Chapter 82, The Wealthy. Xiao Yuan chuckles and pats his shoulder in consolation. Lin Tao and Wang Qing wipe the sweat from their brows, resigned to the uncontrollable nature of the circumstances. After a brief respite, Hosey resumes driving. But on the day of the relocation, only 60 kilometers are covered before encountering another convoy en route to City S, due to a landslide up ahead. Progress has come to a halt, and the authorities are urgently dispatching personnel to manage the situation. Who would have imagined that merely 2 days prior, the path was clear? And suddenly today a landslide occurs? The highway is flanked by a gently sloping gravel road, where officials have cut several openings in the guardrails to facilitate vehicle evacuation and temporarily form a camp. The delineation of the camp is meticulous, with trucks assigned one area, private cars another, and RVs designated their own section. Observing the RVs stationed in the camp, Fang Ye notes the stark contrast between ordinary trailers and luxury German RVs, clearly demarcating the affluent from the less fortunate. Hosey instinctively guides their RV into the affluent section. Despite the multi-million yuan RV they acquired, it hardly stands out among the high-end vehicles, and Fang Ye spots the Furrier Elysium RV that appears exceptionally luxurious, complete with a helicopter landing pad atop and extravagant interior furnishings. Fang Ye reflects on the prevalence of wealth in the country. Ordinary individuals may never amass enough to purchase a single RV. His decision to procure one was driven by foresight of natural disasters, whereas for these affluent individuals, RVs are mere extravagant toys for transportation. That evening, Chu Hong emerges from the kitchen, having heated the food in the refrigerator. Hosey and Lin Tao, along with the others, devour the meal heartily, while Xiang attempts to feed the baby with a bottle, though the little one proves uncooperative, drinking intermittently. The scene unfolds with Xiang feeding the baby while Fang Ye serves her food. Xiang's cheeks flush with embarrassment as Hosey, with a carefree demeanor, remarks, "Sister-in-law, we've been married forever. What's the big deal? If it comes down to it, just think of us as dead." This remark elicits laughter and playful banter among the group, with Wang Cheng teasingly fanning the flames of humor beside Lin Tao, who is holding Yang. Suddenly, a knock resounds on the RV door, halting the jovial atmosphere. All eyes turn towards the entrance as Lin Tao sets down his chopsticks and swiftly opens the door. Standing outside is a bald man clad in a black t-shirt, adorned with a large gold chain, grinning at Lin Tao. "Brother, how's it going?" He greets amiably, his eyes scanning the interior. Particularly drawn to the sight of Fang Ye's group enjoying their feast, the aroma of the food wafting tantalizingly into his nostrils, prompting a significant gulp. Lin Tao's demeanor shifts to one of distaste. "What do you want?" he directly inquires. The bald man, wearing a placating smile, replies, "I was forced to evacuate from City H so abruptly, and I left everything behind. Could you possibly spare some supplies? Don't worry, I'm willing to pay." With that, he promptly reveals a leather suitcase he has been holding. The bald man, named Wu Lai, originally amassed his fortune through engineering. Little did he anticipate the calamity that would befall him. Fortunately, while evacuating, he was driving the RV his son had purchased for leisure, which spared him the ordeal of standing atop a truck, exposed to the scorching sun like so many others. Wu Lai was not short on wealth. His constant refrain was that there was nothing money couldn't solve. His RV was the first to arrive at the camp, and he immediately sought to ingratiate himself with each subsequent RV that rolled in. Although the camp appeared to host a multitude of RVs, only a handful, like his, were valued at nearly 10 million. The others, mere trailers and modified vehicles, were beneath his notice, merely driven by the impoverished. What could these paupers possibly possess of value? Upon witnessing the arrival of Fang Ye's RV, Wu Lai intended to gauge the situation. However, after parking, he noticed that no one disembarked, prompting him to approach on his own. The instant the young man opened the car door, Wu Lai's demeanor shifted, becoming even more obsequious. The recent plague of insects and sweltering temperatures had left everyone in dire straits, particularly as water resources dwindled. Despite driving a luxury vehicle worth millions, his family's clothing was tattered, and their bodies were slick with grime. They had no water to spare for washing or bathing. In stark contrast, the young man appeared immaculate, his clothes pristine, devoid of any unpleasant odor. To maintain such cleanliness in these trying circumstances was nothing short of remarkable. Fang Ye's space contained nearly everything one could desire, and he was disinterested in Wu Lai's proposition. In this world, money had lost its value. Carrying a box of cash was no different from hauling a pile of worthless paper. Monkey, a fellow who thrived on chaos, hobbled over on his injured leg, grinning at the sight of the cash. "Brother, I'm Monkey, but don't mistake me for a fool. I wouldn't even bother to use that for kindling. Now scram, or I wouldn't hesitate to be rude." Wu Lai grew anxious. It was evident these people were not in need of supplies. The image of his wife and children, pallid from subsisting on nothing but compressed biscuits and instant noodles, only intensified his desperation to barter with Fang Ye and the others. He hastily produced his gold chain, exclaiming, "If cash won't suffice, how about this chain? Can we trade?" "Get lost." Monkey was already losing interest in the exchange. As Wu Lai noticed Monkey's impatience, he gritted his teeth and revealed his trump card. "Wait. I have something you'll surely appreciate. Just give me 2 minutes." He dashed off to retrieve what he deemed a valuable item. Lin Tao attempted to close the door, but Monkey, intrigued by Wu Lai's claim, insisted. "It's just 2 minutes. Let us see what he has." Moments later, Wu Lai returned, clutching a silver metal box. Monkey eyed him warily. "It better not contain cash." Wiping sweat from his bald forehead, Wu Lai assured, No. It's a good thing." Monkey, indifferent, leaned against the car door. "Let us see what this good thing is." "Of course." Wu Lai eagerly agreed, opening the metal box. In that instant, Fang Ye felt the energy of the hidden orchid space within his consciousness surge, eager to consume the contents of the metal box. Chapter 83. Raw Stone? Meteorite? The unprecedented situation left Fang Ye unable to remain seated. He stood up, smiling at Xiang's astonished expression. "I'll go take a look." Monkey observed as Wu Lai revealed an irregular gemstone, which, under the sunlight's refracted rays, emanated a myriad of colors resembling an uncut raw stone. Wu Lai, eager to impress, quickly remarked, "I acquired this at a Sotheby's auction for 200 million. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. You can have it appraised." This was indeed the gem Wu Lai had bought, initially intended as a 21st birthday gift for his daughter. However, with his current predicament, he had no choice but to swap it for essentials. Monkey scoffed. "What use is it? It can't be eaten or drunk." He toyed with the stone before preparing to return it to the box when Fang Ye intercepted, seizing the palm-sized raw stone. "What do you want in exchange?" he inquired. Realizing Fang Ye was the leader of the group, Wu Lai smiled even wider. "Food and drink will suffice. I need 1,000 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of fruits and vegetables, 100 cases of bottled water, and 300 pounds of salt." Noticing Wu Lai's continued demands, Fang Ye placed the raw stone back into the metal box. Wu Lai's stream of boasting came to an abrupt halt. "What is this?" Monkey sneered. "Do you not understand? We're not doing this deal. Take your stone and leave us be." As Lin Tao began to shut the door, Wu Lai forcefully wedged his arm in, grinning and attempting to charm. "Let us negotiate." "How can we have a deal if we don't talk?" Monkey retorted. "Let us not even discuss other items. 1,000 pounds of rice? You're asking for the moon. That stone of yours is worthless, especially compared to those multi-billion-dollar diamonds." Sweat dripped from Wu Lai's face. Desperation consumed him. Initially, he had hoped to leverage the perceived value of the stone, but Fang Ye's dismissive attitude crushed his hopes. Trade. "No." Fang Ye held the power in this exchange, weighing the raw stone again. "I can offer you 200 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of vegetables." "Vegetables?" Wu Lai's eyes lit up. He had merely mentioned them offhand, not expecting Fang Ye and the others to actually have them. Spotting a fruit platter on the table, he added, and 50 pounds of apples. Fang Ye considered before agreeing, not wanting to haggle further. He feigned retrieving items from the storage area, but instead, he discreetly divided his supplies with the items in his own space. When Wu Lai finally handed over the raw stone, he did so reluctantly, believing he still could have squeezed more from the deal, especially given Fang Ye's willingness to trade. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had no choice. Raw stones were inanimate, but people were not, and no matter how precious a gem, it could not satiate hunger. Wu Lai's wife, Qin Li Fang, beamed at the sight of the bounty he brought home, and their children were equally elated, eagerly inquiring about its provenance, urging her to prepare a meal. They were thoroughly tired of instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Those poor souls outside are still starving. Did you hear what those from City said? They're so destitute they're eating insect powder. How revolting. Even dogs wouldn't touch that. Do you really think people would? Qin Li Fang chastised her children for their lack of understanding of hardship. Wu Ning and Wu Meiwei lounged on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and laughing. Paupers will always be paupers. If the world were to end, they'd be the first to starve. Qin Li Fang retorted, and the second batch would be you too. Wu Ning countered, Mom, you're mistaken. We're rich. We could certainly buy tickets to Noah's Ark, just like in that movie 2012. We're bound to be among the survivors. Wu Meiwei nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Mom, my younger brother is right. There is no problem that money cannot solve. Those impoverished souls cannot compare to us. I find them utterly repulsive. You should have seen some of them. Absurdly attempting to squeeze into our vehicle with a mere few thousand yuan for fare. I even think my father's punches were too lenient. All right, enough of that. Come to the table for dinner. Qin Li Fang interjected. Wu Lai and his children gazed hungrily at the glistening stir-fried vegetables and fragrant rice, their mouths watering in unison like famished spirits. Wu Lai was the first to succumb to temptation, grasping his bowl and chopsticks, devouring the food with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Qin Li Fang had prepared 2 full plates, ensuring the family feasted heartily. After setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Wu Ning let out a satisfied belch. I finally feel rejuvenated. Qin Li Fang shot her son a disapproving glance, as if he were usually so starved. Wu Meiwei chimed in with a complaint. Mom, can you even compare a proper meal to instant noodles? Right now, I crave a Wellington steak and pasta. It's all my father's fault for insisting I return from the beautiful country. Otherwise, I would still be indulging in fine dining at a high-end restaurant, sipping Lafite and savoring steak. It was only after satiating himself that Wu Ning turned to Wu Lai with a look of astonishment. Dad, where did you procure this rice and vegetables? Qin Li Fang halted her eating to gaze at Wu Lai as well. Wu Lai nonchalantly slid the last mouthful of rice into his mouth. I traded for them. How else would we have acquired them? What did you trade with money? Qin Li Fang inquired, intrigued. They had departed in haste, leaving substantial assets in a Swiss bank abroad, with limited funds available, and in this current environment, rice, flour, vegetables, and various essentials had become hard currency. She could hardly fathom what could be exchanged for such valuable items. Wu Lai responded. I exchanged it for a 200 million yuan raw gemstone purchased at Sotheby's. Wu Meiwei jumped up from the sofa in shock. What? That was the gemstone meant to be my 20th birthday gift. I had even designed a necklace for it. You sold my raw stone? Wu Lai frowned. What kind of attitude is that? If I hadn't sold the raw stone, what would we eat? Our instant noodles and compressed biscuits are nearly gone. Are we to survive on your raw stone and the wind from the northwest? In a fit of rage, Wu Meiwei smashed her bowl and played onto the ground. Shards scattering everywhere. I don't care. You must get my raw stone back. That belongs to me. Chapter 84. Malice breeds courage. Qin Li Fang also struggled to comprehend. You traded a 200 million treasure for this meager amount of food? Wu Lai felt his dignity slip away. What do you mean meager? What you just ate is meager. That is rice and vegetables. If I hadn't traded, would you have eaten today? Tomorrow, we wouldn't even have instant noodles or biscuits left. Wu Ning, relishing the drama, interjected. These items could have been acquired for 1,000 yuan 3 months ago. Dad, why did you choose to trade such a valuable item? Wu Lai's expression darkened. You little brat, just being able to trade anything is fortunate. Outside, a pigeon egg-sized diamond could at most be exchanged for a bag of biscuits. Jewelry has become worthless. Who would buy your wares now? 200 million? Nowadays, carrying 200 million in cash is more trouble than it's worth. Qin Li Fang fell silent, and Wu Meiwei, observing her father's irate demeanor, dared not speak further, her face still brimming with indignation. Wu Ning, witnessing the family's gloomy atmosphere, sneered, "Those impoverished souls are truly greedy." Qin Lifeng recalled something, her expression darkening. "My cousin mentioned that the raw stone is supposed to be reserved for him. Once we reach S City, he will bring supplies to trade." Wu Lai scoffed. "What good could your cousin possibly offer? He indulges in every vice imaginable, drinking, gambling, debauchery. He squandered the 2 houses left to him by your uncle. Do you really believe his words? Have you lost your mind?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lifeng replied, "At least there is that familial connection, and I heard he recently joined some powerful organization. When I saw him yesterday during the transfer, he was dressed quite impressively. Upon inquiry, I discovered he was merely leveraging his new position. Besides, you know him. He has the smallest of minds. He is faring better than us now, and if we offend him, he will disregard our kinship. We have never thought highly of him in the past." Wu Lai shot her a glare. "This is all your fault for bringing up the raw stone. Now he has set his sights on us. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the one who covets. Isn't Qin Chang precisely that sort?" Qin Lifeng's face flushed with embarrassment. "I could not bear his smugness, flaunting his new status, and I had no idea he had joined some disreputable organization, bragging in front of me. Does he think he is wealthier than I am? What do we do now? Once we reach S City, we may very well need to rely on your cousin for assistance, and that RV owner looks formidable. I am caught between 2 pressures." Wu Lai lamented. Wu Meiyue's eyes flickered with a mischievous idea. "Dad, what if we let Qin Chang deal with that RV owner? Since that owner provided you with so much food, he must have ample stock. You could suggest to Qin Chang that they pull off a job, trading the raw stone for half of the supplies from that RV." Wu Ning concurred. "Exactly, Dad. That RV clearly looks high-end. It must be worth at least 15 to 18 million. You should negotiate with Qin Chang about it. That RV can be left to me." Wu Lai also felt a surge of ambition, recalling how effortlessly Fang Ye and others had procured supplies. Besides, he had observed the expressions on their faces. None had shown reluctance or regret, which implied that their resources were far more abundant than he had imagined. Thinking of the RV, which could rival a luxury apartment, Wu Lai felt an exhilarating rush. Perhaps beyond those he had seen, there were hidden supplies everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Chang lounged in a private vehicle, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while a sycophant dutifully held an ashtray at his side. "Brother Qin, do tell us how you acquired this extraordinary ability. It's truly remarkable. With this, the world must be reshaped, right? Who could possibly prevent Brother Qin from becoming a deity?" A man who had recently aligned himself with Qin Chang fawned over him. Flattered, Qin Chang reveled in the praise. He had stumbled into the Facebook organization by chance, successfully completing 2 impressive missions with his former leader. However, on the return journey, only 2 of them remained. Knowing that his leader would be rewarded with a divine blood injection upon returning, he seized the opportunity and betrayed him, disposing of his body among the centipedes. Thus, upon returning to the organization, he became the sole survivor of the 2 missions, having gained merit and received the divine blood injection that awakened his ability to control metal. Moreover, the organization had promised that as long as he performed well in his missions, subsequent injections of divine blood would enhance his abilities, granting him even more extraordinary powers. It was rumored that the high-ranking ability users in the organization could control gold or water, while he was merely a low-tier divine blood holder. He was determined to climb the ranks. The thrill of wielding such power, with women flocking to him, was indescribable. Of course, he would never divulge this to his subordinates. It was precisely because his former leader had let slip such information that he had acted decisively to eliminate him and ascend to power. He would never allow anyone else to reap the benefits of his hard work. However, the members of the Facebook organization were aware of the existence of divine blood and abilities. Otherwise, he would not keep these secrets from his subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the car window, and the sycophant lowered it, revealing Wu Lai's plump face. Qin Chang regarded him with amusement. "Well, if it isn't my brother-in-law. What brings you here?" Having been in business for many years, Wu Lai had developed a thick skin. "Brother, you say that as if we are not family. It's only natural we should keep in touch." Qin Chang harbored a profound disdain for Wu Lai. In the days of his own insignificance, this fellow had always looked down on him with disdain. Now, in front of Wu Lai, Qin Chang spat onto the ground and leisurely reclined on the back seat. Wu Lai, glancing at the unsightly mass at his feet, restrained his disgust, maintaining his ingratiating smile. Qin Chang could not help but admire the man's audacity. He lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Wu Lai's smile faltered, and the flesh on his face shifted as he responded. "Brother, I just heard from Li Fang after I returned that you intend to acquire the raw stone I auctioned off." Upon mentioning this, Qin Chang's demeanor turned serious. He sat up and scrutinized Wu Lai from head to toe. "Indeed, what of it? Don't tell me you sold that raw stone." Wu Lai chuckled awkwardly and nodded. The recent initiatives by the face painting organization involved a widespread search for various natural raw stones and uniquely shaped rocks. As long as the materials submitted met the organization's requirements, the second batch of divine blood could be promptly arranged for injection. Many within the organization scoured for these raw stones, and Qin Chang, relishing the thrill of power, naturally aspired to advance further. His strength was indeed intimidating to ordinary individuals. Yet within the organization, he remained at the bottom tier. Qin Chang had learned from Qin Li Fang that Wu Lai had auctioned a raw stone worth 200 million to craft a necklace for his daughter's 20th birthday. He could have seized it directly, but out of respect for Qin Li Fang, who was family, he planned to exchange some supplies upon reaching S City, only to discover that Wu Lai had sold it. Chapter 85, Meteorite Evolution. "Damn it!" Qin Chang exclaimed, exiting the vehicle in a fury. He immediately seized Wu Lai by the collar, lifting the nearly 220-pound man off the ground. Wu Lai's eyes widened in fright. Brother, let us talk this out, let us discuss this amicably." In his rage, Qin Chang had no inclination to converse. He raised his arm, ready to strike Wu Lai's pig-like face. Terrified, Wu Lai realized that a punch from Qin Chang could easily shatter his nasal bone. When had Qin Chang acquired such formidable strength? A wise man does not fall into immediate peril. Wu Lai quickly knelt, shouting, Brother. We can still retrieve what was exchanged. As long as you take action, how could we not reclaim that raw stone? Besides, the owner of the RV I traded with possesses numerous valuable items. If we pull off that job, we could have whatever we desire. You wouldn't have to endure this discomfort in this small vehicle." Qin Chang hesitated, lowering his fist and regarding him with suspicion. "What do you mean? Are we to rob them?" Wu Lai nodded vigorously. Qin Chang scoffed. "Aren't you afraid of attracting official trouble?" Wu Lai shook his head defiantly. "Not at all, brother. As long as we proceed discreetly, the official station is at least 3 kilometers away. If we avoid gunfire and explosions, we can sneak a few men over under the cover of darkness. Who would know? Once we dispose of the bodies, the officials will have no evidence." He gestured menacingly with his piggish face. "In this area, there's no surveillance. Who would know who did it? The police need evidence to act, don't they?" Qin Chang felt tempted, inhaling deeply and exhaling a smoke ring. These days, RV owners are typically affluent. How do you know they don't possess weapons? Wu Lai dismissed the notion. "No way, I don't think those people look like fighters. They all have children with them, and besides, gun control is strict in our country. How could they possibly have such things?" Qin Chang, disgusted by Wu Lai's naive demeanor, inquired, "How many were in their vehicle?" Wu Lai recalled the scene outside. 5 men, 2 women, and I think there was a child. Qin Chang nodded. "All right, I understand. You may leave." Hey. Wu Lai nodded repeatedly, unfazed by being treated like a dog by Qin Chang. For him, the prospect of profit overshadowed any concern for dignity. After dismissing Wu Lai, Qin Chang reclined in the back seat, pondering for a long while before instructing his subordinate, "Go fetch Lao He for us and tell him we're splitting the goods 70-30. His subordinate grimaced. 70-30 seems a bit steep. We won't make much profit." Qin Chang shook his head. If Wu Lai hadn't encountered a tough opponent, he wouldn't have knelt so quickly. For safety's sake, it's better to deal with that group decisively rather than risk complications. Once we reach S City, we'll have protection. For now, we should keep a low profile. Understood, brother. The subordinate turned to fetch someone. Qin Chang extinguished his cigarette between his thumb and forefinger, seemingly impervious to pain. This man, capable of eliminating his former boss in a swift descent to power, was not only cunning but also understood the importance of prudence. Currently, he was utilizing the organization's most basic divine blood injection, and with the presence of Lao He, who had undergone 3 injections, the balance of power was decidedly shifting. Moreover, as long as he kept silent, Lao He would remain oblivious to the existence of the raw stones among those he intended to exchange with Qin Chang. Inside the RV, 2 children occupied themselves, and the men usually stepped outside to smoke. Today, while Fang Ye was smoking outside, Xiao Yuan passed by him. "Be cautious. Something feels off." We might be under surveillance. Fang Ye nodded slightly. Once Qiu Yuan had boarded the vehicle, he caught sight of several individuals peering curiously in their direction. Once inside, he took out the raw stone and examined it closely, suppressing the primal urge within him that yearned to devour it. The more he looked at the raw stone, the more he sensed something peculiar about it. The organic material on the surface crystallized into a vibrant, diamond-like shell, as if encapsulating something within. A thought struck him. He desperately wanted to split the raw stone in half. All stones are notoriously hard, impossible to cut with mere human strength. What about using spatial power? By manipulating his consciousness to absorb one half of the raw stone, with the other half remaining in reality, the portion severed by his spatial force dissipated, resembling the way the once ethereal meteorite had transformed into powdery light and entered his body. The raw stone immediately vanished into the void, and he noticed the lengthy energy bar advancing significantly. Fang Ye realized he had discovered a method to increase the energy bar. It turned out that utilizing such meteorites yielded considerable results, sparing him the tedious and minuscule energy absorption required from the centipede before. Yet, a pressing question arose: where could he source such raw stones? Furthermore, was this truly a raw stone or a meteorite? If it wasn't a meteorite, how could it be absorbed by a spatial realm? For now, he would refer to it as a meteorite. Once it entered the space, absorbed by the ethereal blue, he felt as though his entire being was refracted by the meteorite's energy. A fire ignited within him, clamoring for an outlet, and he found himself shaking uncontrollably. In a desperate bid to alleviate the discomfort, he gripped the edge of the metallic table, which melted under his grasp into a pool of molten metal. Brother Ye, are you all right? Upon witnessing the scene inside the room, Qiu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as the molten metal was about to drip down, Qiu Yuan, quick on his feet, placed a bucket of melted ice water beneath the table, causing the molten metal to solidify into an irregular metal block. They narrowly avoided scorching the RV floor. The last thing they needed was to invite unwelcome pests, such as mosquitoes and giant centipedes, into their midst. Qiu Yuan was left speechless. Brother Yi, what on earth happened? Coincidentally, at that moment, the monkey also walked in, oblivious to the earlier scene, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? Fang Ye realized that concealing the truth would only complicate matters, and he gestured towards the remaining half of the raw stone, saying, I just touched it, and then you saw what happened. Qiu Yuan's steadfast materialism nearly faltered in the face of the inexplicable scene before him. How could a human hand possibly melt the corner of a metal table? Even if one were to suffer from a high fever, the temperature could only reach slightly over 40 degrees Celsius. What then could be the heat capable of melting metal? Even for iron, the melting point exceeds 1500 degrees. Could the thermal energy radiating from Fang Ye's body truly reach such heights? In that case, the person should have been reduced to mere ash long ago. The monkey casually picked up the meteorite, prompting Qiu Yuan to shout, "Be careful." Yet, the meteorite remained inert in the monkey's grasp, its stillness rendering Qiu Yuan's concern somewhat excessive. Fang Ye took the original stone from the monkey, revealing a distinctly droplet-shaped interior, and indeed, the liquid within was visibly undulating. Was it possible that this meteorite, having existed for countless years, still contained some stone marrow? The monkey, bewildered by the commotion, exclaimed, "What on earth is going on with you two?" Lin Tao and Wang Cheng were also drawn to the unfolding spectacle. As Fang Ye quietly withdrew his hand from the corner of the table, the monkey's gaze followed his movement, revealing the charred, missing piece of the metal surface. Who did this? Fang Ye offered no explanation. Instead, he quietly shifted to another corner of the table and employed his ability once more. Qiu Yuan, anticipating this, swiftly kicked a bucket of ice water beneath the newly targeted corner. With Fang Ye's applied force, yet another corner of the metal table was melted, the dripping molten iron cascading directly into the ice water below. The monkey's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" The others, equally astonished, were left speechless. Lin Tao, in disbelief, murmured, "This is utterly fantastical." Wang Cheng chimed in, "Given that the world is ending, if it didn't get any more fantastical, humanity would have no hope." The monkey inquired, Yi, "How did you achieve this?" Everyone requires a trump card for survival, and Fang Ye was no exception. Concealing the secret of the meteorite's energy absorption, he shook his head and feigned ignorance, saying, "I'm not quite sure. It just happened with a touch." The monkey was skeptical. "Just a touch? Really?" He then repeatedly tapped the meteorite with his hand, yet it remained unresponsive. At that moment, Lin Tao suddenly remarked, In those fantasy novels, isn't there usually a blood oath to recognize the master? Why not give it a try? Fang Ye hardly had time to protest as the monkey pressed the meteorite against the still healing scar on his leg, but the meteorite remained inert. The monkey turned back, exasperatedly glancing at Lin Tao. So that doesn't work either? Lin Tao chuckled sheepishly. Perhaps there are bloodline requirements. Why not let someone else try? The monkey handed the meteorite to Qiu Yuan, urging your turn. Yet, even in Qiu Yuan's hands, the meteorite displayed no signs of change. The monkey reminded him, you need to make a blood offering. Qiu Yuan found the notion somewhat absurd, but after witnessing Fang Ye's immense energy, he felt compelled to try. He sliced his hand with a knife, preparing to press it against the meteorite when he suddenly paused, looking at Fang Ye with earnestness. Brother Ye, could you use your ability to split this meteorite into several pieces? Perhaps everyone could awaken such abilities. This way, our small team would have a means of self-preservation in this chaotic environment. Fang Ye found Qiu Yuan's reasoning compelling, but refrained from using his spatial abilities, fearing that if the meteorite transformed into energy within the azure void, he would be unable to explain it. Instead, he employed his newly acquired lava ability to successfully divide the stone once more. After claiming one half of the meteorite, Qiu Yuan mingled his blood with it. The remaining individuals fixed their gazes intently upon his hand, waiting with bated breath. For a long while, nothing happened. Qiu Yuan, feeling a sense of self-deprecation, chuckled at his own folly, questioning why he was indulging in such fantastical thoughts during an otherwise ordinary day. Just as he was about to give up, the monkey, Lin Tao and Wang Cheng shouted in astonishment, it's moving. It turned out that the liquid within the meteorite, resembling mercury, began to gravitate toward Qiu Yuan's palm after coming into contact with his blood. For a fleeting moment, panic surged through him. But he quickly quelled his fear of the unknown, allowing this seemingly sentient liquid to flow into his body. The monkey Lin Tao and Wang Cheng felt as though their worldviews had been reshaped that day, their eyes glued to Qiu Yuan's reaction. Yet Qiu Yuan stood there, composed for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the monkey could no longer contain himself and asked, Yuan, do you feel anything? Qiu Yuan shook his head, genuinely feeling nothing. However, just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted dramatically, more intense than Fang Ye's earlier reaction. One could hear his teeth grinding, sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion turning pale as he staggered back and collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing uncontrollably. The monkey, startled, attempted to approach Qiu Yuan, but Fang Ye blocked him, saying, wait a moment. The rejection reaction between the meteorite and Qiu Yuan's body persisted for approximately 15 minutes before he finally emerged from the agonizing state. Upon opening his eyes, the bloodshot scara gave him an almost ghastly appearance. How do you feel? Fang Ye inquired. Qiu Yuan shook his head, much better. The monkey hurriedly asked, quick, check what abilities you possess. Qiu Yuan closed his eyes, focusing for a moment, and then effortlessly twisted the metal tabletop into an odd angle with his hand. Lin Tao was left speechless. So this is the ability to manipulate metal freely? Qiu Yuan nodded. It seems so. He was quite satisfied with this newfound power, having inadvertently secured a means of self-preservation. Since the liquid from the meteorite had entered his body, it seemed he had intuitively grasped certain concepts. For instance, he now understood that the meteorite's liquid could be stacked, and the more one accumulated, the stronger their abilities would become. Contemplating this, he cast a complex look at Fang Ye, fully aware that Fang Ye understood the implications as well. Yet, he had chosen not to absorb the meteorite entirely for his own advancement, instead leaving the opportunity for them. If it were him, faced with such absolute energy, would he have been able to do the same? In that moment, Qiu Yuan felt a profound admiration for Fang Ye. There was one last piece of meteorite remaining. The monkey, Lin Tao, and Wang Cheng's eyes were glued to it, each contemplating what abilities they might awaken. Among them, the monkey had little hope, as he had already made his attempt, but the meteorite had shown him no favor. Thus, the final piece would be contested between Wang Cheng and Lin Tao. Although if neither could utilize it, the meteorite would ultimately return to Fang Ye. Lin Tao and Wang Cheng exchanged polite gestures, with Lin Tao going first. He made a small incision on his hand, mirroring Qiu Yuan's earlier actions, but the meteorite, much like it had in the monkey's hands, remained unresponsive. After waiting in vain for half an hour, Lin Tao reluctantly handed the meteorite to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng followed suit. Yet the stone continued to show no signs of reaction in his grasp. With no other options, he was obliged to return the meteorite to Fang Ye. The monkey, seeing the morale dip, encouraged, all right, such miraculous occurrences are inherently rare. We have 2 awakened superhumans in our midst, that's a solid advantage. Chapter 87, Unwelcome Visitors. Despite the disappointment, the notion of the meteorite catalyzing the awakening of superhuman abilities seemed fantastical. If everyone could evolve such extraordinary powers, the world would indeed descend into chaos. Fang Ye carefully placed the small fragment of meteorite into his pocket and turned to the others, stating, "Let us return to the matter at hand. Qiu Yuan has discovered that someone is keeping an eye on us from outside, and their intentions are far from benign. We must prepare ourselves in advance." Lin Tao and Wang Cheng immediately shook off their despondent mood, inquiring, "What do you mean? Are we being targeted? By whom?" Fang Ye shook his head. Anyone could be involved. At a time like this, the only ones who could afford to drive an RV and evade detection would practically have easy mark written across their foreheads. However, I harbor my suspicions about the rotund man who exchanged supplies with us today. That glutton. He took away all the goods and now dares to resort to underhanded tactics. Doesn't he fear choking on his own greed? Monkey exclaimed. Fang Ye shook his head, resolutely stating, regardless of who it is, we cannot allow their objectives to come to fruition. We can engage in a fierce struggle, but what about the sisters? Are we to send them away again? Monkey questioned. It is too late, they are already being watched. Even if we attempt to relocate them now, we cannot guarantee their safety. They could easily be captured and used as leverage against us. I refuse to put my wife and daughter in such peril, Fang Ye replied solemnly. Monkey, growing anxious, asked, "What are we to do now? Staying in the RV is not safe." Fang Ye recalled the recent incident with the crocodile and looked at Monkey. In this current environment, where can we find absolute safety? Let them hide in the RV, arm ourselves, and confront those intruders. The others remained silent, recognizing that they had little choice but to proceed as Fang Ye suggested. Xu Hong approached, cradling Hui Wei, and asked, "What's going on? Why the serious faces?" Fang Ye, noting her grim demeanor, frowned and inquired, "Where is Xiang?" Xu Hong's heart raced at Fang Ye's serious expression. She went to dispose of the kitchen waste. There is a distinction between a true RV and a makeshift one. While a house is equipped with drainage pipes and sewage systems, an RV lacks such amenities, accumulating waste in a large tank that signals when full, requiring the owner to manage it. The expressions of Fang Ye, Qiu Yuan, and the others shifted dramatically. How could this happen at such a critical moment? Their first instinct was to rush out of the RV in search of Xiang. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of Xiang, her face filled with terror, being held hostage by an assailant. Fang Ye's heart ached, and he swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at the group. Since the ambush by the face-painting organization at the Guanlan Villa, Qiu Yuan and the others had kept their weapons close. Even Monkey, despite his injuries, had not parted with his gun. "Release her." Fang Ye's gaze was sharp as he directed his words towards Wu Lai, the leader of the assailants. Startled by Fang Ye's intensity, Wu Lai took a step back, allowing Chen Chang, who stood behind him, to step forward. Chen Chang and his associates were unarmed. Yet upon seeing the firearms in Fang Ye's group, their expressions shifted from surprise to greed. "I initially thought you were mere trifles. Yet it appears I underestimated you by bringing old He along. You now stand at a crossroads. Either leave the RV and its contents behind, or perish here," he proclaimed. "And what if I choose neither?" Fang Ye retorted coldly. "Choose neither?" Chen Chang signaled with his eyes, prompting the man restraining Xiang to press a knife against her throat. In an instant, Qiu Yuan fired at the captor, only for the bullet to inexplicably fall to the ground with a clatter as if it had lost all gravity. Everyone was taken aback by this bizarre occurrence. What was happening? However, Fang Ye quickly regained his composure. If Qiu Yuan could derive evolutionary energy from the meteorite, did that imply that someone before them had already known about and harnessed this power? In his past life, Fang Ye had heard tales of those with extraordinary abilities, and the young man from the face-painting organization he had slain was one such individual. The reason he, an ordinary person, had managed to defeat him was due to an error during the young man's evolution, allowing Fang Ye to seize the opportunity to strike. Yet, in truth, he had always been far removed from those mysterious beings. Regardless of the base, these individuals were treated as esteemed guests, and every one of them exuded arrogance and disdain, viewing ordinary people as mere insects. And that masked young man had fallen to someone he regarded as an insect. In his previous life, He had been too preoccupied to consider the extraordinary. Now, however, they appeared before him with greater urgency. Even he and Qiu Yuan had inadvertently stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. What indeed were these beings? A myriad of questions took root within him. In his past life, he had believed that slaying the masked young man marked the end of his journey. Yet, upon gaining the ethereal blue space in this life, he realized that what he once thought was ascension was, in fact, merely a trivial existence in the eyes of these extraordinary beings. Reality offered no time for deep contemplation as Chen Chang's triumphant laughter reverberated in Fang Ye's ears. You think you can play tricks before the blood god? You are merely showing off your ignorance. Old He, let these people witness the might of the face-painting organization. The mere mention of the face-painting organization sent a wave of fury through Lin Tao and Wang Zheng, igniting a blaze of vengeance within them. A man named Old He emerged from the group led by Chen Chang. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man, his face was grotesquely distorted by red lines that stretched across it. Fang Ye pondered the nature of this so-called blood god. What connection did the blood god have with those who possessed extraordinary abilities? Suddenly, a scream shattered the tension. And Xiang had bitten the hand of her captor. Instead of fleeing, she drew the knife Fang Ye had given her for protection and, with a fierce cry, began stabbing at his face. Caught off guard, her assailant staggered back, blood splattering across his face as he desperately swung his arms in search of something to hold onto. Yet, his efforts were in vain. After stumbling back several paces, he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. But no one paid him any mind. And Xiang's act seemed to signal the commencement of battle, and both sides launched into combat. Wang Cheng and Qiu Yuan showcased their combat prowess, easily dispatching their opponents. But once Chen Chang and Old He joined the fray, the tide turned decisively against them. Lin Tao and Wang Cheng found themselves unable to retaliate, while Qiu Yuan remained entangled in a struggle with Chen Chang. Fang Ye dashed to Xiang's side, shielding her behind him as Chu Hong assisted in ushering her back towards the RV. Monkey promptly closed the RV door, and Chu Hong locked it. Gripping a golf club she had retrieved from inside, her eyes starting nervously as she monitored the unfolding conflict. Chapter 88. The Humanoid Monster. Chen Chang had brought 12 men with him. Aside from Wu Lai, all were members of the face-painting organization. The lowest echelon of Chen Chang's subordinates consisted of petty thugs from before the calamity, accustomed to street brawls, yet ill-equipped to handle formidable adversaries. Wang Cheng, Lin Tao, and Monkey, having learned techniques from Qiu Yuan during this time, found themselves effectively countering the gang of thugs, who lay on the ground moaning in defeat. Monkey, his leg injury reopening, stood beside Fang Ye, grinning. This is exhilarating, Yi. It feels like 3 years ago. Fang Ye delivered a powerful blow that crushed an opponent's nasal bone, blood spraying forth. The circumstances back then were even more dire. They were armed. At that moment, Qiu Yuan and Chen Chang were locked in an equal struggle, while Lin Tao and Wang Cheng found themselves outmatched by Old He, who toyed with them like a cat with a mouse, effortlessly lifting them off the ground by their throats. Lin Tao and Wang Cheng initially exhibited a spirit of resistance. Yet confronted with overwhelming power, ordinary individuals invariably succumbed, gradually losing consciousness as their eyes rolled back. Upon witnessing her husband in such peril, Chu Hong immediately attempted to open the car door and rush out, only to be restrained by Xiang, whose hands were stained with blood. Chu Hong, what are you doing? Panic washed over Chu Hong's pale visage. Lin Tao is in danger. I must save him. And Xiang retorted, neither Lin Tao nor Wang Cheng can stand against them. What can you possibly do? We cannot remain idle. Chu Hong insisted urgently, struggling to rise from the ground. And Xiang declared, wait. She hurried to her and Fang Ye's room, retrieving a firearm that Fang Ye had left for her self-defense, a weapon that had remained unused until this critical moment. Meanwhile, Hui Wei and Yang Ang sobbed inconsolably in their small bed. Perhaps the innocence of children renders them acutely aware of danger. However, time was of the essence, and Xiang, unable to embrace them, painfully closed the door behind her and approached the entrance, handing the gun to Chu Hong. Yet, the weapon remained unutilized, as Fang Ye had already incapacitated those who obstructed him, racing to rescue Wang Cheng and Lin Tao. Old He relished the thrill of inflicting torment. Due to the divine blood coursing through him, his body had been transformed to be impervious to harm, while these mere insects foolishly attempted to inflict injury with their feeble weapons. Fang Ye's approach was of no concern to him. He merely awaited the moment to dispatch Fang Ye after dealing with the two he had subdued. Although Chen Chang had injected the lowest grade of divine blood, even this minimal enhancement endowed him with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. In truth, he was nearly invincible against anyone who was neither an ability user nor a divine blood wielder. Even elite soldiers capable of taking on hundreds in the military were mere children in the face of such power. However, when he faced Qiu Yuan, he realized the reality was starkly different. His strength proved ineffective, akin to an ordinary person being overpowered by a special forces operative. Especially upon witnessing his dagger twisting strangely as it lunged toward Qiu Yuan, Chen Chang was struck by terror, shouting to Old He, he is also a divine blood user. Old He, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and flung Wang Cheng and Lin Tao 2 meters away. As he moved to assist Chen Chang, he was intercepted by Fang Ye, and a fierce battle ensued. Fang Ye possessed ample fighting skills, but Old He was also a formidable fighter. They exchanged blows, both testing each other's strength before launching full-force attacks. A sinister grin spread across Old He's face as he declared, "Your divine blood is now mine." Divine blood? What is divine blood? Can it be transferred? From Old He's brief utterance, Fang Ye deduced much, yet he remained focused on the confrontation, their fists striking with brutal precision. Suddenly, Old He's fist morphed into a bone spur, plunging into Fang Ye's shoulder before swiftly retracting, leaving 4 gaping wounds that bled profusely. Meanwhile, Old He's eyes turned crimson as he licked the blood from his bone spur, savoring the moment with a squint of delight. Even as he sustained the injury, Fang Ye did not falter, displaying no sign of pain. "Ah Yi!" and Xiang cried out. Fang Ye immediately barked back, "Stay inside." Intrigued to understand the nature of divine blood users and ability wielders, Fang Ye pondered whether Old He was akin to the ability users from his previous life. Why did Old He refer to himself as a divine blood user? Recognizing the stakes, Fang Ye resolved to strike decisively rather than engage in drawn-out combat. As Old He launched a second assault with his bone spur, Fang Ye grasped Old He's hand tightly. Just as Old He attempted to shake him off, he felt an unbearable heat emanating from Fang Ye's grip, surging to an intolerable temperature. Old He struggled to free himself, but Fang Ye's grip tightened ominously. Finally, Old He could no longer contain his agony, exclaiming, "So hot! So hot!" Almost simultaneously, he broke free from Fang Ye's grasp, his wrist now charred and resembling scorched meat, the aroma wafting reminiscent of the meals he usually indulged in. Since injecting the 3rd tier of divine blood, individuals within the organization had treated him with deference. Old He had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. The crimson veins snaking across his face pulsated as if alive, the blood within coursing painfully. In a fit of torment, Old He howled, stomping down to dislodge a hidden dagger from his ankle, which he flung into the air. The blade, exceptionally sharp, severed Old He's charred wrist with a single motion, causing his hand to drop to the ground, leaving behind 2 bloody stumps. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The veins on Old He's face bulged grotesquely, twisting as if something within struggled to escape. At that moment, Qiu Yuan finally struck down Chen Chang, whose lifeless body crumpled to the earth, eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. If Old He was undergoing a transformation, Fang Ye would not permit him to complete it. Seizing a machete from one of the fallen minions, he advanced, intent on decapitating Old He. However, as he neared, tendrils of crimson erupted from Old He's pulsating veins, ripping through his clothing, ensnaring him completely, leaving only his deep-set eyes visible. Sharp bone spurs rapidly sprouted from his back, arms, and legs, rendering him akin to a hedgehog ensnared by a web of red. Old He thrashed his head violently, as though enduring excruciating pain. Even Fang Ye could hear the cracking of bones echoing ominously. Chapter 89, Slaying the Monster. Once the cacophony of cracking bones subsided, the crimson tendrils enveloping Old He's face burst like balloons, releasing numerous writhing appendages. From the covered area emerged a grotesque mouth that opened wide, expelling a plume of crimson mist, accompanied by a long, barbed appendage. Was this still human? Was this a monster? Aside from the unconscious Lin Tao and Wang Cheng, the monkey, Qiu Yuan, Fang Ye, and even Chu Hong and In Xiang, who observed the unfolding chaos from the vehicle, collectively gasped in horror at the abomination before them. Fang Ye brandished the machete once more, stepping forward while instructing the monkey, take Wang Cheng and Lin Tao back, leave this to Qiu Yuan and me. The monkey, equally startled by the creature, felt as though the events of the day had shattered his worldview. Instinctively, he complied with Fang Ye's command. The grotesque entity, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, now posed a terrifying threat. Qiu Yuan, equally repulsed, extracted his own machete from the ground, advancing alongside Fang Ye. Regardless of whether it was human or monster, a primal instinct for danger lingered, and as the creature perceived Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan's approach, it retreated a step, not in fear, but to plunge its evolved bone-spiked arm into the shoulder of a still moaning victim on the ground, eliciting a scream of agony. The cry held no sway over the creature, which pulled the victim closer, opening its cavernous maw to unleash its appendage, which latched onto the person's neck, injecting a viscous fluid into its monstrous body. Fang Ye decisively severed the creature's mouthpart, causing it to emit a piercing wail as its agile body retreated to Wu Lai's RV. Just as it intended to seek refuge within, it was blocked by Qiu Yuan, who struck its chest with his blade, sending crimson tendrils scattering across the ground. In agony, the monster retaliated, thrusting its bony spikes towards Qiu Yuan, who nimbly evaded the attack. However, the bone spike effortlessly pierced through the supposedly bulletproof material of the RV as if slicing through tofu. The creature swiftly burrowed into Wu Lai's vehicle, where his family, having sensed the impending danger, cowered in fear. Upon witnessing the monster's intrusion, they screamed in terror, attempting to exit the vehicle, but were jostled towards the rear door, resulting in a chaotic scramble. Among them, Qinli Fang was the most unfortunate, finding herself trapped in the innermost position. As the monster approached, her screams were met with helplessness from the others, leaving her to watch in horror as the creature, now devoid of its mouth part, bit off her head, subsequently sucking her blood like a human indulging in jelly, its bony spikes relentlessly puncturing her abdomen to extract more of her life essence. At that moment, Wu Lai, paralyzed by fear, soiled himself, while Wu Ning and Wu Meiwei finally emerged from the vehicle, only to see Qinli Fang's severed body crawling in a panic on the ground, their legs rendered as weak as noodles. Once Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan boarded the RV, they slammed the front door shut. Hearing the sound, Wu Lai mustered all his strength to close the rear door, trapping the monster along with Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan inside. After completing this daunting task, Wu Lai collapsed, trembling in terror. Dad, come quickly." Wu Ning and Wu Meiwei had found refuge beneath the RV, calling out to Wu Lai. With great difficulty, Wu Lai crawled beneath the vehicle. The ground was teeming with massive centipedes, which Wu Ning hurriedly pushed aside with his coat. Suddenly, a bone spike pierced through the chassis, nearly impaling Wu Ning's arm, rendering him breathless with fear. "Meiwei!" Wu Lai gasped in alarm. Wu Ning turned to see that the bone spike, which he had previously dodged, had instead pierced through his sister Wu Meiyue's back and out through her abdomen. As it was pulled free, her body was momentarily lifted before being dropped again by the resistance of the vehicle's undercarriage. Wu Meiyue's eyes widened in horror, her life extinguished. Both Wu Lai and Wu Ning were now devoid of sorrow, consumed by dread as they fixated on the undercarriage, fearing another sudden bone spike might claim their lives, completely forgetting to flee. Inside the RV, Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan were not faring much better. They were fortunate to have awakened their abilities today, or they too would have succumbed to the creature's vicious spikes. Together, they managed to sever one of the monster's spikes, from which flowed a deep crimson blood that possessed corrosive properties, eating away at the floor of the RV. Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan had to remain vigilant to avoid being splattered by this noxious blood. The act of severing the spike was not the end, for the creature would regenerate such spikes. After several attempts, both men were drenched in sweat, bracing themselves against the creature's relentless onslaught. "Look, its spike growth rate is slowing." Fang Ye discerned this weakness and promptly relayed it to Qiu Yuan. Nodding in understanding, Qiu Yuan took a running start and struck down the newly regrown spike. The creature trembled violently, retreating as it sought an escape. As it positioned itself to break through the glass of the window with its spikes, Fang Ye seized the opportunity to thrust his blade deeply into the creature's abdomen, with Qiu Yuan following suit with a powerful blow. A drizzling liquid cascaded onto the RV's dashboard, rapidly corroding the instruments. Yet the monster remained undeterred in its attempts to flee. Fang Ye swiftly tore down the sunshade curtain, twisting it into a makeshift rope which he ensnared around the creature's neck, pulling it back into the vehicle. Qiu Yuan retrieved a steel plate from within the RV, applying pressure until it became as sharp as a knife, and plunged it into the creature's back once more. The monster let out a ferocious roar, unable to withstand the mounting injuries, and gradually collapsed onto the dashboard, blood dribbling from its wounds, emitting a nauseating stench wherever it fell. The creature's once vibrant red tendrils lost their life, fading to a sickly yellow, revealing its skeletal structure, with remnants of its former self barely visible. Qiu Yuan, drenched in sweat, frowned at the creature. What on earth is this? Fang Ye shook his head. Perhaps a biological weapon? Look, Fang Ye, Qiu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed to a bulging area on the creature's left arm. Is it still alive? They waited a few minutes, and while the creature appeared lifeless, the bulging anomaly remained. Curious, Qiu Yuan used his knife to pierce it, revealing a blue liquid that congealed yet did not disperse, reminiscent of the agate they had uncovered from the meteorite earlier that day. What should we do, Yi? Qiu Yuan asked, glancing up at Fang Ye. Fang Ye scanned the RV and spotted a small glass vial, which he retrieved to collect the liquid. Upon leaving the creature, the blue liquid settled quietly within the vial, prompting Fang Ye to tuck it away in his pocket. What shall we do with the monster? Qiu Yuan inquired, eyeing the creature still sprawled on the dashboard, which had corroded a hole the size of its body. Fang Ye approached, placing his hand upon the creature's body. A familiar warmth surged through him as he coldly watched the creature's form heat up, melting away into ash. He couldn't help but marvel at his newfound power, truly a tool for destruction and a necessity for any journey. At that moment, Wu Lai, hearing silence from the RV, cautiously crawled out to assess the situation, only to encounter Fang Ye and Qiu Yuan descending from the vehicle. Fang Ye yanked Wu Lai up from the ground, slapping his chubby face with the knife. I kindly traded you supplies, and you, pig, still sought to undermine me. Wu Lai realized that Fang Ye was now settling the score, and he wept profusely, brother, spare me. I shall never dare again. There will be no next time. Fang Ye spoke with a calm demeanor, gently slicing his knife across Wu Lai's neck before releasing him. Wu Lai collapsed, wide-eyed, desperately attempting to stanch the blood gushing from his throat, but it was futile. His windpipe had been severed, and even if he tried to scream, only a wheezing sound emerged. Ultimately, he fell lifeless to the ground, his gaze locking with Wu Ning, who was still hidden beneath the RV. Wu Ning, horrified by the sight of his father's demise, held his breath for an extended period, and when he could finally speak, he bit down on his hand to stifle a scream that might attract Fang Ye and his companions back. He watched as Fang Ye's hand lingered over his father and the group of people he had brought along, bodies instantly disintegrating into ash, leaving not even a bone fragment behind, including that of his mother, Qin Lifang, who was similarly reduced to ashes. Brother Yi, come and take a look at Qin Chang. Qiu Yuan pointed towards Qin Chang's lifeless body. Fang Ye approached and noticed that, similar to the previously encountered monster, the left arm of the deceased Qin Chang was still undulating with strange contortions. Using a dagger, Fang Ye sliced open the arm, revealing the same blue liquid within. He retrieved the glass vial he had used earlier and filled it with the liquid. However, he soon discovered that these two supposedly identical blue substances were incompatible, separating distinctly like the banks of a river. After tidying up the scene, the night finally descended into a semblance of calm. Given the perils of the night, they were fortunate that their RV, along with Wu Lai's, was parked at the edge, with few vehicles around. The onslaught of mosquitoes and giant centipedes had compelled the other owners to securely shut their doors and windows long before nightfall, ignoring the chaos outside. Otherwise, the monstrous events of the night would have caused an uproar. Upon returning to the RV, and Xiang rushed to embrace Fang Ye, examining him closely. When she noticed he bore no wounds on his shoulders, tears of concern streamed down her face. I'll go find the first aid kit, she said. Fang Ye gently stroked her hand, reassuring her, it's fine. I'm not hurt. And Xiang averted her gaze. You're not made of iron. Fang Ye shook his head. Let me see your hand. It was in Xiang's first time taking a life, and she was overwhelmed both physically and emotionally. However, she understood that Fang Ye had already borne too much for them. In that moment, she did not wish to become his Achilles heel or a pawn to be manipulated. And Xiang attempted to pull away, but her strength was no match for Fang Ye's, who caught her and revealed the bleeding wound on her hand, inflicted by the dagger. Fang Ye's brow furrowed immediately. How can you not have bandaged this serious injury? Sit down, I'll fetch the first aid kit. The roles of caregiver and recipient had now reversed, leaving in Xiang with no chance to refuse. Fang Ye bandaged in Xiang's hand, yet his own shoulder wound remained untreated. Though In Xiang wished to help, her hand was wrapped tightly, rendering her powerless. Eventually, it was Chu Hong who came to assist. The monkey had dragged Wang Cheng and Lin Tao back into the RV. They had already been tended to by Chu Hong and were not in serious danger. Merely unconscious due to oxygen deprivation and would be fine upon waking. Their bruises and knife wounds had been treated with herbal oil and hemostatic medicine. The monkey, however, had suffered a secondary rupture of a wound that had gone unnoticed during the battle. Now, with the danger past, he sat in a chair, his face pale with pain as Chu Hong removed the previous bandaging to reapply the medication. Xiao Yuan appeared to be the most comfortable among them. Although he had received a few blows during the fray, he had fortunately not bled and was now resting against the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation. Fang Ye escorted Xiang back to their room. Inside, both Hui Wei and Yang Yang stared wide-eyed. Children are the keenest observers of adult emotions. Earlier, when Xiang entered, Hui Wei had cried without receiving an embrace, and after Xiang left, she had deemed crying pointless and stopped. Now, upon Xiang's return, Hui Wei immediately pouted in distress and began to wail again. Xiang, disregarding her own pain, held her daughter close to comfort her. Fang Ye gazed at the sturdy Yang on the bed, gently caressing his little face. "You're truly easy to care for." He then placed a kiss on Xiang's forehead. "Get some rest. I'll step out to handle a few matters." The events of the day had been so unfathomable that they shattered the worldview shaped over many years, not just for Fang Ye, but for Xiang as well. After nodding in understanding, she settled down to care for the two children. Fang Ye made his way to the small living area of the RV, where Qiu Yuan immediately opened his eyes upon hearing his movements. "Brother Yi," he said. Fang Ye sat across from him. "Do you find this all quite unbelievable?" With a complex expression, Qiu Yuan nodded. Fang Ye smiled. "I feel the same. The terms monster and divine blood bearer have emerged tonight." Qiu Yuan replied, "Monsters are also created by divine blood bearers. What differentiates that Chen Chang from Lao He? Chen Chang was a divine blood bearer. Had I not absorbed the meteorite liquid today, I might not have been his match." Yet, Chen Chang's physique was not particularly robust, rather. It appeared to be ravaged by indulgence. By all rights, such a person should have been defeated by me in a single exchange. Chapter 91. Filial piety breeds greatness. Thus, what truly sets them apart from ordinary individuals is the divine blood they speak of, Fang Ye asserted. Xiao Yuan nodded, yet the abilities granted by divine blood seemed to resonate intriguingly with those bestowed by meteorite liquid. What could this mean? Fang Ye shook his head. The answer will inevitably surface in due time. Now that we have entered this echelon, the enigmas of divine blood, superhumans, and monsters shall not linger for long. Otherwise, why would humanity strive for ascension? Only from a vantage point of power can one avoid becoming a mere pawn at the mercy of others. Take me in my past life. At the time of my death, I was merely a high-ranking official of a base. Yet I remained ignorant of terms like superhuman and divine blood. Standing on the 5th floor provides a vastly different view than that from the 2nd. The information shared is not of the same ilk. Xiao Yuan inquired further, "Do you think they will have a contingency plan?" Fang Ye understood that Xiao Yuan was concerned about potential troubles arising from being targeted in the future. "Unless all of them are eliminated," he replied. In the dead of night, Wu Ning cautiously crawled out from beneath the RV. The gravel ground outside was immaculate, as if the events of the night had been nothing but a dream. The only reminder of reality was his sister, Wu Meiwei, who lay cold and lifeless, pierced by the monster's bone spikes. The scent of urine that clung to Wu Ning had been conveniently forgotten as he dragged Wu Meiyue's body far into a distant field. He then carefully returned to the RV to retrieve clothing belonging to Wu Chang and Qin Lifang, which he placed in the grave he had dug for Wu Meiwei. He toiled to fill the grave with soil and erected a small mound. After completing this, he leaned against the grave to rest for a while. Then, kneeling once more with his hands clasped, he implored, "Dad, you can't blame this solely on me. It's all Wu Meiyue's fault for insisting on that diamond. Otherwise, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Mom, you share some blame too. Had you not spoiled her so, she wouldn't dare to be so willful." "Dad and Mom, it's not that I'm unwilling to avenge you. It's simply that the enemy is too formidable. You shouldn't have provoked them. That monster killed my sister, scaring both my dad and me into wedding ourselves. Even in such terror, those two managed to chase it down to our RV and eliminate it. Such fierce individuals are beyond my reckoning. I still wish to preserve my life for a few more years. Mom and Dad, please don't think me unfilial. It's just that I lack the capability. You always tell me to carry on the family line. You need me to survive to add some incense to the Wu family, right? Right now, amidst this chaos, there is no paper money to burn. Once I settle down, I promise I'll burn paper money for you every month. Mom, I know you love mahjong. So I'll send you a mahjong table and 3 friends to play with. Dad, I know you enjoy massages. So I'll send you 2 beautiful ladies to serve you. Sister, I'll replicate all your favorite stars and send them down to keep you company. So you'll never have a repeat from Monday to Sunday, becoming a bride each night. Wu Ning trembled as he knelt for a long time before finally rising to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, the stone resting atop the grave suddenly tumbled down. This shattered the last remnants of Wu Ning's psychological defenses, and he stormed back. All right. I know you think I'm useless, that I lack the ability to seek revenge. Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with resolute determination as he sliced the corner of his garment with a knife. In ancient times, cutting one's robe symbolized severing ties. Today, we too shall dissolve our father-son relationship. Henceforth, you shall no longer be my father, nor shall I be your son. Whoever harbors a grudge may seek vengeance as they wish. With that, Wu Ning rose and walked away without a backward glance. That morning, while Fang Ye was attending to his morning routine, Xiao Yuan approached with a grim expression. Leaning closer, he said, Brother Yi, the supplies in Wu Lai's vehicle have vanished. I saw them there just yesterday. Fang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Let us get ready. The road ahead is passable today. The monkey's leg is injured. And Wang Cheng and Lin Tao are still recuperating. You'll take over the driving. Xiao Yuan nodded. But anxiety crept back as he recalled the missing items from Wu Lai's vehicle. But there are still people. Fang Ye patted his shoulder reassuringly. With the ability to embark on this path, one must not be timid. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. As long as we are alive, solutions will present themselves. Early in the day, the main force set off alongside the authorities, leaving Wu Lai's group and their vehicle behind in the temporary camp, unnoticed by anyone. The arduous journey left them weary, and none had the time to concern themselves with the troubles of others. The convoy continued toward City S, while the Wu family's vehicle was left behind in the camp, gradually fading from sight. After a lengthy stretch on the main road, they finally encountered no more floods or landslides. Their second rest stop was at a service area where the route diverged toward 3 cities. The vehicles parked within the service area were far better than the makeshift spots they had previously occupied, facilitating official management. Since leaving the Guanlon villa, Fang Yu had not exchanged a word with Secretary Zhao, even when they happened to cross paths in the camp, merely nodding in acknowledgement while Zhao scurried about with Chen Qiming, who was busy coordinating various matters. Having departed from their previous location, Chu Hong and In Xiang could finally set aside their worries. The 2 women had been unable to sleep well these past few days, fearing that they might awaken to find the police taking Fang Ye and others away for questioning. In places where people gathered, transactions inevitably occurred. At the temporary service area, individuals began to barter their surplus supplies. One day, while browsing the small market at the service area, Fang Ye stumbled upon a vendor selling rabbits. 2 pure white pet rabbits were confined in a cage, and the sellers were a young couple cradling a tearful little girl in their arms. The stall also displayed some hair clips and headbands for girls. Fang Ye had no interest in those trinkets, having already hoarded far more beautiful items in his storage space, waiting to adorn his daughter when she grew up. What truly excited him was finally finding a pair of living creatures to care for. He had secretly harvested countless fruits and vegetables in his planting space, but his breeding space remained empty until today. With keen interest, he approached the young couple and inquired, "What do you want in exchange for the rabbits?" The woman, relieved to finally have an inquiry about the rabbits, did not hastily declare a price. Instead, she earnestly replied, "Brother, we won't set a price. Just offer what you can. The child is truly starving." Fang Ye, unwilling to be morally coerced into a generous offer, asked, "Could I give you 2 pounds of rice?" The woman's expression changed, revealing reluctance. However, her husband enthusiastically urged, "Sell it. Sell it." The woman complained, "What kind of deal is that? 2 pounds of rice is worth less than eating this rabbit myself. Look at this well-dressed man. Is he even stingier than I am?" Her husband, annoyed, retorted, "You said to let him decide. If he offers a price you dislike, then don't set up a stall." He then turned to Fang Ye with a smile. "Sell it, brother. 2 pounds of rice is just 2 pounds. Having prepared for such a barter during his market stroll, Fang Ye had a variety of loose rice in weights of 1, 2, and 3 pounds. Nowadays, such measured rice had nearly become a currency in circulation, with canned goods and compressed biscuits being even more sought after. Canned fruits were particularly popular, often more desired than canned meat, as torrential rains and sweltering heat had spoiled many of the fruits and vegetables that people had stored prior to the deluge. To replenish their vitamin C intake, they either consumed tablets or effervescent powders or resorted to vacuum-packed fruit cans. 2 pounds of rice exchanged for 2 rabbits. Fang Ye did not return to the vehicle immediately, but instead found a secluded corner to place the rabbits into his breeding space. After opening the cage, he waited patiently as the 2 rabbits cautiously hopped out. The breeding space, akin to his planting space, instantly simulated the necessary living conditions for the rabbits. Fresh hay, green grass, and a crystal-clear spring emerged, with water bubbling forth from the ground. Unable to resist, Fang Ye scooped a handful and tasted it. Indeed, it had the refreshing quality of spring water, making him chuckle softly. At least now, he would not be hindered by a lack of water sources. Given the crowded surroundings, he decided to keep a low profile and re-enter the bustling market. Humanity's capacity for survival was astonishing. In just 3 short months, they had successfully transitioned their mindset from that of a civilized era to one plagued by calamity. In this lively market, people were vociferously exchanging goods, creating a cacophony that filled the air. Aside from the pair of living rabbits, Fang Ye found nothing else in the market that piqued his interest, as his storage was far more comprehensive than what was available here. Not spotting anything he needed, he resolved to return home. However, as he passed by a vehicle, a firm grip seized his arm, prompting him to instinctively retaliate, slamming the assailant against the vehicle door. The middle-aged man, in his 40s, nearly lost consciousness from the force of Fang Ye's defense, repeatedly patting Fang Ye's arm and exclaiming, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Coincidentally, his wife emerged at that moment. Upon seeing her husband in such a predicament, she cried out in alarm, "Brother, let us talk this over peacefully, just don't harm my husband." In this chaotic world, safety was a fleeting memory. In times of civility, witnessing Fang Ye's actions would have prompted a call to the authorities. However, during this transitional period, police resources were evidently insufficient, and most disputes among residents were resolved through force and conflict. Over time, families began to band together to avoid being bullied, while some took advantage of their power to oppress others. The woman had encountered situations like this more than once. Despite the market bustling with life, the thefts and assaults occurring within vehicles went ignored by passers-by, who wished to avoid attracting trouble for themselves. Not sensing any immediate threat, Fang Ye released the man. The middle-aged woman hurried to her husband's side, gently helping him regain his composure. "Honey, are you all right? Is everything okay?" After several moments, the man finally managed to catch his breath and said, "Brother, I meant no harm. I just wanted to exchange some supplies with you." Fang Ye was certain he did not know this man. Giving him a thorough once-over, he replied, "I have no surplus supplies to trade." With that, he turned to leave. The middle-aged man was unwilling to let this potential customer slip away. Undeterred, he stepped in front of Fang Ye. "Little brother, you haven't even seen what I have to offer yet. Take a look, perhaps it will satisfy you." Fang Ye glanced at him, realizing that this man was either remarkably brave or rather foolish. After being manhandled so roughly, he still stood there, ready to chat. He was indeed an unusual character. Seeing that Fang Ye was at last paying him some attention, the middle-aged man hurriedly introduced himself. "I am Peng Yuqing, and this is my wife, Zhu Qiaozhen." Fang Ye regarded the middle-aged man with caution. Having learned from the misfortunes associated with Wu Lai, he now harbored little interest in the exchange of supplies. Peng Yuqing was a shrewd businessman, much like Wu Lai had scrutinized Fang Ye and his companions earlier. It was evident that their attire and demeanor were far superior to those of the weary souls diminished by scarcity during this tumultuous period. To thrive in such dire circumstances signified an unassailable strength. After all, even the official leaders now appeared disheveled as they endeavored to mediate exchanges, did they not? The items in Peng Yuqing's possession had not gone unexamined by others seeking to barter with him. However, who was he? He was Peng Yuqing. The notion that others would dare to exchange mere trifles for his prized meat was utterly preposterous. Only individuals like Fang Ye could compel him, Peng Yuqing, to regard them with esteem. Ironically, the most awkward situation arose from the fact that he had taken a liking to Fang Ye, while the latter showed no reciprocal interest. Peng Yuqing drove a recreational vehicle. Though its value was not as high as that of the ones belonging to him and Wu Lai, it still exceeded 5 million. The affluent possess a far superior capacity for risk mitigation compared to ordinary individuals. Fang Ye, observing the earnestness in his gaze, couldn't help but wonder what treasures this man deemed worthy of barter with him. The interior of Peng Yuqing and Lin Xiaozhen's RV appeared immaculate from the outside. Given Peng Yuqing's enthusiastic invitation, Fang Ye stepped inside. Such an action would have been unthinkable before his abilities had awakened. However, after the meteorite incident, his capacity for self-preservation had significantly increased. Should Peng Yuqing and Lin Xiaozhen harbor ill intentions akin to Wu Lai's, he possessed the absolute capability to retaliate and emerge unscathed, with the RV's interior remaining undisclosed. At most, the world would simply lose the Peng Yuqing couple, their disappearance easily defined as a mysterious vanishing act. The RV exuded a savory aroma, and upon Fang Ye's entrance, Lin Xiaozhen promptly locked the door. Noticing Fang Ye's furrowed brow, she quickly explained, "The situation regarding theft is severe. Even a moment's inattention can result in the loss of several items from the RV. One cannot afford to be careless." Fang Ye nodded in agreement. Her words rang true. Hence, whenever he halted to rest, he made it a point to park his vehicle away from the crowd. Within Peng Yuqing's RV lingered the unmistakable aura of affluence, featuring ample storage for wines, including various brands of red wine. They proceeded to the innermost room. And as Peng Yuqing opened the door, a delightful aroma of cured meat wafted forth. An array of hams hung neatly within. "Brother," Peng Yuqing said, rubbing his hands together, "you can see my stock. How about we trade some supplies for this ham?" Fang Ye remained silent, prompting Peng Yuqing to recall something and throw a knowing glance at Zhu Qiaozhen. "After all this talk, darling, please slice some of this ham for our young brother to sample." Zhu Qiaozhen nodded eagerly and headed to the kitchen at the front of the RV. In a short while, she returned with a small plate of sliced ham. To allay any suspicions Fang Ye might have about poisoning, Peng Yuqing took a few bites himself, dramatically nodding and giving a thumbs up. "Delicious, delicious. You must try it, brother. I assure you, you won't be disappointed." Fang Ye sampled a few pieces, finding the meat firm and bursting with flavor. The ham, likely fermented, carried hints of cheese and red wine, mingling with the unique richness of the ham's fat, creating an explosion of taste in his mouth. Observing Fang Ye's reaction, Peng Yuqing sensed his interest piqued and intensified his pitch. "Brother, we do not deceive our fellow countrymen. This is truly a fine product. I am the distributor of this Spanish ham, and the ones sold outside for 888 are indeed worth it. This premium ham is reserved for the affluent, crafted from specially cured pigs and dried and fermented in controlled temperature and humidity for 2 years. These pigs are the happiest in the world, frolicking in VR-rendered green pastures and feasting on delectable acorns. Only ham from such joyfully raised Iberian pigs achieves this perfect balance of saltiness and flavor." The ham was undoubtedly delightful. But Fang Ye was aware of the inflated price Peng Yuqing quoted. "Brother, I have more than just ham, cheese, butter. And various types of cheese are also available for trade." Peng Yuqing continued his eager sales pitch. Fang Ye regarded him curiously. "Aren't you concerned about your bounty being stolen?" The divide between the wealthy and the ordinary was growing ever more pronounced during these times of transition. Without official mediation, they would have witnessed bloodshed on multiple occasions. The disparity in wealth during the civilized era was vast, yet if individuals did not frequently flaunt their riches, they could coexist in relative peace. However, with the current transfers underway, and given the ostentatious nature of his RV and its abundant supplies, it was only natural for others to covet what he possessed. Like Fang Ye, who also traversed the roads in an RV, those who did so became objects of envy. Yet Fang Ye and Xiao Yuan's evident prowess and assertiveness deterred others from provoking them, especially in light of recent events involving Wu Lai, which heightened the sense of danger surrounding their group. However, Fang Ye truly wished to understand how someone like Peng Yuqing managed to elude the clutches of nefarious individuals. "Brother, I am part of an RV alliance," Peng Yuqing replied with a smile. Fang Ye paused, intrigued. An RV alliance? He too owned an RV. Why had he not joined this alliance? Does everyone with an RV belong to it? Fang Ye inquired. Peng Yuqing shook his head. Not exactly. Most RV owners in each city band together for mutual protection, like myself. However, some individuals of means can afford to hire bodyguards to safeguard themselves and their assets during transfers, so they need not join the alliance. Fang Ye nodded, realization dawning upon him. The RV alliance, stemming from H City, explained why he had been unaware of such a network. The ham was indeed delectable, and, eager to diversify their diet, Fang Ye nodded in agreement. I am open to trading, but when shall we do so? It's quite crowded outside now. And you wouldn't want to attract trouble, would you? Of course not, Ping Yuqing replied hastily. Fang Ye continued, what do you wish to exchange for? Ping Yuqing stated, rice, flour, compressed biscuits, bread, drinking water, or canned goods and medicines. To be honest, my wife and I have grown weary of consuming insect powder lately. Fang Ye glanced around at the ample stock within the RV. You hardly appear to be in need of food. Ping Yuqing grimaced. No amount of ham can suffice when eaten daily. My wife and I would much prefer insect powder over ham. You must understand our sentiment regarding the ham by now. Fang Ye chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. That would indeed become tiresome. Ham could serve as an accompaniment, but as a staple, it might deplete their water reserves. After some deliberation, they agreed to conduct the exchange under the cover of night. For this purpose, Peng Yuqing maneuvered his RV closer to Fang Ye's. However, he remained cautious, positioning his vehicle in a way that allowed him to call for help if Fang Ye attempted any underhanded tactics. Fang Ye, recognizing the unspoken tension, chose not to address it. Later that evening, he and Xiao Yuan approached Peng Yuqing with a supply of compressed biscuits, dehydrated vegetables, vacuum-sealed whole grain bread, a bundle of mineral water, and a pack of cold medicine in hand to trade for the ham. Although the items Fang Ye offered totaled less than $1,000, in this era of calamity, they constituted a highly valuable exchange. Eating ham continuously was unbearable. The supplies Fang Ye provided held far greater worth in terms of survival. Ping Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle at Fang Ye, who ultimately retrieved a packet of cold medicine from his pocket. Amused, he insisted that both Xiao Yuan and Fang Ye each carry back a box of champagne. However, the monkey's leg injury had flared up once more, and he was compelled to rest in the room. Bored out of his mind, he spotted the glistening champagne bottles in the cabinet and couldn't resist asking Fang Ye for a glass to sample. Reluctantly, Fang Ye complied and poured him a drink. After tasting it, the monkey smacked his lips and declared, how dull. Fang Ye, exasperated, retorted, what did you expect, a strong liquor? Don't hold foreign wines to such lofty expectations. And Xiang had injured her hand, and Fang Ye took it upon himself to assist her with her morning routines. Each time, and Xiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her entire form radiating a blush that stirred a man's desires. Fang Ye struggled to suppress the tempest of longing within him, reminding himself that his wife's hands were still injured. He found it beastly to entertain such thoughts. Closing his eyes to quell the overwhelming emotions, he reassured her, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are husband and wife. We've been open with one another. And we even have a child together. His words managed to ease in Xiang's shyness, albeit slightly. Yet, the atmosphere in the small bathroom remained charged with intensity. With every ounce of restraint, Fang Ye helped Xiang finish her grooming. As she turned over, cradling their child, he retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. Once dressed, he gazed at Xiang, who lay curled up in slumber, and drew her into his embrace. When would he finally be able to savor the sweetness of his wife? Just as Fang Ye began to drift into a light doze, Xiang's soft voice broke the silence, am I truly so useless?